Deadbreak by Jorge Sánchez. Narrated by James Fowey. Chapter 1. Stuck in the middle with you. The zombies pounded on the door. They moaned, hissed, and rammed their bodies against the walls. I half wished they'd just hurry the hell up and get it over with. I'd spent the last 8 hours surrounded by the undead, trapped in an upstairs bedroom of a suburban home. You know the ones, those cookie-cutter houses in generic subdivisions, where people pick up their morning paper in their robes and wave at each other with forced grins. Well, before the new neighbors moved in, that is. I sat cross-legged with my back against the far wall, staring at the door. I reached for the empty plastic water bottle next to me, stuck my tongue out, and tried to coerce another drop out of it. No luck, like the previous 4 attempts. At least the effort pried my tongue loose from the roof of my mouth. Joe, my dog and fellow zombie killer in arms, looked at me from across the bedroom with that expression he saved for when he thought I was being an idiot. I'd been seeing that face a lot lately. What was I supposed to do, though? The thing bit me. I'd had to cut the finger off. Maybe I shouldn't have used a bread knife, and maybe I shouldn't have slightly passed out. But maybe he could cut me some slack. I mean, what does a dog know about split-second decisions where life hangs in the balance? Yes, I should have paid attention to his lowered ears, his deep growl, and stiff tail. But we needed to get away from the pack or we'd be dead. I didn't hear him complaining when I pulled him through the patio doors while they clawed at his tail. But there were other things to worry about now. I suspected the door wouldn't hold much longer. I'm no carpenter, but the loose hinges and splinters around the frame didn't give me the warm and fuzzies. I looked for a way out, again, and came up empty. Again. The door wasn't an option, for obvious reasons, and try as I might, I couldn't reach the attic door. It was open too, but just out of reach. It teased me every time I glanced at it, like the hot girl at the club, who winks at you, but ends up going home with a douchebag named Zayden in a leather jacket who's wearing too much body spray. The bedroom window would have shown promise, if not for the steel shutters that, alas, were welded shut. I knew they were welded because I'd spent an hour trying to force them loose with a pry bar. The only thing I got out of that was a lump on my forehead from when I slipped and landed face first on the windowsill. I'd try cussing at them in German when I gave it another go in a few minutes. Joe nuzzled up to me as I considered our options. I scratched him behind the ears with my good hand, just the way he liked it. The darkness exacerbated my claustrophobia, but I was afraid to turn on my flashlight. There was something about bright lights that drove the zombies apeshit. Come morning, we'd try to take advantage of that, and make a run for an open window I glanced in the hallway outside the bedroom. But for the time being, we were stuck. I took inventory of my supplies for the 100th time just to get my mind off things. I thought I might have missed something important. I hadn't. In my possession were a beat-up Mossberg 500 12-gauge shotgun, lovingly named Big Betty, 4 hand-loaded shells for said shotgun, and a 9mm P226 Sig Sauer with 3 rounds in the magazine. A year ago, I carved mine and Joe's initials on 2 spare 9mm rounds I kept in my front shirt pocket, so technically I had 5 rounds, but those extras were reserved. My Browning Buckmark 22 pistol was as good as a paperweight. I used up the last of my ammo when the zombies jumped us. My Fairbairn tactical knife sat pretty in my thigh holster, but was dull as my 3rd-grade teacher. I cursed the day I traded my honing stone for that bottle of antibiotics. That woman's kid hadn't looked that sick. I bet he still would have made it through the night all on his own. People underestimate the power of soup all the time. Oh well. Beyond what I had on me, Joe's harness was empty except for 6 crossbow bolts and a can of sardines. God, I hated sardines. The crossbow lay on the living room floor downstairs next to the corpse of the little girl that bit off my left index finger. Well, it was a little girl at one point. Now it was just another dead zombie. On the plus side, it was a good thing she hadn't bit off my middle finger, or she would have cut my vocabulary in half. A crumpled granola bar wrapper stared at me from a corner. That's the last time I'd give Joe any of my food. He devoured that granola bar and licked the wrapper clean. Didn't even leave me a crumb. Let's see how he likes sardines next time. Rounding out my supplies, I had that pry bar that I'd found under the bed, which might have come in handy if I hadn't been at the point where wielding it seemed to require superhuman strength. What a clusterfuck. I knew better than to scavenge in places I hadn't cleared yet, but half a bottle of single malt scotch in exchange for cough syrup, diapers, and baby formula? That's the kind of deal you can't pass up. Lucky for me, diapers make decent gauze when you need to stem bleeding from amputated fingers. I checked the action on the guns again. They were butter smooth, as expected, but I'd become anal retentive about such matters long ago. Next time you're staring down a pair of hungry zombies and your weapon decides to throw a hissy fit, you'll know what I mean. Joe whined in that annoying way of his. He knew what I was thinking and didn't like it one bit, but we'd had this conversation many times. I scratched his ears again to show him it was no big deal. If and when the door finally gave in, we wouldn't be eaten alive. I'd make sure of that. I looked at my watch. Sunrise was at least 6 hours away. I settled in for the long wait and fell asleep with the mutt stretched across my lap. The hungry moans and pounding fists lulled me to sleep. I woke up when I heard Joe barking at the door. He was ready to pounce, and at 90 pounds he was more than a match for any zombie, but there were dozens waiting for him on the other side. His canine immunity would be worth jack if he was chewed to death. Sunlight crept into the room through the metal shutters, and I figured from their hysterical screams that the zombies had gotten a dose of sunshine as well. It's like they have this low threshold for sensory input that triggers something in whatever they have for a brain. I took the 2 rounds from my pocket with a mix of unease and relieved anticipation. It was time. Funny to think that 3 years ago, I was oblivious to tragedy, worried more about getting home in time to watch some crap like celebrity lumberjacks duking it out on TV. Yeah, I'd read the papers and shake my head in faux dismay at the tragic headline of the day, but as soon as I turned on the TV or popped in a video game, all would be forgotten. If I could go back in time, I would kick my own ass to infinity. Twice. In retrospect, it's kind of a miracle that I made it this far in the apocalypse. See, I'm not some former Marine, Special Forces operator, ex-cop, or badass survivalist who was ready for the rapture. No, I'm just a guy who became victim to his own complacency. When the big one hit Los Angeles in 2022, I was living the good life. I had a pretty wife, disposable income, and the adorable Mr. Jingles, a purebred corgi that knew about 6 tricks. 7, if you counted peeing on the same rug every week. I worked from home, writing articles for architectural magazines and lifestyle blogs. I was an influencer, if you will. My condo was in a middle floor of a brand new skyrise in downtown Los Angeles, right next to the new football stadium. It had an awesome view, and shook like all hell under the force of a magnitude 8.1 earthquake. I just managed to get my wife out of bed and down to the bottom floor before the building collapsed. If I had gotten the penthouse condo like I'd wanted, we'd have been buried in overpriced rubble. I never did learn what became of Mr. Jingles. As for us, we had nowhere to go. Food was scarce, outbreaks of cholera and dysentery were pretty soon adding to the already high death toll, and our ready money ran out just as fast. Freeways collapsed and roads became impassable, turning the greater LA area into an island of desolation. I stood in lines that snaked for miles, waiting to fill a water bottle from a Red Cross truck. We slept in school gyms, in abandoned houses, and eventually on the streets, along with thousands of others. It would be weeks before the first cell towers were repaired, so we couldn't get a hold of our families, and in the end we were forced to move to a FEMA refugee camp. You know those pictures of people walking along in huge lines with all their possessions in places like Africa or Western Europe? It was like that, except worse, because it happened to us. We lived in a tent city that housed a little over 200,000 people. For the first time in my life, I knew what it felt like to go hungry, to feel that tearing pain that wrenches apart your guts. Scoring an extra portion of stale rice was the equivalent of a feast, and getting to wipe yourself down with a moist towelette from KFC became a luxury. I saw men kill each other over a cup of instant noodles. I consoled mothers whose children had died from hunger. I knew parents who refused to eat so that their kids could have an extra meal. We were luckier than we deserved. And we left the tent city after just a few weeks. My wife's parents drove cross-country from Vermont and spent days tracking us down. When they finally found us, I'd lost 40 pounds, and my wife had a bad case of trench foot that almost cost her a couple of toes. Without their help, I'm not sure how long we'd have made it. My father-in-law, a former army colonel, told me the worst thing I could ever do was become a victim of circumstances again. We spent the next 6 months at their farm in Vermont, working the land and doing honest work. But Los Angeles was our home, and both Joanna and I wanted to help rebuild the City of Angels, so we moved back to the city we loved, in spite of her parents' very loud protests. It took a couple of years, but Los Angeles recovered, and I found work again, sometimes as a cook, sometimes as a handyman, other times working construction. If you need someone to build you a brick barbecue and then grill you a porterhouse, I'm your man. I even discovered a hidden talent for making recipes that got me a spot as a sous chef at a swanky eatery for a while there. Life was almost back to normal, and 2 years after we returned, we had our first child, a little girl that had me wrapped around her finger from the very moment she opened her eyes. We spent 4 years putting our lives back together, but it fell apart again the morning of July 13th, 2027. Deadbreak. Chapter 2. Zombie. In 2027, the United States of America was in the midst of a recovery period after disasters on the West Coast and the years-long Great Heartland drought, which had nearly collapsed the country by itself. At the time, I had steady work, and we lived in relative comfort. My wife even talked about going on that vacation we'd put off for so long. Things were looking up. But deep in a cave in the Amazon rainforest, a group of scientists encountered a tiny ant that would end up destroying the world. People smarter than me put it together when the reports of the strange sickness first came in. The strange sickness that reanimated the dead. A team of speleologists from universities in California, Paris, Tokyo, Egypt, and who knows where else had met in the jungles of Brazil to map a cave system that ran thousands of feet deep into the earth, farther than any known cave system to date. On the third night of their descent, the scientists, 10 men and 6 women, woke up when a colony of ants decided to find out how they tasted. They had themselves a laugh, and a few days later they said their goodbyes at the airport. Coughing and experiencing high fevers, they boarded planes back to their home countries. The date was July 11th. One of the Japanese speleologists took along a few of the insects to show a colleague, but it wasn't until the gates of hell opened 2 days later that anyone remembered the little ants. See, it turns out that those little bastards carried a species of Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, a fungus that, you guessed it, turns ants into little 6-legged zombies. The fungus just loved its human hosts and moved faster than green grass through a goose. It turned its victims hyper-aggressive and gave them an appetite for brains. The fresher, the better. Hospitals reported aggressive behavior in patients with unusual bite marks, but no one raised the alarm until an ER doctor in Paris was attacked by a patient he'd just declared dead. The young woman, an assistant to one Dr. Pivard, biologist from Paris-Sorbonne University, had been found in an alley clinging to life. One of her legs was in shreds, and half of her face had been torn off, as if by a wild animal. Well, once she was officially dead, she stood on up from her gurney, grabbed the doctor, tore open his throat, and then mauled 2 nurses before an armed security guard emptied his magazine into her. It was pandemonium. The EU closed all borders and declared a state of emergency. No one wanted to admit that people were rising from the dead to eat the flesh of their fellow humans, until it was too late. The U.S. wasn't immune, and reports of victims suffering from the fungus infection flooded in from all across America. A camera crew in Baton Rouge was attacked by a hungry mob that tore them to pieces on live TV. Joanna and I watched the news that night over a dinner of spaghetti and meatballs that we left half-eaten. We secured the doors and windows, locked up our supplies, and cleaned our guns. We ignored the endless serenade of sirens that howled through the night as best we could. I didn't go to work for the next 4 days, and we made preparations to go to Vermont to stay at her parents' farm, where our daughter was spending the summer. Air traffic was grounded, and I was in the middle of planning our route with my trusty navigation app when my wife called me into the living room. The President of the United States was about to speak to the country. Chapter 3. Puppy Love. I took the 2 rounds from my pocket and loaded them into the magazine with clumsy fingers. Then I tapped the barrel on my head to steel my nerves and let out a long breath. The room became peaceful, serene even. Joe lunged at the door again and barked his head off. Still, he came over when I called for him. I scratched the scruff of his neck and chambered around. Joe was a good boy and a fine scavenging partner. He was Joe number 4, and don't tell him I said this, but he was my favorite. Joe number 1 was a cute little beagle, 20 pounds of furious anger with a nose that could sniff out beef jerky under 10 feet of rubble. I lost him to 2 starving knuckleheads who shot him after they caught him in their rabbit snare. He was out of my sight for 20 minutes maybe, but that's all it took. I found them, a man and a woman, as they prepared their cooking fire. I almost shot them where they stood, but I couldn't do it. They were just trying to survive, after all. Didn't mean I wouldn't kick their asses, which I did. They were so distracted with their meal prep that I had them face down on the ground before they even knew I was there. I made them dig a hole and bury what was left of Joe number 1. The guy tried to get pissy with me when I took his 22 buck mark, so I broke his nose and kicked him in the balls. Maybe next time they thought twice before they tried to eat someone's dog. Joe number 2 was a girl. I found her in an abandoned house. Her dead owners were in the garage inside their car, a hose running from the exhaust to the window. Bastards didn't have the guts to take their dog with them. She was a shepherd mix and an amazing early warning system. On the flip side, though, she was a big wuss and hid behind me any time she sensed trouble. Except for this one time. We were scavenging inside a car dealership when a pack of zombies walked in on us. I took down half of them before I tripped on a broken chair. They almost got me, but Joe brought down 2 of them and distracted the rest long enough for me to get out of the way. The remaining zombies got a hold of her and pinned her to the ground as they sank their teeth into her. I shot the pup first to spare her. Then I grabbed my knife and lobotomized the bastards as I screamed bloody murder. I learned that day that you can stab the base of their skull and they collapse to the ground like a noodle. Joe number 3 was a little chihuahua. I called him Jose. He wasn't a fan of zombie hunting, scavenging, or anything that required physical activity. I had to carry him half the time, but he was a hell of a little dude. He'd curl up on my chest at night and wake me up at 5 o'clock sharp for breakfast. We had some good times, Jose and I. We were sharing an MRE one night when I noticed him laboring to breathe, and his gums had turned a pale shade of pink. I gave him water, then held him in my arms under a blanket. He was dead by morning. I hadn't even known he was sick. I mourned him for 3 days straight and swore I'd never get another dog. Until I found Joe number 4. I was making my way through a cornfield in a small farm town in Nebraska, looking for rats or mice for lunch. I know what you're thinking. Not much meat on a little rodent. Let me tell you, though, rat makes for a tasty meal. Even better than squirrel if cooked right. Now, I'm talking about your fat Norwegian rats with the thick tails. Throw in a potato and a carrot, and baby, you got a stew. A dash of Tabasco. Man, delish. Anyway, I was walking on this field when I came across an old barn. I checked around for signs of a trap. They're more common than you'd imagine. And then I went inside. I found nothing of note for my trouble except for a whelping box with 6 puppies. Mom was nearby, dead. So were 4 of the puppies. I took the 2 survivors with me, but one of them didn't make it through the night. I thought Joe, number 4, was a mix of husky and pit bull, but wasn't so sure. Mom was a pit bull, for sure. He looked like a pit, but with 1 green eye and 1 blue eye, and his fuzzy coat was mostly gray. When I started out with him, I didn't think he'd make it, you know. He was the runt of the litter and wasn't weaned. I took the pup anyway, and headed to a small town I'd seen from a distance. I remembered seeing a shopping center with a mega pet store. It was worth a shot, and I'd already lost his one remaining sibling, so why not? The store was a mess, but I found loads of canned dog food, gourmet cuts even, and best of all, I found 4 cases of puppy formula. I camped in there for 2 weeks, stuffing my face with filet mignon and hand-feeding the little guy. Why'd I do it? I don't know. I've always liked dogs, and in this fucked-up world, anything that reminds me of the old days is worth hanging on to. Could be that's why I pick up baseball cards whenever I find them. Got me a good collection going at this point. Joe turned out to be a tough little runt, and it wasn't long before we hit the road. With few exceptions, the dogs I'd run into were skittish, emaciated, and struggling to cope with the new way of things. They were pets that had to figure out how to fend for themselves, as well as how to avoid becoming someone's dinner. Joe number 4 was different. Early on, I noticed his tail stiffening when he smelled zombies. He'd get low on his haunches and growl to let me know something was around. Saved my neck more than a few times. Some of these undead bastards can be stealthy when they want to, and then they rush you, all claws and teeth and bad breath. Yeah, Joe's definitely a good boy. If I timed it right, and with the zombies distracted by the change in light, I could clear a path with a shotgun and then let Joe loose. If I could push him through the window, he'd be okay. I still had a few rounds for the 9mm, so I could buy him time if I needed to and still jump in right after him. I ran my fingers through his dense fur while he rested his head on my lap. We had a chance, and if things went tits up, at least one of us would make it out. The moans on the other side of the door ceased for a second, and I heard a series of crashes downstairs. The zombies let out high-pitched howls. My skin crawled. There was only one thing that would cause that reaction. Glowies. When President Warren addressed the American people for the last time, she told the nation that the epidemic had reached critical mass. She'd authorized nuclear strikes on our own soil as a last-ditch effort to stop the infection. In her address, she gave us a detailed description of the fungus, its effects, and told us that the United States would endure somehow. I don't think she really believed that one. She's still trying to hold the country together from somewhere on the East Coast, but cities that survived, mostly intact, closed themselves in and now operate as autonomous city-states. Seattle, Las Vegas, Oklahoma City, Boston. They call their own shots now. Radiation sickness became as big a problem as the OU pathogen. That's the zombie fungus. After the nukes hit, and not for the reasons you might think. How can something that's already dead die from radiation exposure? It can't. It doesn't. It changes into something else. That leads us to the Glowies. Glowies don't really glow, but their eyes have this purplish hue that you'd swear cast its own light. Some people call them muties, reavers, or ghouls. The more religiously inclined call them Nephilim. I call them a huge pain in the ass. They're about 30% bigger than your average zombie and need inordinate amounts of food to sustain their faster metabolisms. They don't care what they eat, up to and including your garden variety zombies. They do love fresh meat, though, and when they get hold of a human or an animal, they pin it down and take their sweet time eating the screaming victim. When they eat a zombie, they just shred it to pieces. So imagine my surprise when I heard their distinct hissing cries. I knew that I was definitely saving a bullet for myself if my escape plan backfired. The pressure on the door eased for a moment as the zombies scrambled. This was our chance to make a run for it. I gathered what little strength I had left and removed my hasty barricade, and then I opened the door and 4 zombies rushed in. It wasn't as many as I'd expected. Joe and I ran outside and locked them in. Ha! See how they liked it. 3 more garden variety zombies clawed at the small window that overlooked the front yard. Joe took one down, clamping his massive jaws on the back of its skull and squashing it like a tomato. I lifted the 9mm, aimed it at the head of another zombie, and fired. Miss. I fired again. Miss. Shit. I holstered the gun and just clubbed the thing to permadeath with the pry bar. By this time, Joe had the 3rd zombie's neck in his jaws. He tore the throat open, then severed the spinal cord with a violent shake of his head. I don't know where he learned that, but it works as well as a bullet to the skull. The zombie stopped moving and stared at us with cloudy eyes. She was a young girl of about 14, wearing a Beatles t-shirt, green shorts, and a single pink bunny slipper. A battle raged on downstairs, and the sounds of a feeding frenzy reached us loud and clear. I was out of breath, but I opened the window as quickly as I could. Then, without ceremony, I picked up Joe and shoved him outside. This sounds easier than it was. Joe's as big as a truck, and I almost passed out from the exertion. The window was right above the front porch, so it wouldn't be a big jump down to the ground. Joe waited for me while I pushed my pack through and squeezed myself out after it. He bared his teeth in my direction, and I turned just in time to see a Glowy bounding up the stairs. Dark blood ran down from its mouth. I grabbed my gun, fired, and hit it in the shoulder. It staggered back, but the blow hadn't been enough to knock it down. What I wouldn't give for a 45 ACP. I pulled the trigger again, and this time I hit it under the eye. The Glowy was huge, and I felt real pangs of panic that it was going to have me as a canapé despite the shot. But it stumbled and fell down after 2 clumsy steps. Frankly, I was a little surprised. Forget what you've seen in movies. Headshots aren't easy, less so on a moving target, and I could barely hold the gun up as it was. I realized then that I only had 1 round left, the one with my initials on it. Super. I'd bought myself time, though, and so I crouched on the porch roof beside Joe and took a moment to gather myself. The sun peeked over the horizon, and the roof was slippery from morning dew. I didn't want to fall and break my neck after all the shit I'd been through. Finally, I shoved Joe over the edge and onto a flower bed. He yelped, of course, the big baby. I dropped my pack and jumped after him. Then I peered inside the house through an open window and had a brain fart. There was my crossbow, sitting pretty where I'd left it the night before, next to the coffee table. The body of the little girl was gone. I could make it, I told myself. I really could. Joe looked at me with a cocked head and incredulous eyes. I have to get it back. You know how much that thing's worth? Yes, I remember what happened last night. Don't be chicken. Bark, 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 I replied. He hated it when I made chicken noises at him. I crawled to the front door and poked my head inside. It was empty except for a Glowy disemboweling a zombie. I grabbed the crossbow bolt from Joe's harness and sprinted the 10 or so feet to the Glowy, where I stabbed it in the back of the neck at the base of the skull. It slumped forward without making a sound. I grabbed my bow and backed away with deliberate steps, then closed the front door quietly behind me. Glowys are bad news, but they can be killed like any other zombie if you know where to aim. Okay, maybe that was a little dumb, I told Joe. He just turned around and loped off towards the SUV. He can be dense like that sometimes. I ran, stumbled, after him, and unlocked the rear hatch. We hopped in and I closed the door, then tore open a bottle of water. I poured some in Joe's dish and gulped down the rest. And I'll tell you, I cannot properly describe the feeling of bliss I felt when that cool liquid hit my throat. I don't remember ever drinking something as exquisite and heavenly as that lukewarm bottle of water. After downing a 4th bottle, I figured we might as well get a move on. If there was one zombie pack roaming around, there were bound to be others. See, sometimes large colonies of zombies break off into smaller groups to look for food. And we now had Glowys to deal with. But first, I had to do something about the mind-numbing pain in my hand. I uncorked a bottle of rum and poured as much as I could stand on the stump of my finger. I swear the wound hissed when alcohol hit flesh. I banged my head against the side of the SUV to distract myself from the agony, and when I could, I rewrapped my hand with gauze and popped a handful of painkillers into my mouth. My stomach growled, reminding me we hadn't had anything to eat for a full day. I unwrapped 2 protein bars then, and was tempted to eat both myself and give Joe the friggin' sardines. But he looked at me with those sad puppy eyes. I hate that look. Fine, here you go. But next time you have to carry the backpack. He barked at me. Big deal you got 2 zombies. Did you not see me take out 2 friggin' Glowys? I replied. He let out a long whine. Luck? You don't know what you're... Luck? Just take the damn bar, I said, more than offended at his insinuation. I climbed over the seats to get to the driver's side. Joe didn't follow me to take his usual spot on the passenger seat, preferring to sulk and take a nap on his blanket in the back. I started the engine and, with a huge sigh of relief, headed towards Rivet City. Chapter 4. On the Road Again. City is too grandiose a name for what's basically a suburban neighborhood encircled by a 6-foot makeshift metal fence. It's been built up over the years, and what started as a chain-link fence, repurposed from people's yards, has been reinforced with plywood, scraps of metal, old tires, and the side of a school bus. One section even has pieces of the fuselage from an old Cessna. The rivets aren't even rivets, but whatever screws and nails people scrounge together to hold the thing up. Joe thinks it's mostly put together with bubblegum. I think he's right. But hey, it keeps the zombies out and the people in. I've heard that the former neighborhood on the outskirts of Bozeman, Montana, was once heaven on earth. The small subdivision had been a quiet oasis outside the city, with duck ponds, fruit trees, and hiking trails that led to lush hills. I've had to take the people at their word because the place looks like a shantytown. Only the burned-out husks of trees remain outside, the ponds are dry, and the surrounding hills are covered in nothing but dead grass. Sure, there's occasional electricity, and more often than not, running water, but the last few years have taken a toll on the people and their neighborhood, and it's not like you can just go to Walmart anymore to buy a can of paint, or, God forbid, deodorant. I slowed the SUV as I approached the main gate and honked twice. Louie waved me through, the big idiot. He didn't even bother to check the car. "Hey, Jeremiah," he said, pulling his baseball cap off and scratching his balding head as I pulled up to him. "We were expecting you last night." "Got into a little trouble. No biggie," I said, even though in fact it was a biggie. "Jimmy wants a word with you." He sounded almost apologetic. "I'll go see him as soon as I drop some things off at Jenny's." "Sure thing. Hey, did you find any?" I gave him a broad smile in spite of the throbbing pain in my hand. Then I called Joe over to the passenger seat and removed the can of sardines from the pouch in his harness. "Almost used them for survival rations, and they are my very favorite food. But a promise is a promise," I said. I tossed the can at Louie, and his face lit up in anticipation. "Oh, man, you're the best, Jay." He dug in his jacket and handed me a small bag with 8 rounds of .22 LR ammo. We agreed on 12 rounds per can. "Right, sorry, I must have forgot. Here." He handed me 4 loose rounds with an apologetic smile. "Thanks, Louie. Let me know if you want anything else. I'll be making another run in a few days. Keep up the good work on the tight security." Next, I drove on to Jenny's, Rivet City's combination dispensary/kitchen/warehouse, ran by a buxom redhead named, you guessed it, Jenny. I took the usual shortcut across the Williams' front yard. They hated that. Rivet City had been my home for the last 3 months, and I'd spent most of that time dealing with their self-righteous bullshit. It's the small victories that count, you know? "Well, I never," Mrs. Williams yelled at me from her living room window. I waved and blew her a kiss. I stopped the car in front of Jenny's hand-painted sign and checked myself in the rearview mirror. Louis told me that before Deadbreak, Jenny played Division I volleyball. I could see that. It'd be a good sport for someone with legs a mile long. I straightened my hair and checked my breath by blowing into my hand. Not too bad, considering. I opened the door and nearly fell on my face as Joe trampled me over. He headed straight to the kitchen for the treats that he knew waited for him. Meanwhile, I grabbed up my heavy pack and walked after him. Jenny's reminded me of an Old West general store. She had a medicine counter against one wall, racks filled with supplies against another, and a desk where she worked in the off hours against the back wall. She'd written tonight's special on a large blackboard hanging by the front door: rabbit stew and yams. "You keep spoiling him like that and he won't be much good to me anymore," I said, watching the spectacle in front of me. Joe was on his back, paws up and tongue lolling to the side as Jenny knelt next to him and scratched his belly. "Who's a good boy? Who's a good little boy?" she cooed. Man, she was a looker. Curly red hair, the cutest freckles you've ever seen, and piercing green eyes that could make you dizzy. "Whoa, you look like crap," she greeted me. I replied, trying not to blush. "Yeah, I could be a really smooth talker sometimes." She walked over to me with pretty deliberate steps when she noticed my bandaged hand. "Let me see." She unwrapped the bandages with ease, doing a poor job of hiding her concern. The worried frown was a dead giveaway. "It's just a little nick," I told her. "I'll be fine." Truth, I thought I was going to faint and felt like throwing up. "Yeah, we'll see about that." "Oh my God!" She covered her mouth in that way girls do when they see a mangled hand. "Quinn, bring me alcohol and boil a pot of water. And bring me gunpowder." She put her hand on my cheek. It smelled like fresh strawberries. "You're not going to like this." No, I didn't like it. After she cleaned the stump with alcohol and trimmed off the loose skin with a scalpel, she dipped what remained of my finger in gunpowder and set it alight. I thought it'd hurt when I'd cut it off, but that was nothing compared to the searing pain of fire consuming the last of my nerve endings. Of course, I acted like it was no big deal, since, yeah, that's what I usually do when I cut off a finger. I set it on fire. I wish I could do better, but I don't have any sutures, and I wanted to close the wound quickly. At the very least, I can give you painkillers and antibiotics. What the hell happened? I gave her the abbreviated version, and her eyes went wide. "Oh, God, you could be infected. We need to get you to quarantine." "It's been over 12 hours, Jenny. If I was infected, I would have eaten Joe already." "We should keep an eye on you anyway." She placed a hand on my forehead. "See, you're burning up, and we don't know if the pathogen is mutated. Maybe the incubation period has changed and the symptoms take—" "I'm fine, really. Listen, if we find out I'm infected, you have my permission to shoot me in the head. Joe here's my witness. Just don't do it before I get a chance to eat Jimmy's brains. Don't be dense. This is serious. I want you to check in with me in the morning." "So, like a date then?" She crossed her arms. Those piercing green eyes narrowed in my direction. Kidding, I said. I opened my pack, looking for a way to change the subject. "I got the stuff you asked for. Cost me an arm and a leg." I winked, and she tried very hard not to grin. "Diapers, a can of formula, and a bottle of children's cough syrup. And," I dug a little deeper, "I got you a little something." I pulled out a large Hershey bar with a flourish and punctuated it with "Ta-da!" And yeah, I know what you're thinking. I could have eaten the chocolate bar when Joe and I were trapped in that upstairs room. Well, Joe can't eat chocolate, and I didn't want to eat something that would dehydrate me even more. So there you have it. "You didn't," she said in a weak voice, but then she snatched the bar from me with feline quickness. She looked around to make sure there were no prying eyes, then stuffed it in her dirty coveralls. Her voice took on a serious tone. "What do you want for it?" I was a little taken aback. "It's a gift, Jenny. I don't want anything for it." "Jeez." Her expression turned sour and she pursed her lips. "I'm sorry, Jay. I've lost all manners. Thank you. This is very sweet of you." Don't mention it. Those diapers, though." She nodded and walked around the counter. She pulled out her keys and unlocked the medicine cabinet that hung on the wall above her desk, and I smacked my lips when she returned with a bottle of 18-year-old Macallan. It was only a third full, but I wasn't complaining. "We square?" she asked. "We're square. Hey, thanks for the—" I waved my bandaged hand. She tucked a strand of scarlet hair behind her ear. "Keep it clean, and don't do anything stupid with that bottle, like mixing it with painkillers." "No problemo." I gave her a hug that was longer than etiquette dictated. Thankfully, she extricated herself before things got too awkward. For her. She gave me a friendly shove in return. "Get out. I have work to do." My next stop was Jimmy's office. Even though I wanted to hit the sack for a week straight, it was better to get whatever it was he wanted out of the way. Jimmy was the town's mayor, and he'd had a bug up his ass since I first met him. I have no doubts that the pompous ass was a politician or a bureaucrat before the zombification of America, but I'll give him his due. He got his people organized, and they'd managed to make it this far in the apocalypse, so he couldn't be all that bad. Joe and I stopped to chat with our fellow Rivet City dwellers on our way to the mayor's office, and more than one slipped me a note with special requests. We'd haggle over prices at dinner once I had a chance to look them over. Soon enough, though, I walked into Jimmy's office, the living room of a vacant house, without knocking. He hated that. "I heard you wanted to talk to me." He looked up from his desk. "Jeremiah fucking Reed. Thanks for finally showing up." "I got delayed. What can I do for you, Your Eminence?" He hated when I called him that, too. "You and I had a deal. In exchange for food and shelter, you'd get us the things we need to keep this place running. I've kept my end of the bargain, but you haven't. Either do your job or get the hell out. We made it just fine before you showed up, in case that's not clear." He walked over to face me. Jimmy was a good head shorter than me, and bags of skin hung loose from his jowls. He considered himself a snappy dresser and made every effort to keep his hands and hair perfectly manicured. Now he hooked his thumb in his vest pocket, a posture I'd seen him take when he flaunted his position. He looked ridiculous. "The hell I haven't. I'm the one keeping Jenny stocked with food and medicine, and let's not even talk about all the seeds I got for the orchard. You want to send Louie back out there? Be my guest. And before you bring them up, Bill and Scooter are too busy out douchebagging each other that they still haven't got the supplies Jenny asked for, so I had to do it. I told you 3 weeks ago that we need a replacement water pump for the well, and you've found jack shit. You think water pumps are just lying around? I've gone out every day for the past 2 weeks looking for your stupid pump. Have you tried the hardware store downtown?" "No, because I'm not a moron." Okay, I am a moron, but he didn't need to know that. "The military closed off the town to trap the zombies, and guess what, genius? It worked. Those streets are chock full of things that want nothing better than to eat my eyeballs. Here's the deal. You have 3 days to get me that water pump or you're out." This ass clown. I clenched my fists and swallowed my pride. I needed time to gather supplies before I'd be ready to get back on the road. I didn't really think he'd kick me out, and it's not like I'd just leave on his say-so, but it'd be best if we at least remained cordial. "Fine, but I want 50 rounds of 9mm ammo. You think this is Walmart? Find your own ammo." "I'm dry, and without ammo for my SIG, there's no way this is happening. Besides, you've been hoarding shitloads of ammunition for your strategic reserve, so yeah, you might as well be fucking Walmart." 20 rounds. 40. You want that pump or not? Done. But you head out tomorrow." Idiot. I'd wanted 20 rounds all along. I almost walked away on that note, but my conscience chimed in. "Listen, Jimmy, I ran into a pack of Glowys this morning. It might be a good idea to beef up security just in case." He looked mildly alarmed at this news, at least. "You sure?" "Yeah, I took 2 of them down over by Forest Grove." "Bullshit. You didn't kill 2 Glowys by yourself." "Well, Joe helped a little." "Actually, no, he just got in the way. Anyway, I did kill 2 Glowys, but I counted at least 3 more. They could be part of a large pack." "Thanks. I'll bring it up at tonight's council meeting." I think it pained him to thank me for anything. I walked out of Jimmy's office with my 9mm ammo and headed straight to my condo. Well, maybe not a condo in the strictest sense. It was more like a converted garage next to a burnt-out house. But I did have a small patio and 2 potted ferns by the door. I removed the padlock from the garage door and dropped my things on the floor. Jimmy didn't know this, but I'd been scouting downtown Bozeman for weeks. Since I was short of ammo, I was just biding my time while I built up a reserve. There were 2 locations in particular I wanted to check out, and after the many weeks of scouting them, it was time to put thoughts to action. Truth was, I'd found a water pump days ago too, but he also didn't need to know that. And before you ask, no, Rivet City wasn't in any danger. The well had a manual pump that worked just fine, thank you very much. Jimmy just liked to throw his weight around. I think he felt threatened by me. Can't say that I blame him, since I'm a pretty cool dude. I sat on my bunk, and before I realized it, I was face down on my pillow. I don't even remember falling asleep. I woke up to the sultry sound of Rita Hayworth's voice as she kissed me. I reached for her neck. It was furry. I opened my eyes to find Joe slobbering all over my face and shoving his tongue down my throat. I'd missed getting him his dinner. "Get the hell off me, you pervert!" He didn't budge, so I shoved him off. It felt like someone was drilling inside my head with a jackhammer. I rubbed my temple, only to realize I'd used my injured hand, and with that I squealed as pain shot up my arm. "God damn it!" The bottle of Macallan waved me over, but tempting as it was, I had other plans for it. Well, maybe just a little sip. I gave Joe the last can of cat food, popped a handful of painkillers, and changed into clean clothes. Hey, I might as well look respectable. Dinner in Rivet City was a communal affair, with everybody gathering round to talk current events and shoot the breeze. Some townsfolk, like the Williams, preferred to eat alone, and that was fine. But the council had strict rules about hoarding food. Not that I listened or cared. For the most part, the 36 people that lived in the little town ate supper together. I loaded my pack with the week's haul and made my way over to Jenny's. It was the second Saturday of the month, market night. Every month, the neighbors set up tables on the main drag to do a bit of trading. Scavenged supplies, homemade desserts, hand-knitted clothing, or whatever they'd scrounged up along those lines. It was actually kind of fun. Not to butter my own biscuit either, but my little table was highly sought after. Bill and Scooter, the other 2 scavengers in town, never ventured far, and they liked to stay away from the hot spots in general. That's where the good stuff was, though, in the places where the great zombie herds roamed wild and free. The aroma of rabbit stew wafting from the kitchen made me pick up the pace. Joe had already bolted forward. As usual, Jenny had set up an outdoors dining area in her backyard, and because it was market night, Jimmy had given the okay to turn on the generators and power the string lights hanging above the tables. It gave the place a pretty festive atmosphere, actually. I got in line for the buffet table, eyeing Joe as he devoured the bowl of food that Jenny had set aside for him. He'd think I was starving him to death or something. I was pretty sure he'd come after my food next. "Hey, Jay, how did it go yesterday?" Bill asked me from behind. I'd smelled him coming before he opened his mouth. I doubt the guy had bothered to bathe in the last month. Scooter and Bill were first-class scumbags. They arrived 3 months ago, about a month after I did, and in that short time managed to skeeve everyone out. The girls in particular. The week before last, I'd seen these guys drive by a helpless couple surrounded by zombies. They had plenty of time to pull over and let them jump in the back of the truck. But the dicks sped up and waved at them. Within seconds, the couple was surrounded by a mob and screaming in agony as the zombies tore at their flesh. I made it just in time to put the poor souls out of their misery. I confronted Bill and Scooter that night for being pieces of shit, but they claimed the couple was already infected. Bullshit. Jimmy separated us before things escalated. We'd had an uneasy truce since then, but I treaded carefully around them. "Not too bad," I shrugged at him. "Found an undisturbed cul-de-sac," I said. "Along with a hunter pack of Glowies," I didn't add. "You should check it out. I'll give you directions." "Cool, thanks for the tip." Sucker. Mrs. Blake ladled stew into my bowl, and little Nick, her son, handed me a paper plate with a biscuit and yams. The biscuit looked like it was petrified, but I told myself that once I dipped it in warm stew, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. I found an empty chair at the end of a small, rickety table and proceeded to emulate Joe in scarfing my meal down. The buzz of friendly conversation hovered over the gathering as everyone ate, and I felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving my neighbors. Sure, I hated a couple of them, but most of them treated me with kindness and had been quick to welcome me into the fold. I looked up from the bowl when I smelled fresh strawberries. Jenny had taken the seat opposite mine. "Hey," she said. "Hey," I replied. I had a mouthful of rock biscuit, and she gave me a chastising glare. I swallowed, no easy feat, and washed down the sand-like crumbs with a gulp of water. "Sorry," I said, making sure pieces of biscuit wouldn't fly out of my mouth and take out someone's eye. She waved the apology away and dug into her bowl. We sat quiet-like for a few minutes, and I didn't mind. I wanted to apologize for earlier, she said, stabbing at a yam with a plastic spork. Usually, when a man gives me a gift, they expect something in return, and you caught me off guard. Sorry if I was being a bitch. She kinda had been. No, don't say that, I replied. It didn't come across that way, at all. She smiled in a seductive way, not, and pulled a small bundle from her purse. I made something for you. Surprised, I took the package and unwrapped it with anticipation. A knot formed in my throat when I opened the small box. She'd made a small, heart-shaped silver pendant with the letters P and J engraved into each half, the halves separated into 2 pendants. I had an ounce of silver clay I'd been saving, and I wanted to make a small gift for you and your daughter. I heard you're going to leave soon. I nodded, unable to form any words. I missed my daughter so much it hurt. My wife and I decided to head for Vermont the very night of what later became known as the Warren Address. I'd already seen neighbors keel over and die on the sidewalk only to rise minutes later. Well, some stayed dead. The OU pathogen failed to reanimate 20% of the population. I'd planned a route that would take us away from heavily congested areas, but I wasn't the only one with that idea. It was midnight, and we'd just crossed the border into Nevada when I had to veer off the road to avoid a car pileup. I told my wife to stay in the car and lock the doors as I left to investigate, shotgun in hand. I knew that infected people attacked on sight, so the ghoulish moans I heard coming from the crash site put me on edge even before I saw anything. I crept closer, shining my flashlight on an overturned sedan. The 4 passengers were moving, strapped in by their seatbelts and very obviously undead. The driver's face was already chewed off from the eyebrows to the lower lip, so you can imagine my surprise when he turned his head towards me and growled. I jumped back, startled. A high-pitched scream pierced the night then, and my heart threatened to beat out of my chest. I'd heard that scream once before, when our building had collapsed around us. I heard 3 shots in quick succession. I ran. Another shot. 4 infected lay on the ground, and 3 more were clawing around inside the passenger window of our car. They'd somehow managed to break the glass. I fired the shotgun, but the birdshot had little effect at that range. One of them turned towards me. I kept running at the thing. I fired again and blew its face off. It fell to its knees and stopped moving. The driver's side door opened and my wife fell out. She tried to crawl away from the car, but I could tell something was wrong. I was just steps away from the other 2 zombies and unloaded on them. Pump, shoot, pump, shoot, pump, shoot. All that remained of them were scattered bits of flesh by the time I was done. My wife was still breathing when I got to her, but I knew it wouldn't be for long. A sizable chunk of her right shoulder was missing, as well as part of a forearm. I placed her head on my lap and stroked her blood-matted hair. Jeremiah, you have to find our little girl. Promise me. I will, honey, I said. My tears broke up into tiny droplets on the dusty road. I'm going to see you both again, but not too soon. She smiled. It's a date, I said. When she lost consciousness, I pulled out my gun and shot the love of my life in the head. I stayed with her for hours, rocking her and telling her how much I loved her. I waited until after dawn to dig her grave. She loved the sunrise, and I wanted her to see it one last time. 4 months later, I limped into my in-laws' farm in Vermont. I was disheveled and hungry and had lost about 30 pounds, but at that moment nothing else mattered but seeing what was inside that farmhouse. The house was deserted, though, and it looked like it had been ransacked. I tried not to panic. I looked for a message, a clue, anything that would tell me what had happened to my little Penny. I found it in the garage, spray-painted on the wall. J&J. Look for us in FMP GA. Find the Commodore. M&D. The message was for us. Ted, my father-in-law, had taken Penny to Fort McPherson, Georgia. Ted had regaled me with stories of his army buddy, Colonel James Commodore Ritchie, and he'd known I'd remember. They'd served together in the stands and remained close. I knew exactly what he meant with his abbreviation soon as I saw it. When I made it to Fort McPherson 3 months later, the place was in ruins, and the burned-out hulks of army vehicles littered the roads. Hardly a building was left standing except for the chapel, which was locked from the outside. I didn't feel like asking why. I had no idea where the colonel lived, but I wasn't about to give up. I started at the front gate and checked every single house and building. 2/3 of the way through, I came upon a tipped-over mailbox with the name Richie stenciled across it. I ran over to the house and burst inside like a madman. The decomposed bodies of people and zombies formed a grotesque tableau in the living room and kitchen. Caked-in blood stained the walls and curtains. My heart sank. I searched for my baby and my in-laws among the bodies, and I found Ted upstairs. His right hand was missing as well as his left ear. He died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The body of my mother-in-law lay a few feet away. In his good hand, Ted clutched a note. I almost had to snap his fingers off to read it. "It's all gone. The country I bled for is dead, but I trust in our Lord that with people like the two of you we will rebuild again. I love you both so very much. James took my penny on the last flight to Pearl. Find them, and tell my girls Papa loves them very much." I folded the note and put it in my back pocket. That was 3 years ago, and I've been trying to find a way to get to Hawaii ever since. I chased every rumor of working airports, traveled to the radioactive wasteland of San Diego, tried entering the fortified gates of Washington, D.C., and drove all along the West Coast looking for a boat in endless deserted marinas. Anyone who had the means had already left the mainland. I ended up in Montana, looking for an airplane pilot who allegedly took on passengers every couple of months. He had a Gulfstream jet that belonged to his former boss and had access to a fuel bunker. I found him all right, decomposing in the seat of an ancient 2-seater prop plane that was patched in 100 places. The latest rumor is that the government in Seattle is finally allowing traffic in and out of the harbor, and you can hire a boat there. For the right price. Problem is, I need a lot of gold if I'm about to have any chance at hiring a captain who's willing to take me that far. Seattle is a fortress, but the roads leading to the walled city are teeming with infected, bandits, and worse, so it's not a trip to be taken lightly. The Concerned Citizens Brigade controls large swaths of the Northwest, and they take children for slaves, women for wives, and kill men on sight. Allegedly. They're basically a gang of convicts and thugs with a stupid name, but they've built up a reputation. Jenny touched my hand. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Sorry, I was just reminiscing. Yeah, just need to tie up a few loose ends, then I'll be heading west. Let me know if you need anything, okay?" She patted my hand and got up, throwing me a sideways wave as she walked away. I tried not to stare at the way her summer dress swayed with each step. I failed. Chapter 5. Luck be a lady. I set up my folding table next to Ned, an old war vet who whittled the most amazing wooden figures you've ever seen. He had this chess set I'd been keeping an eye on, but he was asking for a universal solar charger in trade. Come on, though. For a solar charger, I'd want the chess set and a wooden pipe with a pouch of tobacco. We'd get there after some good old-fashioned haggling. I arrayed my wares in neat rows and sat back to await my customers. I even pulled out a few things I'd held back in reserve. I traded Mr. Johnson a brand-new can of shaving cream and a razor blade for 7 rounds of .22, 6 rounds of 9mm, and a box of waterproof matches. After a good back-and-forth, I traded Miguel and Tyler, the resident teenage heartthrobs, a half-used tube of hair gel, a bottle of Old Spice body spray, and a bar of soap, in exchange for their Gerber tomahawk. They got the better end of the deal, but they were good kids, and they'd come along on a couple of milk runs with me. Mrs. Goldstein went home with a box of detergent and a bottle of mouthwash, in exchange for a whetstone that had belonged to her late husband. And so it went. I traded off toothpaste, hand sanitizer, baby wipes, shampoo, salt, pepper, and even instant noodles. I was out of merchandise in just over an hour, and had my kit back up to respectable levels as a result. And the knitted cap with cat ears I'd gotten from Mrs. Blake was a big get. I looked great in it, too. With winter coming, I'd put it to good use. Still, there was one person I'd been waiting for, and when he came over, I had my spiel ready. No matter how I felt about him, business was business. "Looks like another good day for you, Jeremiah," Jimmy said as he inspected what was left on the table, a used hairbrush, a bottle of makeup remover, and a box of Kleenex. "Not too bad," I replied with a shrug. "I'm kind of saving the good stuff for private trading." I hoped I wasn't being too coy. "Yeah, like what?" "Jimmy, I'm not sure you have what I'm looking for." "If you say so," he replied, and began to walk away. I realized I was going to lose him, so I pulled out the half-filled bottle of scotch. I'd cut it with cheap whiskey and a dash of moonshine. Don't judge me. I uncorked it, and the distinctive popping sound perked up his ears. "Whoa, what have you got there?" What a stooge. 18-year-old McAllen, a little nightcap after an honest day's work. "You willing to trade for it?" I frowned and scratched my chin stubble with a lazy finger. I hadn't thought about it. Maybe. "How about half a pack of smokes? You know how hard they are to find nowadays." 10 cigarettes for aged single malt scotch? Seriously, Jimmy. Okay. 15 cigarettes and 2 extra ration cards. I shook my head with a bemused smile. I opened my pack and pulled out a brand-new, unopened carton of Marlboros and a tin of chewing tobacco. When I placed them on the table, his eyes popped out of their sockets. "I'll trade you the carton, the chew, and the scotch for 2 cases of ammo." "You know I can't do that," he whispered, but his eyes cast lustful glances at the whiskey. I nodded, considering. "I know you can, Jimmy, but I'll sweeten the pot only because I'm not really a smoker." I reached inside my jacket and produced 2 cigars, still in their cellophane wrappers. I swear Jimmy almost fainted. "How about it?" I asked. 1 case of 22 and 1 case of 12-gauge buckshot," he replied in a low voice. "Throw in a box of 9mm. Deal. Come by my office in an hour." Jimmy walked off in a hurry. I tried not to smile. I took a sip from my hip flask, filled with 25-year-old single malt, pulled out a cigar from my other pocket, lit it, and enjoyed 15 minutes of bliss. I scanned the darkened streets through my night vision scope, leaning out from the corner of a brick building that used to be a bank. The sun had set, and the zombies gathered in groups. Nighttime was the best time to sneak around zombies, when they huddled to conserve energy. My target was the jewelry store across the street. The windows looked undamaged, and I hoped I'd have better luck there. The other stores in town had nothing but that hippie, sustainable jewelry that had been popular before hell froze over. As you would imagine, Deadbreak brought out the worst and best in people, and looting was rampant in the days following the attacks. The hardest hit places were malls, electronics stores, jewelers, and banks, until people realized they couldn't eat money or their brand-new paper-thin trademark televisions. I'd been worried the same thing would have happened here, but downtown Bozeman was in pretty good shape. I was casing the jewelry store because I wanted to make sure I had enough hard currency for the trip to Seattle. A pack of cigarettes and a can of deodorant weren't going to cut it. I scratched Joe behind the ears as I watched. He was restless. "It's okay, boy, we'll be going soon." Main Street was quite the popular zombie gathering spot, and packs of zombies paced up and down. When I thought it was safe, I sprinted across and took position in the store's doorsill. I scanned left, right, and called Joe. He knew the drill. We'd been doing this for a while. It looked like my plan would pay off. During the day, zombies hunted for food, but they huddled together at night. I'd noticed that their bodies begin to decompose if they haven't fed in more than a few days. Their movement slows, and they're much easier to permakill. The colony in downtown Bozeman hadn't had anything to eat in weeks, if not months. It's the reason I'd chosen this town in the first place. I'd planned on camping on the outskirts before I ran into Louis, and he invited me to Rivet City. He'd been on one of his scavenging runs and had climbed up on a hunting tower to get away from a pack of zombies. Joe and I heard the commotion and lent him a hand. It was a stroke of luck for both of us. Sleeping outdoors sucks. It's fun when camping with friends, but a total drag when it's the end of the world. I tried the doorknob. Locked. A side door was also locked. For a second, I thought about breaking a window, but then realized I didn't want to commit suicide by zombie. I looked around and found an awning that would let me climb onto the roof. "Joe, hide." He took off and curled up behind a trash can. I made sure my weapons were secure, didn't want to jingle and call undue attention to myself, and climbed up on the awning, using an overturned trash can as a stepping stool. One thing I'll say about being on the road is that I was in the best shape of my life. I'd gotten pretty good at finding food these last couple of years, so I wasn't starving to death like most people. I pulled out my folding grappling hook and threw it on the roof. I hooked it in the first try. Even with the bum hand, I made it up on the roof in less than a minute. I found a way in through an exhaust vent that popped off without much effort. So far, so good. I climbed down through the vent, doing my best not to clatter all over the place, and found myself standing on a drop ceiling. I popped a panel open and saw that the whole place was wired with alarms. Good thing electricity stopped flowing years ago. I poked my head through to take a look. I was above a small office that had been turned into a bedroom. I saw a cookpot, an old mattress, and a number of empty cans. The rotisserie squirrel on a stick told me that someone had been there recently. That could spell trouble. I waited for a few minutes more, but heard nothing except the sound of the wind buffeting against the windows. Well, I hadn't gotten all dressed up for nothing. I dropped down from the ceiling with tactical precision, meaning I twisted an ankle and knocked the cookpot and everything else off the table as I tried to break my fall. I pulled out my gun and waited for the zombies to come crashing through the windows. But nothing happened. At that point, I holstered my gun, remembered to breathe, and put some weight on the ankle. It stung a little, but it was fine. I took out my LED flashlight to get a better look at the place. Yeah, someone lived here, but they'd left in a hurry. The squirrel was still warm, so I took a bite. Not bad, actually. I tasted a slight hint of cilantro and lime that gave it a Tex-Mex flair. I'd write it in my journal under recipes. I'd been working on a post-apocalyptic cookbook, and this would be a good one for the chapter on Latin food. It would need a jalapeno reduction and some additional seasoning, but it was a solid second course. I opened the door and walked into the store. 2 jewelry cases were shattered, but most of the jewelry was intact. Handwritten notes with crude drawings lay scattered on the shelves like IOUs. Interesting. I shone the light around, looking for the door that opened to the side street. When I opened it, Joe ran over to me, ears down and tail stiff. He must have been getting antsy. "Get in here, you stupid mutt. What took you so long?" He walked inside and growled. "Oh, yeah? I'll have you know that I almost broke an ankle, thanks for asking. And no, zombies weren't this close to eating you." I opened my backpack and got busy. I grabbed necklaces, diamond rings, bracelets, pendants, and gemstones. In 10 minutes, I'd filled up my pack and Joe's harness to overflowing. I moved on to an office near the entrance. It looked much the same as the first one, except for the massive desk and half-opened safe. Huh. In the safe, I found 3 Rolex watches, which I took. But what really caught my eye were the dolls and the princess tea set shoved in the back. I rifled through the desk drawers, but didn't find anything of value, just a bunch of receipts and office supplies. The large bottom drawer, however, held a briefcase. I placed it on the desk and unlatched the clasps. Inside, I found manila folders, business cards, and a black velvet bag. I opened the bag, and my heart did a cartwheel. Diamonds of every size and shape shone like tiny stars against an azure sky. Holy cow, jackpot. I froze when I heard the unmistakable sound of whimpers from behind a large armchair in the corner. Shit, shit, shit. I looked over at Joe, who just sat there. I pulled out my gun. "Come on out of there." The whimper became a sob. "I'm not going to hurt you," I said. "Look, I'm putting the gun away." A tentative, thin and pale face peeked out. "You like dogs?" I asked. "Joe, come here. Do a trick." The face belonged to a young girl. She had long, matted blonde hair and wide, misty eyes. "That's right. Come on out," I said. And that's when I blew it. I reached out and the girl let out a blood-curdling scream that echoed across the store. Not 2 seconds later, I heard the otherworldly shriek of zombies. Joe bared his teeth. Fuck me upside down. "We gotta go now!" I took a giant step and grabbed the girl by the collar, lifting her off the ground. She screamed again. She must have weighed all of 60 pounds because I had no trouble hefting her over my shoulder. You didn't think I'd leave her there, right? I ran out of the office with the girl in a fireman's carry, only to find a mob of zombies trying to smash the windows. The little girl struggled to get free, but I held her in an iron grip. I ran over to the side door and kicked it open. 2 zombies tried to rush in, but Joe was on them like white on rice, or green on zombies, whatever. I pulled out my gun and fired. I hit one in the chest and blew the kneecap off the other. That one wouldn't be chasing us. Joe looked at me with indignation. That second bullet had hit just millimeters above his head. "We'll talk about it later. Go!" I made a beeline for Main Street and took a quick right. The zombies that had been smashing against the window followed us at a trot, but another group headed straight for us. I was going to need both hands for this. I put the girl down, and she tried to bolt as expected. I'd held on. "Do you want to be eaten by zombies?" I asked her in an ominous tone. She shook her head. I unslung my shotgun and flipped the safety. "Hop on my back, and don't let go." I ran towards the group closing in on us. Joe took station behind me. These zombies were slower and clumsier than I was used to, but I quickened my pace anyway. I took a left on Bozeman Avenue as the little girl held on for dear life. A group of 3 zombies ambled towards us. I needed to go straight through them, so I aimed the shotgun low and fired. I sheared the legs off 2 of them. I fired again and knocked one of them back 3 feet. See, contrary to what you may have been told, not every shot has to be between the eyes. If you can cripple, that's a win in my book. I ran right over them, even as they clawed at my ankles. After a few yards, I heard Joe barking behind me and turned. 2 zombies were bum-rushing us, and Joe had gotten a whiff of them. This time I aimed high. I hit one in the shoulder and gave the other a facelift. They staggered, but kept coming. He went after Mr. No-Face, and I shot the other in the leg. By the time I'd chucked the spent shell, Joe was already next to me, having nearly decapitated his own zombie. Next thing I knew it, though, he's lunging past me, barking like a rabid dog. I turned around and found myself face to face with 3 more zombies. I barely had time to smash one's face in with the butt of my shotgun. Crunch. I stepped back, pumped the shotgun, and hit the other at point-blank range. I got a face full of gore for my trouble. The little girl held on tighter and almost strangled me to death. We kept going, and I cursed myself for not parking the car closer. At the time, I hadn't wanted to alert the zombies, but now I felt like an idiot. We ran 2 more blocks before we reached the SUV. I let out a premature sigh of relief, and then 5 more zombies ran past it and headed right for us. Pump, click. Shit, out of ammo. I performed a tactical switch with my Sig Sauer. It wasn't smooth as I would have liked, but I had a little girl riding horsey and was missing a finger on one hand. Bang, bang, bang. I missed every single shot. Nerves. It was nerves. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast, I told myself. Joe was ready to attack, but there were too many, so I held him back. "Joe, stay!" He gave me a look that said, "Well, if you can't hit them, I might as well take care of it myself." I fired again. I got 3 hits in quick succession, but they weren't kill shots. 2 zombies came out of it unscathed altogether. I closed the distance, and now I couldn't miss. I dropped the 2 that were still coming for us. I hit one in the head, got it right between the eyes, pinky swear, and the other where his heart would have been. The impact knocked him into a ditch. 2 of the zombies I'd hit earlier were trying to get up, and I clubbed them with my shotgun. Joe blindsided the 3rd one and severed its spine with a crushing bite. Nearby shrieks reached us. The rest of the colony was coming for us. I threw the little girl in the back seat of the SUV and barely gave Joe time to get in before I peeled off. I had a decision to make. I wanted to check the sporting goods store and police substation half a mile away, but with the little girl in tow, I figured I'd have to come back later. But then I had an epiphany. If there were any infected near the police station, it was very likely they had left, answering the call of their howling brethren at the jewelry store. Maybe this was a golden opportunity. "Hey, honey, what's your name?" I asked, not taking my eyes off the road. Hitting a zombie at high speed is very satisfying, but you can wreck a car that way. She answered between sobs.
Sophie.
Nice to meet you, Sophie. I'm Jeremiah, and this useless mutt is Joe.
Are you going to hurt me?
What? No, of course not. I looked over at Joe, who was covered in blood from head to tail. I didn't look much better. We probably looked worse than the zombies. I wiped my face with a dirty t-shirt. I took a closer look at her. She was waif-thin and wore a dirty pink dress that was a size too small. Her knobby knees and elbows, sunken face and oversized ears gave her an elfish appearance. I smiled when I noticed the many gold bracelets around her wrists, as well as the necklaces around her neck. How old are you?
10. I'll be 11 next month.
She puffed her chest out at this. It was very cute. Will your mom or dad be looking for you? It's not safe to go back there yet, but I'll stay with you until we can figure something out. I'm sure your family will be scared if they come back and you're not there. She shook her head.
It's just me. I've been waiting for my daddy to come back.
What? How long have you been on your own?
I don't know. My daddy hid me in that place a while ago. He said we were going to try to find my uncle's farm in Texas. The ghouls found us and he tried to lead them away. Did my daddy send you?
No, kid. Your daddy is probably a pile of bones in a ditch somewhere. No, honey, he didn't. It must have been tough being by yourself this whole time. You're very brave. She shrugged.
My daddy said that we should only look for food at night, and we always need to be very quiet. I just did what he said.
This kid was tough as nails to have made it this far. I was impressed. The big sporting goods store came into view and I slowed down. I didn't see any movement, but that didn't mean the zombies weren't out there.
He isn't coming, is he?
She asked. I almost didn't answer. No, Sophie, he's not. Stay in the car. Joe's going to keep you company. Do you know how to use a gun? She shook her head in an exaggerated gesture. Oh, well, she'd have time to learn from somebody. I stepped out of the car and Joe tried to follow me. No, stay. Didn't you hear me tell you to keep her company? He wagged his tail and let out a little whimper. How should I know? Play cards with her or something. Tell her about the time your head got stuck in a fence and that zombie almost took a bite out of your tail. Sophie smiled, and I felt a little better about leaving her alone. I knew Joe would take care of her. I reloaded my guns and checked my recently sharpened knife. Then I grabbed an empty duffel bag from the back and locked the SUV. Sophie, if anything happens, anything at all, run down this road as far as it'll take you. You're going to hit a big sign that says Rivet City. Follow the arrows until you reach the gates. Got it? I made my way to the front of the store, and I can't say that I was surprised to see all the windows were shattered. After people realized that their very survival was at stake, hunting and outdoor equipment shops became popular looting stops. I figured it was worth a look anyway. I scanned the mostly empty parking lot. A few cars stared back at me with their busted headlights and cracked windshields. A shopping cart squealed as it rolled towards me. I guessed the wind had pushed it. Satisfied that I was alone, I climbed inside through a large broken window. Glass crunched under my boots and I took a knee. I looked left and right through the iron sights on my shotgun while holding my flashlight under the barrel. Nothing. I made my way to the camping section. I was in need of a new tent and could use a couple of those rechargeable lanterns. You know, the ones that you crank once and they work for days. The place looked like a war zone, but it hadn't been picked clean. I found a sweet tent among the empty boxes and overturned shelves. It was more than big enough for Joe and I. It even had separate rooms. I scanned the area with my flashlight, stopping the beam on a box nestled high up on a shelf. Spicy hot beef jerky. No way. Joe would go nuts for it, and his birthday was coming up. I climbed up on the shelf, fearing it would tip over at any moment, but grabbed the box without incident. This was a good score. My knife made short work of the thick packing tape, and I dumped the single-serving bags in my duffel. I thought about other supplies I might need, but I was really interested in only one more thing, and I didn't have time to dilly-dally. I'd done a pretty good job of loading up on ammo in the last week, but for the trip to Seattle, my supplies were still inadequate. I was hoping for a handgun with more stopping power than my 9mm, like an M19 1145, for instance. I knew .45 ammo would be hard to come by, but in the last months I'd scrounged up 24 rounds. I was also in the market for an automatic shotgun, but that was of lower priority. What would truly make my day was an assault rifle. Heck, I'd settle for an AR-15. I walked to the gun section, fully expecting to find it empty. Every single counter was broken, and there wasn't a gun anywhere in sight. Loose rounds were scattered on the floor along with empty ammo boxes. The archery section was to my left, so I shone my light in that direction. Bingo! A large box of Excalibur crossbow bolts lay tipped over on the floor, next to the cardboard cutout of one very angry-looking grizzly bear. I grabbed handfuls of bolts and dumped them in the bag. Then I walked back to the gun counter and hopped over. I checked the floor, I rifled through drawers and drawers, and after 5 minutes, I had a baggie with loose rounds of 9mm hollow point and 6 shotgun shells. It was a better haul than I'd hoped, really. Finally, I slid my hands along the very top shelf and found a half-empty box of 45 ACP. Nice. A door next to the counter led to a small office, and I decided to take a look. In there, I found 2 desiccated bodies. One was slumped in a chair. The other lay on the ground 10 feet away. The guy on the chair held a Smith & Wesson .38 Special. Into the bag it went. I'm not a big revolver guy, but guns are worth more than gold in some places. I didn't think I'd be coming back here anytime soon either, so I pulled out my shopping list. Might as well. I'd found almost everything on it, but I could use a new jacket and more water treatment tablets. I headed to the camping section again, but stopped when I noticed the employees only sign hanging from a side door. I'd always wanted to know what was back there. A party lounge, arcade, a pool, and cabanas. I went on in, and was more than disappointed. I'd walked into a large break room with tall lockers along one wall, a small kitchen along another, and a door leading to the loading dock and warehouse. The lockers contained nothing but personal items that were hardly worth their weight, and the kitchen cabinets held nothing but spoiled food and rat droppings. The warehouse was in worse shape than the store, and nary a shelf remained upright. I swept my flashlight left and right. Someone or something had had a big fight in there. Bodies were strewn on the floor, more than a few with missing limbs. The bloody streaks on the floor where bodies had been dragged looked fresh, too. That was my cue to get the hell out. I hurried to the front, picking up a box of germicidal water tablets along the way. I hugged the wall next to a broken window and looked outside to my left. The SUV looked fine, and I could see Joe staring at the store through the driver's side window. Off to my right, a shopping cart rolled across the parking lot. The wind must have picked up again. I hopped out and turned right, hugging the wall as I ran in a crouched position. The police substation was just on the other end of the parking lot. I knew it was a long shot that I'd find anything there, but what the hell? I was already here. I suspected this station had been the staging ground for the police and military when they'd closed off downtown Bozeman. If I got lucky, I might find ammo. If not, maybe I'd score a sheriff's hat or something. That would be cool. The substation was a simple, freestanding bungalow with a stout door and metal bars on the windows. I walked up the short steps and tried the door. I turned the handle down and, lo and behold, the door was unlocked. Well, well, well. The sickly sweet scent of death hit me like an uppercut when I stepped inside. A few years back, it would have been enough to turn my stomach inside out. Desks and chairs were piled against the windows, and empty shells and bullet casings carpeted the floor. The unmistakable aroma of cordite still hung in the air, intermixed with the cloying stench of decaying flesh. Someone had had themselves a last stand in this place. The station had a small holding cell on the left where I found 2 bodies slumped against a wall. I couldn't tell if they were male or female. 2 more half-eaten bodies lay contorted on the floor next to a metal cabinet. One of them held in his withered hand a large, rusty machete. A double-barreled shotgun lay a few feet away. I put it in my bag, then paused to take the scene in. From the looks of it, they'd been dead for 2-3 weeks, past the point of rigor mortis. The bite marks on their bodies didn't look too fresh either. My guess was they'd been scavenging in the area and ran into the hunter packs from downtown Bozeman. I stepped over debris to reach the metal cabinet and dragged the bodies out of the way. The cabinet was locked, but it was a simple pin and tumbler lock. I pulled out my pick and tension wrench and had the thing open before I'd spelled apocalypse. 2 large canvas bags with the sheriff department's logo spilled out. One bag had T-shirts, socks, baseball caps, and pants. It wouldn't do me much good. Clothing was terrible for bartering and took up too much space, but I grabbed a pair of gloves, a baseball cap, and a pair of Nomex pants anyway. I opened the other bag, expecting more of the same, When I looked inside, I almost howled with joy. For the past few years, I'd been fighting for every scrap of food, every round of ammo, every drop of water. That was the way of things now. But all that effort had paid off at long last. After countless scavenging trips where I'd come back empty-handed, after I don't know how many near-death encounters, after almost giving up and eating my gun more times than I could remember, I had found my reward. Inside the bag was a Heckler & Koch G41 Mark II assault rifle, along with spare magazines, 2 cases of 4.73 by 33 caseless ammo, and 2 cases of 4.73 fléchette rounds. The Mark II was the version of the G41 that could fire both. I couldn't wait to tell Joe, so I slung the whole bag over my shoulder and headed for the door. I must have been carrying 75 pounds of gear now, but I'd never made more than one trip to bring the groceries into the house. I wasn't going to change now. I walked down the stairs feeling like my legs were going to give up at any moment, and then I caught movement out of the corner of my eye and turned my head. A pack of 6 zombies was headed towards the SUV at a brisk run. I dropped the bags, few, and unslung my shotgun. I fired into the air and screamed at the top of my lungs to get their attention. The booming sound sent them into a frenzy. 2 of them peeled off for me, but the rest kept going towards the car. They'd locked in on the scent and weren't about to let it go. The 2 zombies and I closed in on each other as though we were in a macabre jousting match. Except I had Big Betty, my trusty Mossberg shotgun. I fired and knocked them to the ground. I didn't give them a chance to get up. I placed my boot on the neck of one as I turned the other's head to pulp with a close-range blast. The other zombie met the same fate a second later. The 4 remaining zombies had already surrounded the SUV and were pounding on the glass. I fired into the air again, but they didn't let up. And here's where things got interesting. 2 Glowys came out of nowhere and slammed into the 4 zombies. One Glowy decapitated his cousin and began feeding on the severed head. The second Glowy snapped the arm off another zombie. They turned their heads when they heard me coming. One leapt in the air with its arms extended, aiming for my head. Pump, shoot. I hit him square in the chest and sent him flying back. The other Glowy came at me from the side and dug his jaws into my shoulder. I didn't have time to process this at the time. I dropped the gun and reached for the knife in my thigh holster. I stabbed the Glowy in the eye. The thing let go of me and clawed at its eye. I used the brief reprieve to pick up Big Betty. I shoved the barrel in its face and fired. The 2 remaining zombies lost interest in the SUV and decided I was an easier target. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have considered them much of a threat, starved as they were, but more and more infected were converging on the parking lot. The shadows that darted behind them, occasionally taking a zombie out, sent frozen chills down my back. I dispatched the 2 amigos quickly and ran towards the SUV. Joe was barking his tail off, and Sophie was curled up in a ball in the back seat, but they were safe. I gunned the engine and drove to the police substation. Yeah, there was no way I was going to leave my loot behind. More and more zombies were walking into the parking lot and blocking me in, though. Remember that thing I said about running over zombies with a car? Forget I ever mentioned it. I rammed each and every zombie that stood in the way, and the SUV shook with each impact. I slammed on the brakes when I reached the station and leapt out. A zombie ran at me from behind the bungalow, so I put 2 rounds into its chest. It staggered back long enough for me to drag the bags over to the back of the SUV. God, they were heavy. I opened the lift gate and threw the bag with the rifle and ammo inside first. 2 zombies came at me from either side, and I pumped them full of holes with my 9mm. I didn't have time to reload the shotgun. I wasn't even aiming at this point. I just needed to get them off of me for 10 precious seconds. They got close, but I'd made it. I threw the last bag inside, closed the lift gate, and ran to the driver's side door, only to find a Glowy sprinting in my direction. I fired once, twice. 1 round skidded off the top of its head, but the second one smashed in what was left of its upper teeth. Its head snapped back and the thing collapsed. I climbed inside the SUV and closed the door just a heartbeat before another Glowy smashed a fist into the window, stopping centimeters away from my face and peppering me with broken glass. That really pissed me off, so I emptied the gun into its ugly face. Hooray for high-capacity magazines. Then I put the car in drive and sped off out of that hellhole, dragging the Glowy 10 feet, before he was sucked under the car and the real wheel turned his head into mush. Chapter 6. Isn't She Lovely? I exited downtown through a chain-link gate I'd found the week before. I got out of the car, checked my surroundings, and locked the gate behind me. Only then did I take a deep breath and work up enough courage to check my shoulder. If I was infected, I had, at best, a few hours before I developed an appetite for brains. And this time I couldn't just chop the injury off. This was my arm and shoulder we were talking about, after all. I removed my H-harness, unzipped my jacket, and pulled my shirt collar over my shoulder. The bite hurt like hell, but the Glowy's teeth hadn't broken through the skin. It must have bit right into my harness strap. One day I'd get a face-to-face with the big guy upstairs, or more likely the guy downstairs. But it would not be this day. Not this day. I opened the rear passenger door to check on Sophie. She sat with her knees against her chest and her arms wrapped around her legs. "Sophie, are you hungry? I have a chocolate bar I've been saving for a special lady. How about it?" She gave me the slightest of nods. I walked to the back of the SUV and dug through my backpack. I grabbed a chocolate bar and 3 water bottles. When I handed the bar to Sophie, she tore off the wrapper and shoved the whole bar in her mouth. I handed her a water bottle so she wouldn't choke, and gulped down one myself. I looked over at Joe, who was panting and licking at his massive paws. Poor guy had exerted himself too. "Joe, come here, you little git." He jumped over the seat and nearly knocked me down. One day I'd get used to it. I washed the blood off of his face and muzzle and let him drink from my cupped hand. He'd saved my ass again, but if I gave him too much credit, it would go to his head. Good boy, Joe. Good boy. We were back on the road a few minutes later. I figured I'd have to do something about the broken window. Add that to the to-do list, because the cold wind felt like a million tiny razors against my skin. A metal shutter would be nice. I'd have to talk to Ned about it. Rivet City came into view after 20 minutes, and I stopped the SUV short of the gate. No one was on guard duty. I slammed the palm of my hand onto the horn, and Tim poked his head out from a sliding window. "That you, Jeremiah?" he asked, shielding his eyes from the bright headlight beams. "No, it's the pizza delivery guy. Can you please open the goddamn gate?" "Sorry, man, I dozed off." I guess Jimmy hadn't cared much for my advice. Tim waved me through, and after he'd closed the gate, I stuck my head out the window to look back at him. "Tim, stay on your toes tonight. I ran into Glowy's back in town. One almost had me for dinner." He looked alarmed. "Shit, should I wake up Jimmy?" "Nah, I don't think so. Just keep an eye out for trouble." I drove to Jenny's, figuring she'd know what to do with Sophie. At least, that was my excuse. I rapped on the door, and moments later I heard the pitter-patter of stocking feet. "Who is it?" she asked from behind the door. "Stripogram for Jennifer McCrae." "Jeremiah?" "Sorry, Jenny, I need your help." I heard the clang of a deadbolt sliding out of place a second before the door cracked open. "What's going on?" I gave it to her straight, no preamble. "I found a little girl on my trip to Bozeman. I'm not sure what to do with her." "Sophie, come here, honey," I called out. Nothing. Jenny opened the door, shoved me aside, and walked to the car. I almost fainted. She was wearing a long, form-fitting nightgown that accentuated her shapely figure. She poked her head inside the car and whispered something to Sophie. Next thing I knew it, they were walking back, hand in hand. "Come inside, Jeremiah. I'll put on a pot of coffee." "Thanks, Jenny, but I should probably get going." I could have slammed my head against the wall the second I said that. The cutest girl this side of the rapture invited me in for coffee, and I said no? Maybe that Glowy had infected me after all, and the virus was beginning to take hold. That had to be it. "You sure?" she asked, throwing me a lifeline. I gathered my wits. "Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow." Damn it. Joe saved the day when he walked right by me like he owned the place and plopped down inside in the middle of the room. "Come in, lock the door behind you." I followed her to the kitchen where a dog-eared, well-worn romance novel and a steaming mug of tea lay on the table. My finely honed detective skills told me she'd been awake. "Have a seat, I'll be right back." She led Sophie off to a bathroom, and I just stood there, like an idiot. This was her private kitchen, I realized. I'd never stepped foot in it. It was cozy, and a number of portraits of her family hung on the walls. It was clear she'd taken after her mother. There were pictures of them vacationing in the Grand Canyon, Disneyland, and somewhere in the Caribbean. It looked like she'd had a brother and sister. Her siblings were dark-haired like their father, Overall, they struck me as a close-knit, outdoorsy family. I turned around when my nose picked up the faint scent of honeydew melon and tangerines. That's my older brother, Jeff. That's Tina, my younger sister. Jeff died during Deadbreak. Tina lived with my parents in Salt Lake City. They died when the nukes hit. I'm sorry, I replied. I walked away from the wall and took a seat at the small table next to Sophie. Jenny had washed the girl's face and wrapped her in a shawl. Sophie, I'll boil some water and then I'll give you a bath. Would that be okay? Jenny asked as she prepared a pot of coffee. The girl nodded. Jeremiah, I'll make a list of things I'll need for Sophie if you wouldn't mind looking next time you go out. Of course. How do you take your coffee? Olé with a double shot of espresso. Black coffee coming up. She handed me a steaming mug of coffee and took one for herself. She emptied a pack of cocoa into another mug for Sophie, and then walked over to the cupboard and pulled out a brand new pack of chocolate chip cookies. You've been cheating on me, I joked. I traded these to Tim for a jar of my homemade sunscreen. It's not serious, so don't be jealous. She winked, and I know I blushed like a middle schooler on his first date. I swear if my wife hadn't made the first move, I would have stayed single all my life. I'm a nincompoop when it comes to women. Man, this is great coffee. It was. It tasted 1,000,000 times better than the crap I made for Joe and me. Jenny sat across from me, rubbing her index finger along the rim of her cup and watching as Sophie shoved cookies into her mouth. When she thought the kid was distracted, she turned her gaze at me. She mouthed the word, family. I shook my head and she let out a sigh. Sophie, I can make some eggs if you're hungry. No thanks, the kid replied with a mouthful of cookie. Jenny smiled. Maybe for breakfast then. How about you, Jeremiah? You missed dinner, didn't you? I smiled in spite of myself. No thanks, Jenny. Joe and I ate at home before we left. I'm going out again tomorrow, so I'll swing by for that list first thing. A late dinner sounded amazing, and I was hungry, but I couldn't help thinking that I was intruding, and at such a late hour, no, it was time to leave. I played with my wedding band absent-mindedly, turning it back and forth on my ring finger. Thanks for the coffee. Come on, boy, let's go. I'll walk you out. Once we reached the door, Jenny's expression clouded and she lowered her voice. She can stay with me a while, but I don't know if I can look after her full time. She let out a breath. No, that's not right. I just don't know if I'm ready for that kind of responsibility. She can take care of herself, Jenny, trust me, but I understand. I just wasn't sure what to do with her. I'll talk to Mrs. Blake tomorrow. Maybe she can stay with her while we figure something out. No, let me think of something. Her expression softened and she reached for my hand. You're a good man, Jeremiah Reed. She gave me a peck on the cheek before walking back inside. Joe walked over to the car and barked at me when he realized I was still standing by the front door. It's not like that. She's just a friend, I replied defensively. And no, I haven't forgotten about Penny, you ingrate. Why would you bring that up now? He answered with a low growl. Oh, I see. You get your belly rubbed whenever you want, but I get a little sugar and you get jealous. Get in the car before I take away your plastic squirrel again. Given my recent adventures, I thought it prudent to check the fence before I drove home. I made note of no fewer than 10 potential weak spots. In retrospect, I should have inspected the town's defenses at the very moment I arrived, but complacency had gotten the best of me. Along with the problem spots, I scribbled out a crude map of locations where we could stash weapons and ammo, as well as first aid supplies. I also realized that we didn't have a way to make a swift exit if the shit hit the fan. God damn it, Jeremiah, your wife was right. Procrastination is going to get you killed one day. That was me scolding myself. I'd give my notes to Jimmy in the morning. I'd have to go to the train yard and scrounge up construction material to reinforce the fence, too. I owed these people at least as much. Except Bill. Fuck Bill. I got up just after dawn the next morning and took pleasure in waking up Joe for a change. He wasn't happy, but forgot about it when I gave him a bag of jerky to go along with his breakfast. As for me, my achy body was beginning to feel the toll from the last couple of days. My shoulder was all manner of green and purple, but I'd live. On the other hand, my left hand throbbed like I'd had a finger chopped off. I shook the bottle of aspirin to make sure it wasn't empty and dumped the 6 or so pills that were left into my mouth. I'd have to find more soon. I walked out to the back in my boxers and stepped under the makeshift shower I'd put together with a watering can and a plastic bucket. The water was gelid, but it shocked my body awake. I washed off the caked-in blood and grime from the night before and toweled off with an Egyptian cotton towel I'd found at a beauty supply store. I felt a little better after that and went to work cleaning my guns. The shotgun in particular had seen a lot of action. After I'd checked and double-checked the action on every gun, I went to work on my supplies. I consolidated survival equipment into 2 boxes and put all the surplus ammo in a suitcase. I refilled my magazines and put them back on my harness. I also grabbed shells and boxes of ammo and put them in the glove compartment. I put the G41 and Big Betty on the gun rack in the back of the SUV, along with my crossbow. I was just itching to rain destruction on defenseless aluminum cans with my new assault rifle. The bag with loot from the jewelry store went into a hole I'd dug under the garage. I covered it with dirt before I topped it with a shirt I'd taken off a zombie. The smell would keep animals away. Meanwhile, I was down to my last clean pair of boxers, so I gathered up all of my dirty laundry before I headed out. I'd drop it off at Quinn's later. She charged a can of soup for each load, but after losing a finger to getting formula for her baby, I figured she owed me. Who am I kidding? I'd give her a few cans of soup anyway. Her husband and her brother got ambushed by zombies on a supply run to one of the big warehouse clubs near Bozeman, a few months before I arrived in Rivet City. She became a widow at 21, left to care for their 3-month-old baby girl on her own. Jenny took her under her wing, and Louie and Tina watched the baby when Quinn had duty in the orchard or the clinic. Quinn's wavy, shoulder-length, honey-blonde hair, hazel eyes, and easy smile had all the teenage boys in Rivet City madly in love with her. That she looked like she'd been separated at birth from Bridget Bardot didn't hurt either. As for me, I had my eyes on her recipe book, but she never let me near it. I just knew that she used nutmeg to season her skunk meatloaf, but she refused to tell me. It drove me nuts. I put on a clean pair of cargo pants, a fresh t-shirt and socks, and threw a green service sweater on. Then I laced up my Magnum Sidewinder boots, grabbed the water pump from under my bed, and walked out into the early morning air with Joe in tow. Jimmy wouldn't be at his office yet, so I went to Jenny's to check on Sophie. No ulterior motive this time, I swear. Her door was open, so I walked inside. She usually opened early to deal with the morning crowd. Hello? Jenny? That you, Jeremiah? We're in the kitchen. The sweet aroma of pancakes and the scent of roasted coffee filled the air. I did a double take when I saw Sophie. Her gleaming hair was brushed and pulled into a perfect ponytail. The sad, grimy face of the night before was gone, and she wore a Mickey Mouse t-shirt that looked enormous on her. The kid was swallowing pancakes whole and hardly looked up to say hi. Jenny stood at the stove, pouring quick mix pancake batter on a pan. A kettle whistled, and Jenny poured the boiling water into a French press. Have a seat, Jay. Coffee will be ready in a sec. Thanks. Pancake? She asked, flipping the pancake in front of her with expert ease. Sure. Joe sat next to her and pawed at her leg. Oh, I haven't forgotten about you. Who's my little pup? She scratched his face and grabbed a bowl from the counter. Jenny, he already ate Oh, never mind. Joe was already face-deep into a bowl of food. She placed a plate with a perfectly round, golden-brown pancake in front of me. We're out of syrup, but honey works just as well. Thanks, this looks great. I have that list for you. I took the folded paper and read it over in between bites of pancake and sips of coffee. Shampoo, soap, vitamins, toothbrush, coloring book, etc., etc. Easy peasy. No problem, I know a place where I can find most of this. I prioritized important items with a yellow highlighter. Anything in blue is a nice to have, but don't sweat it if you can't find it. Yes, ma'am. I hadn't realized how hungry I was, and my fork scraped against empty plate far too soon. Sophie tugged on my sleeve. Mr. Jeremiah, can I pet your dog? Call me Jeremiah, or just Jay. And yes, just don't pull his tail. He hates that. On second thought, yeah, go ahead and give it a couple of tugs. A minute later, Joe was on his back as Sophie hugged his thick neck and rubbed his chin. What a ham. That was the thing with Joe. He loved people. Unless you were a zombie or I told him to tear out your throat. "Jenny, do you own a gun?" I asked. She turned away from the kid to look in my direction. "Why do you ask?" "I've been seeing some weird stuff out there lately. Just want to make sure you have protection. My ex took the guns in the divorce, the rat bastard, but I kept my Ruger P90. I only have a few rounds left, though. I told Scooter I'd trade with him for a box, but he wanted... Never mind." "I'll drop off a box of 45 at dinner," I said, downing the rest of my coffee. "Now, if you'll excuse me." "Not so fast, mister. You didn't stop by yesterday like I told you. Sit." "I'm okay. I'll see you tonight," I replied, getting up off my chair. "Sit your ass down." She walked to her desk and came back with fresh gauze and alcohol. After checking my vitals, she cleaned and redressed my hand, letting me know what a dumbass I was for not listening to her. She didn't get it that I'm a fast healer. But other than the fever, which she said was too high, I felt great. I didn't even miss the finger anymore. Once she was done, she gave me aspirin and told me that for every missed appointment, she'd cut off a toe. I was beginning to think she was going sweet on me. I stopped by Ned's on my way to Jimmy's to ask him about doing some work on the car. After he retired from the army, Ned did custom work on motorcycles out of his garage. He knew his craft and had been well paid for it. I wanted to add metal shutters to my windows before I left, and he was the only one I knew with the right equipment. The SUV was a 2026 Ford Explorer Super Sport Hybrid that had belonged to my late father-in-law. He was a big off-roader and had upgraded the fuel tank and replaced the stock tires with 22-inch run flats. It ran on both synthetic and fossil fuel, so I had an easier time keeping the thing running than I would have otherwise. I'd made a lot of upgrades to it over the last couple of years. Bigger roof rack, headlight and wheel protectors, light bar. But for the trip to Seattle, I wanted a few more. I found Ned in his garage, sorting pieces of wood. "Hey, old man," I said in greeting. He put a piece of hardwood on his bench and walked out. He wasn't old, really, but I got a kick out of razzing him. "I'll show you old. Put 'em up so I can kick your ass," Ned answered in his raspy smoker's voice. The end of days had done him good in that sense. He was one of the smart ones who didn't think smokes were worth the costs anymore. I took a boxing stand. "Okay, but I don't want you running to Jimmy and accusing me of abusing the elderly." "Oh, you're on, Petunia. I won't even use my right hand. I want to enjoy the fight before I knock you out." We circled around each other. Ned still had quick hands, and one of his weathered fists would have knocked me out if he'd caught me. "Ned, do you give up?" I asked. "Pfft, I'm just getting warmed up." I ducked under a jab and dodged an uppercut. Okay, I surrender, you crazy bastard." "I knew it. I'm surprised you made it this far on the road by yourself, Daffodil." I lowered my hands and clapped him on the shoulder. "Ned, if you're done embarrassing yourself, let's talk business. I want to add shutters to my car's windows. Think you're up for it?" "Should be easy." He shrugged. "Gonna need some metal, though. Fuel for the generator, too. I might make a run to the train yard later. How much do you want for the job?" "That solar charger you've been teasing me with, and a handgun with a box of ammo." "You've finally gone senile, old man. You're gonna stick 4 metal squares to the car and you want an arm and a leg for it? If you're gonna fuck me, at least buy me a drink first." This was how you danced with Ned. If you didn't insult him, he didn't think you were trying hard enough. Pretty soon, we'd agree on him also adding metal shutters for the windshield and a bigger cowcatcher. "Shows what you know. I'll make it so the shutters flip down and lock into place. Tell you what, I'll make one for the windshield if you bring me extra metal and another box of ammo." "Ned, keep talking like that and I'll have to drop you off at the old folks' home. The ammo alone is worth as much. Add a cowcatcher and the windshield shutter, though, and maybe I won't have social services pick you up." "Son, I think your brain's turned to mush. Hold on, I'll grab my rifle and put you out of your misery." We went at it for a while, and in the end we settled on a .38 revolver with no ammo, because I had none for it, a shotgun, 24 shells of double-aught buckshot, the solar charger, and a bottle of shampoo for the metal work and that pipe I'd been lusting after. It was a win-win. I suspected the meeting with Jimmy would be a lot different. When I walked into Jimmy's office, he had a lit cigar in his mouth and was pouring a glass of whiskey into a tumbler. I thought he'd been waiting for me to pull this little act. Jeremiah, come in. Grab a seat. Thanks, but I've got a busy day. Just wanted to drop off this. I showed him the pump and placed it on his desk. He took a sip of the whiskey and smacked his lips with satisfaction. Nothing like a good single malt, is there? He commented, poking the pump with his pen. What a jackass. I talked to Tim and Louie. They said they hadn't heard anything from you about increasing the number of people on fence duty. He pointed at me with the cigar. I gave your suggestion a lot of consideration, but in the end decided it didn't warrant the extra manpower. Oh, for fuck's sake, Jimmy, I yelled. Stop acting like a bag of assholes and listen for a change. I ran into another pack of Glowys last night. There had to be at least a dozen. And let me guess, the great Jeremiah Reed killed them all single-handedly. I risked my life for your stupid pump. I hadn't, actually, but he didn't need to know that. The least you could do was give me the goddamn courtesy to pay attention. He was taken aback, and he opened his mouth to speak, but I didn't give him the chance to spew more bullshit. Jimmy, I know you don't like me. Frankly, I think you're an ass. But we're talking about the town's safety. I took out my map from the night before and handed it to him. I marked spots on the fence that could use a little reinforcement, and I scribbled a few notes for you and the council. The worst that could happen is that we work hard the next few days and end up with a better fence. The zombie colony downtown is starving, and if they break out, they're going to be a problem. And the Glowys won't be too far behind. You think you're such a fucking hotshot, don't you? We should all swoon and bow before your prowess. I drive the perimeter every day and haven't seen anything that would be a problem. In a couple of months, I'll be out of your hair, and you won't see me ever again. I replied, his eyes lit up at this. Don't make this about you and me. If he'd had handlebar mustaches, he'd have been twirling them. It's not that I don't like you, Jeremiah. I just see right through you. You're a leech. You take what you need from us, take advantage of our hospitality, and then leave when it suits you. He took another sip of whiskey and tapped ash onto a small ashtray. Tim, Louie, and Bill can handle work on the fence. I might even rewrite your proposal here. But I want your word that you'll be gone before winter. What, a no-heroes goodbye? Maybe we can scrounge up an extra jug of water, now that we have our pump. Chapter 7. Sweet Home, Alabama. I went to the train yard, planning on filling the SUV with as much scrap metal as I could fit in the back, so I hooked up my electric saw to the 110-volt inverter I carried, and went to work. I spent all afternoon scavenging computer cases, washing machines, and refrigerators, and I even took apart a corrugated metal guard shack. Got 4 good sheets out of that sucker. I'd been concerned the noise might attract the zombie welcoming party, but all we ran into was a lonely, one-armed walker in a business suit who was dragging a broken leg. I took care of it with my .22. Now I finally had ammo for it. After a light snack, Joe and I scouted a nearby warehouse with a few open shipping containers. It was filled with video games, cameras, and high-end video equipment. Not very useful for wasteland survival. The shipping containers themselves were more valuable, in fact. If Ned had a torch, we could cut them up for the fence. They'd be perfect. Yeah, Jimmy had been a dick, but I had a lot of friends in Rivet City. I wanted to do right by them. Before heading out, I took advantage of our remote location and tried out my brand-new HK-G41. I placed cans and bottles on top of a fence and paced off what I estimated to be 200 yards. The G41 had a computerized scope with built-in face recognition. It even self-stabilized and compensated for wind shift and elevation. To shoot the cans, I used a mode that let you paint a target by highlighting it on the touchscreen viewfinder. The software then analyzed the image and outlined the selected object. This was going to be so awesome. There was little to no recoil, and the sound when bullets accelerated out of the barrel was no more than a muffled pop. The fléchette rounds were louder, but man, they were cool. The rounds were designed to scatter small fléchettes at a preset distance, to hit a target with tiny rounds and inflict as much damage as possible. The rounds that came with the rifle had 5 fléchettes each, with the spread and set points for dispersion all programmed into the software. I fired a few rounds at a wooden crate with the default settings and reduced it to splinters. On the downside, these rounds were less effective at longer distances, but hey, Zombies like to get up close and personal anyway. I was tempted to assassinate cans and paper cups all day, but that annoying voice in the back of my head told me I should use my brain for a change. I could go years without finding another box of caseless ammo, it said. What a buzzkill. I put the rifle back on the SUV's gun rack with a sigh. I was looking forward to going home and taking it apart for a thorough cleanup. I might even sleep with it. On the way back to Rivet City, I stopped by a large subdivision that had remained largely untouched. The tract homes were in good shape, and I was pretty confident that I could find the stuff on Jenny's list. I'd scavenged there before, and had yet to run into any trouble. I drove through a busted gate and cruised down a couple of streets, looking at the numbers painted on the doors. I mark houses I've scavenged using a numbering system so that I know what's inside at a glance. Pretty clever, if I do say so myself. A 5 means I should avoid it at all costs. Maybe there are too many bodies or zombies, or the place has been ransacked. A 4 is a house without food, water, or medicine, but which may have tools and toiletries and so on. The numbering isn't an exact science, but it helps me prioritize. In this subdivision, the houses I'd marked were just about all 1s and 2s, ripe for looting, and I still had more than 30 houses to check. I pulled up to the driveway of a large ranch-style home that wouldn't have been out of place on the cover of Home and Garden. I mean, except for the bloodstains and broken windows. The door was open, which wasn't all that peculiar, but Joe's low, guttural growl put me in kick-ass mode. I let him take the lead. He took a tentative step into the living room. I followed him with Big Betty low and ready. Next to the coffee table lay the body of a young woman. She'd been infected, and a bullet hole in her forehead oozed dark, crimson blood. Her hands were folded over her stomach, holding a small bouquet of flowers. Okay, that's not something you see every day. Joe stopped in front of a door that I assumed led to the basement. He gave 2 short barks and scratched at it, agitated. I took a glance inside the kitchen and noticed 2 backpacks stuffed to the brim with supplies, sitting on top of the granite countertop. I walked to the basement door next, but the sound of footsteps right behind me froze me in place. Put the gun down or I'll shoot. The voice sounded tired, wheezy. I turned around slowly and held the shotgun at arm's length with my good hand. A man of about 60 took an unsure step toward me. He pointed the barrel of an old hunting rifle at my head. It was threatening, only in that I was afraid his shaky grip would give way at any moment and he'd accidentally blow my brains out. I showed him my other hand in a conciliatory gesture and nodded. I felt Joe tensing up, ready to pounce. Joe, stay. Good boy. I studied the old man. His pants were too big, his shirt was too tattered, and his scruffy beard was matted with God only knew what. His right boot had a gaping hole over his big toe. Now, ordinarily, I would have let Joe tear his face off, but Gramps looked like he was about to pass out from exhaustion, so that just didn't seem fair. I wasn't going to take any chances, though. I put the shotgun on the floor without taking my eye off of him and took 2 quick steps in a flash. I pushed the barrel away with my left hand and grabbed a hold of the stock with my right. The man fired, but the bullet sailed wide and buried itself on the wall behind me. I wrenched the rifle away from him without much effort and leveled it at him. "Oh, my God! Please don't shoot! Please don't shoot!" he whimpered. "I'm not going to shoot you, but I'd appreciate it if you raised your hands and took a seat on the couch over there." "Please, I'm just passing through. I didn't know the house was taken. We're just looking for a place to spend the night." "We? There's someone down there?" I asked, nodding towards the basement. His face went pale. "Yes, my son and his wife. Please don't hurt us. I beg you." I felt a little hurt. I mean, obviously the guy didn't know me, but come on. Did I really give off a murdery vibe? I gestured with my head to the dead girl in the living room. "Who's the corpse?" "A friend. She was bit yesterday. We waited till the last possible moment." "I see. I'm going to give you the rifle back, but if you make any funny movements, my dog will tear you to pieces. He loves the taste of human flesh." He didn't need to know that Joe preferred the taste of cheese and doggy biscuits. I picked up my shotgun and handed him his rifle back. He let out an audible sigh, but threw worried glances at Joe, who'd taken station next to me. "What's your name, Pops?" I asked. "Pete." "I'm Jeremiah. This year's Joe. Not many people get to sneak up on me like that. Actually, people tend to sneak up on me quite a bit. Tell your kids they can come out. I'm just looking for supplies, and then I'll be headed home. Feel free to stay here as long as you want. I'm sure the owners won't mind." It turned out that Pete, their recently deceased friend Karen, his son Luke, and Luke's wife Patty were on their way to Alabama. They were looking for a place they'd heard was untouched by the virus, where the government was still functioning. According to Pete, the governor of New Montgomery was granting land to people who were willing to relocate and help rebuild the state. I'd heard a variation on the story before, with the name of the state changing depending on who told the tale, but it always ended the same way, in bitter disappointment. That wasn't newsworthy in itself, but they'd been traveling from Seattle, the very place I needed to reach. It hit me like a bucket of cold water when he told me why they'd left. I shared 3 cans of fruit with them while he caught me up to speed. "We left a year ago, 8 of us all together, but we're all that's left. Lost my wife and youngest son along the way. That city was a cesspit of corruption. Police acted with impunity and the regent ruled like a king, but at least we were safe from the zombies. Anyone suspected of being infected was summarily executed, but we were so overcrowded that it was only a matter of time before they missed one." Then he really kicked me in the balls. "Seattle is gone, son. There's nothing left but a teeming mass of zombies." "What about the harbor? Any chance I could hire a boat there?" I asked, hopeful. "No, the whole city was overrun with biters. I doubt anyone's left within the city walls. We were among the lucky ones and got out just in time. You might have better luck further south, near Westport." "Westport? Never heard of it." "You wouldn't have. It's a small town. Got bigger after Seattle fell. Never cared to go there myself. Too many gangs roaming that chunk of the coast."
"Why would you go to Seattle, though?" Patty asked. "We heard you can catch a plane right out of Montana. Maybe you should try that."
I sighed. I left the subdivision with everything on Jenny's list, even the low-priority stuff. What she was going to do with a bottle of spiced rum, I had no idea. She didn't strike me as the drinking type. On the drive home, I kept thinking about what Pete had told me. Maybe Westport was another dead end, but I had to find out for myself. I knew Joe agreed. I'd tried to get Pete and his family to come to Rivet City with me, but they had their hearts set on Alabama, and I'm not in the convincing business. I'm in the ass-kicking business. Okay, it's my ass getting kicked half the time, but that's beside the point. I spent the next few days helping Ned fabricate the shutters for the SUV. The old geezer knew his craft, and I learned a lot just from watching. He came up with a modification to the cowcatcher that would let me carry another spare tire, and he even built and hooked up an auxiliary fuel tank. The little Ford Explorer was looking more like a battle tank. Gas mileage would go to shit, but that was more than a worthy trade-off. I'm not sure how it had started, but I was having breakfast at Jenny's every morning. I'm not going to lie either, I looked forward to it. I even tried making breakfast for Jenny and Sophie one time, but I almost set Sophie's hair on fire and smacked Jenny with a tea kettle trying to put it out. I wasn't allowed near the stove after that. On days like that one, I felt like I could make a home in Rivet City. But as soon as I closed my eyes at night, all I saw was my daughter's purple backpack, heading away from me as she waved goodbye at the airport. That evening was a special day. Mystery meat casserole was on the menu, and if Quinn was in charge, we'd be in for a treat. Sometimes the meat was possum, sometimes armadillo, but Quinn had this recipe for raccoon that was just fantastic. She refused to tell me about it, of course, but I suspected she used a basil and chili rub with a dash of garlic. I was really looking forward to it, whatever it was. The fact that Scooter and Billy were nowhere to be found was an added bonus. I wanted to make the best of it, so I gave Joe a bath and I took a shower, even shaved my scruffy beard. I was standing in line with Joe. We were late, as usual. when I felt a tiny form slam against my leg. I looked down to find Sophie clamped onto my thigh. She had a wide grin and held me in an iron grip. The little girl had come out of her shell and was unrecognizable from the half-starved waif I'd found in an abandoned jewelry store. "Hey there, Munchkin."
"Hi, Jeremiah. How's your car? Did you pack up all your things? I did gardening today with Mr. Armando, and I started school with Mrs. Blake. It was so much fun. I'm going to miss you when you leave. Where's Joe? Jenny says you should come sit with us. She made you a plate."
Thanks, Sophie." Joe and I walked over to sit at Jenny's table. Tim and his wife Amy were there, as well as Armando and his daughters Zoe and Maria. They greeted me with a chorus of, "Evening." I sat across from Jenny. Sophie took the empty seat next to Zoe on the opposite end of the table. Zoe was only a couple of years older than Sophie, and the two of them got along famously. I looked at Jenny with a perplexed expression and gestured at Sophie with a tilt of my head. Jenny just smiled. "She can't get enough of the gardens. Armando says she's a quick learner." "And her situation?" "Everything's settled. She's going to stay with me. We're going to make it work somehow. I know it won't be easy, but she's a great kid." It was the perfect setup for Sophie, and that somehow made my upcoming departure a little easier to bear. I'd been afraid that it would take the kid time to acclimate to her new surroundings, but now I felt like I had nothing to worry about. "Thank you. I can't imagine being in her place. At her age, I was nothing but a pain in the ass, and she's just rolling with all of this." "Don't say that out loud. She thinks the world of you. She won't stop telling me how you killed 100 zombies single-handedly." "Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Joe helped a little, though," I replied. I scratched Joe behind the ears as he lapped up his coon casserole. It was as delicious as advertised, and I was eyeing the line to see if I could go back for seconds. When I turned back around, Jenny was staring at me. She averted her eyes and her expression clouded. Weird. Maybe she was mad at me.
"Jeremiah," Amy said, "is it true you'll be leaving Rivet City?"
"Not for a bit, but yeah. I picked up my car from Ned's today, and I've got everything I need. It'll be time for me to get back on the road soon."
"Oh, that's a shame. We could certainly use a man like you around."
She gave me an exaggerated wink and bit the tip of her finger seductively. Tim elbowed her in good fun. "Woman, you trying to make me jealous?"
"Oh, hush, you dope. Honestly, Jeremiah, can't we do anything to convince you to stay?" I thought I saw Amy eyeing Jenny. It was probably my imagination.
"Amy, keep buttering me up, and I'll end up arm wrestling Tim so I can steal you away." I smiled, but I hoped she'd change the subject, too. I'd never been good with goodbyes.
"Excuse me,"
Jenny said. She picked up her plate and walked away. Shit, I really must have pissed her off. I racked my brains, but I couldn't think of anything I'd done recently. I'd apologized for hitting her in the head, and you could barely see the welt anymore. And it was an accident. I locked eyes with Jimmy as Jenny walked away. He stared at me with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. I'm not easily intimidated anymore, but there was a fire in his eyes that gave me pause. Still, I winked at him and he looked away. A minute later, I saw him chatting with Jenny at Quinn's table. He was holding her hand, and I felt a hot sensation swirling in my chest. Maybe I was coming down with indigestion. "Jeremiah, are you daft, man?" Tim asked. "What? Yeah, probably. Why?" "Son," Armando said, "I think your timing is unfortunate." Tim rolled his eyes and popped a piece of coon into his mouth. "Idiot." Amy came to my defense.
"Oh, stop it, you two. Honey, you do what you have to do. Just don't leave without saying goodbye, you hear?"
"Sure thing, Amy," I replied. Except, of course, I planned to leave without saying goodbye. When I got back to my garage after dinner, I inventoried supplies. I had fuel and water all set aside, but I'd need to find boxes for the canned food. Ned owed me a case of MREs, so I'd have to pick those up at some point. Ammo I wouldn't have to load until I was ready to leave. I'd already hid the loot from the jewelry store inside a metal box I'd welded myself, with Ned's help. It was wonky, yes, and a little out of square, sure, but I'd put it together with these hands, and I wasn't going to leave it behind. I made a rough draft of my route and made notes on refueling waypoints, rest stops, and that sort of thing. I'd need to finalize it, but that was a good start. A year ago, GPS satellites were still working, but now it was impossible to get a lock on a signal. I'd read somewhere that geosynchronous orbits decay without human intervention, and now we were back to using good old paper maps. At least my tablet and solar charger still worked, so I'd have something to kill the time during the long nights. Zombie hunting games were always fun. I made a list of a few more things I'd need, like vitamins and such, and then I turned in for the night, a little earlier than usual. Chapter 8. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum. I had a really weird dream. I was driving down an old deserted road in the middle of a forest when I came across a checkpoint manned by pirates, like Caribbean pirates with eye patches and everything. They wanted my treasure, and when I refused, they fired their cannons. A firefight ensued, and people came out of a pirate ship chased by zombies. Joe was there, too, barking at the pirate ship. Weird, right? The cannon shots became more frequent, and the cries of help got louder. I opened my eyes. Joe was barking at the garage door. It sounded like someone on the other side was trying to break in. Shots rang out outside then, and almost drowned out the high-pitched zombie howls. I rolled off the bed and dove for my gun. I always left it loaded, sitting on top of the overturned bucket that served as my nightstand. Whoever was on the other side of the door got tired of fucking around and shot at the lock. The garage door lifted, and Joe pounced. I heard the report of a handgun then, followed by the panicked screams of a man getting his throat ripped open. I saw a grimy pair of boots through the gap between the door and the floor, and I fired, shattering the guy's shin. A heavy-set man fell to the ground, writhing in pain. I ducked outside in my boxers, gun in hand, braving the chill of the pre-dawn air. Men on dirt bikes were shooting up the town as zombies ran in every direction. I saw Louis, slumped against a tree, hands on a gaping wound in his stomach. Blood had pooled around his feet. The man I'd just shot reached for his gun, so I stepped on his hand and shot him in the head at point blank. I'd never seen him before, but I recognized his partner, Bill. Joe had a hold of his neck and was shaking him violently. The man was already dead. I put on a pair of Nomex pants, threw on a t-shirt, and strapped on my chest rig. I grabbed Big Betty and the G41 from the back of the SUV. I thought about locking Joe inside the car, but I wanted him with me in case I ran into trouble, and he'd never forgive me if he missed the fight. Zombies were tearing at people, tearing at my friends. It looked like every house was under siege and the attackers were dragging people out into the streets. I skirted around them as best I could and worked my way to Jenny's, using the pre-dawn darkness as cover. She was on the other side of town, but I could cover that distance in 5 minutes if I hurried. I'd traveled all of 2 blocks when I saw Tim on the ground in the middle of the street, struggling with 2 zombies who'd locked onto his legs. Joe charged them and took one down while I shot the other. Tim was in bad shape. He was laboring to breathe, and tears streaked his blood-stained face. His leg was a mangled mess, bones protruding from at least 2 places. His right arm had bite marks all the way up to his shoulder. "Jeremiah, they dragged Amy to the gardens. I'm dead, man, but please help her. Please. I'll apply a tourniquet to your leg. If we amputate it, you might still... They got me good, man, real good. Please, go help my Amy." Tim had seen through my bullshit, and all I could do was nod like a moron. 2 guys on motorcycles saw us and spun their bikes in our direction. I ducked behind a dumpster seconds before they fired. One round hit centimeters away from Joe, and he yipped when hot asphalt singed his fur. "Joe, come on, boy." He joined me behind the dumpster. He was pissed. I unslung the G41 and checked the ammo indicator. I'd left it in fléchette mode. Perfect. They fired again, and the metal dumpster shook under the impact of the heavy shotgun slugs. These guys weren't messing around. Well, neither was I. The bastards whooped and hollered as they ran their motorcycles over Tim. I popped out from cover and fired. The fléchettes shredded them, and their fleshy chunks splattered across the asphalt. I might have held down the trigger a little longer than necessary. I left their twitching bodies behind and headed to the gardens. I ran past Ned's house. He was dead, sprawled on his driveway with a zombie feeding from his open chest cavity. His shotgun lay a few feet away from him, next to the remains of 2 more zombies. I couldn't do anything for him, so I kept going. At least the old bastard had gone down swinging. I turned a corner and stood face to face with a zombie. Fresh blood dripped from its mouth. Unlike the Bozeman zombies, these were spry and well-fed. The thing lunged at me, so I shredded its face with a couple of shotgun blasts. A battle raged inside Rivet City, and we were on the wrong end of an ass-kicking. The shockwave from a large explosion nearly knocked me to the ground. I looked up at a billowing smoke cloud rising from the center of town. Jimmy's office was on fire, and the town's entire reserve of ammunition, thousands of rounds, was in these jabronis' hands. I'd almost made it to the gardens, but stopped at the sound of ear-piercing screams coming from Quinn's house. I was going to have to make a decision soon. I couldn't help everybody, even if I wanted to, and I needed to get to Jenny's. I needed to do that much. I ran into Quinn's house. She had a little baby, for Christ's sake. A zombie lay in the living room, twitching, but very obviously permadead. The hilt of a steak knife jutted from its head. I followed the screams to the kitchen. Quinn was holding her baby in one arm and trying to keep a zombie at bay with a plastic chair she held in the other. She was losing. I took 2 steps and slammed the butt of my rifle into the back of the zombie's head. I'd been afraid I might hit Quinn if I fired the rifle in close quarters. The zombie went limp and fell to the floor. Now, I did shoot it. Then I shot it again. Quinn had scratches in her arms and blood streaming from a huge gash on her forehead, but I had no way of knowing if she'd been infected. She stared at me with wide eyes, her body trembling. Little baby Charlotte was crying. "Quinn, I have to keep going, but I'll be back. Hide in the bedroom and lock the door." She screamed. "No! Please don't leave me. Take us with you." "Quinn, I promise I'll be back. Take this gun and shoot at anything that looks even mildly dead, and if something looks like Scooter, shoot it twice." I felt terrible leaving her alone, but with a gun she at least had a way to protect herself and the baby. I didn't even ask her if she knew how to use it. You'd be surprised how quickly people pick things up when their lives depend on it. Joe and I hit the street again and reached the gardens after a minute of hard sprinting. We arrived just in time to hear a muffled scream. A gunshot from a heavy-caliber gun followed. An icy fist clutched my heart, and I urged my legs to carry me faster. Once I got close, I took cover behind a tool shed and leaned out to take a look. 2 men were walking out of the orchard, headed in our general direction, laughing and high-fiving each other. I raised the G41, aimed and pulled the trigger. I hit one in the neck and the other in the gut. Then I ran, rifle at the ready. One of them was still alive, his hands pressing down on the wound in his stomach. Blood pulsed between his fingers. He raised a bloody hand, trying to stop the inevitable. "No, please." I didn't bother to answer. He didn't deserve a bullet, so I stomped on his face with the heel of my boot. The bone-crunching sound didn't quite temper my rage, but it was a start. I found Amy in the garden next to a large shrub. The sight of her made me tremble with indignation. I closed her eyes and covered her body with a plastic tarp. I hoped she'd get to see Tim again. No, I knew she would. I cut across the garden and took a small service road that put me just 2 blocks away from Jenny's. Screams and shouts filled the air. Half of Rivet City was on fire. I climbed up on the roof of a house to get a better feel for the situation. A convoy of vehicles had driven into town, and men were busy loading them with food and supplies. I counted 4 trucks and 6 men in total. 4 more assholes patrolled the streets on dirt bikes, but I was sure there were more spread out over the town. I'd have to find out how they'd wrangled their little herd of zombies. It was a good trick. I saw the first rays of sunshine peek over the horizon, and hopped off the roof, tweaking my already bum ankle. I made it to Jenny's without running into any more trouble. A truck and 2 dirt bikes were parked in the front, so I crept in through the back door and slinked into the kitchen. I heard the whip-like crack of a slap and tensed. Joe growled. I thought he'd blow our cover, but he relaxed after I scratched his head. "It's okay, boy. Jeremiah's going to take care of this." I hugged the wall and peeked into the living room. Sophie sat against the counter sobbing. She was gagged, and her hands were tied to her feet with thick rope. We made eye contact, and I motioned for her to shush. She gestured at something with her head. I popped my head back into the kitchen, but I'd gotten a good look at the scene. A man was on his knees with his back to me, rummaging through the supply crates. The back of his denim jacket had a grotesque drawing of a crucifix. An AK-47 lay next to him on the floor. A second man leaned against the counter, a shotgun hanging loose at his side. He had a huge grin on his face. and was obviously enjoying the spectacle in front of him. Jenny was face down on the ground, struggling with a third man who'd straddled her. He was trying his best to tie her hands, but she was putting up a fight. I recognized his stench and greasy ponytail. Scooter.
Come on, baby, play nice. You don't want me getting angry. After this is over, you'll come back with me. I won't even share you with the guys. We'll bring the little kid along. What do you say?
Jenny said something through her gag. I thought it sounded like "go fuck yourself." Atta girl.
Jenny, sweetie, it'll be over soon. You might even like it.
They had numbers, but I had surprise on my side. And Joe. I remembered the motto my father-in-law Ted told me when he first taught me to shoot. Hit first, hit fast, hit hard, hit often. Joe, attack! Scooter turned around at the sound of my voice, and hadn't quite opened his mouth before Joe clamped his jaws onto his face. I fired at the guy with the shotgun and pumped 4 fléchettes into him. He slid down the counter with the look of a man who knew he was about to die and could do nothing about it. I turned and aimed at the guy going through the boxes. He'd grabbed the rifle and racked the bolt a second too late. He almost got me, but his shots were hurried, and he missed my head by a good 4 inches. I got him twice, once in the shoulder and once in the throat. He dropped to the ground with a loud thump, never to move again. Scooter was holding Joe at bay, but it wouldn't last much longer. I walked up to him, called Joe off, and slammed the butt of my rifle on his face. He lay motionless on the ground. Jenny jumped to her feet, took off her gag, and almost knocked me to the ground with a bear hug. I took in her scent and buried my face in her hair. I felt her heart racing and held her tight. For a moment, I couldn't hear any more shots. The screams faded. Things like zombies and marauding bandits were a distant memory. Then the voice in the back of my head thought it was time to intervene. Ahem. Jeremiah, this is nice and all, but you probably need to get a move on. Pronto. Right. I pulled her off of me and untied Sophie. Jenny, grab clothes, water, anything you might need on the road. Quickly.
It's bad, isn't it?
Worse. She ran into her room and was back in a flash with 3 bags. She handed one to Sophie and then began dumping medicine and a few personal items into the others. Bug-out bags. Never leave home without them, she said. Before we left, I walked up to Scooter's prostrate form and shot him in the head. I wasn't going to take any chances with him, and honestly, I kind of wanted to shoot him. We skirted around the Williams house on our way back to my place. They were making a stand, firing out of the second-story windows at the bandits below. I almost intervened, but the house was surrounded by 6 thugs and another car had just arrived on scene. Better to pick my battles carefully. We reached my garage only to find 2 jackholes trying to break into my ride. I fired at them, but the rounds pinged off the car, and I just had it washed. I switched to caseless ammo, replaced the magazine, and set it to 3-round burst. On a whim, I handed the rifle to Jenny and unslung Big Betty. One dude popped up from behind the car, and a heartbeat later, 3 high-velocity 4.73mm projectiles ripped his jaw off. I was probably more surprised than he was. Jenny just harumphed. I overcompensated on that shot. I should have put the rounds right on his forehead. Nice rifle you got here. Now that I had Calamity Jenny on my side, I decided to take full advantage. I'm going to hit the other guy from the side. Cover me. Joe, stay. Sophie, honey, keep your head down. I sprinted to the SUV and slammed against the rear quarter panel. I heard another burst from Jenny and used the distraction to swing around the rear of the car. A guy in a filthy mail carrier shirt and khaki pants knelt by the hood. He peeked around the front, his back to me. I pumped the shotgun and fired, hitting him with a full blast of double-aught buckshot. He dropped face first to the ground and sucked in a wheezy lungful of air. I closed the distance, stepping over the body of his dead partner, and fired again. His head almost disintegrated from the close-range blast. That was Rule 6 in Jeremiah Reed's survival guide. Always make sure the fucker's dead. I waved Jenny over and shoved her into the car. Sophie jumped in the back with Joe. He was pissed at giving up his seat and let me know it with a loud bark. Don't be an ass, I told him. The least you can do is let the lady sit in front. He whined. Don't even. You did not call shotgun. Jenny and Sophie looked at each other with a perplexed expression. They probably thought Joe was being unreasonable. I had to agree with them. Jenny, I'll be back in a jiffy. I need some stuff from the house. I ran into the garage and grabbed as much as I could carry. It took 3 trips, but I shoved most of my supplies into the back. The last thing I took was the duffel bag where I kept my wife's shirts. I wasn't going to leave them behind, even if the scent of her perfume had faded. I drove to Quinn's in a hurry, skirting zombies and bad guys on motorcycles along the way. The SUV deflected most of their pot shots, but I'd grown worried they'd hit something important, like moi. When I pulled up to Quinn's, I had to fight off a zombie and 2 asshats in a beat-up pickup truck who were ransacking the house across the street. We traded fire for a minute, but they retreated, thanks in no small part to Jenny's suppressive fire. She hadn't been kidding when she said she knew how to use a gun. I rushed inside the house to get Quinn. I coughed all the way in. Most of the town was on fire, and the smoke made it hard to breathe. "Quinn, it's Jeremiah! We need to go!" I stumbled to the bedroom and opened the door. It was empty.
"Jeremiah?"
I turned around and saw Quinn standing in the hallway, holding the baby in one arm and a large bag in the other. She pointed a shaky gun in my general direction. I took the gun away before she could do any damage with it. "Come on, let's go."
"I can't yet. I need to get more food for the baby."
"Quinn, we have to go. Now. We'll deal with food later." I grabbed her by the wrist and dragged her outside. I opened the rear door and none too kindly shoved her in next to Sophie and Joe. "Hold tight and keep your head down." I was about to open the driver's side door when I felt a bee sting on my right thigh near my buttocks. Great, just great. Exactly what I needed. Good thing I wasn't allergic. I turned at the sound of approaching car engines. 2 cars were headed our way, with guys firing machine guns from the sunroofs. I had the feeling they'd done this kind of thing before. I jumped inside the SUV and gunned the engine. The cars gave chase and continued to fire at us. Meanwhile, I thought of a new upgrade for the SUV. Firing ports. Quinn held the baby tight against her chest. Sophie had her arms wrapped around Joe's neck. Her tiny shoulders shuddered with each sob. They were afraid, but I wasn't out of tricks yet. If I built up enough speed, I was sure I could break through the front gate. I stole another glance at them through the rearview mirror. "Guys, when I give the word, you best hold on to something." Jenny and I locked eyes. She nodded, then turned to Sophie. "It's all going to be okay, sweetheart. Just keep your head down and everything will be fine."
"Jenny, I'm scared,"
she answered. "Shh, honey. Jeremiah and I won't let anything happen to you." She looked at me. "You do have a plan, right?" The SUV fishtailed when I swerved to avoid a dead body. "I've got 48% of a plan." "Okay, here we go." I stepped on the accelerator, but when I reached the gate, my heart sank. 2 trucks blocked the exit, along with 6 men armed with heavy machine guns. We came under fire as soon as I rounded the corner. I swerved out of the way, but a round hit the engine. Steam rose from the hood. Oh well, I'd worry about that later. Something hot took a bite out of my left side. Another bee? Weird, considering I hadn't seen any hives around Rivet City. My hand flew to the source of the pain of its own accord, and I felt a warm, pulsating liquid. Shit, that must have been one hell of a bee. Pain radiated from the wound. I grimaced, but figured it couldn't be all that bad. "If your plan is to drive around in circles, it's working out really well," Jenny said. I looked at her, and she winked. She was trying to lighten the mood for the girls' benefit. I drove in the opposite direction of the gate, bowling over zombies along the way. There was one section of the fence that we hadn't gotten around to repairing yet. That was going to be our way out. The 2 cars were still giving chase, though, and we needed to take care of them if we hoped to get away. "Jenny, that shutter beside you flips down if you unlatch it from the top." "There, do you see it?" "Yeah, got it." "Think you can get those guys off my ass?" "If you think you can avoid hitting every pothole on this road." She rolled down the window, unlatched the shutter, and popped the upper part of her torso out, rifle in hand. Her first burst missed the mark, but on the second try she hit the driver of the lead car. The vehicle careened out of control, crashing against the side of a house. The other driver hit the brakes. Smart move. The perimeter fence was just ahead. I yanked Jenny back inside with one hand and stepped on the gas. Sophie and Quinn stifled a cry as the car accelerated. The cowcatcher did its job and punched a hole right through the flimsy metal. I kept my foot on the accelerator and turned onto the main road out of Rivet City. I kept an eye on the rearview mirror to make sure no one followed us. After running a couple of miles at top speed, I eased up on the gas, worried the engine might overheat. All of a sudden, my thoughts were jumbled, and I found it hard to focus. My head swam, my eyelids felt heavy. I was dozing off, which was weird because I'd gotten a near full night's sleep. My left side hurt like hell, but I'd take care of that later once I knew we were safe. I felt the SUV swaying under me. Steam billowed from under the hood. My vision blurred when I tried to take a closer look at the temperature gauge. The last thing I'd remember was the distant sound of Jenny's shouts as she grabbed hold of the wheel. Chapter 9. Ain't No Mountain High Enough. I woke up under a starry sky. The sound of crickets and cicadas filled the night around me, and I blinked away the dryness in my eyes. A campfire near my feet cast an amber glow over the sleeping forms of Quinn, Charlotte, and Sophie. Joe lifted his head to look at me. He scratched his ear after letting out a yawn, then came over to lick my face. He needed a breath mint in the worst way. I felt a hand on my forehead and a face came into focus.
"Jenny, what happened? Are you okay?"
I asked. She just looked down at me with a frown.
"You're mumbling. I'll get you some water."
Pain stabbed my left side and I groaned. I felt like I'd gotten kicked by a mule that knew it was going to end up in one of Quinn's casseroles.
"I'll give you something for the pain, and don't move too much or the sutures will pop loose."
I decided to look under the thin blanket to check out the damage for myself. Surprise number 1 was that my torso and leg were wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Surprise number 2 was that I was buck naked. Jenny gave me a coy smile when she returned with a handful of pills and a cup of water.
"Well, Mr. Reed, I didn't think you were the shy type."
Don't
sweat it. You're not the first guy I've patched up," she commented, watching me as I struggled up to a sitting position so I could take the pills and water from her hands. "Those scars on your back. It must have been awful. What happened?" she asked, and then raised a hand in a placating gesture. "Sorry, I don't mean to pry. You don't have to answer that."
The memories of that day, a couple of years before, sent a shiver down my spine. "I thought you were a volleyball player or something. Where'd you learn to treat gunshot wounds?"
"Well, I played ball at Penn, but my real passion is medicine. Was medicine."
She was gracious enough to go along with the change of subject. "You went to med school?" I popped all the pills at once and chased them with a drink of water. The cool liquid did wonders for my parched throat.
"Yeah, but not the kind of med school you're thinking of. I was in veterinary school."
"Huh.
How you feeling?"
"Like I've been shot, more or less." Her expression turned serious.
"You should have told me you'd been shot. We could have pulled over somewhere instead of you passing out while you're driving at 100 miles an hour.
Okay, 2 things. First of all, it was more like 60 miles an hour. Second of all, it didn't hurt that much. And third of all, that's one hell of a way to thank a guy. Did I tell you I was shot? Twice?"
That was like 6 things.
Her expression softened as she replaced my cup with a mug of tea.
"I found lavender when I was hiding our supplies. I used it in your wounds to help prevent infection. Also makes pretty good tea. It'll help you sleep."
"I'm not sleepy," I replied after suppressing a yawn. "How long have I been out?"
"The better part of a day and a half. You lost a lot of blood. I used up all our Pedialyte on you."
I felt a cold chill. Shit. Did you hide the SUV? What about our supplies? Did anyone follow us? Who's guarding the campsite? I tried to get up, and she pushed me down again. It took very little effort on her part.
"I hid the car in the woods. I stashed food and water separately, too, just in case. I also ringed the camp with noisemakers in case we have unwanted guests. Ain't my first rodeo, Jeremiah."
"Sorry, I'm just paranoid." I sipped the tea. It was really, really good. We didn't speak for a minute, but I got the feeling Jenny had something on her mind. "You seem preoccupied," I said. It took her a second to answer.
"You must have loved your wife very much."
Her comment caught me off guard. I stared into my mug. "I still do. Why do you ask?"
You were talking in your sleep. Mentioned her several times.
She was the sun, the light in my life. Not a day goes by that I don't think about her.
We sat quietly drinking our tea until Jenny broke the silence.
I was alone when the pandemic spread and had to deal with it by myself. It wasn't easy.
I can imagine. When Joanna passed away, I almost gave up. If it wasn't for Penny, maybe I would have.
Jenny stared off into the distance. She spoke without turning to look at me.
Jeremiah, I need to ask you a favor.
Name it.
Those guys who attacked the town, they're CCB. I heard them talking about moving further east after they get a foothold here.
CCB, huh? I thought they'd be, I don't know, bigger. She fiddled with her mug for a second, blowing steam off the rim.
I'm sure you've heard the rumors?
Yeah, Joe and I have been careful to give them a wide berth. They don't seem very well trained, but they have numbers.
This was my first encounter with the feared CCB, but I'd seen more than one town that they had put to the torch. Traveling alone, it was easy to avoid them, but I'd heard the stories. I'd seen the mutilated bodies nailed up to wooden stakes. She put her mug down and turned to face me. Her eyes hardened.
I need you to help me rescue the people those assholes took. Scooter mentioned they kept supplies on a ranch near Saddle Peak. That's only a few miles from here.
I choked on my tea, and poor Joe did his best to give me mouth-to-mouth. I made a mental note that the next town I went into, I'd hit the pet store for doggy mouthwash. "What? Are you insane?" I blurted once my coughing fit was under control. "The two of us against a small army of convicts, rapists, cannibals, and people who put pineapple on pizza? No thanks. I filled my quota of suicide attempts for the week." Her eyes became teary, and I almost gave in. Almost. They took Jimmy, Maria, Armando, Ricky, and God knows who else. For one thing, they can keep Jimmy. He's the one who let Scooter and Billy in to begin with. He let you in, too. I ignored her. I fail to see how a one-handed gimp and a veterinarian can do anything about it. No, I'm wrong. We can do something. We can get raped, killed, skinned, and made into meatloaf, and not necessarily in that order. She pursed her lips and looked away.
I understand. Will you at least trade with me for ammo? I know I don't have much now, but I promise I'll pay you back.
Jenny, this is crazy talk. You can have all the ammo you want, but I'm not going to let you do this. You're going to get us killed, and we both have to look out for them until we figure out what to do next. I'd motioned to the sleeping forms of Quinn, Sophie, and Charlotte, trying to ground her back in reality. She let out a breath. It's just, I can't imagine what they're going through. I want to help them.
Red, I know this is hard to accept, but there really isn't much we can do. Let's plan our next step when I'm able to put my pants on by myself again.
She nodded. And thanks again for patching me up. Make sure you give the bill to Joe. He's got all my credit cards. It was a long while before she spoke again.
Ready for a refill?
Sure. But maybe spice it up with some rum?
That doesn't sound half bad. I thought I saw a bottle of whiskey back there somewhere.
We enjoyed our mugs of tea and chatted long into the night about life before Deadbreak, about our families, and whether or not life would someday go back to normal. It was a perfect evening. The next few days ran into each other as I convalesced in Jenny's open-air clinic. She explained that the bullet that tore through my side cracked a rib before exiting out my back. The bullet had lost velocity when it punched through the SUV, though, so it hadn't caused major damage, like tearing into my liver. Lucky me. The bullet that hit my leg took out a chunk of skin, but nothing more. I'd have an ugly scar, so tight Speedos were out for the foreseeable future. Jenny cauterized the wounds, and I mentioned casually that she was taking some sort of perverse pleasure in burning me with hot pokers. She had the decency to look abashed. I felt better, relatively speaking, but was also useless and in constant pain. Even so, I managed to repair the water hose that had gotten hit when we left town, so at least the SUV was in driving condition again. Took me all day, and I almost got eaten by 2 mountain zombies, but Joe had my back as always. The zombies had fed recently, though, and that worried me. There might be a pack nearby. We'd spent almost 2 weeks in the woods, and the girls had been doing more than their fair share of work. Jenny and Quinn had set traps for small game so we wouldn't have to draw our supplies down, and Sophie had become my de facto personal nurse. She watched over me like a hawk when the girls were out looking for food and water, and even took on nursing duties. She was adorable, actually. One thing I did enjoy from my forced convalescence was watching baby Charlotte. Hearing her giggle brought back a lot of memories. Memories that seemed very distant. She filled me with hope that maybe one day things would go back to the way they'd been. That she might still have a normal life. Truth be told, I was a natural with the kids, and the baby and I became best buddies. I was bouncing Charlotte on my knee one afternoon when Jenny walked up to me holding a dead squirrel. She looked amazing. Jenny, not the squirrel, with those tight jeans, braided hair, and a tank top that was 2 inches short of indecent. Got lunch? Feel like doing the honors? Sure, I've got a lemongrass rub that's going to go great on that critter. You look better. How you feeling? Hurts a bit when I lift anything heavy, or blink, but it's bearable. Let me take a look. I placed baby Charlotte on a blanket and gathered my courage. Jenny pulled up my shirt and doused me with something that felt like liquid fire before she replaced the bandages. I swear a tear rolled down my cheek, but I thought I hid it pretty well. Oh, man, must be allergy season. I didn't think she bought it. It's not that bad. Stop whining. The good news is you're going to live. The bad news is I may need to replace a few stitches. I cringed. I couldn't help but think of the lucky little animals that wouldn't have to go through one of Jenny's examinations. Blessed are they. Let me see your hand. Any discomfort? Not really, I answered. It's funny, I knew about phantom limb syndrome, but it's weird to experience it in person. I keep trying to grab things like I used to, and half the time I end up dropping them. The finger gets itchy sometimes, too. Wow, you're healing really well, she noted, examining my hand from different angles. There's still some inflammation, but no obvious signs of infection. In a few days, you won't have to wear a bandage anymore, unless you want to. You know, to look cool and menacing. Maybe I can wear an eye patch, too. Something had bothered me the last few days, and I decided I might as well just come out with it. So, I'm not fully recovered yet, but it's going to be time for me to hit the road. I need to head to the coast and find out if this lead is for real. Her shoulders slumped. I hadn't wanted to blindside her, but she must have known this moment would come sooner or later. How soon is soon? I don't know. Days, weeks. But I'm not leaving till we find a safe place. It's better if we start thinking about it now. I've talked to Quinn about it. She doesn't have anywhere to go. Not that I do either. We thought about going back to Rivet City to salvage what we can, but I don't know. Someone said, "Why don't you and Quinn come with me?" In something that sounded a lot like my voice. I looked at her in surprise. Really? I mean, that would be great, but we don't really... You sure you wouldn't mind? No, of course not. We can figure out what to do on the fly. Shit. Whoever this guy was, he needed to keep his mouth shut. I had enough trouble keeping Joe safe, and I was volunteering to take care of a baby, a little girl, a teen mom, and the one person that made me act like a complete moron. Okay, I acted like a complete moron without her help. And yet, the fact that she was willing to come along made my stomach flutter. It's also possible it was the stale pigeon we'd had for breakfast, but that was beside the point. I'll tell the girls they're going to flip out, Jenny said. I was flipping out too. Oh, I forgot to ask, can I borrow your rifle? I found a rafter of wild turkeys not far from here. A rafter? You making up words again? She sighed. A group of turkeys. I want to bag one for dinner, and Sophie's due for another lesson, so can I also borrow your 22? Yeah, you girls go have some fun. Do you want to take Joe again? Nah, last time he started playing with a possum instead of bringing it back to me. He might be a great zombie killer, but he sucks as a hunting dog. Shh, don't say that out loud, he'll hear you. But yeah, he's a big marshmallow. Okay, I'll see you around. Don't be late for dinner. That evening, I was showing Quinn how to clean a gun, a skill I believed was paramount to anyone who enjoyed luxuries, like eating and breathing. Baby Charlotte was fast asleep on her blanket, and Joe was curled up next to her. He'd become very protective of the girls, the baby and Sophie in particular. I liked to lay out all the parts on the cloth, in order, I told her. She picked up the slide and was about to ask a question when the loud report of a shotgun blast echoed through the woods. It was followed by the staccato notes of automatic weapons fire. Quinn, where did Jenny say she found the turkeys?
That way.
She pointed towards the sound of the gunshots. I put the gun back together as quickly as I could and checked the action, then handed it to her with 2 full magazines. Take this and lock yourself in the car with the baby. At the first sound of trouble, you take off. Don't look back, do you understand?
Yes. Oh my God, do you think they're okay?
I don't know, but every zombie in a 10-mile radius heard those shots. I grabbed Big Betty and the crossbow, then put a harness on Joe. Let's go to work, boy. I darted through the woods, limping and wheezing. The thought that Jenny and Sophie might be in danger made me pick up the pace in spite of the burning sensation in my lungs. Joe had point, his nose close to the ground. I wasn't sure he knew what was going on, but I thought he sensed the urgency of the situation. I'd heard more shots since leaving Quinn, and I knew I had to get there, wherever there was, as quickly as possible. Joe stopped and pawed at the ground. I knelt down and found a bloody feather, along with a spent fléchette. We were close. I'm a decent tracker, kind of a must if one expects to survive Armageddon, but it would have been obvious to anyone that there'd been a fight at this spot. A number of footprints and drag marks led me deeper into the woods. It was already dark, and the moon hid behind heavy clouds. I heard a groan to my left and tensed. If we ran into a large pack of zombies, I'd be in no condition to fight them all off with only Joe's help. I paused and listened closely. The groans and moans came in fits and starts, as though from a wounded animal. Joe sensed something and took off running. I gave chase. I hadn't covered 10 yards before I heard the unmistakable zip of an arrow just ahead. Every hair on the back of my neck rose at the sound of Joe's high-pitched yelp. I did my best to swallow the bile that rose up my throat. I ran into a small clearing and saw a man sitting against a tree. He lifted a crossbow and tried to point it at me. I fired first and nailed him to the tree with a bolt to the chest. Then I dropped the crossbow and unslung my shotgun in one quick move. I leveled it at the man, but he didn't move. I hurried over to check on Joe, who was on the ground, panting. He'd been hit in the hindquarters, and blood was pooling underneath him. He looked at me when I stroked his head, with eyes that told me I'd be the one walking point next time. It's okay, boy. It's okay. Daddy's here. I twisted the bolt out, but the shaft broke and the head remained buried in Joe's side. I'm sorry, buddy. I pulled out my Gerber knife and rubbed the blade with hand sanitizer. It was the best I could do given the circumstances. I dug in with the tip of the knife as quickly as I could and pulled out the bolt head. The handmade barbs and sharpened edges made it look friggin' medieval. Joe was a trooper, though, and only tried to bite me twice. I took a page out of Jenny's playbook and dumped the gunpowder from one of my shells on his wound, then lit it on fire with my lighter. Joe's agonized yelp put a lump in my throat. I stroked his head and let him drink from my cupped hand. He lapped up almost a full bottle of water. Then I heard a cough and turned to look at the man. He was still alive. I walked up to him and pointed Big Betty's barrel at his face. He didn't flinch. I took stock of him. He was dressed in a sweat-stained blue polo that wouldn't have been out of place at a salesman's convention. He wore a pair of dingy cargo pants that had seen better days, and his feet were bare.
They left me here by myself with this damn antique.
The crossbow lying by his side did look decrepit. Oh well, he should have known better than to point it at me and Joe. I gritted my teeth. Who the fuck are you? Did your friends take the girls? His chest had a number of bloody holes that I recognized as fléchette wounds. Yeah, this poor bastard had run into Jenny. You're the guy from the town, right? He coughed and spat a bloody clump onto the ground. Answer the fucking question, asshole, or I'm going to decorate this tree with whatever's left of your face when I'm done with you. I pressed the barrel to his forehead to emphasize the point. I never thought I'd end up like this. I'm not a bad person. I was just trying to survive." He slurred his words, and I was losing patience. He looked at me and nodded. "Yeah, they took your wife and kid. I'm sorry, man. You killed Scooter, right? Boss wants you dead, man. That was his cousin," he cried. "They left me here with this fucking antique. They took my boots. I'm not a bad guy, I swear." "Where? Where did they take them?" "Some ranch, I don't know. I'm not from around here. I used to be a programmer, you know? I used to make stupid shit games for a living." This guy was pissing me off. "Tell me where they are, or I will string out your guts all over the fucking ground." "A ranch near a mountain, that's all I know. I'm not a bad person." I lowered my shotgun. What had Jenny told me about the CCB? Something about a mountain. Saddle something. I'd have to ask Quinn. Hopefully she'd know. I turned and knelt next to Joe, but the man called out to me before I picked him up. "Hey man, don't leave me like this. What if the infected find me? I don't want to die like this, please." I thought about it and took pity on him. Maybe he didn't deserve to be eaten alive by zombies. Maybe he wasn't a bad person after all. I raised Big Betty and gave him a mouthful of double-aught buckshot. I carried Joe in my arms back to the camp. I had to stop often, and I was sure I'd reopened a wound. No matter. The pup was still alive, and he needed someone smarter than me to look after him. I reached Quinn after what seemed like hours. I was relieved to see she was awake. She'd kept watch out the back window of the SUV and had the car facing the road. I was worried about her itchy trigger finger, so I screamed her name before I got close.
"Jeremiah! Oh, thank God. What happened to Joe?"
"He was shot. I think those guys who attacked the town were trying to smoke us out. They took Jenny and Sophie." I put Joe down on top of my sleeping bag. I cleaned his wound and gave him water, but I'd feel better if you took a look. Where's a vet when you need one? Quinn might not have Jenny's experience, but I'd seen her help around the clinic plenty of times. Joe was in good hands. She proved me right and went to work on Joe's wound while I got the fire going again. She was crying, and my heart sank for her. I'd done a poor job of reaching out to her in the days since we'd left Rivet City. I pulled her into a tight hug without a word.
"I'm scared, Jeremiah. What's going to happen to Jenny and Sophie?"
she asked between sobs. "You let me worry about that. I'm not going to let anything happen to them. We're going to find those assholes, and we're going to get Jenny and Sophie back."
"I was so scared when you didn't come back right away. I didn't know what to do."
I took a step back and placed my hands on her arms. "Let me tell you a story. Picture it. Joe and I stuck in a bedroom surrounded by Glowies. We had no food or water, and I had just run out of ammo." Chapter 10. In Hell I'll Be in Good Company. I couldn't very well take Quinn and the baby along on a rescue operation, but I also couldn't leave her alone in the woods, so I figured we might as well head back to Rivet City and scope out the situation, then take it from there. We broke down the camp early the next morning. The town wasn't too far away, and we reached the city gates just after dawn. I approached on foot first to make sure there wouldn't be a welcome party. There wasn't, and then went back to get Quinn. I drove in at a sedate pace and surveyed the near-total destruction of the little town. Most houses had burned to the ground, and those that survived were scarred with bullet holes of every size and shape. Debris and decomposing bodies littered the streets, and the now familiar stench of charred death permeated the air. Quinn picked up a few keepsakes from her house. I grabbed a few extra clothes for Jenny and Sophie. Neither of us wanted to linger longer than necessary, so we drove off after waving a final goodbye. I needed a safe place for Quinn, so I headed to the tract homes where I'd met Seattle Pete, hoping the CCB hadn't found it yet. It was an easy, almost pleasant early morning drive, with nary a zombie or lunatic to spoil it. I pulled up to a relatively intact house in a cul-de-sac. There was only one way in and out. It was easy to defend, and it had a back door leading to a small yard for a quick exit. Faded chalk drawings adorned the sidewalks. Fluffy dogs, giant daisies, flying fish, and one-eyed monsters stared at me as I racked Big Betty. Joe stayed behind in the SUV with the girls. The little guy wanted to help, but he was still on the mend. I checked the basement, upstairs bedrooms, and every nook and cranny I could think of. I found no signs of zombies, but one little mouse nearly made me crap my pants. The little bugger jumped out of a closet, and I almost turned it to mist with a point-blank shotgun blast. He scurried into a hole in the floorboards and gave me the finger. At least, I think he did. That's one thing that sucks about the apocalypse. Without my morning coffee, I'm a total klutz from early morning till about noon. So, defeated by a tiny rodent, I walked back outside and opened the passenger door. "Quinn, there's a clean bedroom upstairs. It's perfect for you and the baby." She answered with a sleepy nod, and then she hopped out of the car and headed upstairs with Charlotte wrapped in a bundle of blankets. I surveyed the street. Early morning was a dangerous time. Colonies and their hunter packs would wake soon, agitated by the changes in light and temperature. The sun peeked over the mountains, amber rays glaring off the windows on the house across the street. I heard a distant howl as I lifted Joe off the back seat and carried him inside. Quinn had promised me he'd be fine, but I thought his gums looked pale. I took him upstairs. Quinn would be keeping an eye on him. I found her sitting on a rocking chair, singing a lullaby to Charlotte. I spoke in a whisper so as to not wake the baby. "I'm gonna leave the mutt with you. I'll be back in a few minutes."
"Can you bring my bag when you come back up? I'm going to use the last of the formula to feed her. Don't want to wake her up just now."
"Yeah, no prob." I handed her my gun just in case. "Remember, shoot anything that doesn't have my handsome face. And if you see a gray little mouse, tell him I'm coming for him. Keep an eye on the dog, will ya?" She took the gun in a sure grip and checked the chamber and magazine like I'd taught her. She was a quick learner. I slinked out through the back door and made my way to the neighborhood playground. An eerie silence filled the morning, and my zombie detector was on full power. I knew they were nearby, and they knew I was there too. I picked up the pace. I'd buried a stash under the teeter-totter. It was going to come in handy now. I dug up the loose dirt with little trouble and pulled out a small plastic bag. Inside, I'd hid 2 cans of fruit, 3 power bars, shotgun shells, and some crackers. I dumped everything into my pack and went zombie hunting. No way was I going to leave Quinn and the baby alone in Zombieville. Believe it or not, it didn't take me long to find them. Or, it didn't take them long to find me. The 3 zombies that decided to find out if I'd make a decent breakfast looked stiff and sluggish. Easy peasy. I grabbed the tomahawk and squared my shoulders. I half thought of unslinging Big Betty, but opted instead for a quiet kill. I loosened up my arms and craned my neck to work out the kinks. Searing pain shot up my side. Maybe easy peasy was a bit premature. As if the gods were waiting for that very moment to punish my hubris, 2 of the zombies bum-rushed me. I should have seen it coming. The 3rd zombie took up position behind the first 2, and it was no slouch either. I unsheathed the Gerber knife, my old can opener, as it was so named, with my left hand and readied myself. Without my index finger, the grip felt weak, strange. The first zombie leapt for me. I swung the tomahawk left to right, and the sharp blade found its target. The zombie dropped to the side, its head holding on by a sliver of skin. It pointed a bony hand in my direction in a final sign of defiance as it fell. I spun to the right, and the second zombie rushed past me. It managed to scratch my neck with a grimy fingernail. I swung the tomahawk around, but I missed and it flew out of my hand. I flicked the knife in the air and switched to a reverse grip, blade down. I sidestepped the 3rd zombie's lunge and buried the knife up to the hilt into the back of its neck, severing the spinal cord. 2 down. The last zombie turned around and screeched with displeasure. Its rotten breath assaulted my nostrils and almost knocked me off my feet. I was unarmed now, having lost the grip on both weapons. Not my sharpest moment. I was aware of my ragged breath and the dull throbbing pain in my rib cage. Shit. This was where I could have used Joe. The zombie came at me. It howled, and spittle and small bits of its last meal sprayed my face. There was no way I could unsling Big Betty in time, so I let training kick in. Literally. I remembered a mantra my old Krav Maga instructor had taught me. When all seems lost, fight dirty. If that fails, fight dirtier. I shifted my weight onto my left foot. When the zombie was within arm's reach, I thrust out my right leg and shattered its kneecap with a savate front kick. Its shin bent backwards at a grotesque 90-degree angle, and it crumbled to the ground at my feet. A swift boot to the face put an end to the fight. I bent forward, hands on my knees, taking a moment to gather myself. I'd needed to know if I had enough in the tank for a one-man rescue operation. I didn't. I was out of breath, had lost my weapons, and the effort had left me in near agonizing pain. I'd been lucky to run into emaciated zombies. Fresh ones, or glowies, would have chewed me up like a churro. Fuck it, though. Fortune favors the bold. I spent that afternoon kitting up for my trip and making sure the house was secure. I boarded up windows and doors, set redneck landmines around likely entry points, and worked out an escape plan for Quinn. The basement had a wine cellar that connected to a small pool house out back, and we made dry runs so she'd know what to do if the time came. She got the swing of things in short order, and she even earned extra brownie points when she asked me to hide a cache of food and ammo in the wine cellar so that she could pick it up on her way out if need be. Smart girl. Thankfully, she was able to give me a general location of the CCB hideout, a former cattle ranch at the foot of Saddle Peak. I locked her inside the house, gave her my Sig Sauer and plenty of ammo, and left her enough food and water to last a while. I told her to skip town if I didn't return in 7 days, and left her a map with the locations of the few supply caches I'd left in the subdivision. On my way out, I painted "Zombies Inside" in big bold letters across the garage door. It might keep the scavengers away. I left after sundown, when the zombies were less alert. I drove on back roads and side streets, avoiding the main highway. I didn't run into anything more dangerous than a skinny raccoon clawing at a bird's nest, and ended up parking the SUV at an abandoned convenience store at the foot of the mountain, a good place to hide the car and do a bit of scavenging. Inside, I found what had become a common scene. 2 desiccated bodies lay entangled in a final embrace behind the cash register. One body had a bullet hole in the temple. The other, a woman, had a similar hole near her ear. I moved the bodies out of the way and saw that the woman held a small Ruger LCP handgun. The magazine was empty and the action was rough, but I pocketed it anyway. Not like she could use it. I also found a zombie locked inside the bathroom, clawing with feeble fingers at the door, its shriek almost a whisper. I left it there. The store was small, being the kind that sells knickknacks and sundries to tourists. The shelves stood bare except for souvenirs, cleaning supplies, and empty candy wrappers. I did find a couple of 9-volt batteries and steel wool. I could start a fire with that. On a small cooler in the store's tiny office, I found 2 cans of beer. I gulped one down and saved the other for later. Then I thought, what the hell, and gulped it down too. I hid the SUV behind a small storage shed and decided to spend the night in the convenience store. The sun had dipped behind the mountains, and it wouldn't do to walk around unfamiliar woods in the middle of the night. At first light the next morning, I headed into the mountain on foot. It took me a full day of trudging through hiking trails, but I found the place I was looking for. In the end, it wasn't that hard, considering. To say that these cats were sloppy and careless would be a kindness. I saw the smoke from their chimneys and cook fires from miles away. But I fought my natural recklessness, and instead of going in balls to the wall, guns blazing, I took my time surveying the ranch. I found a hiding spot on a small hill overlooking the ranch, far enough not to be noticed, but close enough that my binoculars gave me a clear view of what I'd begun to call Douchebag Ranch. I settled in and drew a quick map of the surroundings. The ranch was beautiful, nestled between tall ponderosa pine trees. The lush mountain made an impressive backdrop. I pictured what the place would look like on Christmas Eve. A gentle, picture-perfect snowfall. A crackling fireplace to provide warmth on the chilly night. A man could walk out to the porch with a steaming mug of cocoa and breathe in the scent of nature. I laughed the thought away. The CCB kept the zombies in a cattle pen, under what I would generously call lax security. The 20 or so thugs lived in the big house, and from what I could tell, they held their prisoners in 2 log cabins, one for the men and one for the women. I made note of the guards' movements, their shifts and vehicle arrivals. The first night I almost threw my strategy away, when a guard dragged a young boy and girl from the lodges and into the house. I bit my lip and swore under my breath. I wasn't ready to act, not yet. Not yet. The man I assumed was the gang leader came out often to commiserate with his minions. He was tall and handsome, with a full head of perfect salt and pepper hair. He wouldn't have been out of place at a corporate board meeting, except that he wore, as did his lieutenants, a military-style olive-drab jacket. He shook hands, chatted amiably, laughed at jokes, and even helped unload supplies, all while carrying my G41 slung over one shoulder. Fucker. By the second evening, I'd come up with fallback positions, ingress and egress points, and 2 escape routes. I also had a pretty good idea of the ranch's layout and guard patterns, if they could be called that. Most of the guards slept during their shifts, played cards, or left to chat with their buddies whenever they felt like it. Twice a day, they let their prisoners out for a bathroom break in the outhouse behind the cabins. The beginnings of a plan swirled in my head, and I made ready to put that plan into motion the following day. It was elegant and simple, if I might say so myself. I'd put on my NVGs and take out the sentries with the crossbow. I'd then sneak in, unlock the 2 cabins, rescue the captives, and release the zombies on my way out as a final fuck you. A smash and grab, if you will. Yeah, I was outnumbered 20-1, and there were any numbers of holes in my scheme. Firepower, for one. But I had the uneasy feeling that I didn't have much time left to act. A school bus had arrived a day after I'd settled in. It sported a rickety roof rack, barred windows, and a massive cowcatcher that was bolted to the front bumper. It had arrived, empty, but was now laden with supplies, and the mechanic had performed engine maintenance for the last day and a half. From where I stood, it looked like these guys were sending goods back to their main camp, and I could only guess as to what, or who, would be making the trip back. The people they'd captured might be destined for a lifetime of unimaginable servitude and humiliation if they ended up on that bus, but not if I had a say in it. I was spending the 3rd day in my observation post, counting down the hours till Operation Can-O-Whoop-Ass, when a 5-truck convoy arrived at the ranch carrying loot and prisoners. I watched with interest as guards herded the men and women into a small holding pen. They separated the weakest and the oldest from the group, then tied collars around their necks. Guards injected them with a thick, crimson liquid. The prisoners screamed and begged for mercy, but every single one of them met an agonizing, convulsing death. They were thrown into the zombie pen, and minutes later, reanimated as full-blown zombies. That's how they got their little shock troops of undead. Clever, sadistic bastards. My wife would have told you that I'm a pretty laid-back guy. I have a long fuse, and I try to roll with whatever punches get thrown my way. It's a useful skill when the world has gone to shit and life is trying to kick you in the balls on a daily basis. She'd also have told you that, when that fuse blows, you'd best get the fuck out of the way. Now these assholes had killed my friends, kidnapped Jenny and Sophie, shot me, and to top it off, shot my dog. That was more than enough for them to make the Jeremiah Reed shit list of doom. But what they did next made me want to skin every single one of them alive. 2 young men, boys really, with their hands zip-tied behind their backs, made a run for it when they saw what had happened to the other prisoners. They couldn't have been more than 15 or 16, and they were scared. A sentry blew out their knees with a high-powered rifle. I made a mental note to kill him first. 2 men then dragged back the screaming, crying kids and, without pomp or ceremony, threw them in the zombie pen. It wasn't a quick death. That done, the guard segregated the remaining prisoners by gender and shoved them into the cabins. I finally got a good look at Jenny at that point. I'd only seen glimpses of her and Sophie when they'd come out for bathroom breaks. She'd been branded with a big letter C on the left side of her neck, like the other women, and the burn still looked fresh. I saw Jenny now when she met the new arrivals at the door, and when one of the guards tried to get fresh, she kicked him in the unmentionables. Yeah, that was Jenny all right. She paid for it when one of the guards backhanded her hard enough to knock her down. Guess who just made number 2 on my shit list? Night fell, and I waited for the ranch to settle into its nightly routine. I allowed myself a small grin when the 2 men guarding the female cabin promptly fell asleep in their lounge chairs, and then I checked my weapons and grabbed my gear. I crouched, ready to head down the hill. The sound of boots on dry grass behind me froze me in place, though. I cursed when I felt the unmistakable chill of cold steel against my neck. Don't move an inch. The voice was a deep baritone that would have put a smooth jazz radio DJ to shame. I turned around. No way I was going to end up dead in some fucking mountain without seeing my executioner face to face. I'd gone through too much crap to end up face down in a ditch with a bullet to the back of the head.
Boy, I said don't move lest you want me to acquaint you with the Creator.
I was looking down the barrel of an MP5 machine pistol, held level by massive biceps belonging to the biggest man I'd ever seen. The man's very impressive musculature was barely contained by his tactical vest. His dark skin blended perfectly with the dark, moonless night, and he stood next to a younger, thinner version of himself. Father and son, I figured. A third man stood to their left, a skinny, freckle-faced white kid who looked like he'd just walked out of a Dungeons & Dragons tournament. They were dressed in black, wearing tactical vests brimming with guns and ammo. The 2 black men and the single white dude made an interesting trio. The skinny kid spat a wad of tobacco in my direction. It landed next to my boot. This wasn't the first time I'd had a gun to my face, and to be honest, I wasn't so fazed by it anymore. Sure, I was a little apprehensive, but I couldn't let them know that. One day, I'll tell you about my travels through the subway tunnels of Pittsburgh. Now that was some crazy shit. Hey, dumbass, I said to the kid. Spit at me again and I'll shove my boot up your ass. The big man raised an eyebrow and swung the barrel away from my face. He gave me a conspicuous, appraising look.
You don't look CCB, son, unless I've lost my touch.
I must have missed something funny because the other 2 snickered under their breaths. Fucking people and their fucking inside jokes. Name's Jeremiah Reed, not CCB. Rescuer of damsels, registered ass kicker. Who the hell are you? I felt for the can opener and undid the clasp on the sheath with a quick, smooth motion. Then I let my hands hang loose at my sides.
I'm Blake. This is my boy, Rick. This here's Cody. I'm gonna have to ask you to turn around, Jeremiah, and put your hands behind your back. We got business here, and I don't reckon I want you getting in the way. We'll come get you on the way out.
Like hell. Listen here, Blaine.
Blake.
Whatever. I suggest you get a move on because I have business of a time-sensitive nature. Honestly, you guys look adorable in your wannabe soldier get-ups, but I don't have the time nor the inclination to deal with this bullshit right now. Cody took a step forward and pointed a scrawny finger in my direction. You need to watch your mouth, boy. He spat another wad of that disgusting crap. It landed square on my boot this time. My wife had gotten me these boots. On the last anniversary we'd spent together. They were my very favorite boots. Well, I did warn him. I pulled him forward by his skinny outstretched hand and wrapped my arm around his neck. Yeah, I still had it. I slid the can opener out of its sheath and placed the blade under his jaw before Cody had time to pee his pants. I pressed the tip into his skin just hard enough to draw a bead of blood. Blake and Rick leveled their guns at me. The big man took a step forward.
Touch him and you're dead,
he growled pointlessly in that deep voice of his. Something told me this man wasn't one to mince words. It was time to de-escalate and diffuse the tension. I already done touched him, dipshit. If you don't lower those guns, I'm going to pin his tongue to the roof of his mouth. I promise you that. Pop, I got a clear shot. I almost laughed out loud. Rick's voice was a squeak compared to his dad's. I shook my head. Okay. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot here, I said.
I should have shot you in the head. Won't make the same mistake again,
Blake offered. I think we can all agree the tempers are running a little high, so as a peace offering, I'm going to let Cody go. But before I do that, I think a second round of introductions is in order. Rick tensed, but after a brief pause, Blake gave me a slight nod. Like I said, my name is Jeremiah. Those ass clowns down there ransacked my town and killed my friends, but I managed to escape with my family. They followed us and 3 days ago kidnapped my wife and little girl. So I lied. Don't judge me. My oldest daughter is hiding in a safe place with her baby waiting for me. Blake seemed unimpressed by my story.
Interesting tale. Maybe you're telling the truth, maybe you ain't. But it doesn't help your cause that you've got a knife to my friend's throat.
I let Cody go and raised my hands. They're holding my girls in that lodge there. You can see it in the notes I made. Something tells me we might be after the same thing, I concluded. Blake lowered his weapon and motioned for Rick to do the same. Cody dabbed at his neck with a handkerchief and gave me a murderous look. Moron.
How long you been here?
Blake asked. Going on 3 days? I opened my jacket and made a placating motion as they tensed, then slowly reached inside and pulled out the map I'd drawn. Blake studied it and handed it to Rick. A thought struck me then. Hey, any of you fine gentlemen know how to drive a bus? I gave them an overview of Operation Can-A-Whoop-Ass over a quick pot of coffee, compliments of Blake. The CCB had kidnapped Maya, Blake's daughter, and Linda, Cody's mom. Maya was betrothed to Cody, so it was a family matter. During the kidnapping, the CCB had also killed 2 men. Blake was understandably pissed and was looking forward to cracking some heads. I empathized. The 3 of them had tracked the kidnappers to the ranch and had arrived just that morning.
So, Jeremiah, you telling me you were gonna do all this by yourself?
Blake asked. Yeah.
You are either the stupidest person I've ever met, or you have the biggest pair of brass balls. I can't decide which. Probably stupidest.
Yeah, but not like I had much choice. I sipped my coffee, studying the ranch from our new vantage point. Dawn was only hours away. We need to move now if we're going to do this. Blake, a former SWAT officer, made some key modifications to my plan. Easier now that there were 4 of us. He'd be a welcome addition. Rick and Cody knew their way around weapons and were very motivated to kick some ass. My little smash and grab was now a full-blown rescue operation.
I reckon you're right. We'll wait for your signal and take out the perimeter sentries.
He pointed at the map of Montana he'd brought with him.
We'll rendezvous at this rest stop, unless compromised, in which case we'll meet here. You tell me you can disable the trucks, and I'll take your word for it, but I'm still concerned about the main house.
I get the feeling once the fireworks start, they won't have time to pull their thumbs from their asses. We'll be well on our way out by then, I replied. Rick and Cody talked in quiet tones a few feet away. They had important parts to play and were a bit nervous. I spared them a glance and our eyes met. I smiled in my usual friendly way. Blake folded the map and emptied the contents of his cup into a nearby bush.
You got any military training, Jeremiah? Looks like you've seen some shit,
he commented in a conversational tone. I was a hall monitor at my elementary school, made troop leader in Cub Scouts, and worked a stint as a security guard at a discount store in East L.A. Hell yeah, I'd seen some shit. I shrugged.
Figured. What was it? SEALs? Recon?
Let's just get this show on the road. Time's a-wastin'.
All right. Boys, grab your gear and let's go.
Chapter 11. Rescue Me. We set out under the cover of darkness just after midnight. I had planned my approach ahead of time and hoped the man I wanted to see wouldn't be late to our date. The trail I followed led right to the gravel lot that the CCB used to park their assortment of cars, trucks, and dirt bikes. One or two guys rotated between watching the vehicles and passing out drunk, so let's just say it was lightly guarded. Every broken twig or dislodged pebble reverberated in the relative quiet of the pre-dawn night, so I watched my steps. I made it in undetected, and the portly goon in charge of the vehicles never heard me coming. He cocked his head sideways with a perplexed expression before I jammed the can opener in the side of his neck. Then I walked at a crouch around each vehicle and slashed their tires. I felt like being a dick because why not? So I left one truck intact, but placed my last redneck mines under the rear tires. It would give somebody a nice surprise. Once that was done, I slinked over to the stables for a meeting I'd been looking forward to since that morning. The guard who'd shot the two boys had the duty. I found him talking shop with one of the other guards.
Some of them might be good for the arena, but maybe in the featherweight division.
No way, they wouldn't make it 30 seconds. Only way I'd bet on them is on the over-under.
I don't know. You tell a man he's got to fight to the death or he gets turned into a zombie. You'd be surprised how quickly he becomes a fighter.
Maybe. I hear Rob's already made a fortune. He's got the best stable. His top fighter, this one dude who used to be a cop or something, took on 2 zombies in a cage match with his hands wrapped in towels.
I hope they bring back the Oven Mitt tag team.
Or Duchess of Queensberry rules. Those were fun. Now it's all costumes and gimmicks, not like the old days. I took a peek around the corner. My guy leaned against the door, a lazy cigarette dangling from his mouth, a naughty magazine in his hands. He was a big guy, wearing a hunting jacket and Nomex brush pants. He sported expensive hunting boots and a fancy knife in a neoprene leg wrap. The other guard sat on a lawn chair, his back to me. I took soft steps, anxiety turning into anticipation. My years spent avoiding reanimated corpses with heightened senses had been good training. I was only inches away from them, my body pressed against the wall. I'd played in my head what I'd tell them as I snuffed the life out of them, what words of wisdom I could impart on their souls as I sent them to the afterlife. Something deep like, "Be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." In the end, I came up with nothing better than, "Hey, douche nozzles." I grabbed the guard sitting on the chair by the hair and sliced his throat, then threw him down and jumped over him. The other guard turned around with a look of mild surprise and let the cigarette fall from his mouth. I broke his nose with the hilt of the can opener. My arm was a blur as I stabbed his midsection a dozen times. I didn't let up until he slumped to the ground. "This is for the 2 boys you shot yesterday. Go to hell, asshole." I held his mouth closed with my left hand, pinned his head against the door, then slashed his throat in one smooth motion. I spat on him while his body twitched on the ground. I took his rifle, a Bushmaster M4 in pristine condition, and then I pulled the bodies feet first into the stable, leaving slick, crimson trails in the dirt. I waited a few minutes to see if anyone was alerted and came to investigate. Nothing. I climbed up onto the roof from an access ladder and waved my handkerchief. I thought I saw a guard kicking and flailing as he was pulled into a bush with a massive arm wrapped around his throat. On that note, I left the barn and walked the 100 yards to where the school bus was parked. I peeked inside the open door. Cody was already in the driver's seat futzing with the ignition. He'd sworn he'd be able to hotwire it. "Hey," I whispered. I think he got a little startled. "Jesus in a cracker! How about you don't sneak up on a guy when he's working, for fuck's sake?" "How's it going?" "Almost there. I'm a little rusty." "Where's Rick?" "Watching my 6 in the little shed out back." "We need this tub up and running in 10 minutes. Yeah, calm your tits. We'll be ready. Just worry about your job."
"Worry about my job?"
"Darling, this is what I do." He waved me away with a dismissive hand, and I headed for the prisoner cabins. I didn't trust these guys 100% yet, but if I was going to charge hell with a bucket of ice water, better to do it with company. Blake seemed like an okay dude, but Rick and Cody hadn't impressed me yet. They only had about 8 minutes to do so. I headed to the prisoner cabins, giving the zombie pen a wide berth. I hid behind a copse of broad pine trees, where I had a good view of the 2 guards. They looked about as alert as usual. The men's cabin was 50 feet away, and that guard was fast asleep on a chair next to a small campfire. A 20-foot-tall guard tower, erected out of old timbers, overlooked the area. It was your basic open-air platform, surrounded by a waist-high fence. A guard paced back and forth, a rifle cradled in his arms. He would have to be the first to go. I scurried over to the tower, unslung my crossbow, and waited for a clean shot. The wind picked up, and I put the crossbow down. I couldn't afford to miss. If I didn't get a kill shot, the guard could raise the alarm. I crawled over to the ladder and climbed up, taking slow, quiet steps. I reached the top and risked a quick glance around. I ducked out of sight when the guard turned in my direction. Seconds ticked by, and since I didn't hear footsteps, I took another peek. He leaned against the rail, watching the main house. Something caught his eye, and he walked to the far side of the platform facing the bus. He raised his rifle to look through the scope. I couldn't wait any longer. I jumped up as quietly as I could and unslung the crossbow. He turned as I loosed a bolt. At that distance it was hard to miss. The bolt hit him in the chest and he groaned. I rushed forward and clamped my hand on his mouth as I took another bolt from my quiver and slammed it in his throat. He dropped to his knees, pawing at the dart suffocating the life out of him. I helped him along with a quick knife thrust to the back of his skull. By my watch, I'd wasted 5 precious minutes. I slid down the ladder, then turned my attention to the sleeping guard near the cabin. I watched my every step as I snuck up behind him, and then I wrapped my forearm around his throat in a rear chokehold. I pulled him back into the brush as he clawed at my arms in a frantic attempt to get oxygen into his lungs. His legs kicked at the dirt. I was afraid the racket would raise an alarm, so I put everything I had into the hold and held on tighter. He went limp, but I needed to make sure he'd never wake up. I wrenched his head to the side, and his neck broke with a loud snap. I stole his keys and walked to the cabin door, casual-like. So far, so good. I was about to open the door when a voice called out from behind me. "Hey, dumbass, the cabins are supposed to stay locked till sunup." It's like they say, no plan survives first contact with the enemy. I turned around and swung the Bushmaster like a baseball bat. I made contact with the man's skull and was rewarded with a satisfying crunch. He fell to his knees, and I finished the job with a bullet to his temple. The guards near the women's lodge opened fire, but their shots were scattered, and I was able to open the door to the cabin and dive in. The scene in front of me was heart-wrenching. 20 men and boys were crammed in a cabin built to accommodate a family of 4. There stood in front of me a mass of wretched, bedraggled souls who'd had their dignity stolen. The stench of human despair and humiliation nearly made me gag, and it takes a lot to make me gag. I spoke to them with a nasally tone, doing my best to breathe through my mouth. "Everyone out! Now, now, now!" They were startled, but I bet they knew the consequences of disobeying an order because they jumped to their feet like their asses were on fire. When they reached the exit and saw the dead guards, mass hysteria took over and I was almost trampled. "Run to the school bus and keep your heads down. Smartly now," I ordered. A few listened. Others ran off into the woods. One guy walked out crying and dropped to his knees. I recognized some of my fellow neighbors from Rivet City. Mr. Johnson, Tyler, and Miguel, little Mark Pickens. Shots from the now very awake guards found their mark, and a couple of prisoners were hit. I covered their escape as best I could, and by the time I'd slammed a second magazine in the Bushmaster, Blake and his crew had joined the fight. I turned when someone called my name from behind me. "Jeremiah?" The voice was thin, weak, a murmur. It took me a second to recognize its owner. "Jimmy? Man, you got yourself looking mighty ugly." "Fuck me. Now I know I really am in hell." I was all for warm reunions and all that jazz, but time was at a premium. "Think you can handle a gun?" "Yeah." I handed him the Bushmaster. He looked at it with dubious eyes. It was dripping blood and fleshy chunks. "Cover me." Shots rang from the perimeter near the parked bus. I stepped outside and a round tore a hole in my pants leg and hit Jimmy below the right knee. He dropped to the ground clutching at the wound, but I pulled him to safety by the lapels. What kind of schmuck shoots at a guy's leg? "Damn it, Jeremiah, you bring nothing but bad luck." What a whiner. "Hang on, Jimmy. I'll come back for you after I get Jenny." "Wait, give me the rifle and help me sit up. I can still shoot. I owe it to these fuckers to take one or two of them down. I handed him the rifle and propped him against the side of the cabin. He proceeded to fire a respectable barrage at a guard hiding behind a tree. Hold them there, James, my boy. Be right back. I loaded a bolt on the crossbow. Adrenaline had kicked in, but I still noticed a faint discomfort on my left side, where a crimson stain grew larger on my shirt. Oh well, I never thought I'd get out of the jam unscathed. I ran to the back of the lodge in a flanking move. When I rounded the corner, I came face to face with the same guy who'd backhanded Jenny. This was working out great. My bolt leapt from the crossbow and struck him right between the eyes. And I'm gonna level. I was kinda surprised. That's exactly where I'd aimed. I ducked out of the way just in time to dodge a burst of automatic weapons fire from another guard. That one wasn't as dumb, and he kept me pinned behind a dumpster. I loaded another bolt as rounds pinged off the metal. He had to reload sooner or later, right? There was a break in the fire, and I popped up with the crossbow at the ready. Son of a bitch was waiting for me. I actually saw him grin. Nothing for it. I fired a hasty shot and waited for the inevitable. But the man's side was peppered by a blast of high-caliber rounds. Jimmy was still in the fight, and he'd just bought me a few more minutes. I stole a glance at the main house on my way to the ladies' lodge. Blake was keeping the front entrance occupied, a pile of dead bodies attesting to his marksmanship. I even caught a glimpse of Ricky taking down two bearded guys in army jackets who'd climbed onto the roof. I had to give it to Blake and his crew. They were doing a fair bit of ass-kicking. Shows what I know. Still, sooner or later, the CCB's greater numbers would give them the advantage. I needed a force multiplier, and soon. I made it to the girl's door in a jiffy and unlocked it with the same key I'd stolen from the guard. A low, fearful murmur grew in volume when I opened the door. The scene was not much different than the one that had greeted me in the men's cabin. I'd seen some heinous things over the years, but I never ceased to be amazed at the torment humans can inflict on each other. Okay, ladies, we need to skedaddle. Mucho rapido. Come on. Oh my God, Jeremiah. Jenny ran into me and slammed me against the wall. 3 more forms glued themselves to my already battered form. I recognized Maria, Sophie, and Nick? The little kid was sobbing, but looked to be in good shape, maybe a little thin. I extricated myself from the group hug. We'll hug it out to our heart's content later, but we have to go, like now. Jenny, help me get everyone out. Head to the school bus. She had them filing out single file in short order. I was impressed. An undercurrent of panic was still palpable, but the women were holding it together. Much better than the men, in fact. We led the group behind the cabins and around the guard tower. From there, it was a straight shot to the bus. Jenny held on to my hand and wouldn't let go, even as the battle grew in volume and shots skimmed over our heads. A small group of former prisoners took up arms and joined the fight. We reached the bus after a tense couple of minutes, and I helped, translation, shoved everyone in. Cody was on the roof, firing from a prone position and doing a damn good job of picking off CCB guards who came anywhere near us. He jumped off when he saw Maya and Linda, though. It was a tearful, happy reunion. He made sure they got on the bus, then took a knee next to me and Jenny as we kept watch. Somewhere along the way, Jenny had picked up a revolver and was taking potshots at the main house. Cody extended a hand to me. Thanks, Jeremiah, and sorry about earlier. I took the offered hand, but I didn't have time to get all warm and fuzzy. I have a few things to take care of. Radio for Blake and Ricky to retreat and peel out of here as soon as they come back. I'll meet you at the rendezvous. That wasn't part of the plan. Nope, I'm winging it. Okay, man, your show. He walked away and radioed the team. I stood up as well and helped Jenny up the bus steps. I'm going to get Jimmy. Keep everyone safe. Blake and Rick are good guys and they'll look after you. Then I handed her a handwritten note with directions to Quinn's location. I started to walk away with that, but didn't take 2 steps before a strong pair of arms spun me around. Jenny planted the deepest kiss on me that I'd had since I'd been in 2nd grade playing spin the bottle with little Cindy Williams. She paused long enough to let me draw breath and wrapped her arms around my neck. She whispered in my ear, "You reckless, crazy, amazing bastard. I think I love you. Make sure I get to see you again. Okay?" She let go. I almost didn't want her to, but I had work to do. I'll be back soon. I turned around and headed back into the melee. dodging the odd bullet aimed at my head. At one point, I had to dive behind a bush to escape a barrage from a shotgun. Gave me a chance to scope things out. Blake and Ricky had disengaged and made it to the bus. In fact, Cody was already backing the big yellow monstrosity out of the lot. Of the prisoners who joined the fight, only one remained, and he was turning tail for the woods. Time for Cano Whoop-Ass Phase 2. Don't eat me, bro. I took off at a dash towards the zombie pen. I counted 20 of them, frenzied with the sudden noise of battle and booming blasts of automatic weapons. I tied a length of cord to the latch that held the gate closed and went back to my hidey hole. The dozen or so guards who had been pinned down by Blake and Ricky's suppressive fire came out of the house en masse. Perfect. I pulled the rope taut and the gate unlatched. It took a second, but one of the zombies ran out. Then they cascaded out as unstoppable stampede of claws and snapping jaws. They scented fresh meat and headed straight for the house. I was afraid I'd taken too long to get to Jimmy, but I found him alive when I made it back to the cabin. He and I didn't see eye to eye, but I'd never considered him a bad person. Misguided, kind of an asshole, pretentious, a bit full of himself, and abrasive, yes, but not a bad person. I felt for a pulse. Weak. He'd tied a tourniquet around his leg before he'd passed out. Good for him. I dragged him back into the cabin and closed the door. I didn't want an adventurous zombie to come looking for a midnight snack. When I walked back out, the bus was already gone, the distant rumble of the diesel engine growing faint. 2 CCB gangsters held a small pack of zombies at bay near the parking lot. Another goon was screaming his lungs off as a trio of zombies tore at his limbs. It was a quick 200 yards to the main house, and I covered the ground in a breathless sprint. I paused before the main door, needing to catch my breath in the worst way, and I wasn't sure when, but I'd twisted my already bum ankle again. It needed a second of rest, too. Needles of pure pain stabbed at my ribcage as I stood there, but at least the bleeding had stopped. I reloaded Big Betty and the crossbow, and cleaned the can opener against my pants leg. I also took the tomahawk out of my small pack and strapped it to my left thigh. I'd need close-quarters weapons. I went in through the front door, sidestepping a zombie munching on a severed arm. It looked up at me. I shoved the can opener in its eye. 1 down. I checked the first floor. In the kitchen, I found a man in a bloodied shirt, moaning with his last reserve of strength, as 2 zombies fed from his arms and neck. The mangled, half-eaten remains of 2 of his buddies lay nearby. I thought I saw one of them twitch. Small, individual battles raged in the living room, office, and open dining room. The zombies were winning most of them. From the sounds of battle and the ear-piercing howls coming from upstairs, I figured that's where I needed to go. The leader of this clown show and winner of the Jeremiah Reed Lifetime Achievement Award for asshattery had to be upstairs, and he had my rifle. And I was tired of his shenanigans, and he needed to collect his price from Big Betty. I tried taking the stairs 2 at a time, but didn't make it far before I had to stop again. I was winded. I decided to take it easy, and walked up at a more comfortable pace with the shotgun high ready. I came across 2 struggling forms on the second-floor landing. A heavy-set woman with face tattoos and a million piercings fought a zombie that had straddled her and tried to bite her nose off. Never let it be said that Jeremiah Reed would not help a damsel in distress. I pumped the shotgun and blew the zombie's head off, splattering the woman's face with rotten brain matter. I reached out a hand to help her up then, and she let out a howl. "You're that son of a bitch, aren't you?" She went for a knife lying on the floor and lunged at me. She was quite spry for her size, tell you the truth. She thrust the knife at my face, but I was able to grab her wrist with the blade still inches from my eye. She headbutted me and sent me sprawling on the landing. That was going to leave a mark. I stood up, blurry-eyed and dizzy. She came at me, and I hesitated for a second. I'd never hit a woman. I knocked her off with a leg sweep. She landed on her back, smacking her head against the wooden floor. I stood up and whacked her in the face with the butt of my shotgun. If I hadn't killed her outright, she'd have one hell of a concussion. Then again, she might get eaten alive. Served her right. I took off down the hallway and checked each room. A few zombies, a couple of dead CCB men, but no sign of the man I was looking for. 3 spent shotgun shells later, I declared the floor a zombie-free zone. I took the stairs again and headed to the top floor. As soon as I hit the landing, I was faced with a sight that punched my gut and ripped my heart out. Zoe, Armando's youngest, knelt on the floor and was tearing the fleshy, tender meat off of a woman's shoulder. Zoe, who played video games and wrote in her spare time. She looked like she'd only been dead for a few days. I'd forgotten the grief of seeing friends and loved ones turned into zombies, that sense of despondency and misery that made it hard to breathe. She wore the same Fallout 3 t-shirt I'd traded her in exchange for a bag of potato chips and a can of peanuts. I froze at the sight, and it almost cost me. I heard footsteps behind me, and I turned around just in time, taking a universal firing position. I pulled the trigger. The zombie had been a breath away from French kissing me. The blowback splattered me with dead flesh. Sour-smelling, malodorous goo covered my neck and face. Now I knew why that biker chick had been so pissed at me. I turned to face Zoe again. She was on her feet, ready to pounce, hair mangy and matted with blood. It felt like I waited for hours, but I knew all along what I had to do. I pumped the shotgun and fired. Then I took a few seconds to say a silent goodbye. When I resumed my search, I heard commotion down the hall. 3 zombies clawed at a door. Could it be? I blew them away, taking out big chunks of the door along with flesh and limbs. I cleared my throat and coughed a few times, making sure I'd be heard. "Boss, are you in there? It's me. The house is clear, but the prisoners are getting away." I heard the scratchy sounds of furniture dragging against the floor. The door opened a crack, and I got a glimpse at Mr. Chairman of the Board. His eyes went wide when he saw me, though. I kicked the door open before he had a chance to think, smacked him right in the face. I ran in and scanned the room with the muzzle of my shotgun, trying not to let my face show how much my leg hurt from kicking the damn door. It had seemed a lot easier in my head. I'd expected to find some sort of ritzy room, with velvet-covered chairs and wooden chests overflowing with loot. Maybe a 4-poster bed, champagne, and a bowl of green M&Ms. Not so much. The place was a mess of overturned furniture and loose sheets of paper. The floor was littered with empty food wrappers and dirty clothes. An open safe held a smattering of coins and papers. I heard a whimper and turned. My eyes narrowed. The boy and girl from the day before were tied to the wall, dressed in a tux and evening gown. Violins rested at their feet. I wasn't even sure it was anything indecent, but I still wanted to bash this dude's brains in. I barricaded the door behind me. Safety first. I wouldn't want a zombie to nibble on my arm while I was distracted. Mr. Boss Man sat with his back against the bed, shaking his head and stemming the blood flow from his brow with a t-shirt. He lifted his arm, palm out. Wait, man. Let's talk about this. What do you have in mind? You tell me, man. Gold, drugs, all the women you could ever want. I lowered the shotgun. Go on. Yeah, whatever you're into. Look, I'm not even in charge here. I'm just the accountant. Take whatever and whoever you want. Just let me go. Nah, I don't think so. I fired once, twice, and to make sure I finished the job, shoved Big Betty's muzzle in his face and fired again. I've been around, you know? Seen my share of assholes, psychopaths, and liars. I'd seen this same dude drag an old man into the zombie pen and laugh about it with his friends. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. I searched the room and found my G41 in a gun case with the 2 magazines I'd given Jenny and an extra box of caseless ammo. Sweet. I checked out the safe and almost did a happy dance. I found 2 gold coins, meh, but a friggin' Hannes Wagner card in an acrylic case. Sweet Jesus. The thing was mint, and I just stared at it until the soft cries of the 2 kids snapped me out of my trance. I placed the card, very gingerly, in my pocket. The last thing I grabbed was a large key ring stuffed with car keys. I didn't really know how I'd be making a getaway, but that ring sparked an idea. Before I cut the kids loose, I went to the bathroom and cleaned myself up as best I could. I washed my face, neck, and arms, and ran my head under the faucet. Water pressure was shit, but I wasn't going to complain. I took a tentative sip. Not bad. There must have been a well on the property. Next, I lifted up my shirt to check out the damage. I was black and blue all over, but I'd live. There were a couple of new bruises, and I reminded myself to wear my body armor next time. It was just so damn uncomfortable. My right eye was swelling shut and my cheek was taking on a greenish hue. I walked back into the room and untied the kids. Almost had to drag them downstairs with me, but they came. They didn't make a peep till we hit the first floor and a zombie came at us from the kitchen. I aimed Big Betty and pulled the trigger. Click. Of course. I'd forgotten to reload the shotgun. I pulled out my crossbow and fired. Nothing. The trigger mechanism had finally given in. The G41 was tucked away in the safety of the case I carried slung across my back, so I backtracked, hiding the now whimpering kids behind me. A second zombie cut us off at the front door, and I found I could backtrack no more. I armed myself with the can opener and tomahawk and took a step forward. A deep breath steadied my nerves, but these two cats looked very well fed, even limber. The first zombie lunged at me. I cleaved his skull with the tomahawk. The tomahawk earned its name at that moment, and afterwards it was forever known as the Meat Cleaver. The next zombie sniffed the air and let out a screech, but I took the initiative this time and kicked at a chair to push him back. I let out a yell and jumped over the chair, then jammed the can opener in its ear. The blade glanced off its skull. Shite! I swung the meat cleaver downward with my other hand and split its head in two. I coaxed the kids out of the fetal position and nearly dragged them as we ran out the door. I headed to the parking lot, hoping against hope that one of the keys would work. I hit buttons on key fobs and cars answered with a quick honk. Each one had 4 flat tires. Well done, Jeremiah. You played yourself. At last, the truck I'd left intact, a double-cab beauty, let out a mellifluous electronic hello and blinked its headlights beckoning. Booyah! I shoved the kids in the rear seat, threw my gear in the back and jumped in. The engine roared to life and I threw the shifter into drive. Jeremiah, might we be forgetting something? Son of a goat. I put the truck in park, jumped out, and carefully removed the redneck mines from the rear tires. A trio of zombies was coming our way, but I just flipped them the bird before jumping back into the truck. I slalomed the truck back to the cabin and left the engine idling as I ran to get Jimmy. He was awake, barely. Jimmy, it's Jeremiah Reed. Do you recognize the sound of my voice? I'm weak, not in a coma, you idiot. Can you walk? Because if you can't, I'm going to have to leave you behind. I told him. I wouldn't. Maybe. Help me up. I half-carried him to the passenger door and shoved him in. He was pale, his face gaunt, and the wound in his leg was still bleeding. I threw the Bushmaster in the back and sped off to the front gate. I wasn't about to leave a perfectly good rifle behind. I heard the screams of the few CCB survivors amid scattered shots, but I kept driving, because fuck them. The rendezvous was an hour away, at a rest stop off the interstate. As per our agreement, Blake would wait for me for a couple of hours, once they arrived, and then he would leave. If I missed them, I'd have to hope Jenny would find her way to Quinn. Chapter 12. Reunited. I drove for 15 minutes, whipping the truck around the winding mountain road like an old racehorse. Finally, I pulled over and parked behind the burned-out husks of a car pileup. I'd been followed by the CCB before, and I wasn't going to make the same mistake again. I checked on my charges. The 2 kids were asleep in the back seat, but Jimmy was still awake. Sort of awake. I had to give it to him. He was tougher than I'd given him credit for. I grabbed the G4 and a couple of magazines. Then I cut across to the other side of the road to hide behind a tree stump. I figured I'd give it 10 minutes, and if nobody came, we'd be in the clear. 5 minutes later, the bright headlights of 2 motorcycles punched through the pre-dawn fog. Close behind them was a large 4-door sedan straight out of a dystopian sci-fi flick. Thick spikes were welded to the front bumper. It had steel window shutters, and there was a 50 cal machine gun mounted on the roof. I'd known I couldn't have disabled every vehicle in the compound, but I couldn't imagine how I'd missed this big mamma jamma. I steadied my nerves and switched on my NVG goggles. I wanted a closer look at the riders first, so I zoomed in. The guy on the lead bike had a scruffy beard and a dirty, blood-stained bandana covering one eye. Yeah, I'd seen him around, unloading supplies and harassing the prisoners. My rifle beeped as it locked onto its target. I fired. The stream of flechettes ripped through their bodies. The second rider, A pimple-faced red-headed kid who looked like he was still in high school skidded off the road. One-eyed Jack took a spill and tumbled over the handlebars. The big sedan bowled him over and slammed on the brakes, fishtailing on the damp asphalt. I let loose with another burst at the car, but the flechettes bounced off the armored windshield plating like they were gumballs. I stepped forward, taking position behind a thorny bush. I switched to caseless ammo and slammed in a new magazine. The heavier caliber bullets tore through the car's engine, releasing great big plumes of oily smoke and vapor. One of the a-holes in the sedan grew a pair and grabbed hold of the Medusa, turning it to face the little shrub. He obliterated it. Good thing I was already on the other side of the road. I zoomed in on the digital viewfinder, and the G41 painted the shooter's head with a flashing square. The rifle beeped again when I had the crosshairs aligned, and I squeezed the trigger. The heavy slug left a neat hole in the side of the man's head. I swear, I saw clear through to the other side. His lifeless body slumped over the roof, blood streaming from his head onto the windshield. After I silenced the main gun, 2 men jumped out of the car and made for the woods. Unfortunately for them, they ran straight at me. With the G41 and my night vision goggles, it was a turkey shoot. 4 quick shots took care of them, and with all threats neutralized, I left my hiding spot to survey the scene. I poked at the 2 bodies closest to me, deader than dead. I switched on the LED flashlight on the rifle and peeked inside the car. 3 backpacks and a duffel bag filled with personal belongings took up most of the back seat. I left them alone and checked the trunk. It was packed with food, water, and boxes of ammo in random calibers. A rustling sound caught me off guard, and I turned around. The red-headed kid was belly-crawling to his bike, smearing a trail of blood on the road. I'm no doctor, but I can tell you he wasn't going to make it. I walked over to him, crouched low, and put a hand on his shoulder. "Whoa, take it easy, boss." He wheezed and rested his head on the road. He took quick, shallow breaths. I felt a knot in my gut. I've done things I'm not proud of, things that have kept me alive. That doesn't mean I could just shoot a kid in the face in cold blood and not give a fig. I flashed to the first time I'd had to kill another human being. It was 2 months after I'd left Los Angeles. I was hungry, tired, and taking shelter from the rain in a musty barn. It belonged to an old army veteran who let me spend the night in spite of his apprehension. I lacked guile then, so I turned in my guns to ease his fear, got a piece of stale bread and a cup of insipid chicken broth in return. That night, I woke up with a start at the sound of shots. I grabbed the small folding knife I kept in my bag and ran outside. I saw 2 men firing into the front door of the man's house. One of them was thrown back by what I assumed was a close-range shotgun blast. The other man fired into a window with an automatic rifle. He yelled something at his friend who was writhing on the ground, then kicked the door down. I ran to the house, letting my shaky legs carry me forward on their own. The man on the ground was peppered with birdshot from the neck to his torso, but he was still alive. I tore a piece off of my T-shirt and put pressure on the man's wounds. He opened his eyes. "Keep pressure on this or you might bleed out." He didn't answer. I left him there, blood sluicing off his neck and shoulders in the light rain. I was convinced I'd come back with help in a few minutes. Didn't even think about taking his shotgun. I walked into the house and saw a broad-shouldered man in a tailored Oxford shirt, standing above the still form of the old vet. The butt of his rifle dripped with fresh blood. "Hey, pal, what do you think you're doing?" I asked. He turned around and raised his rifle. He muttered something unintelligible right before he squeezed the trigger. I was going to die, like countless others, a victim of my own naivete. I'd been too stupid to even make it past the 8-week mark on my own. But the rifle jammed, and my fight-or-flight instinct took over. I rushed him head first. We tumbled to the ground in a maelstrom of fists and elbows. He ended up on top of me and did his darndest to gouge out my eyes with his thumbs. I turned my head just before he popped one of my eyeballs and bit down on his hand with all my might. It bought me a quick second as he recoiled in pain. I was tired, cold, and wet, but I was stronger than him. I threw him off with a hip thrust and rolled to a knee. A knife appeared in his hand then, a wicked, gleaming death dealer. I pulled my own folding knife from my back pocket. It looked like a nail file in comparison to his. We were both on our feet now, circling, ready to pounce. But I had a surprise for him. He jabbed the knife at my face, but I was quick on my feet and sidestepped the thrust. I grabbed the hot iron poker from the fireplace, swung it at his head, and connected with his temple. The strike dazed him, throwing him off balance. I swung the iron upwards like a 7-iron, hit him under the jaw and knocked out at least 4 teeth. He fell, and I drove the iron into his chest. My strength left me then, and before I realized it, I was sitting on the floor. The room spun around me. I was breathing fast. I'm not sure how long I stayed down. Could have been an hour, could have been 2 minutes. I'd known, philosophically, that one of us wasn't walking out of there. But I couldn't shake the guilt. I shook myself awake, though. There was no room for self-pity if I wanted to survive. I gathered my wits and checked on the old man. He was dead, 2 bullet wounds in his belly and his face bashed in. I walked back outside only to find that the other man had bled to death. I spent the night digging 3 graves, the last time I did such a thing. The next morning I packed my weapons, supplies from the house, and took the knife that almost took my life as a trophy. The words, "can opener," were engraved in the handle. It's a good knife. The red-headed kid wheezed again. He had given up crawling. I stayed with him, keeping him company for the few minutes he had left as his life evaporated. It was the least I could do. My SUV sat just where I'd left it, hidden under leafy branches behind the convenience store. I transferred the few supplies I thought were worth keeping from the back of the CCB truck we'd been driving, along with the stuff I found in the trunk of the big sedan. You can never have too much clean water, and half-carried the kids into the back seat. Jimmy, to my utter surprise, was still alive, and actually hopped out of the truck on his own. I hit the road again, keeping an eye on the rearview mirror, as well as the road in front of me. It felt good to be driving my own car again. I was doing 90 now, a good compromise between speed and safety. I was lucky this stretch of highway was empty. Near the big cities, the highways are impassable, with miles upon miles of abandoned vehicles and wrecks. Believe me, you want to avoid the interstates whenever possible. They're good places to get bushwhacked and end up at someone's barbecue as the main dish. If I wasn't in such a hurry, I'd have picked a different road. But a prickly knot had formed in my gut. What if Blake decided not to wait after all? I floored the accelerator. Where are we going? The question took me by surprise. Jimmy had been sticking to muttered curses under his breath. The painkillers I'd given him had kicked in. What, you have somewhere you gotta be? Why do you always have to be such a dick? He had me there. I didn't know why, really. I sighed, an apology after a fashion. We're meeting the folks who helped me break you out. Should have been there already. If they're gone, I have no way to find them again. He laughed at me. It was a throaty, raspy chuckle. You're an idiot if you think Jenny will let them leave without us. I shrugged. Not up to her. You're a moron. Oh, and I'm the dick? We were quiet for a couple of minutes before Jimmy spoke again. This is all my fault. Huh? This man. The attack on the town. Those bastards using us as goddamn provisions for their zombie army. Most of my friends are dead because of me. The fuck you talking about, Jimmy? What did you do? Heat rose from my chest as I thought of a way to wring Jimmy's neck while holding onto the wheel. First off, fuck you for insinuating what I think you're insinuating. I mean that I never should have let Bill and Scooter into town. Pfft, I could have told him that. Instead of something encouraging, like, no, Jimmy, of course it's not your fault, what I said was, yeah, way to go on that. You screwed the pooch something fierce. Don't you think I know that? I was just so ready to get rid of you. I thought with enough time, Bill and Scooter would carry the load and we wouldn't need you anymore. And I could... What? Never mind. It wouldn't have made a difference anyway. For what it's worth, they'd been casing the joint for a while. I was always suspicious that they never went downtown, and as far as scavenging for supplies, those two didn't know shit from Shinola. I remembered something I'd seen, and a puzzle piece clicked into place. They had scouts watching us. I found tire marks on that big hill near the reservoir. And you didn't see fit to tell me? I wasn't sure what they meant at the time. And would you have done anything about it? He sighed. I don't know. Maybe not. And I did try to warn you, except I thought we'd be hit by a pack of Glowies. Didn't see the inside job coming. We drove in silence a few miles, swerving past the odd abandoned car. The first orange rays of sunrise peeked over the mountains. Jeremiah? Yeah?
I don't think I'm going to make it.
He cried then, maybe realizing what I'd known all along. For my part, I just hoped I'd make it to the rendezvous in time to get him help while it still mattered. I didn't know what to say. After a minute of quiet sobbing, he stared out the window with his head resting against the glass. Maybe there was something I could do after all. I reached across the seat and slapped his face with my right hand. I think that startled him. What the hell? You're not going to die today, Jimmy, not if I have a say in it. I'll cut off your fucking leg if I have to, so help me God. I didn't have a lot of friends left, and while I never would have considered Jimmy one, we'd seen some shit together. That means something, you know? You asshole! The world's gone to shit and it messes with a guy's head. I know I'm not dying right this instant, but if I don't get this thing looked at, I might lose the leg, and it hurts. Oh. His sour expression turned into a smirk. Well, looky here, Jeremiah Reed coming to my rescue. And I thought you only had a thing for redheads. Your hair looks brownish if I squint and turn my head just so. It'll do in a pinch. He was quiet, staring at the road. She's a good girl, Jay. Thinks the world of you. There, the rest station. I peeled off the highway, bouncing Jimmy and the kids inside the car. Tires screeched as they fought to gain traction on the off-ramp. I stepped on the gas. People milled about near the bus, resting and eating. They huddled under dirty blankets and plastic tarps to keep the morning chill away. And though they were in bad shape, they were safe. I slammed on the brakes and my eyebrows rose. Jenny leaned against the bus like a sentry, rifle resting across her arms. Maria and Maya flanked her, holding guns of their own and watching the doors. Ricky, Blake, Cody, and a few others were having a powwow nearby. Blake let out a sigh of relief and waved when he recognized me. I jumped out of the car and ran to the passenger door. I've got a wounded man! 2 men jumped to their feet and helped Jimmy out of the car. Jenny was there and helping the 2 kids from the back seat before I realized it. She talked to them in a soothing tone and handed them off to Maya, before turning to the men helping Jimmy to his feet. Take him to the lean-to, and cut his pants off. I need to get at the wound. Maya, Maria, I'll need clean water and get the med kit. Now! She looked at me and furrowed her brows. That looks like a nasty bruise. You might have a cheekbone fracture. Does this hurt? She touched my cheek with the tips of her index and middle finger. I clenched my teeth to stop myself from crying out in pain. Not really. Well, it looks bad. Don't go anywhere. I was probably okay. Having nothing to do, I figured I might as well talk to Blake, and so I headed over to see him. Sophie intercepted me and jumped into my arms.
Jeremiah! I knew you'd come back. I told everyone not to worry and that everything would be okay because...
She was talking so fast I could barely keep up with her. Something about monsters and bad guys and butt-kicking. Damn, it was good to see her. When we reached Blake, I noticed that Rick had heavy gauze stuffed into his swollen nose. Cody hadn't fared better. He spurted a black eye and a busted lip. Jeremiah, Blake greeted me. Damn good to see you. Thanks for waiting. I was afraid I was too late. I glanced at the guys again. Looks like you got into a scrape back at the ranch, I said with mild admiration. Rick and Cody cast their eyes down. Blake let out a belly laugh. You've got good friends, Mr. Reed, yes, sir. We almost did leave, half an hour ago in point of fact. But Jenny here can be very convincing. She clocked Cody when he tried to start the bus, and when Rick tried to pull her off, his own sister punched his lights out. I frowned. Really? Maya won't elaborate, but if I understand correctly, we owe Jenny a debt that can't be repaid. Just wait until my Sue hears about it. These 2 got a whooping coming. I'll scare us up some chow now. We got chicken broth and bread that's almost edible. Right, Sophie? No, the bread wasn't edible, but I devoured it and washed it down with tepid water that tasted nothing like chicken. Not the worst meal I'd ever had, not even close. I shivered as I ate my breakfast, though. The early morning cold had given way to icy gusts that nipped at my exposed skin. Winter was here. In some ways it was good, as it meant the zombies would slow down, but it also meant that I had to leave for the coast soon, or I'd be stuck for the next few months. I did not want to be caught on the open road under a blizzard. Since the nuclear blasts had hit the country, the weather was all kinds of crazy, and a flash snowstorm would kill you as surely as a pack of Glowies gnawing at your face. Sophie threw a blanket over my shoulders and pulled me to my feet. She'd scrounged up a pack of cocoa from God knows where, and with mugs in hand we walked around, exchanging pleasantries with the escapees and catching up with our former Rivet City neighbors. Less than a dozen remained alive. I learned that after the CCB took control of the town, they threw all the prisoners in the trucks like chattel. Armando tried to escape, so they killed him in front of his 2 daughters. Zoe ended up in the zombie pen after she gouged an eye out from a CCB goon with a scraggy beard. I smiled. That bastard had gotten his comeuppance after all. Other people hadn't survived the trip or ended up in the pens. A rumor was circling that the CCB had a network of camps all around the mountains, and that they were feeding supplies and material to their headquarters in an Idaho National Guard base. The abandoned equipment there gave them a lot of firepower. I thought it sounded like bullshit, tell the truth. I'd gone head-to-head with them and come away underwhelmed. Still, I made a mental note to circumvent any army bases as I made my way to the coast. It made sense as to why the boys were anxious to go. Rumor or not, it wasn't safe to be out in the open for long. After breakfast, I pawned Sophie off on Maya and went to follow up on Jimmy. He was dab smack in the middle of enduring a surgical procedure in a rest station parking lot under a plastic tarp, and with no painkillers to speak of. He'd moved a couple of notches up in my book. I offered to help, but Jenny didn't need it and shooed me away. I stayed and watched anyway, offering encouraging words to Jimmy. No, really. Whatever had happened between us was water off a duck's back. He was a champ, and only screamed when Jenny dug the bullet out, and again when she set his broken tibia. He passed out then, and Jenny let Maria bandage him up. The procedure took all of 20 minutes, and from her thumbs up afterward, I figured Jimmy would be all right. "You did good, Jenny," I told her as she walked up to me, wiping blood off her hands with a grimy rag. "Luck helps. The wound wasn't as bad as it looked. He'll likely walk with a limp, though." I got a good look at her for the first time in days. Her face was gaunt, her cheeks sunken. Dark circles befringed her eyes, but did little to dim their spark. She looked stunning, bloody hands and all. "You haven't eaten much, have you?" I asked her. "I've been saving room for that candlelit possum dinner you promised me." "Well, it is a delicacy, but I don't think a few biscuits will ruin your appetite." "Okay, only if you're buying. But first, we're going to take a look at that cheekbone." Crap. Blake caught up to us with his 2 boys in tow. They had the good sense to look embarrassed. They'd brought coffee and rice porridge as a peace offering. The extra coffee was welcome. I hadn't slept for 36 hours and was on the verge of going loopy. I was already hallucinating that the dead had risen and walked the earth.
"Jenny, how soon before we can go, you think?"
he asked her. This guy had held a gun to my face, almost shot me with said gun, and shot up half the CCB. And he was walking on eggshells talking to a girl who was all of 5 foot 10 inches and 130 pounds soaking wet? The hell? That said, I understood. "We can start getting everyone on the bus. I need help moving Jimmy."
"Of course. Ricky will pass the word to break camp. Listen, something has been weighing on me, so I'll just come out and say it. We haven't really had a chance to discuss next steps. Me and the boys weren't really expecting
this." He waved his arm to encompass the huddled masses. "No, we haven't discussed anything yet, Mr. Williams." Jenny raised her chin, defiant. I'd known this was a drive-by shagging from the get-go, I didn't know why she suddenly had a burr in her saddle. I figured I'd smooth things over. It's kind of what I do. No worries, I've got a place where everyone can stay while we figure out what to do. I must have said something right, because Jenny reached out and held my hand. See? I can occasionally not put my foot in my mouth.
Yes, thanks for your help, Mr. Williams, Jenny offered. We've been on our own before, so we'll be fine.
She said, her cool tone fooling no one. I thought part of her wanted us to join up with the stronger group. Made sense, I guessed. Blake's eyebrows creased together.
No, you misunderstand. I want to ask you to join us, to become part of our community, permanently. I know some folk have plans to go back to their homes, and I'll help if I can. But whoever wants to stay is welcome. We can certainly use someone with your skills. And Jeremiah, we can use a man like you. We have plenty of space, and there's no lack of food. I'll say here and now, though, everyone will have to work, and any troublemakers get the boot on strike one. But we'd be glad to have you. Those are my rules, strict but fair.
Jenny looked up at me with hopeful eyes and a timid smile. Sounds good to me, I said. We'll have to pick up Joe, Quinn, and the baby, though. It's not too far from here. Not that I didn't want to take all the girls with me on my trip west. God knew I'd fallen in love with Charlotte. But they'd be safer with Blake. Things were finally breaking my way. Chapter 13. Long, cool woman in a black dress. It was mid-morning by the time we'd picked up Quinn, Charlotte, and Joe and reached the gates of Sunlit Meadows, Blake's compound. We'd driven for 5 clicks on a dirt road that led us to a housing subdivision hidden by broad trees and overgrown foliage, easy to miss if you didn't know what to look for. It was near the banks of the Yellowstone River, 20 miles west of the town of Big Timber. Joe and I had spent a few nights in Big Timber. Nary a house still stood there that wasn't burned to the ground. Even the rats stayed away. We must have permed a dozen zombies before we'd finally caught some sleep. Sunlit Meadows wasn't that much different from Rivet City, come to think of it, except for the massive brick walls that ring the compound, and the guard towers with Browning automatic rifles, and the solar panel array, and the observation posts. Other than that, they were identical. The bus stopped in front of the broad steel gate, so I stopped as well, a car length behind. Joe sat on the passenger seat, head out the window, lapping up the fresh air with oblivious contentment. Quinn, the baby, and Sophie sat in the back, oohing and dying at the sights. Jenny had stayed on the bus, looking after Jimmy and the nervous passengers. The gates rolled open ahead of us, and an armed party came out to greet us. A man that could have been Blake's white twin brother, but taller, and 3 hombres wearing dark glasses, camouflage pants, and matching jackets. Army fantasy camp must have let out early. They boarded the bus and exchanged pleasantries with Blake, then waved us in. We drove in through the gate and slowed to an easy pace down the main drag. I had to give it to Blake. The place was an oasis. There were green lawns, water wells, orchards, and even a playground where little boys and girls were practicing their ABCs. And that was only the stuff I could see. Before I knew it, I was pulled into the mass of people exiting the bus and led into a big dining hall where an orderly line had formed. I smelled barbecue beans, collard greens, grilled meats, and mother-effing mashed potatoes. Joe bolted to the front as usual and put on the cuddly pup act with one of the ladies at the serving counter. Jenny stood near the head of the line directing traffic. I knew she wouldn't eat until everyone else had gotten a plate. I wasn't as self-sacrificing as her and cut in front of a dope fumbling for his glasses. She came up to me and pulled me aside. "Hey, mind hanging out with me?" "Not at all. I was just coming to find you, actually." "Hey, mister, I think you dropped your glasses." Finally, a gazillion years later, it was our turn to eat. It was a battle between sleep and hunger, and quick calculus told me I'd feel better if I passed out with a full stomach. We sat at a table that Sophie and Joe guarded with zeal. I think there was a conversation going on around me, but I was too busy inhaling my food to notice. Roasted lizard was pretty good, but nowhere near as good as mashed potatoes and gravy with a dash of garlic, and lots of butter with butter on top. Joe sat next to me, gnawing on a massive bone courtesy of his new lady friend. I was getting ready to go back for seconds when Blake came to introduce his wife to us. I almost forgot how to breathe. Blake's wife was a Nubian goddess with caramel skin and all the curves of a Georgia road. Her hair cascaded down to her shoulders like auburn waterfalls. She didn't walk either. She glided. "Hello, ladies, Jeremiah. Allow me to introduce my wife, Susan." I stood up, bowed, and greeted her with a hand kiss. "Excusez-moi. Est-ce que tu embrasses les inconnus? Non? Donc, je me présente. Je m'appelle Jeremiah Reed, votre humble serviteur." My wife and I took French lessons for the vacation to Paris we never took. I thought I'd forgotten most of it, but I guess not. Jenny pinched my thigh really hard, so I pinched her back. She shot up off her seat with a tiny yip and tried to compose herself. "Un plaisir de vous rencontrer. Oh, I'm sorry this big dope turned me all sideways. A pleasure to meet you, Susan. My name's Jenny, this is Quinn, and the little dumpling is Charlotte, and Sophie, of course. The big dog is Joe, and the other dog is Jeremiah. A pleasure to meet y'all. Oh, and look at this little angel. Ain't she just the most precious thing you ever did see?" she asked, her focus on Charlotte. Introductions over with, I left the table with my empty plate in hand. There was a tub of mashed potatoes with my name on it. Blake joined me at the serving counter with an empty plate of his own. I was busy separating abominable broccoli from a tray of grilled veggies, and hardly heard a word he said. "Huh?" I asked. "How do you find our town so far?" "Not bad." I shrugged while I scooped peas onto my plate. "It's definitely in the top 10 of towns I've visited. Maybe top 5 if you have a working soft-serve ice cream machine." Blake cocked his head and raised an eyebrow. "You must have seen some interesting places out there." "Yeah, sure. I spent a few days in this town in Minnesota where every day was Christmas. They had lights, Christmas carols, reindeer, the whole shebang. There was even a theater that played Christmas movies 24/7. "Really?" "Yeah, it was a lot of fun at first. Regifting was a big problem, though, and the town had a number of ordinances against it. More than one person ended up in the stockade with a bar of soap in their mouth. Still, you'd be surprised how creative people can get with rapping." Blake shook his head. "Susan and I would like you and the missus to join us for a dinner at our house tonight. Linda and Cody will be hosting. We want to thank you for helping us." "Hey, listen, Blake. I gotta level with you. Jenny isn't my wife, and the girls aren't really my girls, if you know what I mean." "I already knew that. Let me level with you. You and I are scooping up food on our plates, when other people in this world are living off bugs and lawn clippings. My daughter is safe. My wife's best friend is safe, and my 2 sons are safe. That's all I care about." He threw a scoopful of steamed broccoli onto my plate, the bastard, and jostled me with his elbow. "If you want, I'll introduce you to Sue's sister. She's the pretty one in the family." I ate the rest of my meal in glorious, quiet solitude. Sophie had left to sit with Maria and the other Rivet City neighbors, and Quinn was on a tour of the nursery with Sue and Linda. Jenny had left to check on Jimmy, so it was Joe and I, like it had always been. I scratched his ears while he devoured his mastodon bone. He growled at me. "You ungrateful little—" "I guess we forgot how I had to carry you through the woods when you had an arrow sticking out your butt." He didn't reply right away, and when he did, his apology was half-hearted at best. "So now you lick my hand? Too late. No beef jerky for you tonight." He threw a tantrum, barking at me before trotting away with his bone to sit with Sophie. "You take that back. I did not burn your fur on purpose." Jenny came back and sat across from me. She looked at me with a furrowed brow, then shook her head as though clearing her thoughts. I shoveled spoonfuls of potato into my mouth. "Jimmy's doing well. They have him hooked up to an IV. The physician looking after him was a surgeon at St. Vincent, so he's in good hands. You should go see him." "Yeah, weather's lovely." She rolled her eyes. "Sue invited us to dinner tonight. I don't know if I can make it. There's a lot on my plate, you know, and I don't just mean these delicious spuds. I waved the empty spoon in her direction. I've got to prep for the trip. There's a lot of planning to do if I want to leave before the snowstorms. I have to rotate the tires on the SUV, change the oil filter, and refill the windshield washer fluid. I haven't cleaned my guns in, forever, and Joe needs a bath. Plus, look at my eye. It's hideous. People are going to be staring at it, and you know how self-conscious I am. She leaned back in her chair, drumming the table with her fingers as she considered. I had just given her an unassailable argument, and she knew it. Check. Mate. Let me lay it out for you, Monsieur Reed. Linda was kind enough to let us stay in her house. You're sharing a room with Quinn and the baby. She likes you for some reason. I've got the room next door with Sophie. After you're done here, Cody will take you to the clinic for a complete checkup, and then you will take a long shower and hit the rack. I'll come get you at 1600 hours. You will be presentable, you will have fun, and you won't be an ass. Me comprenez-vous? Oui. Good. And don't eat too much. It'll give you indigestion. I'll see you later. Ha. That'd show her. I walked out of the dining hall, which I'd learned was a multi-purpose hall for meetings and such, and gave myself a tour of the neighborhood. Sunlit Meadows was twice as big as Rivet City, housing at least 3 times as many people. Some residents waved friendly hellos, but the majority glowered at me as though a stray cat had wandered into their kitchen. I swear, one young hipster couple pushing a bugaboo stroller made a shooing motion when they saw me cross the street. Thing was, they were right to be wary. The townsfolk, with a few notable exceptions, looked soft and weak. If there was ever a breach and either a zombie colony or a large CCB contingent made it through and into this community, it would be a slaughter. The perimeter defenses were strong, but if that line broke, the soft, gooey interior of Sunlit Meadows would be exposed. Realizing this, I knew I'd have to make sure Jenny, Sophie, and Quinn were always armed, and they'd hate me for this. But I'd start running surprise escape drills in the middle of the night, too. Mwahahaha. I'm not the chatty type, but I made an effort to introduce myself to the folks I ran into. I met an electrical engineer who kept the solar chargers working, an actor who led scavenging parties when the town needed supplies, and a baker who ran a cafe out of a small house. They seemed like good people, and had nothing but good things to say about Blake and what they called the town council. It all sounded a little too good to be true, though. I leaned in close to the baker, grabbed his arm, and asked him to blink twice if he was in any danger. He mumbled something about damn people been outside too long and politely excused himself. I noted alert guards pacing the fence, keeping a watchful eye on the main approach from the watchtowers, and my anxiety eased. A little. One of them hadn't taken his eyes off of me. Good for him. I was poking around a grain silo when Cody caught up to me. "Yo, Jeremiah, been looking all over for you." "Hey, what's up, Cliff?" "It's Cody." "Yeah, that's what I said." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Miss McCrae asked me to take you to the infirmary. Doc Mitchell is almost done checking out the folks that are a little beat up." "All right, Clancy, lead the way." Once we arrived at the infirmary, I was placed in a small room where a nurse asked me to strip down to my unmentionables. The doctor came in after a few minutes. I'd expected a wizened old man with a craggy disposition, turtle-shell glasses, and a tuft of white hair. The guy who came in was 6'3", in his mid-40s, and in top physical shape. His biceps were as big as my leg, for crying out loud. I recognized him as one of the guys who'd come to meet us at the gate when we'd arrived. Handsome fellow. "Ah, Mr. Reed. Looks like you're my last patient. I'm Dr. Mitchell. We met this morning, but in all the, commotion, you might not remember. Welcome to Sunlit Meadows." I took the offered hand and didn't notice any of the typical macho bullshit that so often accompanies such gestures. He didn't try to crush my fingers or flex his arms. It was just your run-of-the-mill, firm handshake. I wasn't sure I liked it. "Well, Doc, thanks for checking in, but I'm feeling pretty good, so I'm just going to get out of your hair and Let you focus on the people who really need you, like my boy Jimmy. How is he, by the way? I gathered my clothes, and the doc leaned against the wall. Mr. Hart is sleeping. I gave him a sedative for the pain. As soon as he wakes up, I'm making him eat solid food. Did you know he hasn't eaten in 6 days? He gave all of his food to the other prisoners. I paused when I heard that. Good for Jimmy. Look, I know you're used to being on your own, but let me give you the once-over, and we can both move on with our day. I nodded and put my clothes back on the chair. I figured I might as well go for it and let him check a hangnail that had been driving me nuts. Doc checked my blood pressure and did a cursory inspection of my throat and good eye before getting down to business and treating my mounting injuries. He checked the bullet wound on my left side first. That spot hadn't had much chance to heal. The sutures are coarse, but your wife did very well. I see here where you've reopened it. I'll clean it and replace the stitches, but you'll need to limit physical exertion for a few days. Yeah, good luck with that. He examined my hand next. Wow, and I hear you did this yourself? Well, not much I can do here. It's as good as it's going to get without cosmetic surgery. But I suspect there's lingering pain. I can give you something for that. Now, your face is concerning. He tapped my cheek gently with one finger. Can you open your mouth wide, please? Any pain in your jaw? Good. Now, follow my finger. Good. Tilt your head back, please. He looked inside my left nostril and pulled down the skin around my eye. Good news is you don't have any broken bones. We'll take an X-ray to verify, of course, but you popped a few blood vessels in that eye. It's going to swell up like a blueberry in August. My professional diagnosis is that you got one hell of a shiner. And I had to get down to my skivvies for this? I could have told him that. Then a thought struck me so hard I almost lost my balance. Hey, Doc, you think you can give me an eye patch? After leaving the infirmary, I went straight to bed and slept all day. It was magnificent. I hadn't realized how much my body needed it. Joe and I struck a truce, and he spent the day curled up at the foot of the bed. I didn't have any other friends in the world, and it was nice to hang out with him. I was sure I could sleep for days, but Jenny's knock woke me from hibernation. I opened the door after struggling to drag myself off of the comfortable mattress. My eyes felt puffy from too much sleep, and my mouth was parched. She shot me a wide-eyed look of surprise. You've got 10 minutes to get ready. I can't believe you were still asleep. I knew I should have come sooner. What time is it? Are we going somewhere? I could have sworn I didn't have school today. Ugh, just follow me. She led me to the bathroom. She turned on the shower, prepped a toothbrush, hair gel, and other toiletries, and walked back out. I'll be right outside the door. Hurry up. It took me a minute to realize I was taking an honest-to-goodness hot shower. Damn, it had been a while. I took my sweet time and used up half a bottle of shampoo making horns out of my overlong hair. Then Jenny came in, flushed the toilet, and almost boiled me alive. The eye patch looked amazing, and it was a big hit at the party. Well, it was less a party and more a barbecue with canned food and homebrew beer that tasted like rat's piss, but it's the thought that counts. Jenny shot me annoyed glares, but I had a ball. I mean, how often can you really pull off an "arg, matey" without sounding mental? Jenny looked gorgeous as usual, and I wasn't surprised by the looks she got. I don't know where she rustled up a little black dress, but she looked stunning. A tiara held her silky scarlet hair back, and the subtle makeup she wore enhanced her usual radiance. It made an interesting contrast with my choice of combat boots, cargo pants, sidearm, and Voltron t-shirt. And let's not forget the eye patch. Arg. I wanted to make the best of it, so I grabbed a fistful of Spam tea sandwiches and worked the room. I hadn't gathered as much intel as I'd wanted earlier in the day and had a lot of catching up to do. I learned that Blake was the chief of security, though no one trusted me enough to tell me how big of a force or what kind of weapons they had. Couldn't say I blamed them. The town had a council of 8 members, 4 permanent and 4 who rotated every year. Sunlit Meadows' population, 130, was as self-sufficient a little city as they came, In addition to the solar panels, orchards, and all that jazz, they had diesel generators, grain silos, water reservoirs, and a fully stocked armory. It sounded impressive, but I thought it made them a tempting target for someone like the CCV or the Slaughterhousers gang that was making noise down south. Spy work done, I decided to enjoy the party and let my hair down. I was telling one of my famous peanut jokes to a group of admiring single ladies when Jenny finally decided to join us. Odd timing, if you ask me. And the bartender says, "It's the peanuts. They're complimentary." Knee slaps and roaring laughter. I wasn't surprised. That one was usually my closer, but I'd been working on my repertoire. Jeremiah, want to take a walk? Hold on, Jenny. Okay, ladies, let me know if you've heard this one. 2 peanuts were walking down the street. No, Jeremiah, now. Wait. One of them was... Ow! She pulled me by the sideburns and dragged me away from my adoring crowd to the back porch. It was a beautiful night, but I regretted not bringing my sweater. The temperature had dropped quickly. I rubbed my hands together as my breath condensed in the chilly air. She didn't say anything for a while. She was flustered. That wasn't like Jenny at all. "Things are getting awkward, aren't they?" she asked. They were. We'd sort of been avoiding a real conversation. It was pretty weird. What? Awkward? Not that I've noticed. I knew where this was headed, and I couldn't avoid it anymore. I steeled myself. She poked at the ground with the tip of her shoe and stared at the little divot she'd created. She took a deep breath. "What I told you before, back at the ranch?" I had no room in my life to let anyone else in, though. Not until I found my penny. It wasn't fair to Jenny, but she needed to hear it from me. "Jenny, I'm an idiot, and not the easiest guy to like. I'm a giant tool, and I'm sorry, but I can't say the things you want to hear right now. I need to find my little girl before I can think of anything else. It's the only thing on my mind. It's been the only thing on my mind for the last 3 years." The look she gave me broke my heart, but I wasn't done. "I promise you that when I come back with Penny, we'll sit down and talk, if you still want to. It's the best I can do." I held her hands in mine and stared at my feet. I didn't have the courage to look her in the eye after all that. She lifted my head up by my chin and hit me with a 1,000-watt smile. "Yes, you're an idiot, but you're my idiot. We'll find Penny together, okay? And don't give me that look. I'm offering my help as a friend, if you'll accept it. Nothing more." "Are you sure?" I gestured with my head at the brick wall behind us. "It's a lot more dangerous out there than it was even a year ago. You'll be safer here. A lot safer." Yesterday morning I was sharing a 10-foot by 10-foot room with 24 other women and kids, wondering if I'd survive through another night, or if I'd finally have my throat slit for not giving in to some horny asshole. Don't patronize me. I know what's out there. I nodded. "Sorry." "Then, as a friend, I graciously accept your offer. How about we go back in there and class up the joint a little?" We spent the rest of the night together, getting to know the new neighbors. As the party wore on, it became clear what I had to do. Sunlit Meadows was a safe place for the girls, where they could have a life with some sense of normalcy. They deserved better. Better than I could offer them on the road, especially Jenny. She could start over in a place like this. We stayed behind after everyone had left and pitched in with cleanup, shared a cup of coffee with Blake and his wife, and said our goodbyes with the promise to do it all over again soon. Jenny and I walked arm in arm the 2 blocks to our temporary home. It was wonderful. She wrapped me in a hug when I dropped her off at her room. I stood in front of the door for what seemed like hours, as I made up my mind. I left 3 days later in the middle of the night. Jenny had helped me pack and arranged for us to leave early the next morning. She'd wanted us to have coffee together, to discuss final details before we hit the road. She'd even helped me rotate the tires, the sweet girl. I tiptoed in front of her room, mindful of the creaky wooden floor. Joe almost blew our cover with a loud bark, but I slipped a note under her door undetected. Part of me hoped she'd wake up, and when she didn't, a mixed sensation of relief and disappointment washed over me. I walked down the stairs, but Joe stayed behind. I thought he might want to stay with the girls, so I left the decision up to him. I wouldn't make him come if he didn't want to. It was a choice he'd earned many times over. He caught up to me as I loaded bags into the back of the SUV. Good boy. Sunlit Meadows had a very strict curfew, so I'd had to ask Blake to open the gates early. He was waiting for me at the entrance when I got there.
Jeremiah, I know it's not my place to say, but she'll be heartbroken. You sure about this?
I am. I need to ask you a favor before I go.
Yeah?
Watch over them, please. He nodded.
No need to ask. Okay then. See you around.
Yeah, see you around. It was a pretty heartfelt goodbye, all things considered. He waved at the guards and they opened the gate. Joe whined and fussed in his seat. He shot glances back at the compound as we drove off. Don't worry, buddy, they'll be safe there. He looked at me with those big sad eyes he saved for when he wanted a double helping of jerky. I know, but it's better this way. He whined again.
Yeah, I'll miss them too.
It was once a 12-hour drive from Sunlit Meadows to Seattle, but that was before Deadbreak. Accounting for rest stops, surveillance detection routes, and cluttered highways, it would be closer to 30 hours for me and Joe. I was looking forward to it. I'd found that long drives had a therapeutic effect on me. The temperature had dropped to single digits in the last 2 days, so I sipped piping hot coffee from my travel mug as I hit the on-ramp to Interstate 90. It would keep the chills away some. The hastily repaired shutters let in a gelid breeze, but I wore a thick lamb's wool coat that would keep me from freezing. I threw a blanket over the sleeping form of Joe, cranked up the heater, popped in a CD of Justin Timberlake's greatest hits, and settled in for the long drive. The best-laid plans of mice and men often go awry. I didn't see the trap until it was almost too late. We were coming up on Missoula, 4 hours after we'd left Sunlit Meadows, when I noticed something odd about the car wrecks littering the road. I drove around them, but they slowed me down and funneled me towards one side of the road. Something about the positioning of the cars seemed too convenient. So I stopped the beast and turned off the headlights. There was a chance they hadn't seen me yet. I stepped out and ran over to a Jersey barrier that was positioned as a roadblock. Joe was right behind me. Ears and nose up, buddy. This looks more queer than a $3 bill. A large car pileup completely blocked the highway ahead of us, except for one narrow lane. I saw the flickering glow of a fire through the car windows in the large barricade. I waited, not daring to move a muscle. There was no limit to my patience when it came to survival, and I'd stay there all day if I had to. I heard the distinct sound of footsteps. Joe looked tense, his tail curled and his ears pulled back. I unslung the G41 and clicked the safety off. The footsteps lacked the shuffling, arrhythmic cadence of the undead. I heard a male voice. They were a good 20 feet from me. "Timmy, come here, quickly." "What's up?" "Didn't I tell you I saw headlights? See up ahead that big SUV? Wasn't there an hour ago." "You sure? It's gone to dark out there." "Boy, if I tell you a duck can tow a truck, shut the hell up and hook the sucker up." Okay, I'll go tell Matt." Damn it. I hadn't been expecting an ambush so soon, but I still had time to avoid a confrontation. I was ready to run back to the SUV and backtrack, when I heard a woman pleading with her captors. The telltale sound of dragging chains raised the hairs on my neck. "Please, you told me I could go. You promised." There was a quiver in her voice. She sounded like she'd been crying. "Shut up, bitch. Lester, tie her up over there. You got a bead on whoever's in the car?" "Nah, can't see shit from here." "All right, let's see if we can smoke them out. Light up the cigar and make the bitch scream." She did scream a moment later, and I had to restrain Joe from ripping their faces off. "Shh, easy boy, easy. Jeremiah's got a plan." I didn't have a plan, but it was decision time. I could still run back to the car and find an alternate route. The woman screamed again. Yeah, running back was the smart thing to do. I jumped over the barrier, then sprinted to the protection of a rusted little 2-seater convertible. I slammed my back against the fender, then risked a quick peek. I counted 4 men, 1 next to the woman, and 3 who'd begun to spread out. I raised the rifle and lined up a shot on the closest one, the man holding a lit cigar between his lips. He was in the process of putting it out on the girl's arm. The fléchettes turned his face to ground meat, and he fell to the ground like a rag doll. His friends reacted, peppering the little coop with hasty return fire. I told Joe to stay put. This was no place for an unarmed dog. I rolled to a nearby truck, firing blind, looking to buy myself some time as I figured my next move. Because I had no next move. I made it to cover with little more than a scraped elbow. It really stung. I peeked over the hood of the truck and took stock of the situation. The woman was sitting on the ground, her wrist chained to the bumper of a mail truck. 2 men looked for me from behind the protection of a concrete divider. I thought I saw another man running to join them. 3 against 1. I liked those odds. I switched to caseless ammo, softening up the opposition with fléchettes and picking them off with the heavier, more accurate rounds had become my go-to move. Unfortunately, I was too busy being full of myself to realize I'd been surrounded. A man wearing the olive jacket favored by the CCB materialized to my right from behind a large tractor tire.
"You son of a bitch! I'll take pleasure in flaying your skin."
He sounded like he'd been smoking a pack a day since high school. I sent a volley over his head. No one called my mom a bitch. A second man appeared on my left holding a shotgun. He took pot shots at me from behind a pickup truck. They thought they had me cornered, but I could still take one of them with me if I left my cover. I was ready to do just that when the head of the man holding the AK-47 exploded. The man with the shotgun suffered the same fate a second later. Chunks of his scalp landed on the asphalt as far as 10 feet away. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, I ran to the other side of the car, away from the new threat. I stole a glance at the woman chained to the mail truck. She was dead, a pool of blood growing next to her head. A cold fist punched my gut at the thought that I'd killed her with an errant round. I went to check on her and noticed blood streaming out of her ear. I hadn't done it. They'd hit her so hard that they'd fractured her skull. I looked for the third man. He was running away back to the protection of the barricade. I heard another shot, and he stumbled to the ground face first, a giant hole in the middle of his back. I closed the girl's eyelids. She was young and pretty, in her mid-20s. A stylized C was burned onto her neck. Jenny had one just like it. This one looked fresh. I called Joe over. "Okay, boy. You stay here. There's got to be more of them on the other side of this pileup." Yes, I saw their heads blown up. No, you have a small head. You're safe. Now, stop whining and stay. Down. Good boy. He actually had a giant melon of a head, but I didn't want to worry him. I walked through the barricade into a small camp and was immediately greeted by a blast of automatic weapons fire. I dove out of the way to the protection of an overturned washing machine. I wondered how in the hell a washing machine had ended up on the highway until I noticed the moving truck nearby. I was safe for the moment, though, so I did an ammo check. I had a full magazine left for the G41 and 2 magazines for my 9mm Sig Sauer. I could still get back to my car and chuck this up as another close call, or I could take my balls out of my purse. I leaned out of cover with the G41 locked and loaded. I thought I saw a head pop up from behind a tent. I waited, and when he came out for another look, I fired. And missed. I was much better at close quarters combat. Yeah, that was it. I kept firing, advancing, taking cover behind the detritus covering the highway. I ended up belly down behind a large suitcase, close enough to see a shadow darting from cover to cover. "Give up now, asshole! You're surrounded!" I figured I'd give him a chance to lay down his weapons. "Go to hell!" he answered. Too bad. This could have ended peacefully. I switched to my sidearm and walked towards him, firing deliberately until I was a step away from him. It was a bold move, but one I'd used on more than one occasion. Most people cowered when bullets were slamming in around them, and this guy was no different. He was a greasy slob, fattened up in a time when eating 1 meal a day was considered a luxury. He wheezed as he drew air into his lungs, curled up on the ground now. I leveled the gun at his head and gave him one last chance to surrender. "Put down your gun, Porky." "Yeah, okay. Don't shoot." He moved as though he was dropping the gun, but I noticed the smirk before he raised his rifle. The clumsy moron tried to get the drop on me. At least he had the balls to go down swinging. I'd stitched him up with 6 rounds I had left in the magazine before his finger had reached the trigger. I wasn't ordinarily that frivolous with ammo, but the way they'd treated that girl had made me ornery. I let out a long breath. My head was still attached firmly to my shoulders, so whoever had blown the heads off of those 2 idiots was either gone or waiting to line up a shot on me when I went back to the car. Either way, I had a little time. I whistled for Joe. He came trotting up like he didn't have a care in the world. That was a good sign. I looked around the camp. There was a big pile of backpacks and luggage off to the side. Bins filled with valuables were arranged next to it. I opened the flap to one of the tents and was taken aback when I saw 2 young women huddled together, sobbing quietly. They couldn't have been much older than Quinn. Their skin had signs of burn marks and fresh cuts. They also had the CCB brand burned on their necks. They recoiled when I got closer. Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. You're okay now. Here, come outside." They hesitated, but followed my lead. They stepped outside and cast their eyes down, unwilling or unable to make eye contact. Their wrists were tied together, and they gasped when I pulled the can opener. That was a dumb move on my part. I admit, very dumb. I raised my hands in an appeasing gesture. "Whoa, sorry about that. I'm just going to cut the ropes. Easy now." The girls held their arms out, and I sawed through their bonds. The knots were clumsy, the rope thick and frayed. When they were finally free, they rubbed their wrists and took a step back. "That's better, right? My name—" They took off, sprinting down the highway as fast as their legs would carry them. Joe sat next to me, tongue hanging out the side of his mouth, panting like an idiot. "You dum-dum, why didn't you stop them? What do you mean you weren't paying attention? What kind of guard dog are you?" They had a good lead on me, but they were already slowing down. I didn't blame them for taking off. I probably would have done the same. Some scruffy dude with a mangy dog shows up and tells me he's my liberator, I might kick him in the balls. They stopped running after 50 yards, frozen in place. I frowned when they turned around and ran back in my direction. The girls were screaming now, frantic. They didn't make it very far before they were overtaken by a pack of Glowys. The bastards must have heard the commotion. The girls screamed again, but this time their cries were tinged with pain and agony. I fired at the Glowys who'd pinned the girls down and were in the process of ripping their skin off. I hit one in the torso. The impact threw him back, but he shrugged it off like it was a flea bite and clamped his jaws onto one of the girl's legs. I saw her head explode and heard the loud report of a high-powered rifle a heartbeat later. I took a knee and aimed carefully. I hit the second girl square in the heart. "Joe, let's go, boy. Come." He shot me a look that said, "Come on, dude, I got this." But I was low on ammo, and more Glowys were pouring onto the highway. We ran back to the SUV, hopping over obstacles and keeping close to cover. A shot parted my hair and I dropped to the ground. Maybe a good Samaritan had decided to help me, or maybe the CCB's competition wanted to muscle in on their turf. Either way, I needed to scram. I ran the last 100 feet to the SUV at a crouch. I was only shot at 2 more times, and since neither shot hit me, I considered that a win. Joe was unfazed by the whole thing and took his usual spot in the co-pilot's seat. I closed the door and turned on the ignition. The beast came to life and I hit the gas. We crashed through the barricade, swerving through the camp. The Glowys left their half-eaten meal and ran for us. I kept driving, bowling them over and grinning every time one of them got sucked under the wheels. I didn't slow down when I drove by the 2 girls' remains. My nightmares were vivid enough as it was. I drove another 5 minutes down the highway, working on a change to my travel plans. I'd make my first detour just before we hit Missoula proper. Driving through the city wasn't an appealing notion, especially after the welcome wagon had come out to say hello. We'd play it by ear, but I would either drive through the Lolo National Forest and come back around to the highway, or take a path to the north that would bring us near the airport. A mile and a half later, I stopped to survey the road with my binoculars. The highway was littered with wrecks for miles on end, so if I ran into a large hunter pack or hive, I'd have nowhere to go. Yeah, driving through was a bad idea. I checked my 6. The Glowys hadn't given chase. I could spare a few more minutes to think. I got out and unfolded my map to spread it out on the hood of the car, and picked a road that ran parallel to the Clark Ford River. Being near water was always a plus, and it was a landmark that would help me keep my bearings. Yeah, that was the way to go. I was about to step back into the car when the scent of burnt oil reached my nose. I looked down to find a slimy puddle of oil forming near my shoe. I crawled under the beast to check the engine with my heart in my throat. The oil pan had a neat bullet hole where the oil had been pouring out. It had slowed to a trickle. I crawled back out and saw the long, slick trail the SUV had left. I tilted my head back and yelled, then kicked the fender again and again and again. The universe was conspiring against me, but there's a saying my dad used to tell me. When life gives you lemons, you take those lemons and shove them down its throat. I grabbed my pack and loaded it with food, ammo, camping supplies, and all the loot from the jewelry store. Then I slapped a sweater on Joe and strapped on his harness, packed with all of my spare magazines, more food, and crossbow bolts. We were road warriors again, ready to take lemons and shove them up someone's ass. We cut across the highway and hit a dirt road near the river. We could follow this route until the highway cleared up again. It would be a good way to avoid that trigger-happy sniper that had almost blown my ear off, too. We took it slow as we hiked through the woods, keeping our eyes and ears open. I stopped often and backtracked to see if we were being followed. I find that it pays to be paranoid when most things left alive on Earth want to make a meal out of you. I didn't find anything out of the ordinary, but I did bag a rabbit with what I'd call an incredible trick shot. I'd shot a bolt at a field mouse, but missed so bad that the bolt ricocheted off a tree, hitting the poor bunny in the eye. I felt terrible about it, but that sucker would feed us for a couple of days. We walked 12 miles through the woods before I decided to stop for lunch. I hadn't hiked with a full pack in weeks, and my legs felt like jelly. Joe wasn't looking too sharp either. He plopped down in a small clearing, and I figured it was as good a spot as any to set up camp. My body let out a sigh when I dropped my pack on the ground. I leaned my guns against a tree and ringed our impromptu campsite with a rope tied waist-high. It would buy me precious seconds if forest zombies came to investigate. I started a small fire with the driest twigs I could find and cooked us a meal of beans and sausage. I wasn't really in the mood to gut and clean a rabbit, tasty as that might be. We ate our meal in companionable silence, watching the tree branches sway in the cold breeze. Being out in the open again was comforting, and enjoyable even. I thought I saw a tiny snowflake fall on Joe's head. It was a near-perfect day. I closed my eyes and soon fell asleep. Joe woke me up sometime later, ready to get a move on. That was a sensible idea. Snow was falling in sheets, so I'd either miscalculated the start of winter, or the weather was spiraling out of control. Either way, we had to get out of the woods pronto. I cleaned up the camp, zipped up my jacket. Walking to the coast might take us weeks, if not months, so finding another vehicle had become priority number one. At the very least, we could hole up inside a car till the blizzard passed. I'd have to make sure we were clear of the city, and then we'd veer back towards the highway. I found myself struggling to walk against the strong wind, and visibility became close to nil. I hooked up a leash to Joe, and together we trudged out of the woods. The highway was still miles away. We'd circumvented Missoula and ended up on a golf course just south of the airport, so I looked for a place to hole up. A few houses dotted the area, and any one of them would do. I picked the closest one, and we made our way there. The wind howled, but something about the sound wasn't quite right. I realized what that something was when the first zombie walked out of a house and headed for us. It wasn't breaking any speed records, but it was soon joined by dozens more. They howled and screeched, and what was at first a small wave of zombies became a tsunami. Hundreds of them poured from abandoned houses and from every damn hole in the ground. We began a retreat back the way we'd come from, cutting through the golf course at a moderate sprint. The storm had grown into a full-blown blizzard, and even if it slowed down the mass of zombies on our heels, it made it hard to see 2 feet in front of my nose. We'd put some distance between ourselves and the horde, but I couldn't take much more running. My lungs burned a hole in my chest, and I winced with every step. I almost regretted leaving sunlit meadows before I was fully recovered. Joe let out a low growl then, and I knew that growl. I unslung Big Betty and shucked a shell. I heard them, 10 feet to my right. 3 zombies walked out of a ditch, arms outstretched and teeth bared. I blew one of them away and pulled up Joe by the collar before he bolted. A mass of zombies came out of the woods, leaving us only 2 escape routes, across an open field or back towards Missoula. We ran for the field. I saw a vague shape that looked like a barbed wire fence up ahead. If we jumped across it before we got surrounded, we'd be in the clear. We ran, but the sheer volume of zombies was overwhelming. They were catching up, we were slowing down, and my pack felt like it weighed 200 pounds. One zombie got a hold of Joe's harness and wrestled him to the ground, while another zombie dug his teeth into the scruff of his neck. I slammed the butt of the rifle on the biter, shattering its jaw. Joe flipped himself up and crushed the neck of the other zombie with one bite. Blood dripped from Joe's neck, drenching his fur, but it looked like he'd only gotten a superficial wound. As far as I could see, the zombie hadn't done much more than puncture his skin. Joe is immune to the pathogen, as are most animals, except for bovines, but a bite from a zombie in the right place would kill him just as well. We kept going, and made it to the fence ahead of the horde by mere seconds. I made room for Joe to walk through by holding 2 wires apart, then threw my pack and weapons over the top. A zombie clawed at my shoulder just as I grabbed hold of the fence to swing a leg over. If not for the thick coat, I'd have a nasty cut. Fingernail scratches don't transmit the pathogen, but I wasn't looking to die from a nasty infection either. I spun, unsheathed the can opener, and buried it in the top of its skull. The zombie dropped to his knees. I held the handle and pushed the zombie off with my right foot. I wasn't about to leave my knife stuck to a popsicle. I climbed through the fence and slipped, landing on my ass. The frozen ground didn't have much in the way of cushioning either. The horde slammed against the fence, and I recoiled for an instant, but it held. Their arms reached out through the wires, their fingers only brushing against my shoulders. The storm continued unabated, covering the landscape in a blanket of ice. I felt surrounded, and claustrophobia threatened to engulf me in a panic attack. I rubbed my temples and worked on the breathing exercises my therapist had taught me. Slow and shallow. Joe came over to help, licking my face to let me know I was going to be okay. My anxiety dissipated after a long minute. I snapped out of it as the growing zombie mob pressed against the fence, threatening to collapse it. We ran across a field dotted with wilted beet stalks. I couldn't see more than 3 feet in front of me, but I was sure we were headed in the right direction. A barn or a house would have to be nearby. I turned my head to see if we were being chased, and that's when I fell into a frozen lake. Chapter 14. Ain't No Sunshine. My ears didn't register the sound of cracking ice until it was too late. I fell into the freezing waters with my balls in my throat. Joe was right next to me, swimming around in a panic. I threw my shotgun up and out of the water as I fought to stay afloat. My hands slipped on the slick ice and, making matters worse, my heavy pack pulled me down like an anchor. Joe was struggling too, his claws leaving deep marks on the ice surrounding the lake. He whined, eyes wide. He would get tired soon if I didn't help him. "Joe, come here, buddy. Come. It's gonna be okay." He ignored me, laser-focused on finding a way out of the water. I reached out with my free hand and wrapped my fingers around his harness. I pulled him close to me. I felt heavy, sluggish. Breaths came in fits and gasps. "Come on, you big fatty." I mustered what strength I had left and pushed him up onto the ledge. His claws dug into the ice and he pulled himself out. He turned around and licked my face. "You're welcome, bud." I tried to get out of the freezing water again, and again, and again. But exhaustion and hypothermia made it an impossible task. I thought to jettison my pack, but that would be a death sentence in its own right. Without weapons and ammo, I would only delay the inevitable, assuming I ever made it out. No, it wasn't time to panic just yet. I grabbed onto Joe's harness, thinking I could use him to pull myself up. His paws slipped, and I almost dragged him back into the lake with me. He would have been royally pissed. I had to focus if I was going to find a way out. Eat the elephant one bite at a time, or so the saying goes. I unslung the crossbow and threw it on the ice next to the shotgun. I worked at the straps on my pack and freed my left arm. I was too heavy for Joe to pull, but he might be able to handle the pack. I worked my other arm free and grabbed the strap before the pack fell to the bottom of the lake. It almost dragged me down with it. I raised the pack with a shaky arm. I didn't remember it being this heavy. "Joe, you're gonna have to give me a hand. Or paw." I looped one of the straps around his neck. See, every time I threw a towel or t-shirt over his head, he reacted the same way. He walked backwards and shook his head until he was free of the monster attacking him. I was counting on that. He pulled back as soon as he felt the weight around his neck. I pushed on my end, and within seconds, we had the soaking wet backpack out of the water and onto solid ground, or solid ice, whatever. It only took Joe another minute to work himself free. He threw me a look of mild irritation like when I used to pull his tail. He was such a whiner. My teeth chattered, but I was still able to tell him how proud I was of him. And just to cover my bases, I told him he could have my share of the rabbit if I didn't make it. He liked that, and wagged his tail in approval. I felt very tired all of a sudden, though. I wanted to rest, to gather my strength. But every second I waited was a second closer to turning into an icicle. A handsome, witty icicle, but an icicle regardless. It got to the point where I had just enough strength to keep my shoulders above water. By my count, I'd been in the water for 10 minutes. I stopped shivering after a while. That was a bad sign. The blizzard had abated, replaced by a pleasant snowfall. I rested my head on the ice and closed my eyes.
"Jeremiah, I know you're tired, but you gotta hang in there."
"Joe! Hey, how's your neck? That bite looked pretty gnarly."
"It's not so bad. Hurts a little, but I'll be okay. Listen, this harness is a pain in the butt. Mind giving me a hand?"
"Sure, come a little closer. Thanks for helping me with the backpack, by the way."
"Yeah, sure thing."
I worked the straps free, and he wiggled out of the harness. He shook from head to tail in relief.
"Oh, man, that's the ticket. Do you remember those zombies we permed in Nebraska near Lincoln? Didn't you push one of them into a lake?"
"Oh, yeah. It never came out, did it? Told you they couldn't survive underwater. Looks like you owe me $5.
"I left my wallet at home."
"Very funny. Dogs don't have wallets."
"Speaking of funny, did you hear the one about the three-legged dog that walked into a bar?"
"Yeah, I have,
He was looking for the man who shot his paw. Ah, get it?
That's awful."
"You're awful. Hey, can I get you something? Maybe a field mouse or a squirrel?"
"Nah, I'm okay. I'm not really hungry. Could use some hot cocoa, though."
"Yeah, I can't help you there."
He came closer and licked my nose. He rested his giant head on my shoulder.
"You've been a good friend, Jeremiah. The best friend a dog could ever want."
He paused and became serious.
"I love you, man."
"I knew it. I love you too, you schnook. We had some good times, didn't we?"
"We sure did. The best of times."
We didn't say anything for a while, because there wasn't much to say. The storm picked up again, and the wind sliced at my skin. Joe's thick coat would keep him warm a while, but even he wouldn't make it long if he stuck around. "You have to go, Joe. You need to get out of here before they break through the fence."
"I've been keeping an eye on them, or a nose on them. They can't scent us. And you're an idiot if you think I'm going to leave you stranded here."
"You have to. Someone needs to keep kicking ass after I'm gone, huh? Get back to the girls if you can and keep them safe. Promise me." He wagged his tail and stood erect. He knew that was the right decision, and afforded me the courtesy not to argue.
"You have my word. I'll never forget you, Dad."
He turned around and ran back the way we'd come. He never looked back. I'd miss him, the big furball. I'd thought that when faced with my last seconds on Earth, I would relive all the happy moments, experience anew the memories that had long faded. I didn't. Instead, I was flooded with the many things I'd never accomplished, the words I'd been too cowardly to speak. I pictured places I'd never see, and people I'd never hold again. I'd never found my baby girl, and I would go to my frosty grave knowing I'd failed her, knowing I'd failed everyone. I cried for the first time since I'd buried my wife. I had the reassuring thought that I'd see her again soon. She would forgive me for breaking my promise to her. I wasn't sure if I could handle that. The water didn't feel cold anymore. It was pleasant, comforting, like an embrace from a long-lost friend. If I let go, I thought I'd just float down and sleep. No more fighting, no more starving, no more waking up and wondering if I'd live through the day. That sounded really good. Appealing, even. I wanted to leave a message, though. Something for my baby. I started scraping the ice with my fingernail. Penny, Daddy never forgot you. He fought to find you as long as he could, as hard as he could, until his dying breath. I ended up scratching a misshapen heart, because ultimately those words weren't true, were they? I didn't fight until my dying breath. I gave up, because it was easy. When Penny learned to talk, she'd ask questions that only little kids knew to ask. Why is sugar sweet? Why are Fruit Loops round? Daddy, what color do you feel when you give someone a hug? Two similar questions were floating in my head. Why is despair so heavy? What color is one man's desolation? I had the answer to the second one. It's icy white, the color of snow, the color of death. I couldn't feel my legs anymore. My vision was blurry. I heard footsteps in the distance and turned my head towards the shape of a zombie ambling in my direction. The outline was difficult to make out in the storm, but I knew what it was. I reached into the water and fumbled with the clasp of my knife sheath, but my fingers were clumsy. I sighed. It's not like I had the strength to do anything about it anyway. Then again, I could still go out on my own terms. I wouldn't sit idle while a zombie ripped my face off. It came closer. An outstretched hand reached for my neck and I let go. Peace at last. I floated for an instant, but soon felt myself sinking. It was calm. Lovely. Images of the people I loved flashed before me. Penny, my wife, Joe, baby Charlotte, Jenny. I felt a tug on my shirt. Something pulled me up and my head broke the surface again. I sucked in a lungful of air. No. Come on, Jeremiah, take my hand. The voice was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Was it Joanna come to guide me onto the next leg of my journey? It couldn't be. I wasn't very spiritual, but if there was a hell, I knew that's where I was headed, just as I knew my wife wouldn't be there. I reached for the outstretched hand. A woman grabbed the back of my jacket and pulled me out of the water. Just a little pull. Come on, Jeremiah. Pull, baby. You can do it. Before I knew it, my torso was out of the water. I found a handhold on the slippery ice and I pulled. I pulled and crawled with her help until I was completely out of the lake. She stood over me, a dog by her side. I turned onto my back and coughed up a mouthful of water. The dog breathed on me. I knew that breath. Joe, that you, buddy? He came closer and licked my face with frantic enthusiasm. The woman leaned in closer. We need to get your core temperature up, quickly. There's a cabin half a mile away. Can you walk? I'm not sure. I can try. Okay, come on, big boy, let's go. She helped me up and placed my arm around her shoulder so I wouldn't fall. Her right arm wrapped around my waist like a vice. Her hair smelled of nectarines. She was tall, athletic. Together we walked to the cabin, or rather we stumbled to the cabin. I fell at least 3 times, but she didn't give up. I couldn't feel my feet, and I was pretty sure one of my frozen fingers had snapped off. Oh, wait, that finger had been missing for a while. I wasn't sure how, but she got me to shelter more or less in one piece. She covered me in blankets as I lay trembling on the cold dirt floor. I was naked, but was too busy freezing to death to worry about modesty. I shivered out of control and had no sensation in my extremities. She got a fire started. Its glorious warmth wrapped me up like a mother bear cuddling her cub. It thawed me like a Thanksgiving turkey. Joe took station next to me and curled up at my feet. The woman walked into the cabin again then. I hadn't even seen her leave, and dropped my pack and guns on the ground. She came over to check on me. You've got hypothermia, and this fire isn't warming you fast enough. I thought if I dried you off and covered you quickly... Oh, hell. She removed her jacket and climbed under the blankets with me. I felt her arms and legs wrapping around me. Don't go getting crazy ideas, you hear?
The air suddenly smelled of fresh strawberries. Jenny? Who else? Idiot. I stopped shivering and soon fell asleep. Jenny woke me up sometime later with a not-so-gentle kick. She had a stew going in the fire, and my stomach did a giddy somersault at the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. "Cream and sugar, please, double tall, extra hot." Don't you ever get tired of that joke? Nope. Well, I guess it's a good sign you're in a joking mood. Her voice sounded detached. She handed me a steaming, piping hot metal cup. Her coffee tasted like rainbows. I closed my eyes in delight at the first sip. "Soup is almost ready. I cleaned that rabbit you had in your pack." She stirred the meaty chunks around the stew, then suddenly slammed the ladle on the floor. She mumbled under her breath and turned away from me. I figured it was time to make amends. "Jenny, I'm sorry. You made a decision. It is what it is, and I'd appreciate it if you keep your feelings to yourself from now on." Her voice was as cold as the lake, but it wasn't as cold as her expression. "It's not what you... You know what? It's my fault." Ah, yes, the dance. I was familiar with the steps. The choreography was tricky, but manageable if one treaded carefully. "I thought you'd be safer at the compound with Blake. I can barely keep Joe out of trouble as it is." "Oh, really? You thought? Well, aren't you just fucking considerate?" Yikes. I didn't think I'd ever heard Jenny cuss. Something must have really pissed her off. This waltz was unknown to me. Wait a minute. Was that you back at the highway blowing people's heads off? Someone had to help you out of that mess. You shot at me. 3 times. Maybe 4, but who's counting? I didn't shoot at you 3 times. I shot at you once. I took down 2 zombies making a beeline for you. As for that last bullet, well, I may have been a tad irked. How did you find me so quickly? Please, you're not as clever as you think. I was taking a shower when you slipped that note under my door. Blake snitched you out as soon as I reached the front gate. And you're forgetting that I helped you plan the trip, genius. I sipped my coffee. That last comment hurt. I thought I was kind of a genius. I lost track of you after you abandoned the SUV. I just got lucky and saw that massive zombie herd chasing you. Well, I didn't know it was you. She looked me up and down. I guess we both got lucky. It made sense, sort of. I sat on the floor, cross-legged, leaning against a wall. I'd screwed the pooch and she wasn't letting me off the hook. I'd have to earn it. Jenny walked up to me and crouched, her face inches away from mine. I need to tell you something, Jeremiah, and I need you to listen closely. I steeled myself. In my experience, a conversation that started in such a way never ended well for me. You could have asked my wife about that. I'm listening. I smiled. Maybe it would help defuse the bomb that was about to detonate. Her eyes hardened. I kept my cool composure, a mix of mild disinterest with a splash of fear that she would break my arm. You lied to me. You only get to do that one time, and you've used it up. From now on, nothing but the truth, or I walk out forever. Kaboom. I never lied to you. Oh? What do you call sneaking out like a weasel after you strung me along? That's as good as a lie. Jenny, I eat. She shoved a plate in my face. My mouth watered with anticipation, but she stood up and walked away before I had a chance to thank her. I felt like a dick, which didn't happen often. I knew what my next words had to be. I left because I couldn't stand the thought of losing you. There, out in the open at last. She stopped mid-step but didn't bother turning around. You really want me to buy that? You're a sweet talker, Mr. Reed, but your actions say different. Fine, if she wanted to be pissed, I could be pissed too. Whether you buy it or not is up to you. Yeah, I'm a rat bastard, but you already knew that. And yet here you are. She threw me a sideways glance. And yet here I am. You want the truth? Here it is. If not for you and Penny and Joe, I'd have nothing to live for. Nothing. Everything that matters to me in this world is right here in this cabin, or else across an ocean so vast it might as well be endless. If you don't believe that, then you should go. No hard feelings.
Otherwise, I could really use a piece of bread to dip in this sucker. She cocked her head. I believe you. Doesn't mean I won't still end up smothering you while you sleep. There was a smile hiding there somewhere. Touchdown, Jeremiah Reed. A minute later, she came back with a plate of her own and sat next to me. She threw a piece of stale biscuit at my face. Here's your bread. Hope you choke on it. We should spend a couple of days here while the storm passes. You could use the rest. I accept your apology. What? I said I think that's a good idea. Oh. Goal line saved, Jeremiah Reed. We ate our dinner in relative quiet, enjoying the small respite. She still wasn't saying much, so I figured I'd distract her with chit-chat. You're right, we'll stay here till it's safe to move, but we need to find a car to make the trip west. Don't suppose you have one? Actually, I do. It's parked a few miles from here. Blake loaned it to me. Gas mileage ain't much, but trunk space is pretty respectable. Oh, yeah? Her answer was pained. It's a motorhome. A dirty, beat-up old motorhome that smells of old socks, sweat, and whiskey. Yes! Road trip! If it doesn't burst into flame or disintegrate into a billion pieces, yes. Don't be such a Debbie Downer. Give me a pack of gum, a paperclip, and a rubber band, and I can fix anything. I was halfway done with my rabbit stew before I realized it. What did you put in this thing? It's amazing. I looked at Joe, who was already done with his share, and stared plaintively at me. And please tell me there's more. Basil and a pinch of paprika. And yes, we have plenty. You carry herbs in your survival pack? Don't you? No, because I need room for ammo. Duh. Speaking of which, I moved what supplies I could out of your car, including that fancy-pants rifle. It's back at the motorhome. Why'd you leave it behind? I'm running low on ammo, and that kind is near impossible to find. I shrugged. Won't be much good to me if I can't use it. I am Jack's complete lack of surprise. No offense, but with your aim, I'm amazed you didn't run dry months ago. Ha ha, very funny. We finished our meal wrapped up in fuzzy blankets, basking in the fire's warmth. The flames flickered, dancing against the growing darkness of nightfall. I glanced at Jenny while she sneaked more food to Joe. Just being near her brought a smile to my face. I could think of worse places to be stranded. She might still be mad at me, but I got the feeling she wasn't going anywhere. I straightened my legs, wiggled my toes. Better. Jenny got up and walked to the far end of the cottage where she laid out a sleeping bag. Jay, you can go into that small room and put on some clothes. They should be dry by now. I'll take first watch. I'll wake you up if anything happens. With that, she put on a heavy coat, grabbed that bushmaster we'd rescued from the CCB, and walked outside. Joe followed her. Good. One of us should watch her six. I went into the little room, a closet really, where Jenny had laid out my clothes. They were folded neatly, and she'd even left me a comb and a toothbrush. Sweet girl. No way I deserved her friendship, let alone... I got dressed and laid out my supplies. Most of the stuff had survived the dip in the lake, but I was concerned about the ammo. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is worth more than ammo. The magazines were wet, as were the ammo canisters, but I felt they'd be okay. It wasn't like they'd been submerged for days, and I couldn't just go to the store and buy more. I figured I'd let them dry for a day or two. What could go wrong? My map was in tatters, barely legible. I'd have to wing it on the road. It wouldn't be the first time, but a lot of planning had gone to shit. I set everything out to dry near the fire, placed the ammo on a shelf, and wrapped myself up in blankets. I had just closed my eyes when Jenny roused me awake. I reached for my gun and leveled it at her. Old habits. Easy there, killer. It's almost dawn and I'm dead tired. She let out a yawn. Are you feeling good enough to take a watch? Dawn? The hell you talking about, woman? I just done closed my eyes for a moment. You've been snoring up a storm for the last 8 hours. I'm surprised you didn't attract every zombie in Montana. Really? Hell. Yeah, I can take a watch or two. You want some breakfast before you hit the rack? No, thanks. I ate a couple of protein bars. My own recipe. Sounds delicious. I'll make a pot of tea in case you change your mind. Cool. Wake me up if anyone interesting shows up. She zipped herself up in her sleeping bag. Joe stuck by her side and placed his giant melon on her stomach. He was still looking after her. I stuck my head outside the cabin. The wind blew something fierce, sweeping the landscape with fresh snow. I grabbed my jacket, strapped on the Sig Sauer, and slung the crossbow across my back. I closed the door behind me and took in the view. Everything was all right with the world. First thing I did was walk around perimeter. I saw where Jenny and Joe had played catch, and where the dumb dog had tried to bury a stick. I developed a limp after a couple minutes of walking, and shook out my right foot, hoping it was just stiffness. My achy knee let me know that wasn't it. Maybe a little more walking would help. Skinny trees ringed the cabin, except for a small path that led out of the woods. It ended at the fields that Joe and I had used to escape the zombies. I walked a wide loop to become familiar with our temporary home. We wouldn't be staying long, but it never hurt to be aware of the surroundings. My boots sank where the snow was thickest, so I made sure to watch my footing. Didn't want a repeat of the lake incident of 31. I was 200 yards west of the cabin when a rustling sound caught my attention. I raised the crossbow. A critter for breakfast sounded mighty appetizing. Jenny wouldn't mind if I went through her herbs and spices. A tiny little head popped up from behind a tree stump. It was a fox, sporting a dense, silky winter coat. He stared at me with a cocked ear. The little guy licked his paw. He was missing a claw. I lowered the crossbow. He walked away slowly, without taking his eyes off me. He had a slight limp, and his fuzzy tail was bent at a weird angle. A fellow survivor, not meant to die by my hand. "You be safe out there," I yelled out. He waved back at me. Well, no, it was more like a fist pump. He scampered into the woods, and I continued my patrol. Maybe we'd see each other again one day. It wasn't long before I was back at the lake that had almost closed the chapter on Jeremiah Reed's greatest hits. The hole was beginning to ice closed again. I took a knee to get a closer look. I couldn't believe how I could have possibly missed the damn lake. Of course, at the time I was being chased by a horde of hungry zombies in the middle of a blizzard. Snow fell in steady gusts still, and I extended an outstretched hand, palm up. Snowflakes landed on my glove. I shook them off with a smirk. Death 0, Jeremiah Reed 17. I took the small knife I kept in my boot and made an incision on my forearm. It would leave a thin scar, like the 16 others. One day, death would score one, but not just yet. Not just yet. I stood up, looking around at the unending white landscape. I decided to scope out the barbed wire fence then, the one where Joe and I had snuck through to escape the horde. 3 zombies who were still impaled in the barbs moaned and screeched when they caught my scent. They became frenzied as I got closer, clawing at the air in my direction. They were stiff, half-frozen, their limbs creaking as they reached for the meal that was oh so close. I took a knee in front of one, its fingernails brushing against my shirt. It was a woman, middle-aged. Heavy makeup was visible under the layers of frost that covered her withered face. Her business suit was in tatters. A dull round pin clung precariously to her lapel. It was still legible. Mary Tanner, Garfield County's top realtor for 3 years running. Mary snarled at me. An angry, hungry, helpless snarl. I permed her with the can opener. It was utterly unsatisfying and underwhelming. I stood up, took care of the other 2, and made my way back to the cabin, taking a different path through the woods. I'd walked for 10 minutes when I noticed fresh hog tracks. I knelt down to take a closer look. A sounder. 3 adults, 2 little guys. One of them was massive. I walked 100 yards further into the thickening forest, following the worn trail the hogs had left behind. We could eat well for a few days if I bagged a big boar, but that meant tracking them into an unfamiliar place. Leaving the cabin without a lookout didn't sound like a good idea. Better to play it safe. I left a marker in case I changed my mind, then turned around. I headed back, thinking of the many ways one could cook a pork chop. Chapter 15. Highway to Hell. The storm passed after 3 days, leaving behind it a picturesque landscape that covered the wasteland like a puffy quilt. It made you almost forget that humanity was teetering on the brink of extinction. Almost. Jenny remained aloof, but her anger had lost its edge, and she was mostly resentful rather than full-on pissed. The day before the storm ended, she'd gotten upset because I'd used up all of her basil on a new recipe I'd been testing. Basil and chili grasshopper stir-fry. I'd thought it turned out well, crunchy and savory with spicy undertones, but she'd hardly touched her plate. "Oh, this is gross, so many legs, they're so hairy, oh my God, is that an antenna, yada yada yada." It was a million times better than her farro and soy protein bars. Joe didn't mind either, and even asked for seconds. Then again, he always asked for seconds. The motorhome was a 2-hour walk, just 4 miles east of the cabin, near the airport. The recent storm had left the ground slick with ice, so the going would be slow. In a world without hospitals or doctors, it didn't pay to be in a rush. A small accident and bam, zombie fodder. Then there was the issue of sleep. I, for one, needed at least 10 hours of beauty rest, or I ended up a hot mess. We left around noon, after a quick lunch and a last couple of hours of warmth in the cabin. We picked a route through the snow-covered fields that hugged the edge of the woods, far away from the zombie colony. I managed a respectable pace, even though my ankle shot painful needles up my leg with every step. Jenny had wrapped it with a tight bandage, and that helped, but my mobility was shit. Joe took point as always, with the two of us close behind him. I threw glances at Jenny, who looked very comfortable out in the field. She carried her rifle at the low ready, in an easy grip, her head on a swivel, scanning her surroundings. She used hand signals to let me know we should stop or slow down. Something told me she'd done this kind of thing before. "What?" she asked when she caught me staring. I played it cool and looked past her like I was checking on Joe. "Huh?" "You keep staring at me like I've grown another head." "Was I? Sorry, I just zoned out." We kept walking, but since she'd broached the subject, "You do look mighty comfortable with a rifle and rucksack." "Razzi. My dad was in the army, served in the stands back in 21. "That's funny, my father-in-law was in the army during the war too. Small world." "Yeah? What's his name?" "Ted Strayer." Nope, never heard of him. I'm guessing it's a pretty big army." We walked side by side for a few minutes more. "Was it your dad who taught you how to shoot?" I asked. She didn't answer right away. I thought I'd touched on a sore subject and was thinking of a way to backpedal, a knock-knock joke maybe, when she turned to look at me. "Yeah, he always thought I'd follow in his footsteps." "Why didn't you?" "I had other plans. Dad had a hard time adjusting after the war. He struggled with PTSD, but acted like it was no big deal. I think he didn't want to worry us, especially Mom. It made me think long and hard about what I wanted to do with my life." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry." She waved away my apology. "He was stranded in the mountains for 6 weeks all by himself in the middle of winter. At least that's what I was able to put together. Like I said, he didn't like to talk about it. He became obsessed with preparedness and took my brother and I on week-long retreats. He taught us how to shoot, how to hunt, how to perform tactical field trauma. One weekend, he dropped us in the middle of nowhere with nothing but an empty backpack, a bottle of water, a couple of biscuits, and a map. John and I spent part of the first day waiting for him to come get us before we realized he wasn't joking around. We found the fishing shack he'd marked on the map after 3 days. He'd prepared a warrior breakfast for us. Mom was livid when she found out, even threatened to pack up and leave. But he'd been tracking us all along with the GPS transmitter he'd hid in my jacket. He was never more than 10 minutes behind us. I was terrified at the time, but looking back, I think it was one of the best weekends of my life. He wanted me to become a corpsman, but I went to veterinary school instead. He was devastated. My brother made up for it, though. He joined the Air Force as a PJ. A what? Pararescueman. He died when the Austin safe zone collapsed. He went in to evac a medical team and never made it out. My mother called to tell me the news. That was the last time I heard from her. I'm sorry. She nodded. This sounds so cliché, but it's what my brother lived for. He loved helping people. Nothing was going to stop him from going in there. She stopped and placed a hand on my chest. Joe was growling, his ears perked and his tail swishing from side to side. He lowered his head and walked to the edge of the woods, nose wrinkled, teeth exposed. His muscles were tense under his shaggy coat. We raised our rifles and trotted up to him. A guttural grunt intermixed with the rustling of leaves reached us from the tree line 30 feet away. Something was headed for us, and it didn't sound like no zombie. "Start walking back," I told Jenny. "Joe, come on, boy, come on." I pulled him by the harness, but the stubborn son of a gun didn't budge. I swore at him, even threatened to neuter him. He pulled this stunt all the time. "Come here before you get your neck ripped off, you get." Another grunt, louder and deeper than the first, did little to persuade him. I held him with one hand and kept Big Betty pointed at the trees with the other. Jenny stood behind us, covering our retreat with the G-41. A massive, brown-gray boar came charging at us. His tusks were vicious curved spears caked in dried blood. He swung his head from side to side, squealing. A second hog came crashing out of the woods behind him, smaller but no less intimidating. Jenny stitched him across the snout with fléchette bursts. One round found an eye, and the boar tumbled to the ground, blood oozing out of one ear. I lost my hold on Joe, and he lunged at the first boar. I thought that was the last I'd ever see of the stupid dog, but the little bastard was resourceful. He dodged a tusk aimed at his neck and clamped his jaws on the hog's neck. Boarzilla kept coming, wearing Joe like a pendant. Jenny took a knee and aimed at the boar's head, but with Joe and I in the way, she didn't have an opening. The boar came at me, shrieking for all he was worth. I shucked a shell and fired, hitting him straight in the face. He slowed down, shaking his head. I'd had Betty loaded with birdshot, and even if it wasn't a mortal wound, he was stunned. Joe threw his weight around and managed to pull the boar down. I lunged at him, pulled the can opener out, and jammed it under the thing's snout all the way to the hilt. The boar let out a hideous, piercing cry. He got up and threw Joe off of him as adrenaline pumped through his system, but he didn't make it 10 feet before he collapsed. Jenny walked up to it, shoved the rifle barrel in his ear, and fired. The hog finally stopped moving. I took a second to catch my breath and called Joe over. He looked no worse for wear, except for a few minor scratches. Lucky bastard. He closed his eyes with pleasure as I scratched his neck. He perked his ears up then, and I felt him tense. He sniffed the air and walked over to Jenny. Shit, something else was out there. Joe stared at the woods, his right paw slightly raised and his tail erect. Jenny noticed it too and popped in a fresh magazine. "We mean you no harm. We're coming out with our hands up." It was a man's voice, gruff, tired. He came into view holding a hunting rifle above his head with both hands. 2 younger men followed right behind him, their hands raised. To call them bedraggled would have been a compliment. They wore grubby leather jackets and blue jeans that a hobo would have put back in the trash. One of the younger guys sported a spiderweb tattoo around his right eyebrow. The lead man wore a Noah-sized beard that made me unnaturally jealous. Damn, that was a fine beard. It almost covered his neck tattoos. Upon closer inspection, I noticed they weren't completely unarmed. Each had a sidearm hanging from their hip along with long, shiny knives. "That's far enough," I said, Big Betty drawn in front of me. The lead guy filled my crosshairs. He'd be the first to have his birth certificate canceled if this thing went tits up. "Drop the rifles and keep those hands well away from your belts, or I'm going to give you a facelift with this here pea shooter. I'm the friendly sort, but she doesn't care much for strangers," I added, tapping Betty's barrel. They stood still, looking at each other. The lead man spoke again. "Listen, friend, you look like someone who knows how things are done out here. You should know that a man who drops his gun is a man waiting for a death sentence. Take our gesture for what it is, and let's talk." "No, friend. I'll tell you how things are done. You do what I say, or the next sound you hear will be your brain splattering all over the ground. And tell whoever you left behind to come out now. Jenny, if they make a move, aim for their balls." I'd been keeping Jenny in my peripheral vision, and she was as cool as the other side of the pillow. The man yielded and dropped his rifle entirely, then motioned with one arm back towards the woods. A moment later, a pregnant woman holding a shotgun in one hand and a toddler in the other came ambling out from behind a tree. They were dressed in grimy homemade dresses wearing what looked like leather moccasins. "That's far enough, ma'am," I told the pregnant woman. "Well, Pops, this is where we part ways, then. Keep going wherever it is you were going. We'll let you be." He shook his head. "That's our boar. We've been stalking it all morning. You may not have noticed, but food is scarce around here. That's your kill, though, fair and square. I'm hoping we can trade you for some meat." He shrugged. "Got some furs that'll come in handy when the freeze comes." Jenny lowered her rifle and walked over to the pregnant woman. "We have more than enough meat here for everyone. There's no need to trade. Right, Jeremiah? Don't we have plenty?" Her tone carried none of the sweetness her innocent smile implied. "Yes, of course, sweetie. Should we give them our ammo and guns, too? How about my dog?" "Now, darling, let's not be silly," she answered, waving away my retort. The men spent the next 10 minutes gutting and skinning the hogs. They were good at it, too. Too good. The cuts they made were quick, precise. Watching them work made me uneasy, and I instinctively rested my hand on my Sig Sauer. They prepared bundles of meat and saved the offal and blood in pouches of animal skin. After they dressed the carcasses, they stepped aside and let Jenny inspect their handiwork. That was a lot of meat, and more than we could realistically keep from spoiling without salting and smoking it. Jenny was right about sharing the kill, but I'd have to chat with her about how things worked in the wasteland. Lesson 1. Nothing is free. Ever. Lesson 2. Never let your emotions make decisions for you. She distributed the food, though, being generous in the extreme, and keeping only about 10 pounds of meat for us. I knew Joe wasn't happy about it. He loved bacon. The old man, Griff, was elated, and prepared a cook fire on the spot while his 2 sons kept watch. He made a Dakota fire hole, which kept smoke to a minimum, and hid the flames, but I thought the scent of cooked meat would attract all manner of unwelcome guests. Turned out, I needn't have worried, and we had ourselves a pretty good lunch. I spent half of it looking over my shoulder, but that was fine. I considered paranoia an essential survival skill. "Where are you headed?" Griff asked Jenny. "Up north," I interjected before she had a chance to answer. "I hear the Canadians have cleared most of Edmonton." He grunted. "Mister, I don't know where you heard that, but I'm telling you now it's a pile of horse shit." It was. Edmonton had had a massive zombie outbreak, and the whole place had been quarantined before the Prime Minister had asked the USA to nuke it. Nothing was left but roaches and glowies. "Well, I got a good friend who headed that way a few months back. He got news that the surrounding area was clear. We're looking to catch up with him and his family." Griff shoved a chunk of meat in his mouth and chewed quietly. He cast his eyes at his sons, then back to me. "Yeah, we heard the same rumors. I used to run with some people. They said they made it as far as Calgary before they had to turn back. How long ago was that, Sid? 2 years?" One of the boys turned his head and nodded. "Yeah, Pops, thereabouts." I eyed the kid. He was twirling his knife with the confidence of one who'd had years of practice. It was unnerving. "That whole area is an irradiated wasteland," Griff continued. "My advice for what it's worth is that you make a life here if you can. Better the devil you know. You might be right. I'm a stubborn sumbitch, though," I replied. Jenny snorted and almost choked on a piece of pork. Served her right. The rest of the meal was spent in idle chit-chat. Jenny and the pregnant woman, Savannah, spent time talking about the baby, while Griff and I shot the breeze about zombie cures and our favorite kind of ammo. Before we parted ways, Griff pulled me aside. "Mister, most of us who were left, we didn't make it this far by accident. Now, I don't expect you to give me your travel itinerary, but I don't buy that you're heading north. Rumor has it that the southern United States is a war zone, and you look like a guy who keeps his ear to the ground. If I had to guess, you're going west, maybe east to the Commonwealth. We're circling the airport, Pops. Are we going to land this baby or what? You had the drop on us, could have shot me and my boys, but you didn't, and even shared your food.
You're good people, I can see that, so I'll tell you this. Stay out of Interstate 90, at least until you're west of St. Regis." He paused for effect. "Some bad people use that highway. Real bad people. Me and the kids, we joined up with them for a time. You know how it is." I shrugged and nodded like I knew what he was talking about. I didn't. The boys used to work at a slaughterhouse before Deadbreak, so their skills came in handy, but my daughter-in-law, well, we needed to get out for her sake. I frowned. This cat was being coy, and I didn't have time for coy. For God's sake, man, quit going round your ass to get to your elbow. Just spit it out. "Pops! Biters, coming right quick!" Sid bellowed from inside the tree line. He fired 2 rounds and came running to join us. I threw my pack on and shucked a shell. Joe was already at my side, teeth bared. "Go, we'll cover you," I told the old man. He and his sons looked like they could take care of themselves, but they had a pregnant woman with them. This world needed babies, and people to raise them. He shook my hand. "Thanks. We know a safe path that'll take us back to our camp. God bless, and remember, avoid the interstate." They took off towards a small hill and disappeared behind an outcropping of large pine trees. 3 zombies sauntered out of the woods a few seconds later, fresh blood staining their clothing. Jenny took one out with a fléchette burst. Joe had another by the neck, which left one for me. I subscribed to the philosophy of avoiding strenuous exercise after a meal, so I took a chunk off of its shoulder with Big Betty. Even from 30 yards away, the shot had enough force to knock the zombie off its feet. Jenny walked over to it and finished the job with a point-blank shot to the head. She was getting acclimated to life outside of the Rivet City walls quickly. I looked around for Griff and his family, but there were no longer any signs of them. I replayed his warning in my head. I knew the interstates were dangerous, but if we cut across the forest to skirt the interstate, it might take us weeks to get to Westport. That was if we made it out at all. We gathered our things and continued our trek to find the camper. A thick fog moved in, making travel difficult. We should have reached the camper half an hour ago, but Jenny had a hard time finding landmarks in the poor visibility. I was looking around for a safe spot to camp and wait for the fog to clear, when I felt a pair of jaws clamp onto my right leg just above the ankle. If I didn't scream, it was because the pain was so intense that it sucked the air out of my lungs. Before I knew it, I was on my back and clutching at my leg. Jenny pried the rusty bear trap open, pulling the jaws out of my leg. She cried out herself when she cut her finger on a sharp tooth. My leg throbbed and pulsed, the nerve ending screaming in agony. A lot of blood poured out of the wound, and that couldn't be good. Jenny looked scared, and that was also not good.
"Jeremiah, this is bad. I don't think your leg is broken, but the metal is rusty, and it cut deep, right to the bone. I'm going to have to suture the wound right fucking now." If she was resorting to swearing, that meant I was probably dead. I was feeling short of breath all of a sudden, too. But the pain became dull, distant. She set to work with a will, her hands flying as she worked her needle. The tourniquet she applied to my thigh stemmed the blood flow, but I felt woozy. Jenny patching me up was becoming too familiar an occurrence. That was the thought rattling in my head before she pierced a nerve bundle and I passed out. By the time I woke up, my leg was wrapped up in tight, blood-soaked fabric strips. Jenny sat next to me washing her hands. Joe lay curled up next to my legs. Shit. How long have I been out? My head was pounding like I'd just woken up from a night of heavy drinking. I even felt a little drunk. "A few minutes. I was almost done before you blacked out."
"What time is it? Why is it so dark?"
"It's past 4, but the fog hasn't cleared."
"Can you walk?" "Yeah, I can try. Just my luck stepping on some old fucking bear trap."
"It might have been a bear trap at some point, but not anymore."
"What do you mean?" Fuck, my head was spinning, or maybe it was the ground that was spinning around me. Well, something was spinning. She pursed her lips.
"There's a greasy substance coating the metal. It smells like a narcotic, and I got some on me when I tried getting it off your leg and cut my hand. I've never heard of any hunters using it on animal traps. I think this was meant for people. Your eyes are very dilated. How do you feel?
Weird, like I'm high or something. But my leg doesn't hurt. Much. Whoa, man, I can taste colors.
I was afraid of that. We're not safe here. We need to leave, fog or not. I'm a little lightheaded too, but I think I can guide us to the motorhome.
She had me on my feet before I could ask, what motorhome? It couldn't have been easy dragging my ass in the pitch black, navigating the snowy roads that led to the main road. I lost track of time, but it didn't feel like we had walked very far before I felt asphalt under my boots. I was almost getting used to the groggy, off-balance feeling that had washed over me. I dug in my backpack and handed Jenny my red light LED flashlight. Here, let's find the camper thingy. I don't know about you, but I need to lay down for a minute.
It's just a little farther. I remember this sign, and here, this is the marker I left. Come on, we're almost there.
She paused, shaking her head.
Oh no, I'm getting sleepy. This isn't good.
We slalomed around the wrecks littering that part of the roadway. Most interstates are fairly clear outside of the big cities, and I remember having a feeling of apprehension at the unusual amount of cars. It felt like the ambush Joe and I almost fell into outside of Missoula. Jenny, wait, we need to stop.
Shit, Jeremiah, it's not here. The camper's not here. I left it parked next to this truck. I know I did.
My spidey sense is tingling. We need to get off the road. We'd started to head back into the woods when I lost all feeling in my legs. I fell to the ground, dragging Jenny down with me. I don't feel so good.
Okay. Take a breath and rest for a second. We can break into one of these cars and spend the night.
I shook my head. No, it's not safe. Spidey sense tingly. We need to get back to the woods. Jenny turned her head and stared down the highway.
Oh, fuck. Someone's coming.
She tried to pull me out of the way, but gave up after her third try, choosing instead to aim the rifle at the headlights that now flooded our little stretch of interstate. The car, truck, or whatever it was, skidded to a stop a few feet away. A woman's voice came out of the open driver's side window.
I'm coming out with my hands up. I'm opening the door slowly.
The headlights made it hard to see her, but she walked in front of the light and I got a better look. She was a shapely lady, in her mid to late 40s. A gun hung at her side, and she took slow, measured steps.
Are you guys okay, hun?
She asked.
We're fine, thanks,
Jenny answered, her rifle leveled at the lady's head.
I'd appreciate it if you went on your way. Right now. He don't look so good, sugar. I'm going to drop my gun belt with my right hand. I promise you, I won't try anything funny.
She did as she'd said she would. Her smooth southern drawl was soothing.
My name's Lucille. I was just driving back from a scavenging trip with my girls. Oh, that looks like a nasty bite. Oh, no. Shit. That's no bite, is it? Tracy, eyes open. We might have trappers nearby.
2 girls jumped out of the cab. They couldn't have been much older than 13. One of them came running toward us holding a pistol in an awkward 2-handed grip, while the other covered us with a 2-barrel shotgun. I was uneasy. We needed to find our car, but I felt like someone had draped a heavy blanket over my head. Sounds were muffled, reverberant. My vision was all but gone. Jenny, I'll be fine. I just need a minute to walk it off. I'm feeling goodest. Lucille frowned.
Hey, handsome, how many fingers am I holding up?
Saturday, I answered. Jenny put her gun down and placed a hand on my forehead. I saw her reach into her backpack.
He's got a low-grade temperature. I think whatever else was in that trap that came down on him is causing a reaction from his immune system.
Lucille sounded intrigued.
You're a doctor. Ma, there's a car coming. We gotta go. Sugar, Lucille said, you don't know me and I don't know you, but trust me, we need to leave now.
The woman sounded harried, scared.
He stepped on a trap. She came closer and inspected the wounds on my leg. I'd recognize those marks anywhere. "Who are these trappers?" Jenny asked. "Hunters. They put a concoction on their traps to make the victims pliable, easier to handle. They hunt people. Come with us. We have medical supplies, but our doctor has been gone a while. We can help each other." Jenny hesitated for a heartbeat, but then I felt her arms pulling me up onto my feet. Lucille and her daughter helped, and together they dragged me to the truck and shoved me inside. I don't remember much about the trip to their camp, other than Joe's low, guttural growls as the truck sped down the road. That was odd. I knew every single one of his signals, and he reserved that one for imminent danger. Chapter 16. Man-Eater. The smattering of cook fires cast a dim glow over the collection of campers, motorhomes, and tents that made up Lucille's camp. I got the impression that a burger joint parking lot had been turned into an apocalyptic RV park. A mass of people surrounded the truck as soon as we parked, and a pair of strong lads carried me to a large trailer that served as the town, and I use this term loosely, clinic. They threw me on a bug-infested cot that creaked as my weight stressed the light frame. The space's interior was covered in cobwebs and smelled of piss, and I had just enough wits left to understand that if the leg wound didn't kill me, the rats might. Jenny didn't seem to notice this particular worry, though, and she had me hooked up to an IV by the time the first mouse had stuck its head out to investigate. I reached out for her hand, but instead felt Joe's warm, slimy tongue. The next few hours blurred into each other. I got glimpses of people staring down at me, heard snippets of conversations that made no sense. Two older gentlemen had themselves a lengthy discussion when they thought I was asleep. "She's a doctor and a damned good one from the looks of it." "That she could be, but she's already asking questions." "Then make sure she gets the answers she wants to hear. I'm making it your job to keep her busy. We need her." "I don't have time to babysit her. In case you haven't noticed, we're running low on stock, and that damned kid of yours is becoming a pain in the ass." "I'm not asking. I'm telling. And watch your fucking mouth when you talk about my boy, or you'll find yourself in the cold room." "Yes, sir, I don't mean to offend, but Corey has—" The slap that followed was so loud I wanted to rub my cheek to make sure he hadn't hit me by mistake. "I told you to shut your fucking mouth. Don't test my patience, Ben." "Yes, good father." I opened my mouth to ask them where I could catch the next bus out of Redneckville, but my swollen tongue was stuck to the roof of my mouth. I ended up slobbering all over my pillow, which, I gotta tell you, is a pet peeve of mine. One of the men, Ben, spiked my IV when I raised my arm in an attempt to get their attention. The pain in my leg soon dissolved into numbness, and I fell into a blissful sleep. Jenny checked up on me often that first day, but Lucille always called her away for one urgent matter or another. In our short conversations, Jenny mentioned that she could make a real difference. The so-called town had been without medical attention for months, and some children had serious health issues, like uncontrolled shaking, seizures, and terrible joint pain. She'd been pulled in every direction, and by the second or third evening her eyes had lost some of their sparkle. She brought my dinner when she paid me a quick visit with Lucille and sat on a folding chair next to me. In spite of how exhausted she looked, she still changed the dressing on my leg and checked my vitals. I wanted to tell her to keep her guard up, but I was so drowsy that it took all of my effort just to stay awake. "Lucille, I'm getting worried. His system should have flushed the drugs out by now." "Don't fret none, dear. I've seen people who spend up to a week laid up, and then they're right as rain. Give it another few days, and if he doesn't improve, we'll help you take him back to your friends out east." "Thanks, that's very kind of you. I think I should stay with him until he's better." "Oh, shush, you're being a worrywart. We'll take real good care of him. Besides, you promised you'd join me and Ben for dinner. He's keen to talk to you about some of the improvements you mentioned yesterday. Come on, they're waiting for us. I'll send Mabel in here to keep an eye on him." Right as rain.
I bet she would have felt different if we'd switched places. Lucille dragged Jenny away, and a few minutes later Mabel came in, wrapped in a flamboyant, floral-patterned muumuu. She huffed and puffed out her displeasure as soon as she opened the door, and her generous girth almost buckled the small chair when she sat next to me. She unscrewed the lid off an applesauce jar and proceeded to feed me, by which I mean that she shoved a spork down my throat. By the next morning, I was able to move my fingers and toes, which was a small but significant victory in my opinion. I tried rolling off the bed and only managed to pull a neck muscle, but then I worked my head back and forth, loosening up the kink, and I noticed I had a roommate. An elderly gentleman with a balding pate and a beard down to his chest lay on the cot next to mine. I got beard envy again. Life was unfair like that sometimes. His breathing had a wheezy note to it, and his chest heaved with every gasp. He was one of the men who'd visited me when I'd first arrived. The one they called Good Father. A man in his late 20s stood next to him, wringing a ball cap in his hands. He muttered something unintelligible and threw worried glances out the window. "Father, do you know my voice?" The injured man coughed up blood and tried to speak. "Don't worry, Father. Things will be better soon." I watched them for the next couple of minutes, but sleep beat curiosity then, and I took a short nap. Neck spasms be damned. I'm not sure if I woke up because the people were so damn loud, or because there were so many cramped into that little trailer that it shook like a hound dog trying to shit out a peach pit. I was able to move my arms by then, and was sitting up on the bed when a lady came rushing to my side and jammed a syringe in my neck. The world disappeared behind a translucent curtain, and I lay back down. Even so, I noticed Jenny's arrival. Only one person in the world who could look that good in muddy cargo pants. She bullied her way past the throng to reach the old man. After a few seconds of poking and prodding, she rifled through a medical cabinet and pulled out a long, thin needle. She stabbed him in the ribs with one quick motion. Lucille had to hold some people back after that, but the man was soon breathing normally. Jenny spent the next hour patching him up, while the backseat surgeons shouted instructions and warnings. At one point, Jenny brandished a scalpel at a man who kept poking her shoulder with his finger. They all backed off after that. The young man I'd seen earlier stayed near the back of the crowd. He threw me a cursory glance, then frowned and called Lucille over so that they could whisper over my bed. "He's trying to talk to me. Where do you store the sedative?" She unlocked a first aid kit that hung on the wall above my bed. "Right in here, but be careful with the dosage. She's getting suspicious. If I need your advice, I will ask for it. Now go make sure she's not killing Father. From what I've seen so far, he's in good hands. I think we should make arrangements to keep her permanently." "What about him?" She shrugged. "He might have complications." He grunted and then shooed her away. We made eye contact, holding each other's gaze a few seconds before he walked out. That evening, Mabel came in carrying a tray overflowing with fruits, vegetables, hot soup, and bread. My stomach growled in anticipation, but she stabbed a straw through an expired juice box and shoved that into my mouth. Then something strange happened. I held the juice with my own hand. I savored every sip, working the sugary liquid inside my parched mouth. It tasted like old gym sock, but it was glorious. She was too busy hand-feeding the old man next to me to notice my surreptitious glances. She turned to check on me a time or two, but ignored me for the most part. While she was distracted, I decided to limber up. Well, as much as possible given the circumstances. I closed my eyes and focused on wiggling my fingers and toes, then worked on bending my knees and elbows. It took great effort and concentration, though, which is why I didn't notice that Mabel had injected something in my IV line until she was throwing away the empty syringe. The trailer shuddered with her every step as she walked out, and I ended up splashing juice all over my face when my cot shook from her seismic exit. I'd spent the next few minutes fighting to stay awake when I was startled by a familiar voice. I'd somehow missed the spiced aroma of fresh cinnamon and green apples. "Jeremiah, can you hear me?" I turned my head to look at Jenny. She wore an anxious expression. I wanted to bury my head in her hair and hold her close, to tell her how much I'd missed her. But when I tried to speak, all that came out was a hoarse grunting sound. My arm felt like a noodle, but I managed to place my hand over hers. She spoke in hushed tones. "Listen, something weird is going on. These injuries I've been treating, at first I thought they were accidents, but now I don't know." I squeezed her hand. It felt good to be near her. "I haven't seen livestock, but there's plenty of meat for evening meals. Lucille keeps telling me it's wild pig, but I found a lot of those bear traps inside a tool shed." She bit her lip. "I also found a room full of bins. I looked through them. Jeremiah, there were hundreds of watches, shoes, wallets, jewelry. These people... You just need to get better. We need to get out of here." I agreed with her, but there was one itty-bitty, tiny, nothing little problem. I didn't even have the strength to tie my shoes, let alone attempt an escape from this little shop of horrors. I took a deep breath and concentrated. "Not strong." Finally, my first real words in 3 days. Her eyes lit up and she beamed at me. "You had me worried, you twit." She kissed me then, and I put up a fight, I really did, but in my condition, I couldn't offer much resistance. "Joe," I ground out once she had decided to take mercy on me. "He's safe for now. They locked him in a kennel. I check up on him every few hours." Leave it to Joe to get himself locked up in doggy jail. She held my hand and leaned in closer. "I'm working on a plan, so just hang in there. We'll get out of here soon, all of us. I already set aside our bags, but they took our weapons. I think I can—" The door to the trailer flew open, letting in a gust of frigid air. Lucille stormed in, backed by a couple of goons. Ben, and a burly man in dirty coveralls who was straight out of a hillbilly horror movie. "What the hell are you doing in here?" Lucille demanded. She didn't give Jenny a chance to answer before she motioned the men forward. "From now on, you don't go anywhere without an escort, you understand?" "Let go of me!" Jenny screamed as the men lifted her off her feet, none too gently. I tried to hold on to her hand. It was so futile it was comedic. Jenny kicked and screamed, and even landed a pretty good elbow on the hillbilly's gut, but the big guy shrugged it off. Lucille took a step forward. "Ben, take her back to her tent and post a guard. We'll see if she's more agreeable in the morning. If not, we may have to lock her in with the dogs. Trust me, honey, you don't want that." Jenny spat on her face and fought to get free. "Fuck you, Lucille!" She threw a kick at Lucille's face that missed by inches. Lucille balled her right hand into a fist and hit Jenny with a haymaker that busted her lip open. Rivulets of blood poured from her mouth. "From now on, you do whatever we tell you whenever we tell you." Lucille walked up to me and removed the bandage from my leg, and then cut the stitches open with a pocket knife. She jammed 2 fingers into the open wound. It had been a while since I'd experienced the sort of piercing, bone-shattering pain I felt then. She twisted her fingers inside of my leg. I convulsed, and no longer saw the scene in front of me. I was flooded with flashbacks of the time I'd spent in a little town in Illinois. Rock Falls, it was called. I was looking for a place to lay low after I'd escaped the hellhole that was Chicago, but I had the misfortune of running into a gang of cultists. They believed only human blood would cleanse the world and deliver us from the zombie hordes. They called themselves the New Temple of the Davidians, named after their leader, Mike. Yeah, I know. I spent a day tied to a fence with 10 other unfortunate souls. They killed one of us every 3 hours, and they took their sweet time, too. One unlucky man spent hours between merciful unconsciousness and unspeakable agony, while they flayed him alive. By the time they were done, there wasn't a shred of skin left on him. I think he died from a heart attack halfway through. At least I hope so. As if that wasn't enough, the sadistic bastards tested our purity by making elaborate designs on our skin with white-hot irons. My back bears witness to their tests. It's why I sometimes gag at the smell of charred meat. I had about 2 hours left before my turn came to help rinse the world of sin, when I managed to work my way free. It was a cinch, once I broke my thumb to slide out of the ropes that bound my wrists behind my back. I freed the remaining prisoners, and by the time we were done with the Davidians, only 2 had managed to escape alive. 6 of them remained, tied to the fence with their guts strung out at their feet, their eyeballs hanging out of their sockets. I found the other 2 a day later holed up in a gas station. I tied them to a pole, gagged them, and went to work on them with a sharp knife and a blowtorch. Lucille touched raw bone, and the pain snapped me back to reality. I never hit a woman in my life, but I was considering making an exception just for her. No, wait, I hit that fat biker chick back at the CCB camp, so never mind. Jenny became subdued and stopped fighting. Her tone was pleading now, her voice a near whisper when I was suddenly aware enough to understand her.
Please, stop. Please. I'll do whatever you want. Just don't hurt him anymore.
I felt like a wuss. Here she was giving up because I couldn't take a little torture. I mean, seriously, I was glad Joe wasn't there to see it. He'd have been shaking his head at how soft I'd become. Lucille licked the blood off her fingers. Her expression was downright creepy. It's sweet, piquant, with a peppery note. It's been a while since we've had such an alluring repast. Jennifer, dear, it really would be a shame to let your boyfriend go to waste. Of course, what happens next is up to you. Jenny nodded.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Good. You'll like it here, hon. We treat each other like family. But we also have our laws. They hold us together, you see. You've broken an important one today. But perhaps, just this once, we'll be lenient.
The men dragged Jenny away, but Lucille stayed behind. She placed her hands on my face and squeezed my cheeks.
I have plans for you, handsome. I think some Cajun spices would suit you very well.
She kissed me on the mouth then. I almost gagged. She threw me an exaggerated wink before exiting the trailer, and I stopped hyperventilating after a few minutes. When the pain subsided, I decided to work on a brand new shit list. It was easy coming up with the first name. Mabel redressed my leg the next day, but she remained as chatty as ever and didn't say a word to me. The highlight of my stay came when she tried to feed me a piece of cooked meat. I managed to slap the plate away. It landed on the floor with a satisfying crash and covered her hideous purple dress in gravy. She laughed and walked away after spiking my IV bag. Over the course of the afternoon, during the few hours I was able to stay awake, I formulated a dozen escape plans and discarded each in turn. I had to assume that the trailer was being watched. I had one good wheel, and blinking took an extraordinary amount of effort. No matter how I looked at it, I was cooked. Ha! The only plan that kept swirling in my head involved me building up a tolerance to whatever monkey juice they kept pumping me with, and that might take a while. Meanwhile, I fought hunger pangs, along with the searing pain in my leg. The lack of solid food was really taking its toll. If I didn't recover a modicum of strength, I doubted I'd be able to take 2 steps before I passed out. My neighbor regained consciousness and seemed to be doing better, of course, what with all the attention. He'd lost the ghostly pallor of the first day, and now spent half of his time nibbling on jerky. The sun had dipped over the horizon, and I still hadn't come up with any brilliant, guns-blazing prison break ideas that seemed remotely realistic. At least I could tell the time of day by the little mouse that came in to steal scraps of food. He liked to stop by in the early evenings, when he might have better luck with leftovers. So it was early evening when the young man, Corey, came in to check on good father. I hadn't noticed the first time, but this cat was handsome, like movie star handsome. He was over 6 feet tall, and his golden blonde hair had a boyish, messy quality to it. His sky-blue eyes and unkempt beard rounded up the image of teen heartthrob. Made me feel like a troll by comparison. He ignored my puzzled expression and walked over to my neighbor, who was engrossed in a Tom Clancy techno-thriller.
"Hello, Father. I'm glad to see you're doing better."
The man put his book down and measured Corey with narrowed eyes.
"Any news of the man who attacked me? Ben, incompetent fool that he is, has given me nothing but excuses. I hope to be well enough to oversee the execution, of course. The people need a reminder of our authority. Ben has dispatched more search parties. It won't be long before they find the perpetrator. I want you to make this your highest priority. This assassination attempt has made me appear weak. I need these people to fear me, or all that we have built together will be for naught." "Oh, they fear you. This I know. The people huddle in terror when you draw names for blood mass. I do wonder how things would be if we returned to the before time, when we could still seek comfort in Mother's bosom and receive her counsel."
I was listening to this interaction with perked ears. Something interesting, weird, was happening, and I sure as hell wasn't going to miss it, even if it didn't make a whole lot of sense. The old man became enraged at the mention of this mother person. His face turned crimson, and his next words were delivered in a roar. "Do not mention her again. It is forbidden, and if you weren't my son, I would send you to the breaking wheel." Corey remained nonchalant. He let out a sigh.
"See, Father, this is why she left us. She tired of the frozen heart that never thaws."
Corey grabbed a pillow and placed it in front of his father's face. The man blanched.
"Father, I was the one who attacked you in the woods. Alas, I wasn't counting on the woman being able to save you. It is a mistake that won't be repeated."
What are you doing? Corey, I'm your father."
"Know that this gives me no pleasure. Thou art weighed in the balances and art found wanting."
"Help! Somebody!" Yowza. Corey smothered his father, turning his cries for help into a muffled weeping. Veins throbbed in Corey's arms as he pinned the struggling form beneath him. The old man clawed weakly at his son, but the end came, in my estimation, far too quickly.
"Goodbye, Father." Corey placed the pillow back under his father's head. He lovingly combed his hair, closed the vacant eyes, and kissed his forehead. He did it all with an unsettling gentleness. Once he was satisfied with the scene, he walked over to me. I'm not going to lie here. I might have tensed just a little. I had all the energy of a rag doll, but Corey was going to have to try harder if he wanted to bump off Jeremiah Reed. He stopped, just inches away from me, hands in his pockets. Dude had no notion of personal space. It was making me more uncomfortable than the idea of death by pillow. "By tomorrow night, the sedative should have run its course, but you'll remain weak for a time. There will be a commotion after evening meal. Your friend Jennifer will come looking for you. I have given her instructions on this. It is unfortunate that our paths have crossed in such a manner. I don't know you well, Master Reed, but your friend Jennifer is a remarkable woman. A great fire will cleanse the depravity that has taken root in this town, and I feel a measure of regret that you should be caught in its embrace now. I counsel you, as I shall counsel Jennifer, to run as far away as possible from this place." This guy wasn't one for pillow talk, huh? And I didn't have a lot of options, but I'd also seen this guy kill his own father with all the affectation of a bored priest at a Louisiana whorehouse. "Why are you warning me? What the hell is this place?" I asked, too drowsy to conjure up a more eloquent reply, but also surprised that I could speak a whole sentence. "This is a difficult question to answer, one I've been pondering a great deal." Oh, for fuck's sake. He was about to launch into a dissertation when all I wanted was the 411 on Creepyville. I rolled my eyes in spite of myself. "I see you prefer a concise summation. Very well." He then proceeded to give me the exact opposite of a concise summation, but by the end of the soliloquy, I had a pretty good idea of how things worked in the little settlement of Heaven's Gate. The town had started as a union of convenience by 4 families. They grew to 100 strong within a year of Deadbreak. The brutal winter of 29 ravished the population, and, facing starvation, the people turned to consuming their dead. It wasn't long before their sensitivities dulled, and they added stragglers and rule breakers to their dinner pots.
and in the last year they began actively hunting people. Corey's mother attempted to flee with her son and daughter, but Travis, their father, and his men caught them before they got too far. Corey's sister escaped, but Travis, the murderous son of a bitch, may he rest in peace, had his wife executed in front of the town and forced Corey to partake of her cooked flesh. Travis tortured his son senseless until the poor kid begged forgiveness and vowed obeisance. No wonder the kid seemed one taco short of a fiesta platter.
So you see, Master Reed, your arrival coincided with my attempt to right a lot of wrongs. I believe people will see the error of their ways when they come face to face with their mortality. I hadn't counted on your friend saving Father's life and delaying the great conflagration. To be quite honest, I came close to sending her to the pots in reprisal, but she's been kind to the children, and that has ingratiated her into my favor. I asked her to remain here as I rebuild the town, but she mentioned the noble nature of your endeavor. Family must always come first. Can I do anything for you?
There was one thing he could do for me, quick-like. Water. Food. He smiled and grabbed a pitcher from his father's tray. He filled a tall glass and brought it next to my lips. It wasn't the first time I'd drunk a dead man's water. Mabel had been giving me a few sips every day, but my mouth felt like the Mojave in summer, and I drank the hell out of that sucker. I didn't know if it was the sedative wearing off or the cool water cascading down my throat, but I felt like $1,000,000.
I will send Mabel with instructions to feed you a hearty meal. He wrinkled his nose and then added, and to bathe and clean you thoroughly. I will use the excuse of Father's funeral feast. I tried not to let my sudden apprehension get the better of me. No one wants to hear there to be the main course at a dinner party, even as a ruse. Corey left, though, and I was left alone with my little mouse buddy, who was busy nibbling on a breadcrumb. That little guy had it all figured out, living on the fringes and growing fat on scraps. He had no zombie mice to fear, and there were very few cats anymore, and even fewer birds. I was almost surprised we weren't up to our eyeballs in rodents, till I remembered that they're delicious little suckers and a good source of protein. I settled in, trying to think. It wasn't the first time I'd run into people who ate the other white meat, but it was the first time I'd been so close to the dinner table, so to speak. My first encounter was right after I'd left Georgia, a year or so after Deadbreak. I happened upon an abandoned roadside diner. My supplies were short, and I wanted to try my luck, even if the place looked ransacked. I thought I could trap a few critters and spend a night out of the elements. 2 cans of soda and a stale bag of potato chips later, I walked into the kitchen, where the real surprise waited for me. Meat hooks with strange cuts of meat hung from the ceiling. A large, greasy pot sat atop a still-warm wood-burning furnace. It didn't take me long to figure out that the bones poking out of the pot belonged to a human arm. I ran out of that place faster than green grass through a goose and never looked back. I've always regretted running out of that place like that, but my survival philosophy boils down to 2 tenets. Don't be stupid, and don't play the hero. Still, it nagged me, like a stone in my shoe that I could never get rid of. The second time I came face to face with cannibals, I was working my way up from Nebraska, after hitting another dead end on transportation to Hawaii. Joe number 4 was still a pup, and I carried him in my pack half the time. We were scavenging in a large outdoor mall looking for winter clothing when I heard the high-pitched squeals of a dying animal. Well, at first I thought it was a trapped animal, but the strangled screams that followed were unmistakably human. I decided to investigate against my better judgment. I found a family of 4, 2 boys and their parents, tied to each other with a long, thick rope that looped around their necks. They sat on the ground next to one of those fountains that shot up streams of water for the kiddies in summertime. The father and youngest boy lay on the floor, their throats slashed. They barely moved as they bled into a pot, held by the ugliest sumbitch I'd seen this side of the Mississippi. 3 men and 2 women were nearby preparing a fire and cleaning their knives. I almost walked away, but whether it was remorse, indignation, righteous anger, or a combination of all 3, I decided to do something about it. I left Joe hidden in a store and worked my way to a yogurt shop across from the fountain.
I had nothing but my cig and Big Betty, so rate of fire was going to be a problem. That left one option: sudden, overwhelming, spectacular violence. I watched as a big ugly fella untied the bodies of the man and his son and dragged them closer to the fire. Another man and the two women gathered around the bodies to remove their clothes, leaving one man watching the prisoners. Another scraggly dude sat on a bench whittling a stick of wood. He hadn't seen me yet, though. I wouldn't get a better chance, what with most of them bunched up like that. I shucked a shell quiet-like. Betty purred in anticipation. I jumped out of cover and fired. Bam, 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 bam. The old girl slammed against my shoulder with each pull of the trigger, but her aim was true. We knocked off the first 4 targets with double-aught buckshot. I pumped another shell and fired at the man sitting on the bench. He fumbled for a hunting rifle, but my shot tore his hand off. He dropped to the ground, clutching at his stump. I dove behind an old ATM as the guy guarding the prisoners returned fire. He emptied both barrels from a sawed-off shotgun, but he was so far off the mark that not a single pellet landed near me. I slung Betty over my shoulder and unholstered the cig, leaned out and fired. He was using the mother as a shield and dragging her with one hand while he reloaded with the other. I've always been a terrible shot with a handgun, but my aim was charmed that day. I fired 2 quick rounds and hit him in the shoulder and neck. He dropped the gun and made a run for it, but 2 more shots to his lower back cut his escape short. I untied the terrified woman and her son, then loaned her my gun to dispense a little justice on her kidnappers. She was terrified, which was understandable given the circumstances, but she declined the gun, and instead asked to borrow my knife. She made a right mess of the 3 wounded survivors, and her knife work was sloppy, but effective. A couple of hours after my talk with Corey, the trailer was packed again as word of Travis's demise had spread. Lucille came in and kicked everyone out. Then Ben, his hillbilly sidekick, and 3 matronly ladies removed Travis's body. They'd burned bunches of an aromatic herb and blown the smoke all over his face, then cleaned him with oils and wrapped him in linen. That had provided me with a bit of entertainment, I'll tell you. Ben and the hillbilly then carried him out while the 3 ladies chanted a death song and sprinkled salt all over the floor. It was very, very creepy. Not much later, Mabel walked into the trailer, offering a reminder of my current dilemma. I wasn't sure I could trust Corey, but he seemed to be doing me a solid. But then I looked at Mabel out of the corner of my eye and my heart sank. Instead of the food I was so looking forward to, she carried a bucket of water and a sponge. For the next 10 excruciating minutes, I almost wished I was still tied to that fence in Rock Falls, Illinois. It was an hour, maybe 2, after Mabel left me in agonized cleanliness, when I received a surprise. Jenny came to see me. "Jenny, did Corey send you?"
"Corey? Why would he?"
"He said he was going to set the town on fire, that he was going to warn you so we could leave."
"That boy's as batshit crazy as the rest of them. Don't trust anything he says. Now stop moving. I don't have a lot of time, and if Lucille finds me here..." She removed the IV needle from my arm and inserted it into a thin rubber tube that she'd pulled from inside of her shirt. She snaked the tube under the mattress so that it drained under the bed, then taped the needle back, making it look like it was still inserted into my arm. "We're leaving tomorrow night, one way or another. Play possum and don't let on. I'll come get you after midnight. We'll need weapons. I'm working on it." She kissed me on the cheek and left as quickly as she'd arrived.
Chapter 17. The Passenger. I was awake before midnight the next day. My anxieties grew the longer the clock ticked without signs of Jenny. Mabel had fed me 3 hearty meals, shaved me, and cut my hair, so the day hadn't been entirely unproductive, but I was antsy. More so because after dinner, Mabel had also given me another shot of the soporific they'd been pumping me with for the last few days. Part of me wondered if it was narcotic or a marinade, but the joke was on her either way, and the IV dripped harmlessly under my bed. I was left alone in the trailer most of the day. Well into the night, once I felt sure Mabel wouldn't be coming back, I rolled out of bed. I stood on wobbly legs and didn't fall on my ass only because I had an iron grip on the bed frame. I couldn't put much weight on my injured leg, which hurt like a mother clucker, thanks for asking, so I hobbled to the bathroom on one unsteady foot. 2 minutes of stumbling and one stubbed toe later, I reached the door. I fumbled for a light switch and found one of those battery-operated LED lights stuck to the wall. I turned it on. The reflection of a gaunt, but devilishly handsome, man stared at me from a grimy vanity mirror. If I squinted just so, I could almost tell it was me. Great bags hung under my eyes like deflated balloons, and my skin had a ghostly pallor. I tried the handles on the rusty faucet, and after a second of rumbling, was greeted with a stream of brackish water. I splashed my face, hair, and neck. The water was colder than a witch's tit in a brass bra, but I didn't care. I was on my feet, awake, and, brittle though it might be, a plan was in motion. I limped out of the bathroom and peeked outside the windows. It was a dark and stormy night. No, seriously, the easy snowfall of the previous days had turned into a proper blizzard. It reminded me a lot of the storm that had caught me and Joe the week or so before. That storm had totally sucked balls. This wasn't much better, but I could see a smattering of fires and solitary incandescent light bulbs providing the only light around the camp. My eyes had adjusted to the pitch dark of the so-called clinic, but I still couldn't see shit, and I stubbed my toe again on the way back to the bed. I sat on the mattress, taking stock of the situation. I'd been hurt before, plenty of times, actually, but I'd never had so many injuries to deal with at one time. My twisted ankle was almost an afterthought, and without painkillers, the leg injury was shooting daggers of pure, white-hot flame all the way to my spine. The bullet wound to my side throbbed with a dull ache, and the stump of my long-lost index alternated between numbness, itchiness, and stinging pain. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't feeling sorry for myself. I just needed to be pragmatic and understand my liabilities for when it came time to knock heads. A deep chill washed over me then, not partly at the thought of having to fight in this condition, and immediately the thin hospital gown that did very little to cover my modesty did even less to keep me warm, and droplets of water snaked down my back from my wet hair. The door opened with a torturous creak, and a bluish-white light washed over the interior of the trailer. I'd never really thought about what goes through a deer's head when surprised by a car's headlights in the middle of the road, but if it's anything like my experience there, it's a lot of nothingness.
Jeremiah, are you okay?
The sound of Jenny's voice broke my trance, and I straightened my back. Yeah, you just caught me a little unawares. She ran to me and gave me the type of hug boa constrictors reserve for small prey.
Ow, ow, ow. Injured man here. Sorry, I brought you clothes. Can you change, or do you need help?
I think I can manage putting on a pair of pants, thank you.
Just asking, no need to get sassy.
She handed me a plastic bag filled with clothes, then stared at me when I held it to my chest.
Well?
I let out a small cough and gestured at the hospital gown with my hand.
Oh, for Christ's sakes. Fine, just hurry up.
She turned around. I put on my pants, one ginger leg at a time. They were 5'11" tactical pants of very good quality. The baggy legs offered ample room for my bandaged leg. I put on a t-shirt next, and pulled a green service sweater over it. Jenny had to help me with socks and boots. The boots I recognized as being my own. The sweater seemed oddly familiar as well. This is my stuff.
Yeah, I got it from the warehouse. I have our weapons, too, and a little extra ammo. Food's gonna be a problem, but we can worry about that later. I just want to get the hell out of here.
So what's the plan?
I left the camper just outside of town. Ben is out with a hunting party, but they might be back at any minute, so we gotta hurry.
Where's Joe?
Back at the barn with the other dogs.
We have to go get him. She nodded.
I'll take care of it.
We walked out of the trailer and stuck to the shadows, fairly easy given the inky darkness, and reached the camper after a short walk. The heavy sweater did a good enough job to keep me from freezing, but my ears felt like they were about to fall off. By the time we reached the vehicle, I was out of breath and about falling to my knees in exhaustion. A figure came out of the shadows, and Jenny spun, her rifle aimed high.
I hoped you'd manage to escape.
He raised his hands when Jenny pointed her rifle at him.
I'm not here to stop you, Jennifer, nor will I raise the alarm.
Jenny appeared doubtful and kept the rifle poised. I didn't dissuade her.
So you came,
to say hi in the middle of the night. My words had come out between ragged breaths that condensed in the cold air. I wish to say farewell. This is also a great spot from which to observe the flames of the cleansing blaze. Jenny lowered her rifle a little. Then make yourself useful. Help me get Jeremiah in the camper. No, I'm okay. I just need a little rest. Corey threw me over his shoulder in a fireman's carry and unceremoniously dropped me in the passenger seat. It was a little embarrassing. Does anyone else smell that? I asked. The scent of scorched wood had grown thick in the air. Yes, at last, Corey answered, turning his head. A faint orange glow grew in intensity in the direction of the town. Screams soon followed. Jenny looked alarmed. I have to get Joe. There is little time, Jennifer. There's plenty of time. Jeremiah, watch him. Corey shrugged and waved his arm towards the growing inferno. Suit yourself. It's no use, buddy, I told him once Jenny had scampered off. Once she makes up her mind, it's like arguing with a rock. A really stubborn rock. Besides, we ain't leaving Joe behind. I'll rain hell on whatever is left of this podunk little town before I let y'all eat my dog. Please, Master Reed, we don't eat dog. What a distasteful notion. They are noble friends and companions. I understand you have a close relationship with Joe. I envy you in a way. Such loyalty is to be commended and celebrated. He looked around and zipped up his jacket. You have a great mission ahead of you, while mine is at an end. If this can be of any help, use it. He handed me a neatly folded piece of paper. Directions to my sister's house, and a note from me. It's some distance from here, but if you're ever near, she has my mother's kind soul. I took it from him without looking at it. Thanks. The fire now engulfed the whole town, and I noticed a fresh spot of blood on Corey's jacket. He dabbed at a thin gash on his right cheek with a piece of cloth. I pointed it out to him. You okay, man? I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. You've been a busy bee, huh? He glanced at me before fixing his eyes on the town again. I killed Lucille. 2 other council members as well. I'm almost jealous. That bitch earned this week's Jeremiah Reed Boot Up the Ass Award. Killing her must have been fun. I took no pleasure in ending her life. It was a punishment commensurate with the severity of her transgressions. Whatever you say, partner. I knew he could have been a dick and sold us out. He'd known where to find us, that was clear. But instead, he just hung out with us. By the way, Corey, thanks, I said. He looked at me and tipped his head. I'm not sure you have anything to thank me for, but you are welcome. Listen, I know I can come off a little abrasive sometimes, but you stuck your neck out for a couple of strangers when you didn't need to. So, yeah, thanks. There's a saying Mother was very fond of. If those who owe us nothing gave us nothing, how poor would we be? Also, like I said, Jennifer endeared herself to me. There is much of Mother in her. I strained to look back at the town, but Corey tapped my shoulder. They're coming. Who's coming? Is that Jenny? It is difficult to see. If you can use your shotgun, I'd advise you to load it. If I can use my shotgun. Psst, what a question to ask a guy. I stepped out of the camper, dropping to one knee to get a better firing position, and because I was too damn tired to stand up. A big dog ran towards us then, and a female figure followed right behind it, chased by a mob. She turned around, dropped to a knee, and fired a burst with an automatic rifle. I knew the sound of that rifle. Corey took cover behind the camper, and the loud report of his hunting rifle boomed over the crackling sound of burning timber. Big Betty snuggled up against my shoulder as though she sensed the attack. We were in familiar territory now, and she hummed in contentment. A sound of rustling leaves caught my ear. I turned to my left, Betty drawn in front of me. "There they are!" yelled a male voice. I fired. Joe chose that moment to jump on me and tackle me to the ground. I sank into the fresh snow with the big mook licking my face. "God damn it, you stupid dog! get in the friggin' camper. Can't you see we're in a pickle here?" I didn't like yelling at him, but he'd shoved his tongue in my mouth. He knew how much I hated that. He jumped onto the passenger seat and stared out the windshield, panting. Jenny and Corey fired their weapons at the attackers, but more of them converged on us. Flashlight beams lit us up from the left. It was a good flanking move, but sloppy. They'd given up their position too soon, and I fired 5 shots in quick succession. I winced every time Betty slammed into my shoulder. Damn, she still kicked like a mother. My shots were all over the place, too, and I doubted I'd hit anyone. But Jenny came to my rescue. After her second burst, 4 flashlights winked out. "Jeremiah, get in the camper. I'll cover you from here." I hopped back into the camper and pushed Joe out of the way. Jenny kept firing, and soon I heard people calling for a retreat. Corey wasn't too shabby either, and had a pistol in each hand, gunslinger style, with the hunting rifle slung across his back. Jenny jumped into the driver's seat while Corey continued to fire. "Corey, get in here! Come with us!" I yelled. He looked at me and let out a belly laugh. "I had no idea this would be so much fun. Thank you, Jeremiah, but I cannot. I've come to realize that all comes to an end, and today I get to choose how it ends. There is one more thing I must do." Jenny turned the ignition and looked at me. "Screw him, we gotta get the hell out of here. Let's go, and remind me to leave these guys a terrible Yelp review." I looked in the rearview mirror and my eyes went wide. Corey held a gun against his own temple. He pulled the trigger just as the mob reached him. I didn't hear the sound of the shot, but the spray of blood and gore was visible against the blanket of snow. Jenny gunned the engine, and the camper fishtailed out of the icy field. Rounds pinged off the rear door, but they didn't hit anything vital, like yours truly. Moments later, the windshield wipers did their best to keep up with the falling sheets of snow as we veered onto the main road. I unfolded the paper Corey had given me and read it. It was a note to his sister, telling her how much he loved her and how he wished he'd been able to say it in person. He'd drawn a quick map with directions to her house. I showed it to Jenny. "Corey gave me this. I'm not sure if it's a good idea or not." "What is it? A map to his sister's?" She gave me a crooked, sideways smile, but kept her eyes on the road. "I didn't know you were buddies. How far is it?" "If this line here is the main interstate, then it's 10 miles, maybe less. He said she's got a kind soul." "Well, we have nowhere else to go. It's worth a try." A shot hit the rear window and blew it into 1,000,000 pieces. I turned around to look out through the gaping hole. "Oh shit, looks like the whole damn town is after us. We got a couple of cars right on our—" A big truck slammed into us on the passenger side. A second truck cut us off and Jenny swerved left to avoid a head-on collision. I reloaded Big Betty and shoved her out the window beside me. I fired, shattering the driver's window. The truck veered away, but then turned for us and slammed into our front quarter panel. They were so close that I could make out Ben's seared face. His eyes were filled with hatred. I blew a kiss at him. The truck was on top of us, so when I fired the second time, the heavy buckshot nearly sheared his head off. The passenger grabbed hold of the wheel as Ben slumped to the side. It was too late, though, and the truck jackknifed against a tree. The truck that had tried to cut us off was now in front of us. Jenny slalomed the camper on the slick road, and I nearly lost my grip on Betty. A man fired at us from the truck bed, shattering the windshield and raining glass shards all over Joe and I. A third vehicle hit us from behind. We were boxed in, and I was running out of gas. I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep up, but however long it was, Betty and I were going to give 'em a show. I was loading Betty with my homemade shells, suckers that could knock you into the middle of next week looking both ways for Sunday, when Jenny stepped on the accelerator. She nicked the truck in front of us at an angle, causing it to spin out of control. People screamed as they were flung onto the road when the vehicle flipped over, and it landed in a ditch with a satisfying crunch. With the path in front of us clear, I headed to the back of the camper. I fired through the broken window and gave our pursuers a taste of Betty's hot lead. The 2 SUVs that were chasing us swerved to avoid the barrage, but I hit one dead smack in the engine block. It came to a lumbering stop as we sped away. I took a second to gather myself. Every time I'd fired the shotgun, I'd felt like my shoulder was going to fall off. The constant motion was giving me vertigo, too, and a moment after I realized that, I lost my balance. My body felt like pudding, and I was coming down from the adrenaline high. When our last pursuer fired a machine gun burst and blew our rear tire out, causing the camper to skid off the road and face-plant into a boulder, I was already halfway to unconsciousness. I woke up next to the camper on a grassy depression. Snow covered me from head to toe, making me wonder how long I'd been out. Shots echoed in the distance, a cacophonous sound that came from everywhere at once. The camper's engine compartment had smashed against a massive rock, and the left front wheel was bent inward. Hot steam blew into the chilly night from the broken radiator. I rolled to my stomach and propped myself up on my hands and knees. Joe trotted up to face me, head cocked to one side. We stared at each other for a second, before he decided that it was more important to lick himself than to check on my well-being. It was amazing how he could be so oblivious. I stood up and took in the scene. Jenny was prone, near the rear bumper of the vehicle, firing from behind a large rock. I looked around for Big Betty. She was half buried in the snow 10 feet away from me. I picked her up and decided that I wasn't too tired to deliver a little ass-whooping. Jenny was exchanging fire with our attackers. Little puffs of cotton erupted from the ground when bullets landed near her. I leaned against the engine compartment and took a peek. A Ford Explorer was stopped on the road parallel to the camper. A man and woman were firing at us from behind the hood. A third man lay bleeding on the ground next to the driver's door. Jenny had kept them busy so far, but the woman was working her way around the SUV and into the protection of a broad tree. If she reached it, they'd have Jenny in a crossfire. The woman made her move and I fired. She dropped to the ground with an agonizing scream. Her right foot had nearly been amputated by my homemade double-aught. I made them with a little extra oomph. The last man was distracted by his friend's cries for help and had cost him his life. Jenny put a bullet through his right eyeball, and he crumpled to the ground. A second shot put an end to the screaming woman. I felt unsteady after the exertion and dropped to one knee. My meager stomach contents came up in a scalding heave and landed all over my boot. I felt like shit. "Jeremiah!" Jenny grabbed my chin and forced me to look at her. Hey! Look at me!" I knew it was her from the tone of her voice, but she was blurry. I opened my eyes wide and blinked, forcing my pupils to focus. "What's your full name?" she asked. "Jeremiah Reed." "Where are we?" "Montana, I think." "What day of the week is it?" "Hell if I know." "Good enough. I think you're going through mild narcotic withdrawals. You weren't on the juice for long, though, so they should pass soon enough. We need to find a place to rest for a while." My intestines were turning themselves inside out, and someone was driving nails through my head. But I tried to put on a brave face and act with a little dignity. "I'm good. Let's just keep going." I then threw up on her shoes. "Fuck, this is the worst hangover." "Wait here." She walked to the SUV parked down the road, shoved a dead body out of the way, and drove it up next to the camper. Then she transferred our supplies and wiped some of the blood from the windshield. She was done in less than 10 minutes, by which point I was seeing dancing unicorns. I was sitting against the camper, my legs extended out in front of me, with Joe's head draped across my thigh, when she came to get me. "Give me your hand and I'll help you up." 5 more minutes, Ma." "Come on, let's get you into the car. It's a good thing you were the one shooting their car. I might have hit something important." "You're really funny." "The SUV is drivable, but the windshield is full of holes. We'll have to bundle up on the drive to Sandy's." "Who?" "Corey's sister, remember?" "Oh, that's Sandy. Yeah. She paused and pulled the hand-drawn map from her back pocket, then studied the road. "I think it's down this way. Let's go, before more of them come looking for us." Before I knew it, I was laying on the back seat covered in a thick blanket. The SUV, a Ford six-wheeler that had been popular before Deadbreak, took the icy curves like a champ and was a surprisingly smooth ride. The wind and snow that filtered in through the bullet holes made the trip colder than I would have preferred, but no one was shooting at us. That was good enough for me. Joe rode shotgun, and he turned his head from time to see how I was doing. "Jeremiah, you don't look so good, man," he told me. I was shaking, and my heart threatened to beat out of my chest. How the hell did he expect me to look? Like Emma Watson in Harry Potter 12, The Curse of the Dragon King? "You worried about me, dog?" "You're my human, so of course I'm worried about you. Why are you always such a twit?"
You know, someone else asked me that a while ago. I honestly don't know. He cocked his head at that. Maybe we'll find out one day. Or not. Doesn't matter. Hey, I'm sorry I couldn't come see you sooner. I don't know if you heard, but I was locked in a cage. By myself. And they fed me the worst slop you ever tasted. Oh, get off the cross, you big crybaby. I almost got turned into a pot pie, but you don't hear me whining about it. I don't know. That sounds pretty whiny to me. When did you become soft, do you think? Was it back in Alabama when you got your butt kicked by those two nuns who thought you were a zombie? Look, just let me sleep and keep your eyes on the road. Jenny might need you. And I told you, just because they were dressed in black doesn't make them nuns. They were probably ninjas or something. Fine. I'm just trying to make friendly conversation. He turned around, but I heard him mumble under his breath. It's good to have you back, Jeremiah. Ha! What a muck. Chapter 18. Comfortably numb. I sat in the back seat, my head against the rear window. Joe slept next to me, not a care in the world. He growled under his breath, likely dreaming of chasing squirrels. He loved chasing squirrels. The crystalline snow that covered the landscape kept me distracted from Jenny's mumbled curses, and I tuned her out. We'd been parked for half an hour, trying to figure out how to get to Sandy's house. According to Jenny, Corey's map was missing some pretty important details, like road names and landmarks. She had the paper unfolded in front of her, resting flat on the steering wheel, and she was now comparing it with an old map we'd found in the glove compartment. The first rays of early morning sunlight glinted off the icy road, making me pine for a hot cup of coffee. Alas, I made do with melted snow boiled with grass clippings. If we go back to that intersection we crossed a mile back, we can hit the road that parallels this small creek. That should get us to this roundabout. From there, we should be able to get on this stretch of road. Straight shot to Sandy's. I think. I coughed a couple of times. It felt like a ball of sandpaper was stuck in my throat and was building a little condo. I would have killed for a throat lozenge, but I'd traded my last pack to Ned back in Rivet City. That MFer never even gave me the multi-tool he promised. I took another sip of my ersatz tea and winced when the bitter brew washed over my taste buds. We should just keep going. I know I brought it up, but we don't know this girl, and she might not be too friendly when we give her the bad news. I know I'd be pretty pissed if some schlub came asking for help after he told me that my last surviving relative had blown his brains out in front of him. She turned around and snapped at me. And we should go where then? You can't even hold your head up straight, and frankly, I'm exhausted. We'll be out of gas by tonight and out of food by tomorrow. You need to rest. We need to rest. I feel fine. Shit, even I didn't believe that. I added, and what's to say we can even find this ranch? We've been driving for hours, and I'm not pointing any fingers here, but I'm pretty sure this is the third time I'm seeing that water tower. We should nut up and head to the interstate. God damn it, you can be such a pain in the ass. Stop acting like a moron and start listening to what I'm trying to tell you. We need a safe place where we can catch our breath. I'm tired, Jeremiah, and I'm scared. We've had a lot of close calls, and I don't want to keep pushing our luck. Not while you're banged up. There was nothing wrong with her logic, but I wasn't sure if she remembered that I had a reputation for obstinacy. The weather was conspiring against us, and I was feeling horrible anxiety growing with each day. We needed to hurry the hell up. I doubted any boat captain worth his peg leg would want to sail across the Pacific in the middle of winter. The same crazy weather patterns that brought us such hits as flash blizzards and F6 tornadoes also gave us white squalls and monsoons. Besides, I'd been in worse jams. This was nothing. We'll hit the coast within a couple of days. Once we're inside of the ocean, we can stop to rest. For now, there's no point in dilly-dallying. She set her jaw, and her eyes hit me with a death ray. This is how it is. I'm going to find us a place to bivouac. I'm going to look at your leg and make sure you don't choke on your own vomit in the middle of the night. Then, when I'm good and fucking ready, we're going to head west. I'd like to get there with all of my body parts intact. I should have expected her reaction, and especially since I'd been on the receiving end of her rants before.
a part of me enjoyed needling her for the hell of it. "You know what?" I asked.
"What?"
She didn't seem too impressed with my stare, and blinked slowly, daring me to open my mouth. I made a note to work on my scowls for future sparring sessions. "You look adorable when you're angry." I smiled then, and that pissed her off even more, if her narrowed eyes were any indication. "We'll do it your way. Let's go find us a place to defrost. I guess it wouldn't kill us to take it easy for a day or two. Actually, though, it could technically kill us. I mean, say we're bleary-eyed from taking one too many naps and a hive of zombies or a glowy hunter pack catches us unawares, or a gang of rapists get the jump on us while we're playing Parcheesi. But whatevs, I'm sure we'll be fine." She nodded.
"I promise you we're going to get us a boat, whatever it takes. I know that's why you're pushing so hard."
"That's what she said."
"What?"
"What?" She rolled her eyes, then dug into her jacket and handed me a honey lemon cough drop.
"Grow up.
Take this and make it last. I've only got a handful left." She turned around and started the ignition. I popped the tiny lozenge in my mouth and closed my eyes. It was glorious, as if a minty caramel angel was giving my throat a hug. A moment later, we got a little scare when the engine failed to turn over, but it sputtered to life after the fourth try, and we were on our way. We'd taped a blanket to a portion of the windshield area to keep the chill out, but I still felt like I was traveling inside an iceberg on wheels. She had the heater at medium setting, too, which in my opinion was borderline criminal. "Hey, crank up the heat, will you? My balls are frozen solid over here."
"Stay classy, Jeremiah."
"What? It's true."
"Fine. But if the alternator craps out, you're getting out to push."
We spent the next 20 minutes meandering over country roads. Jenny had told me she had a plan, and I was happy to let her lead. It felt good to not have to make any decisions for a change, truth be told. We got on the interstate sooner than later, and after a few minutes, found ourselves in a small town. A tattered sign welcomed us to Florence, Montana. Population 1,203. We never did figure out a way to get to Sandy's, so this would have to be our rest stop. Jenny slowed the car down and pulled up at a gas station. An overturned tanker had smashed into the convenience store and crushed it like a paper cup, and a pair of legs stuck out from under one of the massive tires. For a second, I thought one of them twitched.
"What do you think, Jay? Maybe we can rest here."
The place had potential, but man, Florence had seen some shit. The blackened husks of burned-out buildings poked through the powdery blanket that covered the streets. Boarded storefront windows were marred by graffiti and mysterious reddish streaks. Bullet holes peppered the few cars that were still visible under the snow. I was always amazed at how quickly nature reclaimed her domain, once humans were no longer around to keep her at bay, and Florence was no different. The surrounding woods had begun to swallow the outlying buildings, and wild grass grew unrestrained. Still, I couldn't see any smoke, but that didn't mean people weren't around. These little towns are dangerous. It looks like this place has been abandoned a while, but all manner of nasty buggers could be hiding out there. Joe and I spent a couple of nights in a town not much different than this, in Iowa, or was it Idaho? Either way, the place was ran by kids, children, no older than 10. They had a mayor, sheriff, even a judge. They were a bunch of little pricks, too. Put me in jail because I was too tall. Of course, being kids, their jail was a cardboard box decorated with crayons, so I had no problem escaping. Jenny rubbed the bridge of her nose and let out a sigh.
"Why are you the way you are?"
I ignored her, then opened the door and took a couple of gingerly steps outside. The cold wind slashed at my exposed face, sending shivers all the way to my toes. I clapped my gloved hands together and cupped them to my mouth. My breath came out in icy plumes. I took a closer look at the surrounding streets. We'd need to stay away from the main drag, but I noticed a sign for a small car dealership 2 blocks down. That would be a good place to lay low. It would have lots of room, and if we got lucky, we could upgrade our ride. The back lot looked like it led right into the woods, and being on a corner, it had a great view of approaching routes. Joe jumped out in the middle of my contemplation and scared me half to death. He headed straight for a light pole. "Hey, dum-dum, make sure you don't get stuck to that thing," he answered with a short bark. Oh, don't be such a prude. Fine, I'll turn around. I walked to the driver's side, and Jenny stepped out to join me. What's on your mind? She asked. I was looking at a number of tiny mounds on the street between the gas station and the store across from us. A bakery, by the looks of it. She must have noticed my apprehension. More mounds were visible on the sidewalks for a couple of blocks. I pointed them out to her. Those are bodies. The way they're spread out makes me think they were running in that direction towards the highway. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something. But we should stay ready to bug out in a hurry if it comes to it.
Yeah, okay. Look over there. That small liquor store looks untouched. We could check it out later.
Good idea. Let's head to that car dealership first. It's in a good spot and there's plenty of space. We'll scope it out and make camp if it looks safe. It was but a hop, skip, and a jump to the dealer, a small used car operation with a huge sign that read, "Your job is your credit. Make your payments here." The lot was almost empty except for a handful of small compacts and a tractor. The large front windows were broken, though, giving the weather unimpeded access into the showroom. The storm itself had turned the place into a mess of frozen desks, debris, and file cabinets. But a number of closed doors made me think there might be more offices further in. We parked around back, away from the main street, and tried the back door. It was locked, so Jenny left me watching the car while she walked back to the front. I sent Joe with her as backup and told her to beat feet at the first sign of trouble. A couple of minutes later, I heard the click of the deadbolt on the other side of the door nearby. I was ready, with Betty snug against my shoulder as I aimed down her sights. The door swung open, and Jenny and I found ourselves pointing guns at each other. I lowered the shotgun and slung Betty across my back. "You learn quickly, little grasshopper," I told her. It was textbook Rule 14 of Jeremiah's Zombie Survival Guide. When opening a door in an unfamiliar place, assume there's something on the other side that wants to eat you and finds you delicious, so lead with your gun. Jenny was a quick study. Or I was a great teacher. Probably the latter. She wasn't too happy with my compliment, though. "You don't think I ever cleared a room before? You do remember I have military training, right?" "Please. You were in ROTC. That's like a step above Girl Scouts. Did you guys have to sell cookies, too? I bet you got a bunch of badges and stuff." "I see your terrible sense of humor is back. You must be feeling better." It wasn't until she mentioned it that I realized I no longer felt the odd sense of vertigo from the night before. And nor were my guts twisted in knots. "You know, I do feel a little more like myself." She rolled her eyes. "Super. Hey, maybe I can scare us up a mess of something for breakfast." "No, you rest. I've got some mystery cans. Won't take long." She brushed past me and opened the back of the SUV, but she turned to look at me when she noticed me watching her. "Go inside. There's a small office right through that hall. It's got a comfy couch that looks untouched, but you'll have to kick the dog off. I'll help you with our stuff first." Bumleg or not, I wasn't going to let her carry all that crap in by herself. The slippery asphalt made getting a foothold kind of a challenge, but I didn't fall on my ass. We had all our supplies inside and only 2 trips with my help. But something nagged at me. My backpack seemed lighter than I remembered. "Red, you did get all our stuff, right?" "Yeah, I think. Most of it, at least." I decided it was probably nothing. The couch was comfy, and there was plenty of room for both Joe and I, so it was a win-win. I didn't remember falling asleep, but Jenny had to shake me awake when she had breakfast ready. It wasn't wise to make a fire until we knew the town was safe, but she'd carried along a single-burner camping stove and surprised us with a hot meal. We were treated to preserved peaches and Chef Boyardee beefaroni, which was pretty much a feast far as I was concerned. She boiled more snow and made us tea and chicken noodle soup after that, which Joe just about inhaled. The tea was much better than her previous attempt with the lawn clippings, too, and I relished every sip. Not for the first time, it dawned on me how undeserving I was of her friendship and affection. I owed her so much that I wouldn't be able to pay her back in one measly lifetime. But, that said, I would damn sure try once we got Penny back. She caught me staring at her while she sat against an empty vending machine, eating her soup. I really needed to work on that staring thing. You okay, Jay? Yeah. I was just thinking how this feels a little deja vu. How do you mean? It's like back at the cabin after you pulled me from the lake, and the woods after we left Rivet City. You're always around to take care of me and Joe, and I've been nothing but a big tosser. You're forgetting the time you thought Joe was dying. You came to me in the middle of the night, and it turned out to be indigestion after he ate that duck Quinn had baked for market night. Remember? Well, I'm sorry for showing concern for my trusty canine friend. Next time I'll make sure to check WebMD first. Oh, wait. The dead roam the earth and the internet's down. She chuckled, and the sweet sound of her laughter made me forget that we were eating canned food in the middle of a deserted town, braving the biting cold of winter. Hey, you want to watch a movie? I asked her. Like a date out on the town? I haven't a thing to wear. I've got hundreds of flicks downloaded on my tablet. Have you seen Fast and Furious 13? It's a classic. Sure, why not? Cool. You're gonna love this movie. They used real actors instead of the CGI crap they were pumping up back then. I dug through my pack and pulled out my tablet. The charge was at 65%, which made it good for a few days. I searched for a pair of headphones, and my hand hit the bottom of the bag sooner than I'd expected. A prickly chill worked its way down my back then, and I upended the bag, emptying its contents onto the floor. Panic took hold, and I threw everything aside in my frantic search for the expensive gold jewelry I was counting on to hire a boat. A few necklaces fell out. Jenny walked over to me. She spoke, but her voice was muffled like a low, reverberating echo. I emptied my small pack, her backpack, and Joe's harness. I felt her hands wrap around my wrists as I shredded clothes and threw cans of food across the floor. More than half of the jewelry was missing, and there was no sign of the diamonds. Without them, all the shit we'd been through was for nothing. A monumental fucking waste of time. I threw a can against the wall and screamed at the top of my lungs. Jeremiah! Look at me, please! It has to be here. It has to. We need to check the car. I threw her hands off me and stood up. There's nothing else in the car. We brought everything out. Talk to me. What are you looking for? We have to go back, Jenny. It might still be there. We need to go back to that town and get the rest of our things. I headed off towards the exit. She hurried to place herself between the door and me. What are you looking for? Maybe we can find it together. It's the gold and silver and the fucking diamonds I saved to pay for the boat. It's gone. We need to find it. Where was it? Inside my pack. Jenny, listen. I need to go. Now. Okay. Calm down. Let's look in the bags again. Maybe we missed something. Her eyes were pleading and she sounded scared. No! I can't remember ever screaming at Jenny before that, but she didn't understand. But I'd value beyond what I could describe with something as trite as words. Rage and fear clouded my vision. I felt my face redden. Move, Jenny. I'm walking out that door, and then I'm gonna drive back to that fucking town and kill every son of a bitch that's still standing until I find that blouse and those diamonds. You can come with me or you can stay here. It's your choice, but I'm doing this. Get out of the way. What blouse? Her question stopped me in my tracks, and I stared at her, dumbfounded. I'd left the diamonds and the large necklaces with my wife's blouse, the only piece of her clothing I'd taken when I abandoned my car. It still carried the scent of her perfume, and now it was gone. Forever. It was Joanna's. And it's missing. I'm so sorry. She lowered her head, looking at the things scattered across the floor. I'm going to get it back. Joe, come on, boy. Jeremiah, stop. No! Move aside! Her eyes widened. She inhaled as I screamed and stepped around her, but she didn't budge. In fact, she did the opposite and took a step toward me. She wrapped me in a hug and placed her head on my shoulder. I'm sorry, Jeremiah. I felt her tighten her grip. I can't imagine what you're going through, but you don't have to go through it alone. I was stiff, my arms hanging at my sides. I was standing 3 feet from the door. Joe looked at me with a concerned expression from his perch on the couch. I was paralyzed. She'd opened a valve and released the torrent of emotions that had carried me these last long years. I felt numb, detached. Where anger had taken hold a moment before, there was nothing but emptiness. She took me by the hand and led me to the couch. I didn't resist. We sat there, next to each other. She pulled my head in closer and placed her forehead against mine.
"It's not the diamonds, is it?"
I shook my head.
"We can't go back to that place. You know that, right?"
She whispered, her voice soft and soothing. I nodded. She ran her fingers through my hair and pulled me in closer. She locked her arms around my neck, and I buried my face in her shoulder. I felt safe. For the first time since I'd lost Joanna on that highway near the California-Nevada border.
"I have a few gold pieces. If we add them to what you have, maybe it'll be enough. And if not, we'll figure out a way together, okay?"
I nodded again. She let go and cradled my face in her hands.
"Is that all you had left of her?"
"No, yes, I had a whole suitcase filled with her things. I left them in the SUV outside Missoula."
My words came out in broken gasps. I'd begun crying.
"Look at me, Jeremiah. I promise you that when we return with Penny, we'll go find your car. We'll get that suitcase back. I'm sure your daughter will like that. Now lay down for a while. We're still watching that movie later, right?"
I curled up on the couch and turned away from her. I felt her kneeling next to me. She stroked my hair as my chest heaved with every sob. All my failures had caught up to me, burying me under a mountain of despair. I was a broken man. I'd known that for a while. But the loss of Joanna's blouse was the crack that had shattered my resolve. The thought of seeing my Penny was the last thread holding me together.
"Shh. It'll be okay. Trust me. You rest. I'll take watch, maybe find a critter or two for lunch. We'll try your cilantro lime squirrel and see if it's as good as you say."
Minutes later, I heard the sound of the G41 as she racked the bolt and walked to the front office to watch the main road. Chapter 19. Cold as Ice. I was a mess for the next few days. Joe avoided me and slept by himself instead of in his usual spot by my feet. Jenny, bless her heart, put up with my moping for as long as she could. She offered encouraging words and lightened the mood with funny stories. It amounted to a lot of one-way conversations, though. We had a small fight after I made one too many terse remarks, so she went scavenging into the town by herself. I didn't even look up when she left. She came back in the afternoon and told me about her trip. I shrugged and stared off into the distance like a total dick. She'd found painkillers, bandages, and penicillin in a small pharmacy inside of a grocery store. A slow, semi-frozen zombie had given her a little scare, but she'd dispatched it easily with a crowbar. She'd also scored 2 cans of tuna and a half-liter bottle of apple juice. My total apathy might have been overlooked, if not for my bitching about her cooking after that. She'd bagged a couple of marmots and cooked them on a spit, complete with a side of cattail shoots she'd found in a stream. I found the food too burnt, too salty, too starchy, and she slammed her plate on the ground and fixed me with an icy glare.
"How long are you going to keep up your asshole act?"
she asked through clenched teeth. The hell is that supposed to mean?
"You've been a total prick for the last few days, and I'm fucking tired of it."
I held my anger in check and shrugged. If that's how you feel, maybe you should find better company.
Yeah, maybe I should. I don't have the patience to watch you feeling sorry for yourself anymore.
No one's forcing you to stay here. I regretted the words the moment they came out of my mouth, but once said, my pride wouldn't let me take them back.
You know what? I think you're right.
I couldn't make eye contact with her. Somehow that made it worse. Her expression hardened. Fine, whatever. I replied like I was still 10 years old and arguing with my 4th-grade girlfriend, Vicky Maddox.
Fuck you, Jeremiah.
Fuck you for making me care, and fuck you for giving up." She stood up and stalked off, throwing a quick glance back at me before walking out. Joe followed her. He didn't hide his disdain for me very well either. He stopped, turned, and looked me square in the eye. "Jeremiah," he said, "snap the fuck out of it." Then he walked away with a stiff, upturned tail. Jenny had packed up before sunrise the next morning. I waited for her outside, standing stoically in the morning cold. I wasn't sure what I was going to say, but I knew I couldn't let her leave without a fight. I'd made a royal screw-up, and I needed to fix it. Joe kept me company in a sign of solidarity, but he would not shut up about it. Of all the people you could have pissed off, Jeremiah, it had to be the one person who actually gives a shit about you. I don't count, obviously, because I'm a dog. I know. I'm going to apologize. Oh, great plan. I'm sure she'll come running back to you once you tell her how sorry you are. I would clap, but pause. Would you just shut up? I'm trying to think. Don't say anything dumb. Here she comes. Don't screw this up for us. We need her. Jenny turned the corner and stopped when she saw me. The sun hadn't come out, but the fire in her eyes lit up the early dawn nicely, thank you very much. She let out an exasperated breath and cocked her head to one side. Her eyes narrowed. "What the hell do you want?" I hadn't expected her to melt into my arms, but I hadn't thought she'd come out swinging either. I stared at her dumbfounded. Her thumbs were hooked around her backpack straps, and her hair was tied in a tight ponytail. She looked amazing. "Jenny, There was so much I wanted to say then that words piled on top of each other, and the best thing I came up with was, That's it? That's all you got?" "Yes. No." I took a deep breath. "About last night, I was an idiot. I'm sorry." She had seen that move coming. Her kung fu was strong. "No! You always do this. You fog things up, spin me about." She shook her head. "It's exhausting, and right now I want to be anywhere but here." She turned away from me and kicked at a loose stone. She crossed her arms and lowered her head. I'd made a right mess of things, and there was nothing I could do about it. The thought that this would be the last time I ever saw her hit me like a freight train out of Topeka, heading southwest at 45 miles an hour, while another train left Detroit heading north at 30 miles an hour. "Jenny, please don't leave. I can't do this without you." She turned around and met my eyes. Seconds ticked by, and she cocked her head to the side. "Wait. What?" She took a step forward. Her expression turned from angry to confused to furious. "You thought I was leaving for good? What kind of a person do you think I am to run away when you need me the most?" Her face took on a scarlet hue. "You're the one who walked out on me. Didn't even show me the courtesy of telling me to my face. You really are such an asshole." "But you're all packed up, and you just said you wanted to be elsewhere, and—" "Yeah, because you're not my favorite person right now, Jay. That doesn't mean I'm just going to ditch you like some ice-cold bitch. I want to check out a warehouse I saw on the other side of town, so I figured I'd head out early and try a few more stores." She sighed and shook her head. "Idiot." I let out an audible sigh of relief. If my feet hadn't been frozen to the ground, I might have jumped for joy. "Jenny, how can I make this better?" "You can start off by getting your balls out of your purse and manning the hell up. If you don't sack up, you're going to get us killed." She was right, of course. Rule 16. Remain vigilant at all times. I'd broken it in a bad way while I'd been busy holding a pity party. If we'd been bushwhacked while I was busy feeling sorry for myself, it might have been a fair fight, rather than the righteous ass-kicking it would have been if I were firing on all 12 cylinders. I held out my hand, pinky extended. "No more skulking around. Pinky swear." She walked right past me, leaving my pinky high and dry. "I'll be back before lunch, so make sure you're packed up. We'll leave at noon." I stood outside, watching her go. Joe whined, and I scratched his ears. Then we went back inside the dealership. I took a quick look at my leg and replaced the bandage myself. Walking was still a chore, but the wound had scabbed over. I spent the next couple of hours mulling things over. Joe and I were used to walking the wastes alone, but things were different now. I needed Jenny by my side. I wanted her by my side. She was pissed, but I could deal with that. Before we left, Jenny gave my leg a once-over and shot me up with antibiotics. The penicillin was way past its expiration date, but it was better than having a piece of moldy sandwich bread slapped to my shin. I'd limp a while, maybe a long while, but I was getting used to it. She also checked the nagging bullet wound near my ribs and the tiny stump on my left hand. She didn't say much, except to tell me to stop my bitching. I'm no expert, but it sounded like she was still upset. After a quick lunch of watered-down apple juice and stale toast, we loaded the SUV and made our way out of Florence. We had enough gas for a 200-mile trip. It wouldn't even get us halfway to Westport, but once we were on the road, we could siphon for more. It would take a few trips to fill up the tank, but that was a routine I was familiar with. Ethanol-infused gasoline wasn't up to the quality level of the synthetic fuels, but it didn't go bad, and plenty of cars still ran on it. Route 12 had been used by local and regional traffic before Deadbreak, but in the mass urban exodus that followed, people sought out less traveled roads to escape the gridlock. I had been one of those drivers, and I still was. The drive through the Lolo National Forest was pleasant, serene even. Jenny didn't say much, and I made sure to give her space. I'm pretty good at dealing with temperamental women, though, and I was sure my witty one-liners were chipping away at her anger.
Jeremiah, would you shut up, please? I don't care what happened to the other peanut, why the lobster didn't want to share, or what you call a carrot with a medical degree. I'm trying to friggin' drive if you don't mind.
Yes, I was definitely wearing her down. I told her to stay alert once we reached the Nez Perce reservation. Hasty barricades and wrecks had forced us to slow down, and I felt uneasy. I left Jenny in the car while I scouted ahead, but we didn't run into any trouble. Until we reached Dorofino. The ambush was so obvious that it was laughable. Honestly, I'd seen better traps from a troop of Cub Scouts outside of Des Moines. Those little ankle-biters almost punched my ticket. Almost. 2 trucks blocked the road, parked back-to-back with a small, narrow gap between them where a car could drive through. Their tires were slashed flat. I told Jenny to stop a quarter-mile back while I snuck in for a closer look. I took slow, methodical steps, keeping to the cover provided by the rubble. My leg hurt like a bitch, but I made it to the trap undetected. A group of 6 teenagers, 4 boys and 2 girls, milled about on the other side, on a little knoll that gave them a good view of the highway in either direction. They looked bedraggled and hungry. They wore layers of dirty clothing in an attempt to keep the biting cold at bay. Their weapons were a smattering of crowbars, baseball bats, and a wicked piece of 2x4 wrapped in razor wire. I was close enough to smell their pot of cooked vegetables, and rancid didn't begin to describe it. I almost felt bad for them. "Is this the zombie bait convention?" I yelled. They turned at once. A young girl of 13 or 14 gasped when she noticed Big Betty pointed at her. 3 of the boys grabbed their weapons and put on brave faces. The youngest boy hid behind the girls. The ringleader, a pimple-faced kid who looked all of 16, stepped towards me and puffed out his chest. "You're not going to take our food, old man. You might get 1 or 2 of us, but the rest of us are going to bash your head in." No joke. He bounced one end of a baseball bat on the palm of his hand as he said this. "Okay, 4 things. First, I'm not here for your food. Second, if I wanted to, I would have already taken it and used it to poison every zombie in a 20-mile radius. Fourth, watch your mouth before you make me lose my zen. I just want to drive through your little camp and I'll be on my way." One of the boys looked at me with a puzzled expression. He put his crowbar down and cocked his head. "What's the 3rd thing?" he asked. "What? You skipped from 2nd to 4th. Just wondering, what number 3 is." "The 3rd thing is don't ask dumb questions, kid. Now all of you put your sticks down before you hurt yourselves. Didn't your parents teach you anything? Or are you like a bunch of orphans?" "We put our weapons down and then what? You gonna shoot us all and kidnap Missy and Trish? Sell them to the CCB? No way, Gramps. You put your fucking gun down." One of the girls spoke up.
Cameron, no, stop. Let's just let him through, please.
Cameron didn't lower his club. The other kids were smarter, though, and listened to her. She reminded me of Joanna. I slung Betty over my shoulder and waved a handkerchief over my head. That was my signal to Jenny that it was safe to drive through. Cameron took a few steps back, and I swept away the homemade caltrops the kids had dropped on the road. They would blow out a tire in a hurry. It was a clever ambush given their lack of firearms. Cameron threw me a dirty look as I kicked a piece of sharpened rebar to the side. I took a deep breath. Okay, children, I don't have the time for whatever this is. Don't stay up too late watching cartoons, and make sure you turn the lights down. To their credit, they didn't back down, but they did give Jenny plenty of room when she drove through. I gave her a stern look and shook my head when she parked the car and opened the door. If I didn't put a stop to it then and there, she might adopt them all. I gave the group an appraising look before I got back in the car, and I sighed. I stepped on the floorboards to look over the roof and pointed at the two girls. You, Mindy and Tina, you seem like smart girls. It's actually Miss... Look, just pay attention, will you? This is cute and all, the Highwayman Act, but the next asshole won't be as friendly. Some fool is going to turn your brains into jam if you but look at him funny. And the CCB doesn't just buy little girls. Talk to your idiot friends. Who you calling idiot, old-timer? Go back to the retirement home or something. Look at you. Can you even stand up without a cane? It was Cameron, the little punk. His comment drew a couple of snickers. Here I was trying to help them, and the kid couldn't keep his trap shut. I walked over to him with a purpose and shucked a shell, making sure I did it as loudly as possible. He shrank when I got in his face. A little scare would do him good. You shut your face. If I want to hear you talk, I'm going to shove my arm up your ass and work your mouth like a puppet. You understand? He nodded, eyes wide. Ivan shot anyone today, and that makes me ornery. Lucky for you, I'm not in the mood to clean my gun, so just stand over there and zip it. Now, where was I? I scratched the side of my face with the shotgun barrel while I regained my train of thought. Right. I pulled out a piece of paper from the little notebook I kept in my jacket and scribbled a note. Molly, I'm going to give you directions to a safe place east of here. It'll be a few weeks' walk if you take it easy. Once you get there, you tell this man Blake that Jeremiah and Jenny sent you. Ask for Quinn and Sophie and they'll look after you. Do not go south of Interstate 90 under any circumstances. You got that, honey? The girl took the hastily written map from me with a happy smile. There was excited chatter between the two girls and a few of the boys. Cameron didn't seem too happy. Now, I'm coming back this way tomorrow, and if I see y'all are still here, I'm gonna be mighty pissed. I looked straight at Cameron when I spoke. You might think I can't find you, that I'm just gonna leave, go kick ass somewhere else, and you'll be back to being little delinquents and never see me again. But you'd be wrong. Dead wrong. You got that? He nodded. Good. Now, Mandy, are you going to go south of Interstate 90? No, sir. That's a good girl. All right, get cracking. I could still see the kids in the rearview mirror as we drove down the highway. They broke up camp and wrapped their things in little bundles. Jenny turned to look at me. I'm still mad at you. Don't think that gives you a get-out-of-jail-free card. Huh? You're full of surprises, Jeremiah. You act all tough, but inside, you're a big gummy bear. Please, are these the hands of a gummy bear? No, these are the hands of a zombie-killing machine. I clenched my fists and made a growling sound. She wasn't impressed. We drove in silence for the next few minutes. I was thinking about the kids and must not have heard what she said next. She punched my shoulder. Are you daydreaming again? Make sure you watch the road, Einstein. Oh, you do know I'm still convalescing, right? Stop being a wuss. Those kids. How old do you think they were? If they were older than 15, I'll eat my hat. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Which means they've been on their own since they were what? 11? 12? That takes a lot of guts, man. Or maybe they got separated from their families. No, I don't think so. Those kids were tight-knit, and I'm pretty sure they've been on the road for a spell. I shrugged. Just a feeling. That Cameron was a little dick, but he was looking out for them. They deserve a place where they can be kids again, instead of zombie takeout. I hope they make it to Sunlit Meadows.
Me too. I told you I'm still angry, right? Stop talking to me.
We spent the night in the lobby of a Best Western in the town of Dayton, Washington. It was getting dark, and I'm not a fan of driving at night. Too many chances something will go wrong, and AAA has had the worst service since the apocalypse. We bedded down for the night after securing the first floor and dispatching a couple of zombies. One wore the uniform of a bellboy, and the other had once been a portly short-order cook. Faint growling reached us from one of the floors above, but we barricaded the door that led to the stairs. Unless the zombies had a generator and knew how to use the elevator, we were safe. I drifted to sleep, but a nagging feeling that we weren't alone kept me awake. It must have been 4, 5 in the morning when I heard a sound that sent chills up my back. The creature must have gotten in after we'd cleared the floor. I did my best to stay calm and grabbed my guns quiet-like. I didn't want to wake Jenny up yet. I crept around a table in the dining room and came face to face with my worst fear. The chicken stared at me, its beady eyes filled with evil and malice. Its talons were wicked sharp, and I suspected it had developed a taste for human flesh. It puffed his grayish feathers as it prepared to attack. I panicked and fired the shotgun. I missed. Jenny came running and stood behind me. I held an arm out to stop her. "Stay back, Jenny. I can hear the son of a bitch nearby."
What is it? Zombies? Raiders?
If only.
A chicken. Ah! The beast had jumped out from behind a vending machine, and I fired again. Adrenaline got the better of me, and the shot went wide.
You're shooting at a chicken? A chicken?
Yes, they're dangerous, trust me. There it goes! It darted across the floor and came running at me. I jumped back and nearly dropped my gun as I fired a third time. Jenny took a step forward and grabbed it by the neck in a move so fast that it didn't seem human. "Jenny, be careful. Hold it away from you and I'll shoot it." The chicken flapped its wings as it tried to break Jenny's hold. It stopped moving after Jenny pulled out her large hunting knife and put it out of its misery. She held the corpse in front of me.
You're afraid of chickens? You?
I thought she was angry at first, but soon she was doubled over in laughter. I was miffed. "It's a condition, look it up. It's called electrophobia," I said, enunciating the words carefully for her benefit.
Electrophobia? That doesn't make any sense.
"Here, catch." She threw the chicken at me. "Ah, get away from me!" She followed me back into the lobby, shoving the dead chicken in my face. "Stop it! Get the hell away from me, you crazy woman!"
Afraid of a tiny little bird? I thought you were a zombie-killing machine.
She dabbed at her eyes when she had me cornered against a wall.
Seriously, Jeremiah, what the hell?
Look, I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, come on. I won't laugh, I swear.
Put that thing down slowly. Walk away. She did.
Okay, the mean chicken can't hurt you now.
Very funny. Look, it happened when I was 5. I was visiting a farm. She roared with laughter before I could get the words out. See, this is why I don't tell anyone. I walked away in a huff, giving the dead chicken a wide berth. Jenny cooked the feathered demon, and we had ourselves a decent breakfast. I didn't say much. It's not that I don't like the taste of chicken, although, I mean, it's no possum. But the close encounter with Gallus domesticus had left me in a sour mood. Jenny was being extra nice, but every now and again she let out a chuckle. At least she wasn't angry anymore. Chapter 20. Down by the seaside. We ate a handful of crackers and drank the last of our instant coffee and hit the road before dawn. We decided to stick to Route 12 since it gave us plenty of options for detours and rest stops. I wanted to reach Westport with a full tank of gas. If Westport wasn't there or we had to detour, I had to keep my options open. That meant stopping often to scavenge for fuel. We didn't reach Westport until early evening, so we built a camp and settled in outside of the city. I thought Westport would be a carbon copy of every shantytown I'd come across since Deadbreak. Small, cramped, with too many people and too little food. I'd only been half right. Westport had been a small town on a peninsula at the mouth of Gray's Harbor, but what I saw through my binoculars was a veritable floating city. Ships, barges, and all manner of boats spread out from the marina like a misshapen starfish. Plankwood formed streets that meandered between yachts and small tourboats, between broad platforms and houses built on precarious stilts. Rope bridges connected the tallest ships and structures, forming multi-level walkways. Small boats plied to and from a large container ship moored off the harbor, like ants returning to their colony with the bounty of their day. I'd been up and down the coast for years looking for a boat, and in my travels cities had been nothing but ghost towns. If only I'd run into this one a couple of years before, I might have already found my girl. I shook my head. No point crying over spilled milk. The only access to the town was through a narrow bridge across the South Bay, so I set up an observation post to take a closer look. I was prepared to spend as long as it took to make sure we weren't walking into any traps, so I settled in for a long watch. Jenny stayed in our small campsite, while I kept watch with my night vision goggles. Sentries stood atop a wall that blocked off access to the marina and the town from the landward side. Guards walked back and forth every couple of minutes from watchtowers overlooking the bay. The wall was made up of wood, steel, and junk, but it looked sturdy. It was at least a mile long and spanned the narrow part of the peninsula. Someone in town had to have had their shit together to have built this kind of structure. The lookout on the main watchtower didn't get a break until after dawn, and his replacement was a girl who looked all of 16. The hunting rifle she carried was taller than her, which, while comical, put their decision-making into question. At around 8 o'clock, Jenny showed up with a steaming mug of boiled leaves for me. "Morning. Brought you some tea." "Is it hiding under all this grass?" "It's wintergreen, you twit. Drink up. It'll help with the pain." I took a sip. It was pretty damn good. It had rained the night before, and while my poncho had kept me mostly dry, the warm beverage did wonders for my achy legs. "So, we made it. Aren't you excited?" she asked. "I feel like I should be, but I've had the football yanked out from under me too many times. I don't want to get my hopes up." "It'll be fine. We got this." "Where's Joe?" "Napping. I fed him a cup of broth I cooked with the leftover chicken bones this morning. He's got a happy tummy." I narrowed my eyes. "Good. I want him to develop a taste for chicken so we can wipe them all out once we take care of the zombies." Dork. We spent the rest of the day in companionable silence, broken only by occasional small talk. It was nice. At noon, 2 pickup trucks laden with supplies sped across the bridge headed to the town. They flew by the remains of Old Westport, and 2 minutes later parked in front of the main gate. I raised my binoculars. Jenny watched them through the scope of the G-41. Guards jumped out of the trucks and set up a perimeter. It was sloppy and haphazard, but they had the good sense to point the guns away from each other. The girl on the guard tower, the one with the giant rifle, waved at someone on the inside, and a minute later the gate opened. 2 men walked out, leading a mangy horse pulling a small cart. There was some haggling, if all the hand-waving was any indication, but eventually supplies and money changed hands. After business was done, the trucks hauled ass off that bridge. Jenny tracked them with the rifle till they were out of sight. She turned to look at me. "Wherever they're going, they're going to get there fast. They looked jumpy, didn't they?" She put the rifle down and fixed her ponytail. "Yeah, but I guess they have reason to be," I answered. "What with the zombies trying to eat your brains out, and the gangs that like to rape your eye sockets, and the weird religious nutjobs that want to wear your skin, and the cannibals that, no, yeah, I get it, want to boil you in a huge pot with carrots like in a Bugs Bunny cartoon." "You're the worst." "I know." "Okay, what now?" "We came all this way. Might as well see what's on the other side of that gate. Let's stash some food and weapons. Then we'll drive up, slow-like. I don't think they'll shoot us just for knocking on the door." I felt the bullet whiz by before I heard the loud crack of the rifle. I slammed on the brakes and skidded to a stop 10 yards away from the gate. The air carried a tang of rotten fish and seawater. Maybe it made the people cranky. "Hands on the wheel, asshole! State your business!" The girl's soprano voice carried surprisingly well over the ocean breeze. Jenny waved a handkerchief out the window and stuck her head out. "We're looking for a place to rest. I'm a nurse. I can help if you have sick or injured. My husband's hurt, but we have supplies we can trade for medicine." I leaned close to her and spoke in a low tone.
If you'd told them that I'm the famous Jeremiah Reed, slayer of zombies and scourge of the wastes, they might have rolled out the red carpet. Also, I don't remember you getting on one knee. If you liked it, you should have put a ring on it. Shush. See, it worked. They're opening the gate.
2 men walked out, holding shotguns the size of naval cannons. They definitely had a thing for oversized guns in this place. The men were middle-aged and in good shape, with the sun-kissed tan of people who worked for a living. It was the same 2 who'd met with the people in the pickup trucks. The man in the lead raised a hand. "Keep your hands where I can see them." His uniform said law enforcement, but his demeanor said douchebag. They pointed guns in our general direction, and not seeing the need to be difficult, yet, I complied. I raised my hands and wiggled my fingers. The smile I gave them was a little forced, but only for lack of effort. The guy covering the rear walked to Jenny's side. "What brings you to Westport, ma'am?"
"We heard that we might be able to hire a boat."
"Yeah? Whereabouts did you come from?"
"Rivet City, Montana, just west of Bozeman."
"Never heard of it."
"You wouldn't have. It popped up after Deadbreak."
"Why'd you leave? 'Cause you need a boat?"
"That, and we got overran by the CCB."
"Tells you the way of things that it's not the first time I've heard that story. And you said you're a nurse?"
"Yes, sir. I'm a trained combat medic, and I'm also a licensed veterinarian."
The man's expression brightened. "Oh, we have a couple of doctors, but what we could really use is an experienced vet." He spat a wad of tobacco. "Come on in, then. I'm sure we can figure an arrangement once we get a chance to talk."
She put on her most beatific smile. "Thank you, sir. You'd be doing us a kindness."
"This one looks like trouble," the douchebag in uniform said. He'd stared at me the whole time, pointing the gun in the general direction of my face. I answered with a half shrug. "You spend time outside, you gotta knock a few heads. Sometimes you're the one getting your head knocked, sometimes you're the one holding the bat. Can't argue with that, but I'll still keep my eye on you." "We'll hop in with you," the man on Jenny's side said. "I'll show you to my office and we can chat. The name's Freddy Gutierrez. I'm the mayor here. This is Sheriff O'Keefe." The 2 men rode in the back, with Joe squeezed between them. People milled near the entrance to the city around a long, wide table that looked like a trading post of sorts. Mayor Gutierrez spoke from the back seat. "Take this street all the way down, then make a left on Ocean." Clusters of tents and tarps took up most of the space on the outskirts of the city between the gate and the marina. A few buildings had burned to the ground, and they'd been patched up with cardboard, plywood, and chewed-up Tootsie Rolls. Families worked on small gardens as children ran about unattended. When we reached the pier, the mayor asked me to park. "We don't let vehicles past this point, so pull up here. The car should be safe, but take anything of value all the same." We grabbed our things and stepped onto the walkway. It was a little unnerving to walk on the wobbly planks, but I got acclimated surprisingly quickly. Joe didn't fare so well, and the big baby whined the whole time. As we walked farther into the heart of the city, I was reminded of those dystopian sci-fi flicks you used to see. You know, where everyone wears dirty clothes and eyes each other with wary suspicion. Street vendors hawked dried fish, raw fish, cooked fish, live fish, fish oil, and every other kind of fish product imaginable. The smell was so overpowering I had to clamp down on the overwhelming need to gag. "You'll get used to it," the mayor said. He'd probably noticed the green tint my face had taken on. A stray thought bounced around my head, and I turned to the mayor. "How come there aren't any seagulls? Every port town I've ever been to is overrun with the damn things. I bet they'd love all this fish." "We ate the last one months ago. They keep their distance now, the little buggers. Every now and then we get a stray, which is kind of a big deal. They're a delicacy." Mercifully, we made it past Fishtopia and turned into another street, this one also lined with stalls. Here they had vegetables, fabrics, and handmade trinkets. More than a few stands were filled with scavenged items ranging from toilet paper to solar chargers. I half wondered if they had a vendor selling Soylent Green, until I turned my head and saw a man tending a small table piled high with green, yellow, and red biscuits. I'd be avoiding him. A long line of coughing, wheezing people were lined up to the side of a ramp that led to a rusty Coast Guard boat. A big red cross was painted on a dingy white blanket that hung off the mast. We walked up a set of stairs to a rope bridge. It swayed so much that I had to pick up Joe and carry him. I slowed down when I noticed a scuffle in the street below us. 2 men in sheriff's uniforms were kicking the snot out of an old man who, from the shouts of the spectators, had stolen a bag of potatoes. "It may seem harsh to outsiders like yourselves, but we keep law and order as best we can," the sheriff beside us said. "Our boys do a good job of keeping the peace." I shrugged. It was too soon to make waves. Your town, your rules. If you want to beat the shit out of every hungry man, woman, and child, that's your call. "We're here," the mayor said. "Come on up. I'll rustle up some breakfast. Hope you like fish." He walked up a set of steps leading to the top deck of a riverboat. Sheriff O'Keefe stepped in front of me before we got a chance to take the stairs. He hooked his thumbs into the front of his belt. I wouldn't have been surprised if he'd stuck a toothpick in his mouth and tipped his hat back. "I meant what I said earlier. I'm going to keep my eye on you." He placed his right hand on the butt of his pistol. "You'd best watch yourself." Now, I don't take well to threats. A well-known flaw. But I wasn't going to blow a chance to find my little girl over a jumped-up security guard who wanted to swing his dick around. I almost expected it from someone like this. What I didn't expect was Jenny's reaction. She went for her knife, but I grabbed her wrist before her fingers curled around the handle. The sheriff tried so hard to stare me down that he didn't notice how close he'd come to getting a shiv up his bojangles. "You won't get no trouble from us, Sheriff, sir," I answered. I stole a glance at Jenny. She was still fighting against my grip. "Come on, honey, let's go inside and get you something to eat. You're eating for 2 now, you know." She relaxed, but only because she was scowling at me. The mayor turned around. He furrowed his brow when he noticed the standoff. "Mr. and Mrs. Reed, please remember you're here at our pleasure. I'll ask you not to abuse our hospitality. This way, please. Jeff, I'll catch up with you later, buddy." Mayor Gutierrez led us to his office, in the boat that was the city hall/police station. A board secretary sat at her desk, while one of the deputies leaned back on his chair cleaning a gun. Freddie left us alone while he fetched refreshments. His office was Spartan, with only a couple of chairs and an old wooden desk by way of furniture. The walls were bare except for a picture of his family. The open windows let in a nice breeze and offered a good view of the sprawling town. Jenny leaned into me and whispered in my ear, "Eating for 2? Aren't you just a friggin' comedian?" I was diffusing the situation. What the hell was that, by the way? What the hell was what? You going all murdery on that Jeff guy. I followed that up with my rendition of the violin screech from the shower scene in Psycho, complete with bulgy eyes and stabby motion. "Did you see the tattoo on his forearm? That asshole is with the CCB. Or was," she answered. "Language, Jenny, language. You're a lady, and the baby doesn't need to hear that." I did see the tattoo. I'm not an idiot. She rolled her eyes. "Did you really?" "Okay, no. I saw it after you tried to slice off his giggleberries. But I would have noticed. Eventually." She huffed. "Something's off about this place. I've seen worse. As far as end of the world, make the best of it kind of towns go, this place isn't too bad." "If you say so." "Yeah, there was this one little town in Alabama where everyone dressed like mimes. Swear to God. The accordion music was kind of nice, though. It was really hard to carry a conversation, but eventually I got the hang of it. Check this out." I pantomimed being trapped in a glass box. She closed her eyes and sucked in a deep breath. "I hate you. We've been over this. You love me," I answered. Freddie walked in with 2 cans of sardines, the son of a bitch. He put the cans in front of us along with 2 bottles of water and sat at his desk. Jenny ate her sardines with abandon. I gave mine to Joe, who lay curled at my feet. "Quite a dog you've got there, Mr. Reed." "Yeah, he's saved my ass more times than I can count. Just don't let him hear you say that too often. He's already got a huge ego." He laughed, but I'm not sure why. It was true. "So, Mrs. Reed, like I said, we have 2 doctors and a nurse in town. Most people take care of their own injuries as such, but we've got cattle and a small herd of goats that need some looking after. 3 kids died last week, and our lone calf the week before that. Our fishing boats keep us stocked with fish, but our little ones need milk. We had to butcher 2 sick cows and 4 goats last month, and while the meat was welcome, I'm growing a little concerned. If it's within your abilities to help us, we can extend you an official invitation." She cleared her throat to answer. I interrupted her. "So everyone here needs an invitation to stay?" I asked. "Yeah, but it wasn't always like that. We had an open-door policy when we first set up this place, but our resources are strained, especially since Seattle fell. We were inundated with refugees then. We had to turn a lot of people away. Not our brightest hour. Even so, we're not letting many people in anymore. The CCB, the Dead Rabbits, the other gangs, they all want supplies in exchange for protection. The boats take up a lot of the burden, as do the gardens, but we still have to tighten our belts." Jenny spoke. "Mr. Mayor." "Please, it's Freddie. Only my wife calls me Mr. Mayor." "Thank you. Freddie, I'd be more than happy to help. Do you have a place where I can run blood tests?" "The clinic has a microscope, but other than an X-ray machine and a handful of portable scanners, that's about it. I don't know if it'll help, but I'll make sure the equipment is available to you. You can stay in the dorms for now, and I'll look into something more suitable for the long term. Assuming you'd like to stay." "About that," I interjected. "Like the missus said, we want to hire a boat, one that can take us to Hawaii, so long-term might be a matter of perspective." "Hawaii? Why? I thought that place got overrun by the Chinese months after Deadbreak." "I've got my reasons. Look, here's the deal. Help us, and you can stay here until you find a boat. I'll spread the word to the captains, though none of our vessels have the legs for a trip that far. Long-range craft stop by every few weeks to trade, though. That would be your best bet. What do you say?" Freddie walked us to the dorms, which were just a couple of houseboats tied together. Jenny washed up and left with Freddie to meet with the town doctor at that point. I offered to take a watch on the wall, but Freddie gave me the runaround. When I told him, "I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls," all I got was a blank stare. Neanderthal. Since they'd left me all alone, I decided to meet my neighbors and do some investigating on the goings-on in Westport. Most of the people in the dorms kept their distance, but Joe was a big hit with the kids. That gave me an excuse to interrogate them on the down low. I pointed at a scrawny girl with mismatched socks and a dirty pink dress. She was trying to get Joe to drink out of her sippy cup. "You kid, what's your name?"
"Sally."
"Sally, where's your daddy?"
"I don't know."
"What about your mommy?"
"I don't know."
"Christ, kid, what do you know?" She shrugged.
"I don't know."
And that's how it went for most of the afternoon. It wasn't until this little tornado in pigtails came running up full speed and lunged at Joe that I got any answers.
"Doggy!"
"Whoa there, little munchkin. Careful with his ears."
"I love doggies. What's his name? Can I ride him? I want to ride him."
"His name's Joe. Do not ride him. Here, he likes it if you scratch his belly." "What's your name?"
"Rowan."
"What a pretty name. Is your mommy around here somewhere?"
"Yeah, she's downstairs washing clothes. I'm supposed to stay up here and read my books, but those books are boring. I'm bored. Do you want to play? Let's play dollies."
"Maybe later. Where's your daddy?"
"Mommy says he went to fight the bad men to keep us safe."
Her little face took on a sad expression.
"I miss him."
"Does that happen a lot? Do bad men come here?"
"Yep, all the time."
She looked around and gave me a conspiratorial look. She lowered her voice.
"I'm going to tell you a secret. Mommy says we have to be careful of the monsters who eat brains and the monsters who like to take little girls away. Last month, they took Chloe's mommy. Poor Chloe. She lives with Mr. Fred now. He's nice. I don't like Mr. Jeff. He's a stupid face and I hate him."
"Thanks, Munchkin. I gotta take Joe for a walk, but I'll see you later." Joe and I walked around town, earning suspicious glares from most everyone we met. I hadn't seen a single dog or cat since we'd gotten here, so I told Joe to stay close. Our stay in Heaven's Gate had left me more paranoid than usual. We ended up back at the fish market, and now that I had time to take in the details, I was reminded of a Hieronymus Bosch painting. I was gut-punched by the noxious miasma of unwashed bodies and rancid food, too. It was like getting a French kiss from a dirty gym sock filled with rotten eggs. It wasn't as bad as that 1 week I'd spent in the sewers outside of Omaha, but it was close. I checked out a few stalls, kicked the tires on a portable generator with a wind turbine attachment, and ended up trading for a couple of coloring books and a whetstone for Jenny. One vendor in a greasy apron offered to buy Joe when I walked by his table. He eyed him with a hungry glare while he fried bits of mystery meat in a pan. I told him that if he ever asked me that again, I would strangle him with his own intestines. He screamed when the oil sizzled and hit his face, so I pulled his head away from the fire and let go of his hair. We left it at that. I found a little outdoor cafe, a grimy table with upside-down trash cans for chairs, and decided to stop for lunch. The waitress brought me a piece of paper smeared with indecipherable chicken scratch. "What's this?" I asked her. "That's the menu, mister." "Is it in code? Did you write it in crayon?" "Sheesh. You know what? Just tell me what's edible." "The fish soup is always good and fresh. We have seaweed and kelp salad. Pa made rat burger yesterday. We still have a few patties left, and the bread was only baked last week." Now that got my attention. "Sugar, why didn't you start with that? Bring me your biggest rat burger, and please tell me you have fries." I have to go. Pa's calling me. Sorry, mister." She left in a hurry, and a minute later, a grizzled old man in a bloody apron came out, carrying a bowl of dried anchovies and pine nuts. He slammed it down on the table in front of me. "I got rat burger, but the potatoes extra. If you can't pay, you best leave now." Earlier in the day, I'd taken a few tiny diamonds from a tennis bracelet and put them in my shirt pocket for just such an occasion. I slapped one on the table. "I think I can manage." The man's eyes widened. "That would definitely cover it, and then some, but I have nothing to trade to make up the difference." He glanced back at the kitchen, where his daughters stood looking out the window of their converted tugboat. "I have nothing to trade. You get my meaning?" His mouth hardened into a thin line. "I'll be here a few days. How about you keep a tab open for a few meals?" "That I can do." "Then you've got nothing to worry about, Pops. I just want a meal, strong drink, and a little information. I'm new here, just trying to get my bearings." "I don't know anything. Sorry." I put 2 more diamonds down. "Are you sure?" He thought about it for a moment. "Not here. Come inside." 10 minutes later, I was enjoying a delicious rat burger with fries and a bottle of ale. Joe sat in a corner, lapping up the last of a massive bowl of fish soup. Jeffrey, proprietor of the Westport Diner and Shoe Repair, sat across from me nursing his own glass of ale. His daughter, Marissa, minded the kitchen and kept an eye out while we talked. "The mayor does what he can, but the gangs are tightening the screws. The dead rabbits are hitting the CCB hard, so in turn the CCB is demanding tribute from the nearby settlements. Like bribes, food, that kind of thing? That too, but they're mostly after manpower. They need men for their army and women for trade. Word outside the wall is that they've been hitting towns up and down the coast, kidnapping boys and girls. So far, Freddie and Jeff have kept them at bay, but I don't know how long we can hold out. A lot of our traders have gone missing in the last few weeks." It made sense, then, why the people in the trucks had looked so nervous. "Pardon me, Jeffrey, but where the hell are all your balls?" "Nailed to the wall, I'm afraid. The CCB has been ambushing our supply runs, snatching anyone who wanders too far outside the wall. And those damn dead rabbits have checkpoints all over the place. We could never stand up against either of them in a fight." "What can you tell me about Jeff? Is he with the CCB?" "Used to be. He left them a couple of years back. He's a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. Do not cross him, I tell you. I've seen what happens to people on his shit list. He traced a finger across his throat. I tapped my glass, and Jeffrey filled me up. Yeah, I got a taste of it when I drove in earlier today. If he's so bad, how come nobody stands up to him? Fred keeps him in check as much as he can, but Jeff has a lot of friends. A lot of friends. If the rumors are true, he'll be the new mayor come the next election. We live in interesting times, Mr. Reed. I downed the rest of the ale and walked back to the dorms with a promise that I'd come back tomorrow. Westport would be a good place to recharge, but I got the sense that lingering too long wouldn't be in our best interests. Chapter 21. Come Go With Me. I didn't get to see much of Jenny the next couple of weeks. She spent most of her time at the clinic, helping the medical team look for a cure to the sickness that afflicted the town. More people had come down with the strange whooping cough since we'd arrived, and she was concerned it had to do with the sick animals. She told me in no uncertain terms to wear a breathing mask. I'd said, sure, and shoved the mask into my backpack. Freddie still had nothing for me to do, so I spent a lot of time walking the streets, checking out the docks, putting out feelers for a boat that would take us to Hawaii. I also looked in on our car pretty regularly just to make sure it was still there, in case we needed a swift escape. The days were filled with monotony, but I pitched in to help wherever I could to stay busy. I fixed a pump in one of the saltwater treatment barges, sorted the day's catch for a fishing boat, and even helped Jeffrey out at the diner. He let me try out a rat kebab recipe that I'd been itching to test. I seasoned the tenderized meat with a dash of sea salt, honey, and roasted peppers, and then I plated the dish with a kelp reduction and a garnish of parsley. It was a big hit with the dinner crowd. Hanging out at the Westport Diner also gave me a chance to commiserate with the boat captains. Most were friendly, even if they scoffed at my idea of sailing across the Pacific. Daniel, a young 20-something barge captain who looked more like a male model than an old sea hand, told me a ship was due in 2 days that might have the legs for a long trip. He earned himself an extra helping of roasted rat for that bit of information. Jenny stopped by the diner the following evening, just before the dinner rush. Her hair was tied in a messy ponytail and she wore a sweat-stained tank top. Dark circles framed her puffy eyes. I hadn't seen her this exhausted since the kerfuffle at the CCB camp. Marissa served her a heaping bowl of hearty fish stew and a carafe of fresh seaweed juice. I filled a mug with Jeffrey's ale and joined her at the table. Joe was curled up in a nearby corner, chewing on an old shoe that Jeffrey had given him to keep him occupied. When he saw Jenny, he came over and bullied himself to a spot under the small table. Jenny gave him a half-hearted ear scratch. "What's wrong?" I asked. She'd barely said a word. I half expected her to say, "Nothing, fine," or, "I just think it's funny that..." She answered without looking up. "It's the test results. I asked Dr. Williams to triple-check them to make sure I wasn't crazy. I'm not. It's a zoonotic disease." "Oh, God, I was afraid it might be something serious." Her reply was humorless. "It's worse, Jay. It's a virulent strain of hoof and mouth. The clinic is out of meds and the disease is spreading faster than anyone expected. We had a couple of fatalities yesterday, 3 the week before. Best case scenario is the town loses half the population. Worst case, we're all dead in 4 weeks. That all sounded like a lot of jibber-jabber until you got to the end. But if I understand you correctly, we need to get the hell out of here stat. Fuck these people, Jenny." "You don't mean that." "Fine, I don't, but give me 10 minutes to pack up and we'll blow this popsicle stand." We were ready, too. The car was topped off with fuel, my bags were packed, and as soon as she gave the word, we'd be on the road to somewhere else. Together. I can't leave now, not if there's anything I can do to help. Her answer was like an icy dagger, but I tried not to let it show. It would be just like her to help everyone she could, even if it meant putting herself in danger. "Seriously, 10 minutes, I told her. We'll haul ass to Sunlit Meadows and..." "No, stop. My place is right here, right now. But you need to go. Find that boat and go get your little girl." I got my heart broken the first time when I was 16 years old. I was dating this funny, beautiful, amazing girl I'd met in summer school. I rode my bike to her house every afternoon and we played video games, watched TV, and walked to the ice cream store. One day she asked me not to come, and that was that. I spent the next 2 weeks locked in my room listening to sappy love songs and writing letters I never mailed. My dad took me out to watch a baseball game to get me out of the funk. We had a great talk about love, girls, and how if someone you love hurts you, cry a river, build a bridge, and then get over it. I got over it, but that memory never left me. Hearing Jenny tell me she would stay behind brought that bridge crumbling down. I couldn't let that happen. You're delirious, Jenny. I'm not going anywhere without you.
Don't be obstreperous. You have a mission, remember?
2 things. First, I asked you to quit making up words. Second, you told me you'd stay with me till the end. Remember? She cradled my face with her hands, her way of telling me I was being an idiot.
I've been exposed, Jeremiah. What if I'm contagious and get you sick, or worse, Penny gets sick? I can still help around here. Maybe there's something I missed, something we can do to stop this thing.
She looked at me tenderly, but then her eyes narrowed. Her lips pursed in a tight line.
Where the hell is your mask? Did I not tell you to wear it at all times? How are you supposed to find Penny if you're half dead and coughing your guts out?
Whoa, looks like someone is a little cranky. I told you I have a very strong constitution. I haven't gotten sick in years. I looked off into the distance. Not since Deadbreak, come to think of it. A change of subject seemed like a good strategy, so I chose a different tack. I reached for her hand, putting on my best concerned expression. Are you sure there's nothing we can do?
If we had a truckload of ibuprofen, acetaminophen, antibiotics, IV fluids, maybe. It's the fever that'll end up killing most people, and the best treatment we have is baths in icy water.
She let out a breath. There's not much we can do for the very old or the very young. Have you told Freddie?
Yeah, this morning.
He asked Dr. Williams and myself to talk to the council in half an hour. Okay, so we have a little time to come up with a plan. There's a boat docking soon that I hear can make the trip to Hawaii, but in the meantime, let me know what I can do to help. She squeezed my hand.
Thanks, Jeremiah. I'm serious, though. You should leave as soon as possible.
See? Delirious. We'll figure this out together. Her tired voice and slumped shoulders broke my heart. There was no way in hell I was leaving without her. I'd throw her in a sack and drag her off kicking and screaming if I had to, the whole town be damned. I locked that thought away and stood up. You should get going, Missy. I gotta finish this shift and help Jeffrey clean up, but I'll see you at home. We got this, okay? She forced a smile.
Yeah, we got this.
A few days later, I stood on the pier, hopping from foot to foot in excitement. Daniel came looking for me at the diner and told me that the Seductress was entering the mouth of the harbor. He'd said that the ship could sail to China and back with half a tank of gas. Granted, I didn't know much about boats, but I was excited to see that the Seductress was a beauty, sleek and with nary a spot of rust. She was an easy 200 feet long, gliding atop the waves with the grace of a prima ballerina. Her water jets churned the waters, leaving behind a frothy wake that rocked more than a couple of boats unlucky enough to get too close. She eased into the dock with royal grace, her massive figure dwarfing all but the large container ship that served as the town's power plant. I waited with Daniel while the deckhand secured the mooring lines. That done, a curvaceous 30-something woman with a sun-kissed tan and sandy blonde hair jumped onto the deck. She barked orders to her crew as men and women unloaded boxes and crates. Daniel went up to her, and, after a quick exchange, he motioned for me to join them. Meg, this is Jeremiah. He's looking to charter a boat with long legs. If you guys strike up a deal, I'll expect the usual commission.
Of course, Danny. You always bring me good business. Nice to meet you, Jeremiah.
Meg had an easy way about her, a friendly disposition and a ready smile. I liked her right away. We shook hands, and I was taken aback by her firm grip, but in a good way. Daniel told me your ship could make a trip to Hawaii. If that's so, I'd like to hire you. If not, tell me now and I'll be on my way and not waste any more of your time.
Straight to the point, I see. I like it. Lots of islands in Hawaii. Where exactly are we going?
Honolulu. Ford Island, to be precise.
How you gonna pay for it?
Gold and silver, precious gems. Her smile widened. She looked around and yelled for one of her crew.
Forrest! Come over here, babe.
Forrest was shy of 6 feet, with close-cropped auburn hair and a wiry physique. Where Meg was bubbly and gregarious, he was reserved, bordering on dour. He stopped in front of the captain and stood at attention.
"Yes, Captain,"
he answered. His voice had a deep, throaty quality, like the sound a dog makes just before it throws up.
This gentleman would like to hire the Seductress for a trip to the Hawaiian Islands. I need you to come up with some figures, calculate fuel, provisions, and salaries for the crew.
She turned to me.
When do you want to leave, Jeremiah?
Soon as you can get the boat ready.
Okay. Forrest, factor in a fuel surcharge for the short notice, as well as hazard pay. Wait. Add fuel for an additional week in case we need to do some sailing around the islands.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Oh, shush, honey. Stop being so formal. Don't forget we have dinner with the captain of the Unsinkable 2 and his wife tonight. She gave him a chaste kiss. Wear that nice blue shirt.
Forrest did an about-face and went back to his chores. Meg turned to me.
You'd think after us sleeping together for 2 years he'd loosen up a little. Anyway, the Seductress can make the trip with one propeller tied behind her back, Girl Scouts honor. Hope you're not just yanking my chain.
I unzipped my backpack and pulled out a plastic grocery bag, filled with what remained of my haul from the jewelry store. I shook it in front of her. She grinned and leaned forward.
Put that away, mister. There be pirates in these waters. Come back tomorrow morning and we'll see if we can do business.
I ran to the clinic, Joe hot on my heels, to give Jenny the news. I found her hunched over a microscope. She hadn't slept more than a couple of hours over the past few days, and it showed. "Jenny, I talked to that boat captain. We have a meeting tomorrow. I think she's the real deal." She looked up from the microscope.
"Oh, honey, that's great news."
"What's the matter?" She'd been crying, and now I watched as she wiped away the tears with a grimy sleeve.
"We lost a dozen more people today, including 2 babies. One of the little ones died while I was singing her a lullaby. We're losing, and there's not a damned thing I can do about it. I'm so tired."
I wanted to comfort her, to take some of the burden from her. Before I knew it, I'd wrapped my arms around her and held her close, kissing the top of her head. No, don't say that. What about that army base Freddie talked about? Didn't he send a scouting party yesterday to look for medicine?
Only one of the men came back. They were ambushed by the CCB. They'd ransacked the base and used it as a base camp. 2 more search parties came back empty-handed. I'm sorry. There's a hospital ship moored off the coast, but we can't get any volunteers to go, even though it's more than likely packed with meds. They say it's infested with zombies.
I knew about the hospital ship. Freddie begged anyone within earshot to risk a scavenging trip there. He offered a free month of rations as a reward, and in the last few days he'd sweetened the pot with a sack of sugar, a pound of salt, and a tin of coffee. I didn't care about the reward, but if getting the medicine would help Jenny, would help the town... "I'll go to the ship. I'll get the medicine."
"By yourself? Jeff says it would take at least a dozen men."
I pushed her away gently so I could look at her. "I'll do it if it means I can help you for a change."
"I know you would, but no, it's too dangerous."
"Then come with me to Hawaii," I told her again. She averted her eyes. I knew what her answer would be, and it wrenched my guts.
"We've talked about this already. You know I can't. Don't put me in a position to say no again, because I will. I'm sorry, Jeremiah, I am, but I need to see this through."
I let go of her and nodded. After all we'd gone through, I'd finally lost her. I set my jaw and looked for someone to blame. The damn town, the damn pathogen, the goddamn ship. Heat rose from my chest up to my neck. I wasn't angry at her. I was angry at everything else. "Fine," I replied. I clenched my fists and punched a door on my way out. I heard her call my name as I walked down the steps, but she didn't come home that night.
This just isn't enough. It'll cover fuel, sure, but even then, it's pushing it. We'll have to use the solar sails for a good chunk of the trip, even with the tanks topped off. We need rations, ammo, and my crew don't work for free. I'm sure finding your baby is a noble goal, but I'm not running a charity.
Meg, you're telling me this whole bag of gold and fancy rocks can only buy a few gallons of diesel? Do I look like a bitch to you?
No, of course not.
Then why are you trying to fuck me like one?
Please, Jeremiah. I'm trying to work with you here.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just a bitter pill to swallow. Bitter like coffee, not like a divorced woman.
Huh? Look, I can't just pull up the old girl to the nearest gas station and fill up. I'll have to buy fuel from Freddie, assuming he'll sell it, and I'll have to buy from the other boat captains to make up the difference. Fuel is a finite resource, just like ammo. I'm sure you know this already.
Yeah, so I'm fucked.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't... Well, yeah, you're fucked.
I sighed. Come on, Meg, there's got to be something else.
Ammo, gold, silver, medicine, booze, toothpaste, coffee.
I don't guess you'll accept bottle caps. Wait, did you say medicine?
Yeah, meds are in short supply, obviously. The hard stuff like opiates and narcotics will fetch a good price. More than your bag of gold here, pound for pound.
You know, maybe we can do business after all. I just need a little time.
I got a crew ain't been paid and they're getting antsy. We're scheduled for a scavenging run to the boneyard up in Puget Sound. But I can hold them off for a day.
Give me 3.
2.
Deal. I'll confirm later today. Don't leave till I talk to you. I headed to Freddie's office, straight from the docks. The wobbly planks that made up Westport's thoroughfares didn't faze me anymore, and I navigated them like a seasoned pro. Joe, however, whined and cried the whole way. I'd gotten used to ignoring the fuss, and had stopped carrying him. He followed along as I knew he would. My mind raced to cook up a pitch to sell to Freddie. Thoughts tumbled in my head, making and breaking alliances like underpants in a dryer without cling-free. In the end, I decided for the direct approach. I bounded up the steps to the top of the riverboat and walked into the mayor's office. Jenny was there, along with Jeff, Dr. Williams, and a couple of other people I assumed were city council muckety-mucks. Perfect. They all looked startled when I burst through the door, but I didn't have time for knocking. "I'll get your medicine," I announced. I was out of breath, so the words came out jumbled in all the huffing and puffing. I bent over, hands on knees, to catch my breath. "I'm sorry, what?" Ed asked. "The medicine you need on that hospital ship thingy. I'll get it for you." I straightened up and massaged the stitch on my left side. With chagrin, I realized how much I'd neglected cardio. Jeff furrowed his brow and threw me an incredulous look. "We've sent dozens of men to that ship. None of them have come back. The scavengers won't even get within a mile of that monster." I leaned on the doorframe to rest, or to look cool, and I shrugged. "I said I'll do it, and I will. I just need ammo and a boat, and directions. Maybe a big bag for all the loot." Jenny shook her head. "No, you can't tell me you're going to risk your life and expect me to be okay with it." She turned to the council members. "If we can round up more volunteers, maybe—" "There are no volunteers," interrupted a middle-aged woman with silver-streaked hair. She was as tall as Jenny and must have been a looker in her prime. "If we count him, that makes it 1. The second council member joined in. I'd seen him around the docks when I helped with sorting. He pitched in with everyone else and helped out at the clinic. I liked him, and not just because he had a beard like the Gorton's fisherman. "If the situation is as dire as you all say, how can we not afford the risk?" Freddie stood up from his chair and walked around the desk to face me. "You sure about this?" he asked. I looked at Jenny when I answered. "I'm going to that ship if I have to swim there. You bet your ass I'm sure." She stared right back. "You're serious?" I clapped my hands together. "Well, now that it's settled, how soon can you guys get me a boat?" She stepped up to me and wrapped her arms around my waist. "Thank you," she said in a low, husky voice. I know how important this is to you, and, I just want to help. She let go of me and fixed me with one of those determined glares. I'm coming with you. This is non-negotiable. It was my turn to look incredulous. Like hell you are. I know the medications we need, and it'll be much faster than having you read off of a piece of paper. And I can damn well hold my own with a gun. I'm not saying you can't, but nothing. I'm coming. Deal with it. I would like to come along, too, Dr. Williams chimed in. No, we all answered. Freddie put a hand on his shoulder. It's bad enough we're putting Jennifer at risk, Brett. We can't risk you, too. He turned to me. The boat won't be a problem, but we don't have a lot of ammo to spare. I can give you a box of shells for that scattergun of yours, but that's all we can do. I'm risking my neck for you, and do you expect me to, what, throw spitballs at the zombies? I have a wadded-up pair of old socks. How about I just put googly eyes on them and distract the zombies with sock puppets? Jeff and Freddie exchanged a look. Jeff cleared his throat and crossed his arms. We can give you a box of reloads for your SIG, but no more. I'll send a note to old man Tanner. The old coot has a good supply of ammo, and he'll give you the city discount. Well, somebody's flaunting his degree from used car salesman school. Should I thank you for letting me put my balls in the vise for you? Jeff took a menacing step forward. Go to hell. We don't need you, and we don't need any of your goddamned favors. I'll go to the damn ship myself. I just smiled and stepped forward to face him head-on. Look, I get it. You have a small wiener, but I've got good news. Just yesterday, I saw a trader with a Swedish-made penis enlargement pump. Say the word, and I'll get it for you. It comes with a manual and everything. Jeff balled his fists. I stood on the balls of my feet, ready to counter. Freddie intervened before I had a chance to find out if I could slam Jeff's head clear through the window. Oh, well. Gentlemen, please. Jeremiah, thank you. We're in your debt. You're right. We can and will do better. All the surplus ammo in the world won't be any good if we're all dead. Dealing with the CCB and dead rabbits has left us very low on supplies, but whatever we have is yours. I'll go with you to the armory soon as we're done here. For anything else, you'll have to go to Tanner, I'm afraid, but the town will foot the bill. The council lady chimed in. Absolutely, it's the least we could do. Jeff, maybe you should go to talk to Tanner yourself. Make sure he gets Jeremiah anything he needs and doesn't pull any of his crap. She looked at me with an apologetic smile. Tanner can be an ass when it comes to trading. He will screw his own mother if it means getting the best deal for himself. Jeff glared at me, but nodded. He bumped me on the way out. I'll see you later, asshole. Not if I see you first, Sugar Bear. Now, Freddie, show me where you have all the things that go boom. Chapter 22. For what it's worth. The armory had a lot of small-caliber ammo and a few boxes of 12-gauge shells, but nothing in the way of the stuff with real stopping power. I wanted more ammo for the SIG and the G41 and, if possible, explosives. After the armory, I headed straight for Old Man Tanner's store, Deals and Steals. Jenny wanted to come along, and I was happy to oblige. It would be nice to spend a little time together after seeing so little of her over the past few days. I'd popped into Deals and Steals a few times since we'd arrived, so I had a pretty good idea of what I wanted on my shopping list. I had enough ammo for the operation, truth be told, but my stock had dwindled some since we'd left Rivet City. If you ever read the ammo chapter on Jeremiah's Zombie Survival Guide, you'll see in bold letters rule number 17. Never run out of ammo. The store was located on the landward side of Westport, near the fish stalls. I'd gotten used to the fetid scent wafting from the market. Somewhat. But I still breathed through my mouth whenever I came. I could have strapped a rotten fish to my face, and it would have still smelled better than the buckets of guts the hawkers sold to the poorest folk around Westport. The security guard at the front, a tall drink of water with a face like a bridge troll, but with worse breath, gave us a curt nod and waved us in with a tilt of his head. The store was inside a converted shipping container, and while cramped and stuffed to the brim with junk, it was a scavenger's dream. A skylight that was cut into the steel, along with a couple of windows, brought light into the dank interior and made the space slightly less oppressive than it sounds, but not by much.
"Welcome. Jeff said you'd be coming by. Glad to be of service. Yes, sir,"
Tanner said in a creaky voice that could have curdled milk. He was an old man by anyone's standards, with a scrawny frame, wrinkled skin, and the yellowish-brown teeth of a lifelong non-toothbrusher. Wisps of white hair poked out from under his bowler hat. The welding goggles, dingy leather apron, and handlebar mustache he sported gave him the air of a Victorian merchant who'd been left in the dryer for too long. "All right, Pops, I've got a list here for you. You should have everything but the grenades and caseless ammo. I'll probably get those at Lock and Stock." I knew Tanner had grenades, as he'd let it slip before, but that he was holding them for Jeff. It was time to start negotiating what I wanted, though.
Now, there's no need for that. I'm sure you'll agree that here at Deals and Steals we have the best selection of weapons and ammo for every occasion. Protection, scavenging, cold-blooded murder, and hot-blooded murder.
He rummaged through cardboard boxes and placed items on the table, while Jenny perused his bookshelf. She gravitated to fantasy novels, romance, and sci-fi. I had my eye on something a little more highbrow. I'd kept a few tiny gemstones and necklaces from my jewelry haul, but I didn't think I had enough to barter for it. Not if I was going to load up on ass-kickers and hold what I needed back for Meg.
Okay, Mr. Jeremiah, let's see here. That's 50 shells of 12-gauge birdshot, 50 shells of 12-gauge buckshot, 100 rounds of 9mm full-metal jacket, 158 grain. Boy, I haven't seen that kind of firepower since my divorce.
He let out a small, cackling laugh and turned the list over.
I had to dig into my very special reserve, but I scrounged up 25 rounds of caseless ammo for that G41 of yours.
I shook my head. Oh, no. No. I need at least 75 rounds of caseless and 100 rounds of fléchette. You said you'd have it. I'd hate to go to Lock and Stock and see if they can do better. He wasn't swayed.
Good luck. You want to trust your life to their junk? Be my guest.
He winked.
But let me see what I can do. Give me a minute.
He came back, dragging 2 ammo containers, and lifted them onto the counter with a great show of exertion. He opened the lids. They were brimming with exotic ammo, including fléchettes and caseless .437 for the G41. My mouth watered, like Pavlov's dog at a bell convention. Tanner pulled an old calculator from a drawer on a side table, the kind with the little roll of paper, and clicked away at the keys.
If I give you better than market value, and believe me, you won't get a better deal anywhere else, no, sir. And if I include the 15% Westport City discount, let's see, subtract the first-time buyer discount, add the reload exchange tax, you don't have enough money for what's on your list.
I cocked my head. What?
Yep, you're short for all of the 9mm ammo and half of the .437.
Oh, this is fucking rich, you little... My voice rose to a shout, and Jenny put her hand on my arm.
Tanner, didn't Jeff tell you to put this on the city account?
Well, yes, miss, and I did, but the extra ammo is coming from my reserve stock. I don't care what the city does with their money, but I've got a business to run here, see?
This is highway fucking robbery. You expect me to go to a ship full of zombies with...
Ship full of zombies?
Tanner interrupted.
Oh, you must be the one going to that Navy ship. Why didn't you say so?
Jeff didn't tell you what the ammo was for?
Jenny asked. Tanner removed his hat and scratched his balding head.
Well, he might have, but the old noggin ain't what it used to. You're doing this town a kindness, yes, sir. I'll throw in 100 rounds of 9mm. They'll be lower quality, but they ought to kill the biters all the same. On the house.
I shook my head. We need more ammo for the G41. It's our only weapon with the firing rate to keep us from becoming a side dish.
I'm sorry, son, I really am, but that's the last of my stock. God honest truth.
Thing was, he was right. Ammo in those quantities was harder to find than a black cat in a coal mine. What about the grenades and silencers? I asked.
Looky here, son, I want to help, but the town doesn't have infinite funds, and business is business. I trust Freddie, but I gotta draw the line somewhere. They still owe me for those little scavenging runs last week, and it doesn't look like I'm gonna get paid anytime soon.
Fine. If that's what we can do, that's what we can do. Jenny walked around the store while Tanner packed up our supplies. I followed her absent-mindedly, doing math in my head for how much ammo I could carry in my pack while still leaving enough room for meds to pay off Meg. Jenny stopped near the counter and pointed at a shelf behind Tanner.
Oh, look, Jeremiah, don't you have something like those cards?
The shelf was filled with baseball memorabilia, including rare cards. Tanner perked up.
Oh, a fellow card collector? What do you have, son? I'd be happy to take a look.
Yeah, right. I would beat the zombies to death with a wet sock before I traded any of my baseball cards for his junk. Nothing. I think my Jenny here is mistaken. You are mistaken, right, Boo?
What? No, you showed me that card. It's the same as those, right?
I opened my eyes wide and tilted my head, hoping she'd get the message. She plowed on.
What was his name? Henry Warren? No, Horace something.
Tanner's jaw hit the floor. He coughed theatrically and clutched at his heart.
You have a Hannes Wagner card. A Hannes friggin' Wagner?
I let out a nervous laugh. Ha! That's hilarious. I don't even know who that is. He played this baseball you speak of? Jenny remained undeterred.
Yes, that's it. Hannes Wagner. Don't you have it in your wallet, Jeremiah?
What? In my wallet? No. I don't have one?
Yeah, you kept showing everyone at the barbecue in Sunlit Meadows.
I laughed again. You're so crazy. Isn't she crazy? I leaned in close and covered my mouth. Woman, I am not trading my card to this schlump. You have any idea how much that card's worth?
Oh, what I'd give to add that to my collection,
Tanner said, a wistful look on his face. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath. I reached into my front pocket and pulled out my wallet. I used it to carry a picture of my wife and daughter, my old driver's license, and my most prized possession, that American Tobacco Company T206 Hannes Wagner card, safe in a protective case. I took the card out and held it between thumb and index finger. I showed it to Tanner. He let out a breath, pulled out a bottle of amber liquid from under the counter, and took a large swig.
Never in my life did I think I'd see such a sight. Oh, if my pappy were still alive. What do you want for it?
A silencer for my cig. I know you have those in the back. And 12 grenades. It pained me to say the words, but if I was going to trade my precious, I was damn sure going to get something for it. I would get the one item I'd been lusting after, too. Oh, and I'll take that Travis Dale Detective Stories Volume 1 and throw in a box of Altoids for the big fella up front. I'd read all of the Travis Dale short stories, but Volume 1 was my favorite. It was a collector's item even before Deadbreak, and now the goddamn Hannes Wagner had better be worth it. Tanner shook his head, considering the offer. He was quiet for a long moment, and I was happy to let the silence linger.
You, sir, drive a hard bargain. I can only give you 6 grenades. It's all I have. May God strike me down. And I have to say no to the Travis Dale. You have a keen eye for literary greatness, you sure do, but that book is worth much, much more than your card.
I shrugged. That's a shame. I put the card back in my wallet. Tanner reached for my elbow with his skinny arthritic fingers.
No! Wait.
He took another pull from the bottle and muttered something under his breath.
You've got yourself a deal.
We took our supplies to the boathouse in large duffels, escorted by Tanner's behemoth bodyguard. Jenny needed to check on the animals, but made us a pot of tea before she left. We sat on the deck, looking out over the water. The hospital ship was moored just over the horizon. The sun dipped low in the sky, its orange and purple rays draped over the calm ocean waters.
"I'm sorry you had to give up your card."
She looked contrite, and her tone was apologetic. She squeezed my shoulder.
"But at least you got that book. That's something, right?"
"Girl, calling a Travis Dale Detective Stories Volume 1 a book is like calling Moby Dick a story about a fish." I smiled. "But thanks anyway."
"What time do you want to leave? I figured the earlier the better. More daylight to look for supplies."
"Yeah, quick breakfast tomorrow and then we head out." "Are you working late?"
"Not too late. There's a pregnant heifer I want to look in on, but I'm pretty tired, so I'm not going to linger."
"Good. You need the sleep."
"I'll wait up for you."
Joe lay next to us and lifted his head. He wagged his tail in slow arcs back and forth. "Joe says he'll wait up too."
"That'll be nice." She winked. "Maybe I'll pick up a pizza on the way back."
"Just no anchovies."
I affected a terrible Oxford British accent.
"For every anchovy I find, I shall kill you."
She smiled, but then got up and walked over to the railing. There she leaned against it and stared at the waves that lapped against the boat.
"You think it's as bad as everyone says? Dr. Williams told me no one's ever come back from that ship. Ever."
I'd heard the same from Jeffrey and Daniel. I'd even asked Jeffrey and Marissa to look after Joe if I didn't make it back, to be safe. But I had my doubts. With nothing to eat for so long, the zombies couldn't be too much of a threat. I thought maybe the fearsome reputation of the ship had grown over time. I shook my head, though, denying the rumors. "Nah, it's just a story they used to scare the women and children. I've seen these scavengers. They couldn't fight their way out of a wet paper bag with a pair of scissors. Bunch of crybabies. I'm even debating only bringing the can opener just to make it interesting." She chuckled and walked into the cabin.
"I'll see you later, yeah?"
"You bet." I sat at the kitchen table and took all the ammunition out of our bags. Then I lit up my pipe, poured myself a glass of Jeffrey's ale, and started loading magazines. It's a tradition of mine before any big hunting or scavenging trip. I find it therapeutic in a way. I loaded the handgun magazines first, then the 2 rifles and the stripper clips. The mags went into our tactical harnesses, and I used every nook and cranny for stripper clips and loose ammo. It was really tempting to get a bandolier for my shotgun shells. I mean, how badass would that be? But I decided instead on using the shell loops on my belt and Big Betty's stock. The aroma of pipe tobacco filled the kitchen while I worked. It reminded me of the times my dad would sit on the porch to watch the sunset with his pipe and brandy. I would play in the front yard with the dogs while he rocked in his chair, back and forth. "Jeremiah, stop feeding them coons," he would say, or, "You put that dead squirrel down this instant." He was a good man, my pops. After another glass of ale, I cleared the table of empty boxes. I took out my gun cloth and field-stripped the handguns. I only had a small bottle of oil left, and I kicked myself for not getting more at Tanner's. I'd have to remember to get some when we came back. Jenny's 1911 was a cinch to clean, but the Sig Sauer had seen a lot of action, and it showed. Nevertheless, when I was done, the slide was as smooth as a nose hair after a sneeze. I sat for minutes just working the action back and forth. It was very soothing. Betty needed a deep clean, and she was indignant at how much of her I had to wipe down. When I finally set her down, though, her pump action purred. She glistened in the wan moonlight. She was in a much better mood after that. The G41 was the easiest to clean, given the nature of caseless ammo. I brushed the bore, cleaned the action in the trigger mechanism and her electronics compartment. It took all of 5 minutes. Once that was done, I packed our bags with extra ammo, food, water, and first aid kits. Then I filled my Camelback and Jenny's canteen with fresh water. I changed the batteries in our flashlights and my night vision goggles and put everything by the front door. It would still be a while before Jenny came back. So I went topside and smoked the last of my tobacco in peace. The moon waxed crescent, hanging against a beautiful starry sky. The ocean breeze mussed my hair and twirled the smoke blowing from my pipe. Joe lay curled under a bench, growling in his sleep. If this was going to be my last night on Earth, I could hardly have picked better. Chapter 23. Rock the Boat. The small boat sped across the harbor, braving the high winds and choppy waters of the Pacific. I zipped up my jacket and put the hood over my head. The huge hospital ship was already visible, framed by angry clouds that threatened a storm. Jenny sat on the port side across from me, her G41 resting upright between her legs. Two of Westport's finest rode with us. One, because neither Jenny nor I knew diddly squat about driving a boat, and two, Ed had insisted on sending backup. Not that I minded, really. I figured we'd need it if half of what we'd heard was true. The two guys, Randy and Tom, who'd I'd begun to call Redshirt 1 and Redshirt 2, had been less than enthusiastic about the trip to the so-called Ship of Death, but the promise of loot and reward had put a spring in their step. We'd left Westport after sunrise. Once we'd had our pre-battle meal and a whole lot of coffee. Rule 12, never go into a fight on an empty stomach. Or sleepy. The boat, a Baja Marine Islander, looked like a floating can held together with spit and duct tape, but it chugged along at a good pace. It wasn't long before we came to a stop on the port side of the Truth and Reconciliation. The U.S. Navy hospital ship had dropped anchor off of Seattle Sound during the worst of the infection, offering a safe haven for treatment of the sick and wounded. Like all the other safe zones, it had fallen to the pandemic, but this zombie-infested, rusted pile of bolts was my meal ticket. The scent of the ship hit us like a sledgehammer, a repugnant smell that clawed at the back of my throat. It was both sour and sweet, not like the soup, but like a jar of strawberry jam that had rotted and vomited on itself. Thick, viscous tentacles of the smell brushed against my face, carrying the stench of putrefied death. The two red shirts exchanged a look of concern. Then Redshirt 1 leaned over the side and upchucked his breakfast. In a hilarious and ironic twist of fate, the same wind that carried the cloyingly sweet aroma of decaying flesh blew the contents of his breakfast back in his face. What a putz. You'd think you'd never smelled a zombie before. Birds circled the ship, diving and pecking bits of flesh off the few zombies who ambled around on the bow. So that's where all the seagulls had gone. It was easy to see why the ship had such a fearsome reputation. It was gargantuan, and it was packed with the dead. I knew it the way a bear knows it's supposed to poop in the woods. I knew it the way every man knows Sean Connery was the best James Bond. I tapped Big Betty on the stock and told her to get ready. She was going to be a busy girl. Redshirt 2 threw a hooked rope ladder over the rail. It only took 2 tries for it to catch. I turned to Jenny. I'll go up first. Any zombie gets to within kissing distance, you take it down, right? Right? She waved away my comment and chambered around. Please. I can knock the nipples off a chicken at 900 yards even if I'm shooting straight up. Yeah, well, can you do it from a friggin' moving boat, Calamity Jen? This is what I do. Don't worry your pretty little head. To the 2 red shirts, I said, once I give the okay, Jenny comes next, and then you 2 bring up the rear. I double-checked my loadout before I climbed the rungs. Betty was slung across my back along with my crossbow. The SIG was strapped to my right thigh, silencer already screwed on. The meat cleaver sat pretty on a custom strap on my left. The can opener rested in the small of my back in a horizontal sheath. My harness carried all my spare ammo, and I had a few emergency boxes tucked inside of the large duffel I carried over one shoulder. I'd hidden another bag in the duffel, too. You know, for my booty. Jenny packed some firepower, too. The G41, her .45, and a large machete that would cut you in 2 if you looked at it sideways. God only knew where she'd dug that up. I climbed the ladder, taking enough time to make sure I had good handholds before I moved up to the next rung. The last thing I needed was to fall and break my neck on the water. That would be all kinds of embarrassing. The zombies' guttural moans grew louder the higher I climbed. I should have felt more apprehension, more fear. Instead, I felt numbness tinged with a dash of tedium. I was surprised at my apathy, but then the little voice inside my head chimed in. This is what you do. The first zombie popped its head over the side before I'd reached for the rusted metal rail. I heard a shot from below. The zombie reached for my face with outstretched hands, noggins still intact. I looked down at Jenny while swinging precariously from the rope ladder. "I thought you said you had this." "Stop your whining, the wind picked up," she shouted. "And I'm trying not to hit you." "It's the damn ocean in the middle of winter, of course the wind picked up." She fired again. 3 zombies fell back in quick succession. "Yeah, okay, that's better." Jenny made a shooing motion. I pulled myself onto the deck and let the meat cleaver out of its sheath. The deck was rusty, scarred by the wind and salty air. A stack of crates blocked the entrance to the main deck. 2 zombies were coming for me, walking in slow motion. I could have baked a cake in the time it took them to reach me, the way they were dragging their feet in a ponderous shuffle. Their skin was brown, almost red, coarse and creased. I swung the tomahawk in an arc to loosen my wrist. I craned my neck back and forth. When the closest zombie finally reached me, I just pulled it by the arm and swung it over the side, right into the water. I buried the tomahawk in the second zombie's head and launched it overboard with a shoulder throw. I heard one of the red shirts yell from below, "Hey, what the hell, man?" I'd had a notion that the zombies on the ship would be slow, starved to death, or, well, not death per se, and more likely than not dried into jerky by the sun. I'd also suspected there'd be no glowies to use my intestines as a necklace. My first encounter with the ocean zombies had proved me right so far. They were skinny, leathery, and had all the agility of an asthmatic snail. Still, an overabundance of confidence could prove bad for my health. I called out for Jenny, and in less than 5 minutes our little shore party stood on the deck. We stacked crates near the ladder to make a barricade and last line of defense. Once we'd set up a perimeter, Jenny handed me and the red shirts notes in her neat handwriting. "These are the meds we need in order of importance. Anything in a refrigerator is likely to be bad, so don't bother. Use the list as a reference. But if you got a doubt on something, ask me. We stay together, okay? Let's roll." We walked in through the main bulkhead door. That was easy to find, what with the main deck sign painted above it. The zombie welcoming party came out as soon as we stepped inside. They crawled out of hallways and from behind crates. They climbed out from under beds and stairwells. It took the 4 of us less than 5 minutes to hack them into permadeath with our bladed weapons, though. Yours truly did the heavy lifting, but Jenny got 1 or 2. Okay, maybe 3. Redshirt 2, Randy, mostly got in the way, and came millimeters away from losing an ear. He'd gotten too close to the meat cleaver when I decapitated a zombie in 1 blow. He was lucky my feline reflexes were still sharp. I shot him a look of haughty derision. The interior of the main hall was dark, littered with bodies. Some lay on gurneys, and others on the floor in haphazard piles. Some looked fresher than others, too. The decaying smell of death didn't even register anymore. It was like looking down your nose. Always there in your field of vision, but you eventually forgot about it. Unless you had a big hunker, in which case it probably would have been there all the time, mocking you and making you drink your coffee sideways. 3 bodies near the door and a mangled heap of torn flesh caught the red shirt's attention. Tom walked over to them, shaking his head.
"Eric and his crew. Damn. They were good. I always thought they'd be the ones to make it back."
I joined him and took in the scene. Something about the bodies bothered me. Jenny must have noticed my look of concern. "What's up, Jeremiah?" "This is where they made their stand. Look, spent cartridges here and here." I picked up a handgun and an MP5 submachine gun. I checked the magazines. "Their guns are empty, but zombies didn't kill them. Look at these bites on the backs of their legs and shoulders. They don't look like zombie bites." I turned to Randy. "Your friends got ambushed, or at least these 2 did. Blood coagulated in the wounds, which means they were alive a while after they were bit. You'd expect zombie bites on their hands, forearms, defensive wounds, so to speak. I think they had themselves a hand-to-hand fight." A reddish-brown trail led deeper into the bowels of the ship. I took a knee, following it with my eyes. One of them was carried off. You can see here where he clawed at the deck, there. And over here. I poked my finger in a small hole in what was left of Eric's shoulder. This was done by a crossbow bolt. Maybe a spear. I checked the body next to Eric's. This one has a similar hole in his neck. Jenny whistled.
Well, 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 you're not just a pretty face after all.
She snapped her fingers.
Quick, what number am I thinking?
Tom frowned. Now, how the hell would you know all that? I stared at him. This is my kung fu, and my kung fu is strong. Randy stepped up to me. You're just yanking our chain. You don't know nothing. Why didn't they turn into zombies then? He was acting tough, but beads of sweat had formed on his forehead. He was worried. Wuss. Because they were dead before the zombies started eating them. I stood up and cinched the straps on my harness. I know what happened to the other scavenging parties. We walked out of yet another empty room, with only a bottle of aspirin to show for the last 20 minutes of scavenging. We'd cleared most of the upper deck, and were ready to venture below decks. Big Betty purred in anticipation, but Randy didn't look too excited by the thought of going deeper into the ship, especially now that it was just the three of us. After a heated discussion, we decided that Tom would stay behind and guard the boat, our only means of escape if we got ambushed by the same people who took out Eric and his crew. Randy glanced around him when he talked. Look, man, you sure there's other people down there? I mean, I didn't come here to get killed by some wacko. It's wackos, actually, but who cares? And yes, they're down there and up here, too. They're following us, have been since we came aboard. His eyes widened and he looked towards the exit with an anxious expression. Jeremiah, stop scaring him, Jenny said. Her gaze didn't move from the map of the ship she held in her hands. We'd found it in one of the cabins and had been using it to navigate. I heard the soft pitter-patter of bare feet on metal above us. The people living on the ship had been tracking us through the ductwork. It made sense, really, that someone, or someones, wahaha, had made the ship their home. Maybe they were survivors from when the ship had first arrived. Or they'd boarded after. They could be what remained of the crew. If they knew all her nooks and crannies, all the passageways and hidden compartments, they could have survived for a long time while avoiding the zombies. Hospital ships like this one had capacity for hundreds of patients and staff. It had to be stuffed with food, water, and medicine. You could supplement food stores with a little fishing, collect rainwater, maybe plant a little garden. It's what I would have done. If I'd had all that to myself, I wouldn't have wanted some nosy scavengers telling the world about it and sticking their fingers into the honey jar. Jenny flipped a page on her notepad and pointed to the stairwell. Okay, there's a lab on deck 3 and a nurse's station next to the galley. Let's try those next. What if those people are there just waiting for us? Randy asked. He's just messing with you, Randy. Don't let him get to you, Jenny answered. I ignored them both and reloaded Big Betty. We were going to walk into the suck, and it would not do to run out of ammo in the middle of a fight. I was ready to step through the bulkhead door when my ears picked up the squeaky sound of a hinge above us. I turned around and pushed Jenny aside just as a crossbow bolt flew past her head. The bolt bounced off the bulkhead and clanged to the floor. A wiry woman with ropey, muscled arms dropped from the ceiling and fired another bolt. She had wild eyes and matted hair, and wore mismatched armor of boiled leather and metal plates. A long, ivory blade dangled from her hip. I wondered where she'd gotten the leather, but the thought evaporated as quickly as it had formed. 2 men jumped down right after her, firing from compound bows. One hit Randy in the thigh with an arrow. I looked at Jenny, who had unslung her G41 and lay on the floor in a prone position. Just messing with him, huh? Big Betty barked and bucked in my arms when I squeezed the trigger. The woman got the brunt of the blast. Fleshy bits of her scalp splattered against the bulkhead, along with chunks of brain matter. Jenny took out one of the men, but the other one scurried down the corridor and melted into the darkness. Just like that, the fight was over. Oh my God! I'm hit! Randy sat on the ground, clutching his leg and banging the back of his head against the wall. I studied one of the crossbow bolts. It had wicked barbs, made to stick into flesh and inflict maximum pain. They didn't smell funny, though, and looked clean, relatively speaking. It was just your garden-variety harpoon. Quit your sobbing, Petunia. My dog got shot with a bigger arrow and didn't even wince, and everyone knows he's a whiner. I wrapped my fingers around the shaft protruding from his leg. I looked him in the eye. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna hurt. On 3, okay? 1. I yanked the bolt free and blood gushed from the wound. Dear Lord in heaven, sweet Jesus, that hurts! Jenny came over and cleaned his leg. She had him bandaged up and on his feet before I could have spelled scallywag. I walked over to the 2 dead bodies. I poked the woman with Big B's barrel. She didn't move. I'm pretty sure this one's dead, I said to Jenny. Half of her head was splattered on the floor. Her left eye hung loose near her chin, held by a thin thread of tissue. Want me to check her pulse to make sure? Jenny came over and examined the body. Interesting. Thin, but not emaciated, and her skin has a nice healthy tan. She opened the girl's mouth. Look at her teeth. The incisors have been filed to a sharp point. I'd bet those teeth are a perfect match for the bites we found on Eric. Look at you, full of surprises today. I'm not just arm candy, sugar. Anyway, it looks freaky as hell. Yeah. What about him? Oh, he's dead as disco. I meant if his teeth are the same as her, genius. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. The man could have been her twin brother. They had a similar build, the same style of armor, and yes, the same sharpened teeth. I pulled out his ivory blade and then dropped it like it was on fire. Ah, that's a friggin' leg bone. A human leg bone. It looks like a femur. Look at the intricate engravings on the handle. Please, please don't tell me we ran into more cannibals. This chest piece looks like leather to me, and I ain't seen any damn cows in this here tin can. She ran her fingers over the man's cuirass. You want the bad news first? Or the bad news first? Oh, shit, you're gonna say they're cannibals, aren't you? It's skin. Treated and stitched together into a sort of lamellar armor. I can't tell if it's human or not. It could very well have come from a zombie. Do they eat people? She shrugged. I guess there's only one way to find out. We took the ladder down to the deck below. I took point, with Jenny watching our 6 and Randy between us. He walked with a noticeable limp, and even more noticeable whining. I turned on the flashlight under Big Betty's barrel. I swept the corridor before I gave Jenny the okay to join me. We stepped through a bulkhead door and into a wide space filled from wall to wall with hospital beds and dead bodies. Many more than we'd found in the main entrance. The scent of death hit me with a fresh vigor like a coagulating haze that clung to my skin. I wrapped a handkerchief over my mouth and nose. If only I'd decided to go with those bandoliers, I'd have looked like a bandito. Oh well, next time. We stepped around overturned tables, IV stands, empty medicine boxes, and suspicious brown-red puddles. I kept a sharp eye out, in case something moved. Jenny opened drawers on a desk next to a wall and let out an audible sigh. There's not much here. A few pill bottles, some gauze, empty vials. Start looking through the desks and cabinets. Maybe we'll get lucky. I rummaged through cabinets and found ibuprofen in those little single-serve packs. I dumped them all in the bag, along with a half-empty bottle of antacids. Those would come in handy when it was Jenny's turn to cook dinner. She made the best damn coffee, but her cooking could take years off a man's life. It was a long while before I found anything more of note, and that was just a small box with 3 Hello Kitty Band-Aids. I put one on a small paper cut on my finger. Randy knelt on the ground, upending drawers on the floor. Hey, I got something! I turned to him. Keep your voice down, nitwit. If I get eaten by zombies because of you, I'm going to be pretty pissed, and I will eat you first. What you got there, Randy? Jenny asked. 2 boxes filled with... He looked at the list. Moxifloxacin. Great find. Now we just need to find another 100 boxes. She took the boxes and dumped them in her bag. She sighed. This is going to take forever. I walked near her, poking debris with my foot to see if anything good was hiding underneath. In that case, we might as... The door slammed shut behind us. I swung Big Betty just in time to see the handle turn. I saw the figure of a man through the porthole, barricading the door on the other side. I ran and tried the handle. Locked. I slammed my fist against it. Fuck a duck. They locked us in. Guys? Something's happening. Randy had his back against the wall, pointing at an open bulkhead door on the other end of the hall. It had been locked when we'd first arrived. A moment after he spoke, though, zombies streamed out of the door in a lumbering mob. 2 more doors opened as if by magic, letting even more of the undead into the hall. They'd herded us into a zombie death trap. It was a clever move, but they hadn't counted on the urgent nature of my mission. I would get those meds and rain hell on anyone who stood in my way. "Jenny, get on the ground!" I pulled the pin off a grenade and lobbed it over the first zombie wave. I sent another grenade flying towards the 3rd door and then dropped to the floor on top of Jenny. The explosives went off one after the other, booming in the enclosed space. Zombies flew into the air and landed in bloody, broken pieces. I stood up and pumped the old girl. More zombies streamed out of the doors, walking and crawling over their fallen brethren. Big Betty bucked in my arms each time I fired. I kept Jenny and Randy behind me while I sent hot lead down range. Jenny covered my flank while I reloaded. Her fléchettes shredded the zombies to mush. Randy fired ineffectual pop shots with his hunting rifle, but bless his heart for trying. Meanwhile, I focused on the closest zombies, and while they walked like molasses in winter, their sheer numbers could overwhelm us quickly enough. I lobbed a 3rd grenade at the far wall and pulled Jenny down next to me behind the protection of an overturned desk. Fleshy chunks rained down on us, drenching us in fetid ichor. The zombies kept coming. I fired Betty with indiscriminate abandon. She tore up legs, arms, heads, and torsos. No matter how many times I reloaded, the zombies advanced. I felt the pungent breath of a zombie on my neck while I grappled with another who'd wrapped his hands around my shotgun. I wrestled the gun away, then shot him point blank. I used Big B's recoil to slam her butt into the other zombie's face. Crunch. But I was out of room, and had no time to reload. I slung the shotgun over my shoulder and pulled out my knife and tomahawk. A zombie came at me on the right. I split open its head with the meat cleaver. One grabbed a hold of my harness on the left. I shoved the knife in its eye. I cleaved and slashed my way back to Jenny, who had backed up against a corner. She had her machete out and had emptied her .45 into a mass of zombies surrounding her. I pulled out the SIG, and after the 2nd magazine had cleared a path out for her, I looked around for a way out. Light leaked from an open door at the end of the hall. I pointed it out to her. "Jenny, that way. Where's the red shirt?" "He was here a minute ago." "There!" Randy swung his rifle like a club, surrounded by a horde of the undead. We worked our way toward him, but he didn't make it. A zombie sunk its teeth into his neck, and Randy went down. They overwhelmed him then, clawing, biting, and ripping into his flesh. He screamed as the zombies tore him apart in a frenzy of teeth and blood. Jenny put a hand to her mouth and looked away. She shut her eyes, trying to hold back tears. We had our own troubles to deal with still, though, so I dragged her away. Randy's screams died down, replaced by the low moans and wet feeding sounds of the throng. He had bought us precious time. I had Jenny by the arm and pulled her along behind me. "Through this door, come on." She composed herself and fired at the few zombies that had still angled for us. Most were distracted by the feast at the other end of the room, but a few stragglers sensed fresh meat. They were so close that I hardly missed a shot. A shredded zombie on the floor tugged at my leg with his one good arm, but a 9mm bullet to the face ended the futile effort. Finally, we walked out into a small corridor. I closed the door and turned the heavy handle. The door locked with an audible clank. We were safe. Jenny slumped to the floor with a relieved expression. I stood next to her, slamming a fresh magazine on the SIG and watching the perimeter. The corridor was dark, but for a small light bulb that hung overhead. An arrow on the bulkhead pointed to the right. The sign next to it read, "Engineering." A door opened at the opposite end of the hall, and more zombies streamed out. I held out my hand for Jenny. "Come on, this way." We took out the first few zombies and ran towards the engineering compartment. We stopped and turned around every few steps to dispatch the closest zombies. But this batch wasn't as slow as the ones we'd run into above, and they gained on us. I walked backwards, shooting indiscriminately at the growing mass. Bam, bam, bam. As soon as one dropped, though, another took its place, all teeth and claws and hunger. I fell when I tripped over a box, but Jenny was quick to help me to my feet. I kicked at a zombie that bit down on my boot, then shot him in the eye. Jenny had her rifle on full auto and sprayed a wall of fléchettes at the advancing throng. The precious seconds she bought us were enough. We reached the engineering door, and I wrenched the rusty handle open so that we could squeeze through, even as grayish arms reached for us. I looked through the porthole and stared back, eye to eye with the zombie. I flipped him the bird. Then a speaker above us crackled to life with a tinny, static-filled voice. "You have some skill, trespassers. We have a proposition for you." Chapter 24. Everybody plays the fool. Jenny and I stared at each other, caught off guard. She shrugged and gestured to the intercom, then stood up and took station behind me, scanning the passageway with her rifle. I walked over to the wall and pressed the talk button. "Who the hell is this? Over." "My name's Willis. I'm the captain of this ship, and leader of the people who call it home. I think we can help each other." "Hey, can I speak with your activities director? Some of the staff have been very rude. They ate one of our friends. You can imagine how very put out we are. I'm tempted to leave you a terrible review. Over." "Excuse me." "Never mind, unruffle your pillows while I discuss the particulars with my associate. Over." I turned to Jenny. "What do you think?" She bit her bottom lip the way she did when thinking something over. "It's worth a shot." I pressed the button again. "We're listening. Over." "We have a man trapped in engineering, and we don't have anyone to spare for a rescue. And by the way, this is a two-way system. You don't have to say over every time." "Roger that. Over. What are you proposing?" "Over." "Get our man back, and we'll give you the medicine you came for." "Medicine? We just came to check out the buffet." "Over." "Medicine is why everyone comes here. It's why we can't let them leave once they set foot aboard. But there's not many of us left, and trying times make strange bedfellows." "What do you say?" I looked back to Jenny, shrugging. "Jenny, I think we should go for it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Or as my pappy used to say, grab the bull by the balls and make the sumbitch cough." She lowered her rifle and let out a breath. "Do we have any other options?" She hefted the duffel bag and shook it. "We've been searching for 2 hours, and all we have is what's rattling around in here." "All right, let's ask Captain Douchebag for a sitrep." We can hear you." I ignored him. "Tell me what we're walking into before I make up my mind." "One of our engineering teams got surrounded by zombies when the locking mechanism on the engine room failed. Only one of them is left alive. He's hiding in a maintenance closet, but about a dozen zombies are trying to break in. We get your man out, and in turn you give us as much medicine as we can carry. That's the deal." Yes, that's the deal. Follow the signs down to the reactor. It's 3 decks down, you can't miss it. Once you've got him, Steve will lead you out. He'll take you through the storeroom where you can fill your bags." "What if your man's already dead?" "We'll honor the deal, no matter what happens. We're watching him on the security feed. He's still alive, but the door won't last much longer. The zombies have already pried it open. You have to hurry." "Roger that. Jeremiah Reed, over and out." Over. We walked 2 decks down, crossing from one end of the ship to the other. Twice the intercom buzzed, and Captain Willis told us where we'd made a wrong turn or walked into the wrong room. It was convenient, but I didn't like being watched. Plus, it was hella creepy. In one of those wrong rooms, we ran into a small group of zombies, but Jenny took them out with well-placed shots of her G41 before I even got a chance to pull out my knife. One of the zombies had worn a dingy sailor hat. I put it on with a huge grin. Anything we found after that would be a bonus. We paused for a quick water break before we stepped down the final ladder. I took a big gulp from my camelback. Jenny unscrewed her own canteen and leaned against the wall. She looked around the small landing.
"So this is a trap, right?" she asked.
"Oh, yeah. I do believe that man intends to screw us."
"You'd think he'd at least try to negotiate or something. I mean, put in a little effort."
The nerve of some people.
"You think there's someone really trapped down there?"
I shrugged. "Who knows? But you said it. It's not like we got much of a choice." I checked my guns, a habit of mine before an ass-kicking. I felt Jenny's gaze on me. "What? Do I have something stuck to my teeth?" I ran my tongue over my front teeth, but didn't find anything. I made a mental note to ask the boat people if they had floss. Jenny readjusted her ponytail and tied it with a rubber band she kept on her wrist. It's what she did before an ass-kicking.
"You gonna tell me why you're here?" she asked.
"What do you mean? I'm here for the medicine. You know, for the town and the, children."
"You made it clear before that you didn't care about the town. I think your words were, 'Fuck these people.'"
"What? No. I'm sure I said I love these people."
"I thought we were past lying to each other."
"We were. I mean, we are.
So spit it out."
"Well, shit." I took off the sailor hat and ran a hand through my hair. I stared at my boots. "I need medicine to pay for the boat trip. The gold and jewels weren't enough. The captain, Meg, gave me a list of stuff to make up the difference."
"Let me see it."
I pulled the slip of paper from my back pocket and handed it over.
"This is hard stuff. You've got all the ingredients for meth, monkey juice, even spice. Why didn't you just tell me instead of putting on this dog and pony show?"
"Why, indeed?" "I don't know. I was afraid you wouldn't understand. Afraid you'd be upset." Her tone was more sad than angry.
"You thought I'd be upset that you're trying to do whatever it takes to find your little girl? That I wouldn't understand how important this is to you?"
Oh, shit. I readied myself for the megaton nuke coming my way. I closed my eyes and winced. Instead of being consumed in a storm of fire and brimstone, I felt her hands cup my face.
"You have to bring me in, Jeremiah. If this is going to work, you can't keep locking me out."
She gave me a small peck on the lips.
"That's so you know I'm not mad at you."
She ran her hands through my hair and gave a small tug.
"Let's go save this asshole so we can get the hell out of here and pay off this Captain Meg."
"So, does this mean you're coming with me?" She bit her lower lip.
"Come on, there's work to do."
We followed the signs to the engine room, down one more deck deeper into the bowels of the ship. The familiar sound of hungry zombies reached us as soon as we stepped into the corridor. I flattened myself against the wall and peeked in through the open bulkhead door. I motioned for Jenny to do the same. A mass of 12, maybe 15 zombies pressed against a half-open door 10 paces away. They were reaching through the opening, hoping for a piece of the tasty morsel on the other side. Overturned furniture was visible through the crack, and a broomstick lanced out at regular intervals from inside the room. The tip was crusted with blood and gore. Jenny went through a set of hand signals. I had no idea what she was doing.
"What?"
I asked.
"You want me to steal home on a squeeze play?"
She sighed.
"You take the right, I'll take the left. We work our way back to front and thin the herd." "No, there's too many of them. I think it's better if I take the right and you take the left and we whittle them down from behind. To thin the herd, as it were." "You know, I really hate you sometimes. Tell me you at least have a few of them left."
I pulled a grenade from my belt. "What, these babies? Last two?"
"Then don't miss."
I nodded and pulled the pin off her grenade. I palmed the live explosive while I counted. 1, 2, 3. Jenny's eyes went wide and she gestured to the corridor with her head. I raised my index finger and placed it against her lips. I kept counting. 4, 5, 6. "Fire in the hole! Whoever's behind that door better take some cover!" I rolled the grenade across the floor and ducked back. I covered my ears. The explosion shook the deck, and bits and pieces of zombie smacked against the bulkhead. Jenny and I walked through the door at the same time and fired at the few zombies that still stood upright. I'll be honest, it was anticlimactic. Betty was utterly bored and knocked out 3 zombies with 1 shell. Jenny put away her G41 and dispatched 2 of them with her big-ass machete. It was messy, and I was surprised that she didn't lop off her own hand. Okay, Darth Jenny, let's put away that thing before you hurt someone important.
Oh, please. You're jealous because you have a tiny knife.
Wow, we're going there? She swung the machete a few times, shaking the excess blood off of it.
Well, you do. What is that? A fairbairn with a 6-inch blade?
Oh, you are actually talking about actual knives. Anyway, let's see if there's anyone alive in there. I banged on the wall and peeked into the door opening. Hello? Anyone in there in need of rescuing? We're looking for Steve. That you, kid? A voice came from the other side of the barricade.
Who are you?
We were sent by Captain Wallaby.
You mean Captain Willis?
Yeah, that's what I said, Captain Washington. I heard the sound of furniture dragging on metal, and a second later the door opened. A scrawny kid in his late teens and with epic acne stuck his head out. Whoa, holy shit, kid. What happened to your face? Jenny punched me in the shoulder.
Jeremiah, don't be such a dick. So the kid's got a few pimples, nothing that a cleansing regimen can't take care of, and the eczema is really mild.
I was talking about the wound on his forehead and the bruise under his eye, but okay.
Oh,
Steve interrupted her.
It's okay, miss. I'm used to it.
He locked eyes with me.
We got waylaid by those things. They killed my friends, and if you hadn't come, I'd probably have something much worse than a black eye.
Yeah, like a half-eaten brain. I looked around the room. It was a mess of empty boxes, broken electrical conduits, and assorted refuse. So, what were you doing down here?
Repairing the... Actually, I'm not supposed to talk about the ship to outsiders. Not that I'm not grateful and all, but, who are you?
We have a deal with your captain. We save your ass, we get stuff. How do we get a hold of him?
Any more of those things out there?
No. Don't know if you've been keeping up with the news, but we've been doing some serious ass-whooping in here. Steve walked outside, one small, tentative step at a time. Once he was satisfied no more zombies lurked nearby, he walked to the intercom. He hit the button a few times, but nothing happened. He removed the cover and poked inside with a screwdriver. After a minute, the captain's voice came on. Steve, we saw everything on the monitors. How are you, son?
I'm good, Cap. I'm okay. Mickey and Cindy didn't make it.
We know. And take the visitors to stockroom 12. Give them all the medicine they want. There was the hint of a sigh after that comment. A deal's a deal.
But stockroom 12? Sir,
I said a deal is a deal. Do what I tell you, boy.
Yes, sir.
I shared a glance with Jenny. If we were going to get fucked, this was the time to pull out the Vaseline. She nodded her head ever so slightly. I looked around for a camera, and when I didn't find one, I pulled out the cig and leveled it between Steve's eyes. What's in stockroom 12? I took a step towards him and pressed the barrel against his pimply forehead. He blanched. Consider your next words carefully. He stammered the words out.
Medicine, food, water, supplies. It's one of our backup storerooms.
Steve, if you're lying to me, I'm going to be very, very upset. I hung the last guy who lied to me by his own intestines. You dig? He gulped.
Yes, I'm not lying. This way, before more of them come. It's not far.
We followed Steve around for 5 minutes, until we reached the stockroom. It was a supply room by the looks of it. The ship people had welded the door shut and created a hidden entrance through an electrical cabinet. Steve wasn't lying either. It was filled with what looked to be boxes of meds, food, bottled water, first aid kits, and miscellaneous items for ship repairs. Jenny whistled. Jackpot. Didn't we swing by this corridor on the way to the reactor room? She turned to Steve. Good job hiding this place. Steve looked around with a nervous air. The captain's voice came on through an intercom next to the door. Steve, let them fill their bags and escort them topside. Strangers, thank you for saving the boy. Goodbye. Jenny went to check the shelves, but something caught my eye. Steve had walked backwards ever so slowly until his back touched the wall. He looked twitchy, nervous, like a guy who'd been caught watching My Little Pony by his Call of Duty buddies. Jenny said something that I barely registered. It sounded like, "These boxes are empty," or something like that. The wasteland is brutal. It gives you no room for error. It hones your senses. It teaches you to read people. Maybe Steve was still recovering from his near miss with the zombies that had eaten his friend. Or he made a run for it. Poor kid didn't see Jenny coming. She smacked him square in the face with the butt of her rifle. He landed on his back, his broken nose bleeding all over his shirt. To our left, the hidden locker door locked shut. "Holy shit, my nose! I think you broke it!" She picked up a dirty rag from the floor and threw it at him. "Here, put pressure on it." I looked through the boxes on the shelves. "Hey, Jenny, these boxes are empty." "God damn you, that's what I said." She tried the lock on the door. She pulled it, grunted, and kicked at it. Nothing worked. I walked over to Steve. "So, this was the play? Lock us in here and starve us to death? That's kind of unimaginative." He shook his head. "No, that wasn't the plan." Tears welled in his eyes. "Come on, kid, she didn't hit you that hard." A faint mechanical noise rose from behind one of the walls. Steve sobbed. "The plan was to let them take care of you." He pointed to the wall, where another concealed door had opened. Zombie howls rose from deep inside a now visible corridor. "Oh, come on!" I headed to the wide-open door and tried to close it. It wouldn't budge, and I smelled them before I saw them. Dozens of zombies came rushing out through another door at the back of the long hallway. It connected the stockroom to a larger room. The trap had been sprung. Jenny wasted no time in dragging shelves to the opening, creating a barricade. I followed suit and threw up anything heavy I could find. It was a flimsy barrier, but it would buy us a little bit of time. "Steve, I swear if you don't tell me how the hell we get out of here, I'm going to slice bits off of you and feed them to the zombies until there's nothing left, starting with your balls." He shook and cried even louder. "There's no way out. The door can only be opened from the outside." "Call your captain for help. Tell him that if he opens the door, I might spare his life when I get out of here." He shook his head. "The intercom is disabled when the door's locked. The sounds of people dying. We didn't want to hear them anymore." Steve curled up in the fetal position. I'm so sorry. I don't want to die like this." Part of me wanted to throw him over the barricade, but another part of me wanted to pat his shoulder. He couldn't have been older than 20, 21, and I thought he was closer to 16. He'd been sheltered from the outside world by being on the ship. He hadn't been hardened by the wastes like most kids his age. I let him be. Jenny had a decent barrier blocking the door, but the zombies were already tearing at it. One nearly dug his claws into her neck. "Jenny, get back. That'll hold them for a bit." She swung her machete and split a zombie's head in two. "We don't have a bit, Jeremiah. I can hear more of them coming." I looked around the room but couldn't see a way out. "Think, Jeremiah, think," she snorted. "That would be a first. Try not to give yourself an aneurysm. I'm glad you retain your sense of humor at times like this." I checked the walls, ceiling, the deck plates, and came up empty. We were stuck, and soon we'd be royally screwed. Jenny went back to the barricade and shoved her machete through it, trying to keep the horde back. I grabbed another shelf and dragged it over. "Here, help me tip this over there by that gap." Jenny stared at me dumbfounded. "What is that?" "It's a goddamn shelf. Will you stop being funny and help me get this in place?" "Not that, you idiot." She raised her arm and pointed at the wall. "That!" On the wall that had been hidden by the shelf I'd just removed was a small vent near the floor. It was held shut by a dozen bolts and looked barely big enough for a small child to climb through. I knelt to take a closer look. I can't tell where it goes, but much good it's going to do. I doubt I can get an arm through there. Let's keep working on that barricade. If we can pile up enough bodies on the other side, we might hold them off.
And then what, starve to death?
She took a knee next to me in the vent.
I might be able to fit in there.
You must be joking. Your boots, boots? Yeah, your boots can't even make it through. I'm just gonna go stand over there. Her eyes narrowed.
Remind me to kill you when we make it out of here.
Find something to remove these bolts. I threw her a mock salute, deciding not to cross her further, even if I didn't think her boobs would make it through. Yes, Captain. I took my multi-tool out of my pack and handed it over. This should work. Now, when you're done wasting time, come look for me at the barricade. I'll be the handsome devil killing all the zombies. I killed them with my knife, with a broomstick, with the tomahawk, and hell, I even killed one with a cardboard paper roll. I had a good pile of dead bodies going, but I'd had a few close calls, and twice a zombie had almost made it through anyway. Steve was still curled up on the floor. I had a zombie by the neck and was about to ram a pencil through his eye when I heard Jenny call for me. Her body was halfway into the vent already. Only her wiggling legs stuck out. She'd taken off her jacket, belt, and boots, but it looked like she'd still gotten stuck. I took a break from manning the wall and came to take a look. You okay in there?
Yeah, it's just this thing takes a sharp turn to the left and I can't wiggle through. Wait, almost... Give me a push. I think I can make it.
I grabbed her feet and gave her a shove. She turned her body sideways and suddenly she was in.
Ha! This thing opens up to a larger vent. Let me see if I can find a way around.
Okay, take your time. I'll be here waiting. You know, with the zombies. And Steve. I heard her crawling her way through the vent, but soon the sound died away. I went back to work at the barricade. I was exhausted from all the jabbing and stabbing, and understood what a Roman legionnaire must have felt like holding the shield wall against a horde of barbarians. I'd wanted to conserve ammo, but I pulled out my gun anyway and started shooting at close range. When I took a quick breather, I looked at my watch. 10 minutes gone, and still no sign of Jenny. I knew she could take care of herself, but I was worried. A couple more minutes had gone by when the door to the stockroom swung open. Jenny stood before it, looking like she's just crawled out of a sewer, and smelling like it. I walked over to her and looked her up and down. I hope there's still a working shower in here somewhere. She stared at me, and I took a step back. Not that you'd need it or anything. Are you wearing a new lotion? She ignored me and walked past me to collect her stuff, while I held the door open. She looked up once she'd put her boots back on. What now? She asked. Let's see if we can bring Steve back from La La Land so he can tell us where to find this Captain Wanker. We came here for medicine, and we're not leaving here without medicine. Chapter 25. Jewels and Drugs. We half-dragged Steve out of the room and got him onto his feet. He was shaking, but managed to stand on his own. Still, he was an obstacle between my little girl and me, and I had to let him know that fucking with me was unacceptable. Threats hadn't worked on him, so I tried a different approach. I spoke in a calm voice, one reserved for fussy children who don't want to go to bed. I put my hand on his shoulder. Steve, I need you to take us to the bridge to see the captain, okay, buddy? And I know how backwards this sounds, but this is going to hurt me more than you. Then I turned him around, pulled his arm behind his back in an arm lock, and dislocated his shoulder. He let out a piercing scream. Jenny just looked at me horrified. Jeremiah! She came running over to him and grabbed his shoulder. We locked eyes, and she looked away. If you set his shoulder, I'm just going to dislocate it again. Better save the pain for when we make it to the bridge. And before you argue, keep in mind what he just let us into. I pulled Steve up by his good arm. Start walking. Oh my God, it hurts so much. It's just a shoulder, man. You're lucky I didn't break your arm. You know the ship well, right? He nodded. You're going to take us to the bridge, making sure we avoid the cameras. Got it? He led us through corridors and stairs, his head hanging low, resigned. His face was contorted with pain. Jenny hadn't talked to me. But right before we reached the bridge elevator, she squeezed my arm. Yeah, she understood. Steve sighed. "This is it. Elevators around this corner, but there are guards on duty. Standard procedure when we get visitors." I sensed Betty purring on my back. She, too, wanted a little payback. I took her out of her sling and patted her barrel right where she liked it. "Okay, baby, just one or two. I don't want you getting too worked up. Jenny, keep an eye on Steve. I'll be right back." I peeked around the corner. 2 guards stood at the elevator entrance. They talked amiably, instead of watching for danger. Apparently the good old captain had considered us done for and not noticed we'd gotten out. I shucked a shell and walked towards them in long, deliberate steps, shotgun in firing position. "Get on the fucking ground now!" I yelled. One of them went for his bow. It cost him his life. Betty rocked against my shoulder. The hole she left in his chest was big enough I could have fit my foot through it. The other guard got the message and stood still. "You," I said, "get on the ground, unless you want to end up like your buddy there. Today is the wrong day to fuck with me, understand?" The guard knelt and raised his hands. I shoved him face down and put Betty's hot barrel on the back of his head. "This is Betty. You wouldn't like Betty when she's angry. Hands behind your back. Jenny, it's safe now." Steve nearly fainted when he saw the dead guard. "Oh my God, Marco! You killed Marco!" "No, Steve. Marco killed Marco. Jenny, we're gonna need rope." Jenny reached into her bag. "I have duct tape. Will that work?" "Even better." We left the guard wrapped up like a Christmas present and got on the elevator. Steve was hyperventilating. "The hell's wrong with you, man?" "They know we're coming for sure now. They're gonna kill us." "Jenny, you should stand behind us just in case." "Steve, take a deep breath." "Why?" I grabbed his bad arm, straightened it, and popped his shoulder back into place. To his credit, he only screamed a little. "Ice that thing later. Nothing we can do if there's ligament damage, but it'll help with the pain." Jenny threw me a questioning look. "Why do I get the feeling this isn't the first time you've done this?" "I picked up a few things here and there." I turned to Steve. "The interesting thing about a dislocated shoulder is that—" The doors to the elevator opened. I had the cig ready, and in 2 heartbeats I'd put a round in another guard. He was luckier than the one downstairs. I only got him in the shoulder and arm. I kicked his bow away as we ran past and headed to the open bridge door. A couple of arrows got close enough that I felt a draft as they flew past my head. We took cover on each side of the door as arrows and bullets pinged against the bulkhead. I yelled when there was a break in the fire. "Drop your weapons or I'm gonna kill Steve. You've got 10 seconds. Actually, no, you've got 3, 2... A familiar voice spoke. "No! Everyone hold your fire. Hold your fire, I said." "Steve, that you?" "Yes, Captain." I pulled Steve up by the shirt collar and led him into the bridge, using him as a shield. I shoved him down to his knees and pointed the cig at his head. I took the last grenade from my belt and pulled the pin. Jenny looked at me in alarm. 20, maybe 30 people huddled in the bridge. They had turned it into a sort of pantry/clinic/dormitory. It smelled worse than it looked, and the people there weren't thrilled to see us. A dozen or so children peeked at us from behind the protection of their mothers. "Jenny, keep an eye on Steve." I ran my eyes over the assembly and held the grenade in front of me at arm's length. "If anyone tries anything funny queer, not funny like a clown, we're all dead, capiche?" The same crowd that moments before was ready to tear into us became subdued. A few mothers held their children closer. I looked through the crowd and found the man I thought was the captain. He was old and wizened, broad-shouldered, wearing an elegant salt-and-pepper beard. "You must be the captain," I guessed. The man shook his head. Someone spoke from the back. A portly, ruddy-faced man who stood 5'5" on a good day, sweat beaded on his sun-kissed pate. "No, I'm Captain Willis." I recognized the voice. I motioned for him to step forward. "Come over here." "Who's the first mate?" The man who I'd originally thought was the captain raised his hand. When Captain Willis made it to the front of the crowd, I shot him in the leg. He dropped to the floor amid panicked gasps and cries, and a couple of men rushed to help him. I cleared my throat and raised my voice. "All of you, look at me." I made a look-at-me motion with 2 fingers while holding the grenade at the same time, pointing at my eyes. A few people gasped. "Look at me. I'm the captain now." Next to me, Jenny rolled her eyes. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed. "Do as I say and everyone makes it out alive. First mate, take this list and fill our bags to over-fucking-flowing." I pointed with the gun at a young man next to the first mate. "You, go help him. Now." They took the bags and list from me and Jenny, then walked to a side room. Jenny moved a few steps to her right to keep them in view. After a couple of seconds, she gave me a thumbs up. One of the men looking after the captain took a step forward. "You might get a few of us, but not all." He was in his early 20s, armed with the courage of young men who think they'll live forever. I shot him in the leg, too. "Anyone else? No? Okay. Now listen to me, you reprobates." I raised the cig in the air. "This is my boomstick, an Austrian-made Sig Sauer P226 combat with a high-capacity magazine. It fires hollow-point 9mm ammunition at a rate of 45 rounds per minute. This sweet baby retails for about $900–950. It's got an alloy frame, dark earth finish, and a hair trigger. That's right. Shop smart. Shop S-smart." Someone next to me groaned. It was probably Jenny. I cleared my throat. "I can kill half of you before the first person's body hits the floor, and this marvelous piece of engineering, you bunch of assholes, is a fucking toy compared to the rifle my associate is holding. She will kill you all, and not just with her cooking." I showed them the grenade. "And let's not forget this, baby. It may not look it, but it's actually quite heavy. What if I were to, I don't know, drop it?" I made a fake throw and the crowd recoiled. They settled a bit after that. I mean, I really didn't want to kill anyone, but being outnumbered, I needed to show them I meant business. Self-defense is one thing, but shooting unarmed people ain't my bag. Well, mostly it ain't. It was a tense few minutes till the first mate came back with our duffel bags, but we made it through without further trouble. I even let Jenny bandage the captain and the other kid. Neither of them would lose a limb, but they'd move funny for a while. Oh well. When all was said and done, the first mate threw the bags at my feet and backed up. Jenny checked the bags.
"Everything on the list is there,"
the first mate said.
"And more. Now, please, just leave."
I glanced at Jenny, who looked through the bags. She nodded. "And the items on my list?" I asked. "All here." "Okay, good, because if I have to come back, I won't be as civil as today. Steve-O, come along. We're going on a little walk." I had to sweep the room with the cig when the crowd inched forward. No, he's just insurance. We'll let him go as soon as we make it to our boat." With Steve leading the way, we found our way topside in short order. Tom was nowhere to be found, but the bloody drag marks we found and severed hand told me we shouldn't bother looking too hard. Jenny went down to the boat first while I kept an eye on Steve. I had him barricade the door in case his friends decided to follow us. When he was done, I had him pass the bags down to Jenny using a rope. I kept my eyes on him and the door until the last bag was aboard. Once Jenny gave me the okay, I roped down to the boat. Steve walked up to the rail as we sped away, and I waved goodbye. He waved back. Jenny was on the wheel and had the launch ready to go by the time I hit the deck. I took the G-41 from the rack and watched the ship in case the people on the boat wanted to send us a parting gift. "I didn't know you could drive one of these," I told her. "It's a steering wheel and a throttle. What's there to know?" The question was answered when she jammed the throttle forward, the boat lurched, and I nearly went overboard. "Yeah, okay, I better ease up on this baby. You okay back there?" I spit out a mouthful of salt water. "Yeah, don't mind me. I'll just swim back to town." When we docked at the marina, a small welcome party waited for us, led by Freddie and Jeff. Jenny got off the boat first. I threw one bag to her, and then I slung my own pack up and hopped onto the pier. We spent a few minutes giving them a recap. The news that the red shirts hadn't made it put a damper on the celebration, but Freddie announced that the town would dedicate the clinic in their honor. Meanwhile, the doctor was ecstatic that we had enough meds to stave off a pandemic, and already plans were being discussed about sending a delegation to talk to the ship's people. Yeah, good luck with that. Having better things to do than stand around and answer the same damn questions over and over again, I stepped away from the group and pulled Jenny aside. I'm going to make arrangements with Meg and see if I can leave tomorrow. I reached for her hand. You know what I'm going to ask next, don't you? She let go of my hand. Yes, and I think you know what the answer will be. Will I at least see you before I go? Yeah, of course. I'll probably work late, but I'll see you at home. Her expression was unreadable. I just nodded. She joined Dr. Williams, and they were soon mobbed by jubilant townspeople. News had spread that we'd returned with medicine, and a celebration was in full swing. The town, the people, they needed her more than I did. If you love something, set it free. At least that's what they say. That don't make it easy, though. Jeff stepped up to me before I got a chance to leave. I sighed. To my utter surprise, though, he extended his right hand and looked me in the eye. I want to thank you for what you did. Taken aback, I took the offered hand. He put his free hand on my shoulder. Yeah, Jeff, no biggie. I'm sorry if I came off abrasive. I have to be on the lookout for trouble, and I sometimes forget there are still good people out there. This job, this new world. Thanks. I wanted to be petty, I really did. But the guy had gone out on a limb to even approach me like this. I nodded once and let go of his hand. Freddie came to join us, looking back and forth between Jeff and I, his expression going from worry to relief. Jeff, looks like Dr. Williams and Jenny are going to need an escort to the clinic. Do you mind rounding up a few guys to clear a path? Thanks, bud. He turned to me. So, I hear you found a boat. I'm guessing you'll be leaving us soon? Soon as possible, yeah. Hopefully no later than tomorrow. Well, if you're sure we can't change your mind, then I wish you the best. And please come say goodbye before you go, but damn, we could sure use more people like you and Jenny. I think she wants to stay and help out, but I can't. He seemed taken aback. Oh, that's so. That's so. Listen, Freddie, I gotta pack, so I'll see you around. Yeah, sure. He shook his head as I walked away. Later that day, I went to talk to Meg. I brought Joe with me, and though he was still pissed at me for missing the action on the zombie ship, once I told him about the boat ride, he dropped the subject. He was horrified when he saw the Seductress and realized that it would be our home for the next few weeks. No, this is not a death trap. It's a nice boat, actually. And besides, you have no choice in the matter. He sat on the ground and refused to budge. His low growl was just shy of menacing. You did not just say that. I'm not doing it on purpose. If you haven't noticed, it's not like we have a lot of options. I waved my arm toward the collection of dingy fishing boats and rafts. He didn't let up, though, and lay on the grimy floorboards that made up Westport's eastern pier. Stay with Jenny? Why, you little traitor. I was upset, but his idea had merit. You know, that's not the dumbest thing you've said. She could use some backup, and I guess you'd do in a pinch. He brightened at that. Now come along, we need to talk to the captain. We found Meg standing on the deck of the Seductress, barking orders at a work crew. She acknowledged me with a nod and came down to greet me. The town's all the buzz with tales of the man who finally came back from that ghost ship. Guessing that's you? Maybe I'm the hero this town needs, and the hero this town deserves. What? It's from an old movie. Sort of. Never mind. Yeah, that was me, chewing gum and kicking ass. I showed her the pack filled with medicine. I've got everything on the list you gave me. She grabbed the pack and rummaged through it. Wow, nice. So we're good? Oh, yeah. When do you want to leave? Tomorrow? She looked off in the distance, as though going through mental calculations. Yeah, that'll work. Be here at 5 and we'll cast off at 6. She was ready to walk back into the boat, but I motioned for my backpack. You're swell and all, Meg, but I ain't turning over all my loot till we're in the water. She offered me a sheepish smile.
I should be offended at the lack of trust, but I can't blame you for being cautious. Here, sugar. She threw the pack back at me. Don't be late, or you'll have to swim to Hawaii.
Chapter 26. Come sail away. I leaned against the starboard rail of the Seductress, breathing in the salt-tinged air. I sipped a cup of green tea that the cook, a friendly Korean gal in her 30s or maybe 40s, had handed me after I'd gotten settled in. It was past 6 in the morning, and the ship was prepared to push off from her berth. Jenny had come home late the night before, and after a few minutes of small talk went to bed. She'd been gone before I'd left the boathouse earlier that morning, but I remembered feeling her fingers running through my hair in the middle of the night. Maybe I'd imagined it. Joe had left with her, so I'd walked to the dock by myself. Freddie and Jeff had been waiting for me near the ship, and after an awkward goodbye, they'd handed me a box wrapped in butcher paper. It was a Heckler & Koch HK-45 with half a box of ammo. I didn't know what to say. I'd always wanted one. I pulled them into a hug while I wiped away a small tear. The morning air was chilly, so I zipped up my jacket and took another sip of hot tea. It was damn good, with a hint of citrus and pomegranate. I nodded my thanks again to the gal, Mimi, who held a tray full of mugs and was handing them to the bridge officers. I turned my attention to the deck crew then, who were busy getting the ship ready to sail. The first mate, Forrest, ran the ship with the grace of a sledgehammer. In the time I'd been on the top deck, I'd seen him smack 2 different crew members and berate a third. Most people flinched when he came nearby, and I noticed he had a circle of cronies around him. For all I knew, that's how a ship was supposed to run. But I'd seen plenty of his type before. I made a mental note to keep an eye on him. A loud air horn broke my reverie. Off in the distance, I saw 2 figures walking on the dock. They headed towards the ship, silhouetted against the early morning light and obscured by the fog. One of them walked on 4 legs. I didn't want to get my hopes up, but my heart jumped when I recognized Jenny and Joe. She had her backpack strapped on tight, and Joe wore his harness. Meg stepped up to join me. She held her own fragrant mug of tea between 2 hands.
There she is. I told her I'd give her a few minutes, but I was getting worried.
I looked at her with furrowed brows. Come again?
She came by last night and asked me if I wouldn't mind waiting a few minutes before we cast off this morning. Forrest, drop down that ramp again, sugar.
Jenny walked up the ramp, Joe on her heels. I met them at the top. She wore a serious expression, but I thought I saw the beginnings of a grin. She pointed an index finger at me.
Not a word out of you.
By the look she gave me, I gathered it would be good for my health if I did as she said. I stepped aside to let her through, then crouched to talk to Joe. Well, hello, Benedog Arnold. Fancy meeting you here. He sat on his haunches and offered me his paw. That was his way of apologizing. I took a piece of jerky from my back pocket and put it in my palm. He took it in a careful bite, then stood on his hind legs and put his massive paws against my chest, licking my face and wagging his tail. I had to laugh at his audacity. You did not convince her to come along. I bet she had to drag you by the tail all the way here. He whined. Would you stop it with that? I already told you, there are no sea monsters. Now get off me and go find Jenny. I swear, you make me wish I'd gotten a cat instead. He barked at me as he walked away. Of course they can kill zombies. They're natural-born killers. Once Jenny and Joe settled in, they joined me on the deck. Westport was but a blurry smudge in the distance now, and the Seductress rocked back and forth as it left the mouth of the harbor at slow speed. It felt strange to be so close to the finish line. After so many months, years of struggling to get there, it was also exciting to know that in a few weeks I could be holding my baby girl again. Jenny hooked her arm in mine and leaned against my shoulder, holding me close. She smelled of peaches and cinnamon. Jenny, I don't know what to say. How about, thanks for putting up with my dumbassery? You're welcome. She punched my arm. You knew I couldn't leave you to your own devices, right? Well, I am just a grown man who survived the apocalypse and can kill a zombie with his bare hands. And look how far that's gotten you. Lost a finger, shot multiple times, almost drowned, almost eaten. Yeah, when you put it that way, it sounds pretty awesome.
You big doofus.
She finally broke out in a grin.
I'm in all the way, Jay.
We're a team, right? What about the town, the pandemonium? Pandemic. Yeah, that's what I said.
They're in good hands with Dr. Williams. He started administering treatment last night.
She smiled.
It's working. In your self-serving, backhanded way, you saved a lot of lives.
Aw, shucks, miss. I was just trying to help. We stared at the city, growing ever smaller in the distance. The ocean breeze mussed her hair, nipping at our skin. I held her close.
We're almost there, Jay. After all that, we're almost there.
In some ways, it's hard to believe. I've been waiting for this moment so long that I thought it would never happen. I turned to look at her. I took in the green of her eyes, the shimmering red of her hair, and the light brown freckles sprinkled on her cheeks. Thank you. For everything. You're the only reason I made it this far. She leaned in, our lips almost touching. I felt the warmth of her breath, then heard a rasping, gagging sound. I looked down to see Joe vomiting on my boots. Oh, come on! I just shined these. Is that corn? Jenny stifled a laugh and reached down to pet him.
Aw, he's seasick. I'll ask the cook if she has any ginger. I'll be right back.
Joe did look a little green, so I scratched him behind the ears. I couldn't stay mad at him long. He whined and lay down on the deck. Yeah, I'm sure you held it in as long as you could, but you need to work on your timing. Jenny came back in a jiffy, with Mimi in tow. They smothered him with attention, cooing and eyeing like he was a puppy. It made me sick. You're gonna make it worse, I told them. He's milking it. He pulled this same stunt when we ran into a group of Norwegian swimsuit models up in Boise last winter. I scratched the stubble of my chin and looked off into the distance. The place was surrounded by zombies. The poor girls were scared half to death, so I stayed with them till we could find a way out. We had no heating to speak of, so we had to sleep snuggled together. Jenny shook her head. God, now I want to throw up. You're impossible. Mimi laughed.
Let's get him below decks. I'm brewing ginger tea and heating up a pot of chicken broth. That should make him feel better, right, little pupper? Come on. Come on, boy, let's go.
Wouldn't you know it, but the big putz got up and followed her down the ladder right as rain. I made an exasperated gesture and pointed him out to Jenny. Didn't I tell you he was milking it? Look at him, and he gets away with it, too. She walked away, mumbling under her breath. Swimsuit models, yeah, right. Paint me green and call me a pickle. It didn't take but 2 hours for things to go tits up. Jenny and I were in the cabin, killing time before dinner. Joe had made friends with Mimi and was staying in the kitchen with her, convalescing. Jenny had taken the opportunity to take a nap, while I was engrossed with a book I'd checked out of the ship's library. It was the unabridged edition of Utter Chaos, an analysis of the effect of bovine farming methods on cow aesthetics in Europe between 1908 and 1912, and right when it was getting good, I heard the muffled but unmistakable sound of gunshots. Jenny awoke with a start, her 1911 already in her hand. I grabbed Big Betty and made for the door. More gunshots sounded in the distance, followed by screams. I'd taken no more than 2 steps when the door flew off its hinges in a hail of splinters. Lucky for me, my face took the brunt of the blow. 3 men came rushing in, one of them holding a massive breaching sledge. The other 2 carried assault rifles. A step behind them stood Forrest. He held a 2-barrel sawed-off shotgun in one hand, a bloody knife in the other. Jenny fired at the first 2 men, knocking one down with a double tap, but missing the second. I tried to get up, but my legs felt like jelly. My vision was fuzzy, my ears ringing. Forrest hit Jenny with the blast of his shotgun. She fell to the floor next to me. I reached for her. Her blouse was peppered with droplets of blood, and her breathing was ragged. But she was conscious. I breathed a sigh of relief when I noticed the lumpy white granules mixed in with her blood. Forrest's shotgun was loaded with rock salt rounds. More men came in, and Forrest raised his knife, pointing it at Jenny.
Her.
Two men propped her up between them, facing Forrest.
I'm gonna have a little fun with you before I sell you back to the CCB.
He ran the edge of the knife along her scarred neck.
Oh, yeah, I noticed the mark. They pay good money for runaway slaves.
I stood up, but my knees felt wobbly. I looked for Big Betty. She'd fallen too far away. I spat a bloody clump onto the deck and stared at the men. "What the fuck is going on?" He ignored me and nodded to one of his men.
"Get rid of him."
The man who stood next to me raised his gun. I breathed in. The scent of cordite and blood hung heavy in the air. It was a familiar, comforting smell. My vision cleared. My ears stopped ringing. I grabbed the gun barrel pointed at my head and swung my arms to the side, disarming the man and breaking a few fingers in the process. I flipped the gun and fired once, twice. He dropped dead. I turned the gun to Forrest, but he already had his arm around Jenny's neck, the knife at her throat. His eyes narrowed.
"Ooh, Kitty likes to scratch. I think you need to learn a little obedience."
He tightened his grip on Jenny. I had a bead on his head. Sure, I could miss, but I didn't see a whole lot of options. Get ready to join him in hell, you piece of... I didn't see the other man until it was too late. He smacked the side of my head with the butt of his rifle. I dropped to my knees and Forrest's lips curled into a grin.
"It's time for your lesson, little man."
He placed the tip of his knife against Jenny's right cheek. He sliced her all the way down to her mouth, splitting that side of her face open in a Glasgow smile. Jenny screamed, shook with the pain. Blood poured from the ghastly wound, drenching her blouse. Forrest threw her to the ground. She landed next to me, trembling with pain. I held her hand.
"Jenny, baby, hang in there, honey. Hang in there."
Forrest loomed over us.
"Oh, don't worry. There are plenty of brothels that will take a cut-up bitch. The CCB are not the most particular bunch."
He turned to me.
"As for you, hero, you will be begging me to kill you by the time I'm done."
They dragged us out of the cabin, with Jenny taken to the medbay, while they took me the long way around towards the cargo hold. A few scattered shots rang out from the interior of the ship. Bodies lay piled up on the stern, and crewmen were busy pushing them into the water. I saw Meg's body on top of the heap. She'd been stabbed and shot several times. A few of the bodies were still moving, some even as they were pushed overboard. The guys dragging me along took me inside a small room and strapped me down to a chair, binding my arms and legs. The place was filled with crates and sacks full of food stores and trade goods. My spidey senses tingled. I doubted they were going to give me a haircut. I sat there bleeding, with a monster headache, equaling the one I'd gotten after I stumbled onto an overturned 18-wheeler on the outskirts of Tuscaloosa. It had been carrying a shipment of tequila. Air came into the room through a small porthole, but it still felt oppressive. Dark. My claustrophobia spiked up, but I went through breathing exercises to calm myself down. It was 10 minutes before Forrest walked in. He removed his jacket and placed a bag on a small table. It jangled with an ominous metallic clank.
"Where's Jenny?"
I asked in a voice that was too hoarse to have come from me.
"Why, she's doing just fine. Even all cut up, the men are already drawing lots as to who gets to go first."
I strained against the ropes that held my wrists to the armrests. They didn't budge. I felt impotent rage building up inside me. Why now, when I was so close? Why now did I have to run into more assholes? And Jenny. Hurt because of me. My Jenny. I clenched my teeth.
"You're dead, you fucking piece of shit. You're all fucking dead."
His expression was bemused.
A bold comment from someone on the wrong end of...
He brought his thumb and index finger close together.
"A little torture."
I didn't see his arms move. I reeled from the punch and felt the delayed sting on the right side of my face. The second punch was to my gut. and the third busted my lip open. I swallowed a lot of blood and spat even more. He looked at his bloody knuckles and grinned.
Not bad. Most people pass out by now. You can take a lick, I'll give you that. Wait. There's something I have to tell you. Ah, the bargaining begins. Sure, I'll indulge you.
He made a come on gesture with his hand. My voice came out breathy, gruff.
You have something on your teeth. It's been bugging the hell out of me.
I curled my lip up and licked my right incisor.
Just right there.
The next bunch knocked me unconscious. The cold bucket of water they threw on my face did a good job of waking me up. I learned then that the phrase, pour salt on the wound, was very apropos, because salt on a literal wound hurts like a motherfucker. I wasn't sure how long I'd passed out, but I guess not more than a few minutes from the shadows cast by the light coming from the porthole. Forrest leaned against the table, wiping his hands with a bloody towel. I wondered for a moment what poor sucker that blood belonged to, until I realized I could only open one eye, couldn't feel the right side of my face, and had a loose front tooth. Oh, right. I was that sucker. He put the towel down and walked up to me.
Oh, good, you're awake. You're wondering why I'm doing this, right?
I nodded.
The thought did cross my mind. Listen, whose salad do I have to toss to get a drink of water around here? I like your moxie. I really do.
He hit me again. The air left my lungs.
See, it's twofold. I'm the captain of this ship now, and I need to show my crew that they cross me at their own peril.
I sucked in a breath.
Oh my God, this is so weird. I had this exact conversation not 2 days ago. See, we were on this ship.
He backhanded me. I didn't register the pain.
You'll make a good life lesson for them, he said. Second, I enjoy the hell out of it.
He breathed in, savoring the air around me.
Before Deadbreak, what I did was, shall we say, frowned upon. But now, who's gonna stop me?
He pulled a box cutter from his front pocket and tore my shirt open. I tried not to flinch. The last thing I wanted to do was show this asshole I was afraid. And I was petrified. I looked him in the eye.
If you're gonna torture me, there's something you should know. I'm kind of a screamer. See, moxie. So hard to find nowadays.
I had forgotten the feeling of cold metal going into my flesh. Chapter 27. Hurt. They left me alone in that small, musty room. I shivered, bled on the floor, and came in and out of consciousness. Cuts crisscrossed my chest from neck to navel. The bastard had carved his initials into my back, too. Twice. Then he'd left pliers and a hammer visible on the table in front of me. If he thought he would intimidate me with those, he was right. I lost a fingernail once in a juggling accident, long story, and the idea of having all my nails removed, as he'd promised, was a sobering one. Even so, my thoughts strayed to Jenny. Neither Forrest nor any of the mouth-breathers who'd come in to bet on who could knock me out in one punch would tell me anything about her. I didn't know if she was alive, dead, or somewhere in between. What I did know, she'd come along on the trip for me, and it might have cost her her life. I noticed a shadow by the door and flinched. With only one good eye, it was hard to discern shapes. But the person who walked in was about 6 inches and 100 pounds too short to be Forrest. It was Mimi. She flicked a light switch on and gasped. She covered her mouth with one hand, put her tray down, and rushed over to me.
Oh my God, are you okay? Of course you're not okay. That man's a monster.
I ground out the words in a hoarse whisper.
Jenny, is she okay?
Mimi sighed.
I stitched her up, but she's in bad shape. She's sedated, but I don't know how long I can keep the men from...
She bit down on her next words.
They already tried with a few of the girls. More than tried. It's awful.
Joe? How's Joe?
She dabbed at my arms with a cloth dipped in fire. That's how it felt when she touched it to my skin.
He's fine, locked in my room. I think they'll leave him alone as long as he doesn't cause any trouble.
She pulled out a bottle of antiseptic and wet a fresh bandage.
This might sting a little.
What the hell happened?
I asked through clenched teeth. Yeah, it stung a little. The way sandpaper stings when rubbed against flayed skin. My throat felt like the Sahara Desert, so I motioned with my head to the plastic cup she held in her hand. She brought it close to my mouth and let me sip. Dear God in heaven, the water was glorious.
Mutiny? Murder?
She answered.
Forrest took over the ship, killed anyone who sided with the captain. We've never carried this much cargo before, and from what I hear, you brought a lot of golden medicine. He saw his chance and took it. We should have seen it coming. The signs were there all along.
She shook her head.
So many of my friends, dead.
You have to help me. We can take the ship back.
She wiped away a tear.
I can't, I'm sorry. They'll kill me too. Or worse.
Cut me loose. Bring my weapons. I'll do the rest.
She stood up and walked away. She glanced back before stepping through the door.
How? Look at you. I doubt you could even stand up on your own, let alone hold a gun.
I had to concede she made a valid point, but I had a ready supply of rage to draw from.
Trust me. You get me out of this, and the rest will play itself out.
I remembered a quote from one of my favorite movies. So we shall flow a river forth to thee, and teeming with souls shall it ever be. She looked at me for another moment before answering.
I'm not sure if I can, but I'll try.
I was alone again, in the darkness. I'd always found a way out of a pickle, from Lucille, from the CCB, from the undead. But this time things felt different. I ran through escape plans in my head and I couldn't get past one basic problem. I'd been tied to a friggin' chair by people whose job it was to tie things to other things. No, I needed help, and the chances of getting it looked slim. It was time to accept that I would die in this room, in the most painful way imaginable. Well, shit. We all had to go out one way or another. It was well past midnight, and I decided I might as well try to catch some shut-eye. Someone tugged at my restraints. I steeled myself for the worst with a deep breath. I opened my eyes, and ventured a look. Mimi was busy cutting at the thick ropes.
Mimi, shh, be quiet. Oh God, this isn't working.
Of course it wasn't working. The knife she held looked dull and rusty. It wasn't so much cutting the rope as it was annoying it.
Well, have you tried, I don't know, a bigger knife? Forrest took away all our weapons. This is the best I could do.
Wait. Try the ropes around my legs. They feel looser.
Okay. We have to take the ship. They killed a girl because she wouldn't.
Look at me. Look at me. We'll give that bag of dicks his comeuppance, you hear me?
It was a tense 5 minutes before she managed to cut my legs loose. She'd started on my arms then, but voices echoed down the corridor. She stopped, paralyzed with fear.
Mimi, just put the blade in my hand. Go ahead. Good girl. Now wrap the ropes around my legs again, but don't tie them. Yes, that's right. Okay, go. Go now.
She snuck out of the room with seconds to spare before 2 men came in to check on me. Hey, Forrest, the guy's awake. Do you want to get started? Fuckity fuck. Forrest walked in a minute later and glanced at the table, at his tools lined up in little rows. A lit cigarette dangled from his lips. He held a steaming mug of coffee in one hand. The scent of the fresh roasted brew was scintillating.
Maybe after breakfast. Tell Mimi to check up on him, though. I don't want him to give out too soon. And for God's sake, throw some water on him. He stinks.
Mimi came in a few minutes later. She was nervous and glanced behind her as she cleaned me up. The man Forrest had posted by the door didn't take his eyes off of her. She fed me hot rice porridge drizzled with honey. She leaned in close and whispered in my ear as she did, too.
I'm so sorry I couldn't do more. I heard Forrest say he's going to kill you today.
She tried to hide her tears.
I put something in the food to dull the pain.
It's okay. Please watch over Joe and Jenny. Promise?
She nodded.
I promise.
She walked over to the door. While her back was turned to me, I spat the last mouthful of porridge out. I'd need my senses sharp if I was going to pull this off. The man didn't move out of the way, and made her squeeze past him. He slapped her butt as she left. I'll be seeing you later, little China doll. He walked away laughing, not bothering to check on the poor schmuck tied to an office chair in the middle of the room behind him. I worked the blade in my right hand until I had the handle with my fingertips. It was an awkward grip, but I was able to saw at the ropes from under the armrest. I don't know if I was possessed or if Lady Luck decided to throw me a freaking bone, but I cut through those ropes in a heartbeat. I was working on my left arm when I heard footsteps outside. I palmed the blade and slumped on the chair, assuming the look of a beaten man. It wasn't very hard. Forrest walked in, a half-eaten apple in one hand. He took a bite and chewed slowly.
So, are you excited? Big day today, he commented.
He didn't notice the dangling ropes at my right hand.
No way. My birthday's not till next month. Or wait, is today November 2nd?
I answered. He walked around behind me, close enough that he didn't notice my hands taking crunchy bites out of his apple. He put a massive hand on my shoulder. I sawed at the ropes, just a little more.
Tell me, have you read the works of Shan Yu? He asked. Yeah, sure. I mean, who hasn't? The movie didn't do the book justice, though. I was hoping they'd fill in some of the plot holes, but maybe in the sequel. I like a man who can laugh in the face of death. Good for you. Shan Yu said that you can spend your life with a man, and you will never know him, but tie him and hold him over the edge of a volcano, and on that day, you will meet the real man.
He took another bite. I sawed. He threw away the core and walked over to the table. I sawed. Forrest picked up the hammer and flicked it in the air a few times.
Today, Jeremiah, we get to meet the real you. That's what your mom said last night.
He wagged a finger at me and smiled.
Nice try, but mom jokes aren't going to help you now. Besides, my mother was a crack whore who abandoned me when I was a child. I hope the bitch had her brain sucked out through a straw. So the "My son is an honor roll student" sticker on the stern isn't yours?
I felt the blade cut through a strand of rope.
You know, one of my guys said we should sell you to the fighting pits. I admit the idea has merit, but...
He gestured at the room around us.
I have all the cargo, gold, and meds I need to turn this 2-bit hauling operation into a real business. All thanks to you.
He bowed.
Alas, you're more useful to me dead. Such are the breaks. Now, no more dilly-dallying. Let's get started, shall we?
Shit, I needed more time. I might sneak in a punch, but I still had one arm tied down. Time, it always came down to needing more time. If this is it, how about one last smoke? I gestured with my head to the bulge in his shirt pocket. He considered for a moment.
Why not?
He pulled a cigarette, put it in my mouth, and lit it with a torch. It didn't take a genius to know why there was a torch nearby. I took a long drag and savored the smooth tobacco. I'd quit smoking cigarettes years ago, but this was as good a time as any to start again. I sawed and cut through the ropes at last. My wrist breathed a sigh of relief when the bindings came loose. I closed my eyes. I was weak, beat to hell, but I had righteous vengeance on my side. I flexed my fingers and let out a slow breath. It didn't matter what happened next. I would go out on my own terms. Maximum effort, spectacular violence. Those were my tools of the trade.
Finish your smoke.
He made a go-on gesture with his hand as he put the hammer down and picked up a pair of garden shears from the table.
Then we'll begin.
I puffed on the cigarette. The nicotine had a calming effect. I let the butt fall from my lips and looked Forrest in the eye.
I am the terror that flaps in the night. I am the scourge that pecks at your nightmares.
He looked confused.
What?
People just don't appreciate the classics anymore. Darkwing Duck is right up there with Tolstoy and Dostoevsky when it comes to realist fiction. Ah, well.
I made you a promise yesterday. Do you remember what it was?
I asked. He looked bemused.
Enlighten me. I said you were a dead man.
He laughed.
And how do you think that's going to happen? With my hands around your neck.
I bolted from the chair and tackled him. We rolled to the floor and he landed a few hits to the back of my head as I got hold of his throat. I jammed the knife in his ribcage, then twisted the handle. I managed to get on top and straddle him. He threw me off with a hip thrust, then rolled to his knees, the knife sticking out of him. I couldn't let him get up all the way, so I swung a leg out and connected with his temple. He staggered and I jumped on his back, wrapping my arm around his neck. The guy was strong, and he flipped me over with an arm throw. We were a tangle of arms and legs on the deck fighting for position. I landed a headbutt to his nose. He tucked his face against my neck to avoid a second blow. We rolled left, right. He clamped his teeth onto my ear and bit down. I felt a tug, then blinding pain. He spat most of my earlobe to the deck. Warm liquid ran down the side of my face. I worked an arm loose and delivered an elbow to his eye socket. He was stunned, and I straddled him again. I wrapped my hands around his throat. After all, a promise is a promise. You know those stories of moms who can lift a school bus to save their child? I felt kind of like that, except I was crushing a man's larynx. I was fueled by rage, my knuckles white from exertion. He threw haphazard punches in my direction, but I didn't let go. He gave up, and instead tried to pry my hands from his neck, finger by finger. I hit him once, twice. I shattered what was left of his nose, then dug my thumbs into his eyes. He screamed. I slammed his head against the floor over and over and over again, while my thumbs dug deeper into his skull. I felt, heard, his eyes pop. Dark, gooey liquid poured from the ruined eye sockets. He stopped thrashing. I heard voices down the hall and picked up the hammer. One of Forrest's cronies came running in. "Wait, Forrest, let me watch. I've never heard a man scream that much." He stopped when he saw the body lying on the floor. I swung the hammer and buried the claw into the side of his head. I pulled it free as he slumped against the bulkhead, and then I cracked the back of his skull with 2 solid hammer blows just for good measure. It was a couple of minutes before I stopped shaking. I picked up the dead man's AK-47 and headed out the door. The next stop had to be Mimi's cabin. I checked the door that led to the main deck. It was locked, and in the darkness, with one good eye, I wasn't sure if I'd find a way around. I'd have to go topside. I checked the rifle's magazine and made my way up the stairs. My chest screamed in agony with each step, so I took off the tattered remains of my shirt. I popped my head out of the hatch and surveyed the deck. 2 douchebags with rifles slung over their shoulders leaned against the rail to my left, smoking cigarettes. Sudden and spectacular violence. It didn't fail me before, and it wouldn't fail me this time. I ran up the last few steps and fired. Their bullet-riddled bodies crashed to the deck, their faces contorted in looks of agonized surprise. They never saw me coming. A shout rose from somewhere in the ship. I ran to the bow towards the stairs that led to crew berthing. I took a corner and almost bowled over one of Forrest's men. He looked at me with wide eyes. I double-tapped him, 2 shots point-blank in his chest, and stepped over him. I took the stairs 2 at a time, but paused for a break halfway down. Sweat poured into my open wounds in spite of the cold morning air. My lungs burned and I coughed a clump of blood. The whole of my body hurt like the fucking Dickens. I clenched my teeth and told myself to sack up. The commotion from the gunfire spread and the ship came alive. I jumped to the bottom of the stairs and ran to the first open door. From the scent of warm bread emanating from within, I assumed this was the galley. I leaned in next to the open doorway and peeked in. A bullet parted my hair, but I'd gotten a good look inside. 4 men cowered on the floor, while another hid behind an icebox. I recognized him as the one who dragged Jenny out of the cabin when they'd decided to have their little fun with me. He paid me a visit the night before to try his luck at "Let's punch the daylights out of Jeremiah." He fired from what I guessed was a 9mm handgun. The report of the gun sounded familiar, beckoning, like the song of a long-lost lover. He fired at me, but his shots were so far off I wondered if he was even aiming. I sniggered. Amateurs. I smiled and raised the rifle. If my math was right, I had 15 rounds left. It was time for my signature move, good old number 1. I fired at the icebox and ran forward, keeping up a steady fire. I found him curled up on the ground with his hands on his ears and the gun at his feet. It was my Sig Sauer. This bag of assholes had fired at me with my own damn gun. That's like sacrilege, man. He looked up at me, his eyes pleading. He raised his hands. Wait, let's... I emptied the last of the magazine in his face. No open casket for him. I threw the rifle away and picked up my baby. Daddy's here, sweetie. That bad man won't be bothering you anymore. Shh. I took a knee and caught my breath. A trickle of blood ran down my neck from my mangled ear, forming a small puddle of blood next to my boot. I chuckled to myself, wondering if the damage was irreversible. When I looked up, I realized it wasn't 4 men cowering on the floor, but 2. My one good eye was worse off than I'd thought, and I was seeing double. Added to the list. My hands shook, my breath was ragged, and my head swam. I stood up and pointed the cig at them. My whole upper body felt like it was on fire and someone had tried to put it out with gasoline. All right, you 2, stand up. Handsomely now. They stood up on knees as shaky as my own hand. They kept their heads low and shared a nervous glance. How many men did Forrest have with him? I asked a rail-thin man in the throes of middle age. His reddish, wispy hair was matted with sweat. 7? No, 8. Including him? Oh, then 9. And how many crew left? You mean after Forrest killed everyone? Yes, for God's sake, man, these are easy questions. I'm not sure. I think there are 16 of us left now. I heard they killed Trish last night and her boyfriend. The other man lowered his hands, but a stern look from the cig made him raise them again. He was a big fellow with a braided beard and calloused hands. He wore a giant's baseball cap. It was all I could do not to shoot him. You're that guy, right? He asked. That guy? The guy Forrest was beating up? You need to go. It'll be hell for all of us when he finds you. I motioned for them to lower their hands. Okay, 3 things. First, we're on a friggin' boat, Einstein, so where the hell am I supposed to go? Third, Forrest is dead. Muerto. And second? Second is shut your goddamn face. If I count him, I pointed to the faceless corpse behind me, plus the 3 outside. Oh, and the one I killed right after Forrest, carry the 1. That means there are 3 of his people left. Their eyes went wide. You killed 6 men? By yourself? I furrowed my brows. Yeah. Why? It's just... Never mind. What now? Take me to see Mimi. I need... Jeremiah! I knew it was you! I turned around. Mimi stood outside the galley, holding a bloody crowbar. Joe sat next to her. The mutt cocked his head and stared at me. I held him with a level gaze. You would show up now when the fight is all but over, wouldn't you? I should have left you in Montana. I looked to Mimi. What's with the pig sticker there? She lowered the crowbar and let out a breath. Her lips turned up in a huge smile. The ship is ours. Word spread that someone killed most of Forrest's crew and the last 2 gave up. We've got them tied up in the bridge. One of them jumped into the water and is still swimming to shore. The fellow with the giant's cap chimed in. Oh, thank God. We can head back to Westport and figure out how... I pointed the gun at his face. He blanched. This is my boat.
Paid for with my goddamn blood, and it's going to Hawaii. You want off, you can jump off here, but anyone who even touches the wheel without my say-so will be eating a lead pie. You got that, Petunia?" He was quick to nod his understanding. I narrowed my eyes and turned to Mimi. "Now then, take me to see Jenny, and find me someone that can drive this tub."
Chapter 28. Fell in love with a girl. I sat in the captain's chair, twirling a pen in my right hand. We'd been at sea for 14 days following Forrest's botched mutiny, thanks to yours truly. According to the navigator, Reggie, we'd reached the big island of Hawaii in a couple of hours. We'd been broadcasting on an open frequency since dawn, but the radio remained silent except for the crackle of static. It highlighted a key flaw in my plan. I had no idea how to actually find this Commodore. The radio operator had tried military and civilian channels, but the reply was always the same. Nothing. Our backup plan was to sail around Ford Island and shoot a few flares, maybe jump up and down while waving our arms. Mimi came in and stood next to me. She'd been keen convincing the rest of the crew to stay on the job. Well, that and my threat to send anyone not willing to come along swimming back to the mainland. After I'd shoved the 2 surviving mutineers onto a raft with a bottle of water and a pack of crackers and told them to start rowing, the rest of them had been all on board. Literally. I'd been afraid we wouldn't have enough manpower to run the ship, but the officers and the helmsman assured me the crew we had left was more than enough. Forrest's goons had been the ship's security complement in case of pirate attacks, more common than I would have imagined, and hadn't had any duties relating to the day-to-day operation of the ship. Additional shifts and some extra elbow grease was all we needed.
"Care for a snack? I just made some sandwiches. I can bring you a plate,"
Mimi offered. "Can you cut off the crust?"
"What are you, 6 years old?"
"Don't make me write you up again in the log. You know I will. I'm holding captain's mast today, and I'd hate to have to knock off a stripe and demote you down from co-captain." She rubbed the bridge of her nose with thumb and forefinger.
"Okay, 2 things,"
she emphasized, clearly mocking me. I ignored it for now.
"1, that's not a log, it's a coloring book. You're not even done with page 1.
She took a deep breath.
"Just because you wrote Captain's Log in crayon on the cover doesn't make it one. 2, you don't even know what captain's mast is, and there is no such thing as a co-captain."
"You want me to beg? I'll beg. Please cut off the crust. Please, please, please." She shook her head.
"I'll be back."
I cleared my throat as she walked away and said in a loud voice, "Very good, Mimi, and don't let me hear you disobey an order again, or I'll make you walk the plank." The helmsman turned around with a confused expression. I waved him away. "Back to work, you. Unfurl the sails. Full speed ahead. Batten down the hatches." Reggie sniggered and shuffled over. He put a meaty hand on my shoulder. "You're laying it on a little thick, don't you think?" "What, isn't this how captains talk?" "Only in cartoons. And you're not the captain Mimi is. You're lucky she lets you sit in her chair." He was mostly right. After things had settled on the boat, it had been agreed Mimi would run the show. The engineering officer and navigator stepped in to share the load some, and the rest of the crew filled in where they could. Mimi was well respected, and having been on the boat with Meg the longest, her opinion carried weight. She'd been the easy choice to fill in as captain. She still cooked meals and tended wounds, and let me sit in her chair whenever I wanted. Still, they all knew that if anyone got out of line, I'd be the one to put them back in place. I was her fist, her enforcer. I'd earned that role with a pile of dead bodies. Mimi came in with a small platter heaped high with tea sandwiches. She set it on the table in front of me.
"There's cucumber and arugula, ham and cheese, pea prosciutto, and some PBJs."
She smiled.
"Have at it."
Reggie and I destroyed that platter, but we left a few crumbs for the helmsman and radio operator. "Mimi, these are awesome," I said while I stuffed another sandwich into my mouth.
"Glad you like them. I can make some more if you guys want."
I shook my head. No, these are plenty. Well, maybe just a few more?
Sure, I'll make another batch after I check on Jenny.
I stood up off the chair and pulled Mimi away from prying ears. How's she doing?
You shouldn't ask me. Go talk to her.
I've tried. All I get are one-word answers, and that's when she's in a chatty mood. Jenny had remained withdrawn after the incident with Forrest. She stayed in Mimi's cabin, and only stepped outside when she thought she'd be alone. Instead of her usual ponytail, she now let her hair fall across her face, covering the stitches that ran across her left cheek. It was a nasty cut, but it was healing well. Mimi had done a great job with the sutures, and the skin hadn't puckered up like it had around my cuts-turned-scars. Her scar wouldn't be invisible, but I thought it gave her a very handsome air. I didn't pretend to understand what she'd gone through, but I'd be there for her for as long as she needed me to be there. I'd told her as much. Mimi crossed her arms and cocked her head to one side.
Believe it or not, she needs you. It's not my place to say anything, but I talk to her a lot. She's dealing with a lot of shit right now.
You think I should give her some space?
The last thing she needs is space. You know her better than I do, but she doesn't strike me as someone who bottles up her emotions and avoids talking about her problems.
No, she's actually the opposite. Like how dynamite is the opposite of puppies.
That makes no sense. Anyway, have you thought that maybe the issue she's dealing with is not something... Maybe it's just something she's not comfortable talking about?
Well, that's just great then. How am I going to talk to her about something she doesn't want to talk about? Look, I don't know what to say anymore. If she won't tell me what's wrong, how am I supposed to help? Mimi tilted her head back and let out a sigh.
Man, you're just like my husband, God rest his soul. He was just as dense, but I loved him anyway. That butt of his didn't hurt either. I'm going to have to spell it out for you, aren't I?
She gestured towards the window, where I saw Jenny leaned against the rail. Joe lay curled at her feet. He hadn't left her side in days.
She's going through a severe bout of depression. She's afraid you'll feel different about her. You're close to finding your daughter, and she's not sure where she fits in anymore. Not to mention the trauma from what happened to her.
Bah, that's stupid. She's the reason we made it this far, and I've apologized to her. It doesn't seem to matter.
She doesn't want an apology. Do you really think she blames you? Really? Look at it from her point of view. First, she gets branded like cattle, and then a man who wanted nothing more than to hurt her for the fun of it slices her face in two. She's in a lot of pain, emotional and physical. I think she has a fractured jaw, and the headaches haven't gone away. Maybe don't be so flippant.
Have you seen my face lately? I lost count of how many times I've been patched up in the last month. I'm still green and purple from the last beating.
She's as gorgeous as ever,
while I'm over here looking like I lost a fight against a concrete wall.
Why don't you tell her that? Except, maybe don't use the word stupid.
If you think that'll help, I'm all for it.
I know it will.
I leaned on the rail next to Jenny. I dropped my right hand and brushed it against her arm. She flinched. We didn't make eye contact. I thought she would walk away, but she stayed, staring at the boat's wake. She turned her head to the right to completely hide that side of her face from me. I wasn't sure what to say, so I figured I'd start with the truth. I told you once that only two people mattered in the world to me. You and Penny. I mean, Joe counts, I guess, but... Anyway, I owe you so much that I wish I had more lives to live so I could repay you. I would never have been this close to finding Penny without you. She squeezed my hand, then she walked away. I let out a breath. It was now or never. Time to come clean. I'd known how I felt for a long time, but I'd been so afraid of being distracted from finding my girl that I'd almost lost the second most important person in my life. I love you, you know, I called after her. I wasn't sure if she'd stopped, but I kept talking. I think I realized it sometime between breakfast with Sophie at your place and our little adventure with Lucille. Joe claims he knew all along, of course, but I can tell you he thought you were way out of my league. He said that my league is playing Duck Duck Goose and your league is playing that game in that Rutger Hauer movie. You know the one where they have to stick a skull on a stick while they beat the bejesus out of each other, but then they get this super fast Asian girl who's like the Magic Johnson of putting skulls on sticks or something, and then... Anywho, I'm sure you've seen it.
You don't have to say words you don't mean because you think it'll make me feel better.
She interrupted me from a few feet away. So she had stopped. She went on. I know that I interrupted her then. I never thought I'd love anyone else after Joanna. I wasn't sure I even wanted to. She was my whole world, my rock. Looking at her was like staring into the sun. After she died, it never occurred to me that I'd meet anyone else like her. She would have liked you, by the way. She'd be very jealous of how tall you are, but she would have loved your sense of humor. You care about the people around you just like she did. I felt Jenny standing next to me now, and I turned to look at her. Penny's just like her mom. She's got a little temper, too, just like someone I know. Now, I'm not saying any names, but she's standing next to me and has red hair. Penny is going to love you to pieces, if you give her a chance. If you give us a chance. We spent a minute in silence, watching the ocean. She pulled her hair back so I could get a look at her scars.
You still feel the same, even after this?
Her skin was still raw from the beating she'd taken that night, and the sutures snaked their way from mouth to ear. What, those little cat scratches? I couldn't care less. I reached for her hand. I thought it a good sign that she didn't pull back. You're as beautiful today as the day I met you, and I've seen you sweaty, muddy, and without makeup, so I know what I'm talking about.
I was afraid that after all this, after you found Penny, I didn't look forward to being alone again.
Red, you're gonna have to try harder than that to get rid of me. We can't have Team Reed if it's just me and the dog.
And Penny.
No, she's too short. We've got a height minimum.
What about Joe? He's like 3 feet tall.
Believe it or not, he makes the minimum if he stands on his hind legs. It's a loophole. We had this very discussion when we first formed Team Reed back in Kansas. We were spending a few days in a little town where the main pastime was juggling baby geese. Goslings juggled all day long. These guys were pros, of course, and the goslings seemed to like it. Remind me to tell you all about it sometime.
You're going to have to show me some of these towns. Also, I thought we'd agree it would be Team McCrae.
When? Was I drunk or something? Team McCrae sounds like a bunch of synchronized swimmers. I mean, yeah, it's got a ring to it. Sure. Team McCrae it is. I hooked my arm in hers and pulled her close. She leaned her head on my shoulder. We watched the ocean in silence for a while, until the radio operator came to fetch me. Mr. Reed, we picked up a radio signal from the island. Well, hot damn, boy, lead the way. I pulled Jenny with me, and before she realized what was happening, we were standing on the bridge, staring at the radio. The Hawaiian Islands were visible just over the horizon. All right, Sparky, lay it on me. Reggie here had the idea to do a sweep of old military frequencies. Well, we got a signal. We cleaned it up a little, and wouldn't you know it, it's a message from the PWC. Here, have a listen. Sparky turned a few knobs. The voice was crystal clear. This is a message from the United States Army, Navy, and Air Force. We are transmitting from the Pacific Warfare Center, Ford Island, Hawaii. We have a safe place with food, water, and medicine. All are welcome. Proceed to 21 degrees, 21 minutes, 32.16 seconds north, minus 157 degrees, 57 minutes, 21.06 seconds west. Message repeats. Reggie jumped in. We verified the coordinates at the end of the message. It's a match for the Pacific Warfare Center. Looks like you were right. I cleared my throat. Right. Those GPS coordinates sounded familiar. I knew the PWC had to be here somewhere. All right, folks. Battle stations. Helm, do a lap around the place to make sure it's safe, then find us a place to dock. If it's a trap, I want to make sure we can get out in a jiffy, so keep the engines running. Mimi, post sentries port and starboard. And if you don't hear back from me in 20 minutes after we get there, you get everyone out and you come rescue me, clear?
Ha! And miss out on the chance to finally get rid of you? No way.
If not for her wink, I might have actually believed her. She gave me a hug.
Go get your little girl, Jeremiah. I can't wait to meet her.
Chapter 29. I'm gonna be 500 miles. Over, under, around, and through, meet Mr. Bunny Rabbit Pull and through. I laced up my boots and stood up admiring my handiwork. Now that was a perfect shoelace knot if I ever saw one. I adjusted my harness straps and did a quick inventory check. Big Betty gleamed and purred like a kitten. I carried enough of my handmade shells that she could stop a tank. So, technically, she purred like a kitten tank stopper. My SIG was strapped to my right thigh, my brand new HK-45 is back up in my shoulder holster. The can opener rested in his usual spot in the horizontal sheath in the small of my back. The tomahawk, glistening from his latest appointment with my sharpening stone, sat secure on my left thigh. I slid Betty into the holster slung across my back and picked up the AR-15 off the table. I'd nicked it from the ship's armory along with other goodies. I'd borrowed 200 rounds of .223, 100 rounds each of 9mm for the SIG, and 45 ACP for the HK, 2 flashbangs, and a good old-fashioned fragmentation grenade. I hadn't fully healed from my brush-up with Forrest's sharp, pointy things, so Mimi had me wrapped in heavy bandages, too. Even so, the harness rubbed all the wrong spots, and it stung like a mother. I upended a bottle of ibuprofen into my mouth and took a swig from my canteen. I was not going to be stopped by a few paper cuts. The weight of my guns and the scent of cleaning fluid made me smile, like when I smelled the breakfast of blueberry pancakes and fresh orange juice my mom made on Sunday morning. It had been a while since I'd geared up for a hunt, and it felt good. Mimi had stopped by earlier in the day and dropped off a paper bag filled with tea sandwiches and raisins, the sweetheart. I stuffed them into my cargo pockets, along with a handful of power bars. After another moment's thought, I pulled the sandwiches out and ate them. I threw the raisins away. Could never stand the damn things. I took another look at the weapons arrayed on my bunk and picked up a small Gerber knife. It was wicked sharp, and would sever a zombie's spinal cord like silly string. I put the knife blade against my forearm and cut a new tick mark. Number 18. Or was it 19? The cabin door swung open. I looked up and stared at the Valkyrie that stepped in. Jenny wore combat boots, black Nomex pants, and a tactical harness over a white tank top. She must have found her way to the ship's armory as well. That giant machete of hers hung from her hip, and she bristled with guns and knives. The G-41 was slung over her shoulder, her hair pulled in her usual tight ponytail. She was dressed to kill. Anything that got in her way. "What's up?" I asked. "Well, this is awkward. Maybe I should have knocked." I put the knife away and strapped it to my ankle, then wrapped a piece of gauze around my forearm. It's not what you think."
"So you're keeping score, is that it?"
There was no malice or sarcasm in her voice, only mild curiosity. "Yeah, something like that." I gestured at her with a curt nod. "What's with the get-up? Book club meeting tonight?"
"Oh, I thought we were going to go search for the wee lass. That's today, huh?"
I walked up to her and cinched one of her harness straps. "I wasn't sure if you'd be up for it."
"I know it won't be easy, but getting up after you fall off the horse and all that, I wouldn't be a very good friend if I couldn't come storm the castle with you."
I took a moment to process the offer. "Thank you. I mean it. But if it's too soon..." She rolled her eyes.
"You think I'm going to let you go out there by yourself? You got lost yesterday looking for the mess, and it's right across from here."
"It was dark, and in my defense, I get disoriented before I've had morning coffee. Besides, the dog is coming along. He's still sore about that hospital ship thing, and he's never seen Hawaii. I thought maybe we could play fetch in the surf. He does love the water."
"I thought he hated the water."
"No, he hates ships, ever since that dust-up in Lake Erie. It's why he won't watch Titanic with me anymore." I stepped away and loaded ammo into the spare magazines. A long silence lingered.
"What's the matter?"
she asked. I was too easy to read. It took me a minute to answer. "Red, what if she's not there? What if after all this, all that's happened to us, I come up empty again?" She shrugged.
"Then we keep looking."
"Just like that? Even if it's another dead end? I don't know how many more of those I can take."
"We're never going to stop, ever. Not until we find her. One way or another."
I nodded at the implication, stuffing magazines in the harness. I reached for her hand. "Are you sure about this?" She squeezed my fingers.
"You'll need someone on your six when things go tits up. And they will. You and Joe tend to get into trouble when I'm not around, and I want to be there when you finally find the little munchkin."
"Well, looks like we're getting the band back together then. Let's get tropical." A small side party waited for us by the loading ramp. Among them, 3 sailors in identical gear to myself and Jenny, except that they didn't look as good. I walked up to Reggie, one of the 3 crewmen. "Well, that's it. One of us is going to have to change. I think I saw a pink outfit back there in your size." We shook hands. "Seriously, Reggie, what are you guys up to?"
"They're coming with you."
I turned around as Mimi walked up to join us. She handed Jenny a bag filled with sandwiches and raisins. Blah.
"Reggie, Trav, and Crystal volunteered to come along on the trip."
"Look, I appreciate the gesture, but we could get into some serious shit out there, and I don't have time to babysit a bunch of seamen."
"Seamen," Jenny groaned. "Oh, grow up. God, you make this so hard."
"That's what she said.
I swear, I'm going to kill you right now."
Mimi shook her head while she handed goodie bags to the other 3. She looked at me.
"Crystal was a ranger, the 75th. She did tours in Syria, the Stands, and Mali. Reggie was a master sergeant in the Coast Guard."
I sniggered. "Yeah, but it's the Coast Guard. They're like the meter maids of the sea." I pointed at Crystal. She was built like a CrossFit instructor, all muscle and no fat, and her close-cropped dark curly hair suited her very well. "You're cool. You can come along." Reggie laughed and gave me a good old-fashioned pat on the back. The very same back where Forrest had carved a tic-tac-toe board with a very sharp knife. I almost shed a tear. Mimi continued.
"Trav here? He was a cop up in Washington."
"I thought I smelled bacon." Trav groaned. "How many times are you going to make that joke?" "What joke? Seriously, am I the only one who smells it? Mimi, what you got in that bag there?"
"Just some Sammys for you guys. Cucumber and cheese, brie with arugula, PBJs, BLTs."
I turned to Trav. "Told you." Anywho, you guys want to come and join the Jeremiah Reed ass-kicking variety show? Be my guest. But grab a stone tablet and chisel and listen up, bitches, because I'm going to lay down the motherfucking commandments. Out there, I call the shots. You get yourself eaten, that's on you. You get lost or stub a toe. You slice your hand on a rusty nail and get tetanus, that's on you. I ain't even gonna give you a sideways glance. Hell, I might even step over your dead body and steal your sandwiches before I stab your medulla oblongata with an ice pick. Jenny stepped around me and pushed me out of the way. Don't listen to him. All right, Jeremiah and Joe will take point. Crystal, you'll bring up the rear with Trav. We take it slow, we take it easy, and we'll be back here for supper. What are you, 100 years old? No one says supper anymore. Shut up. She whistled and Joe strutted over. He wore his battle harness, a spiked collar, a blue bandana, and a set of doggles. He looked ridiculous. Who the hell dressed up my dog like My Little Pony? Mimi went over to him and scratched his chin.
Aw, I think he looks adorable. Who looks adorable? You do, yes you do.
She threw me a sideways glance.
You've never even seen My Little Pony, have you?
The chin scratching turned into a full-blown belly rub. Well, no, but I'm pretty sure it looks like that. My God, Joe, have you no decency? Joe rolled his eyes, but soon he was on all fours. He walked past me and took station in front of Jenny. I looked at the assembled crew. They hadn't known me for long, but 3 of their own were putting their ass on the line for me. I thanked them with a curt nod. Mimi came over and gave me a hug.
See you in a few. I'll keep the lights on.
We'll stay in contact through the walkies. Tell Sparky to scan the airwaves and send word if there's anything unusual.
What is this, my first rodeo? Get out of here.
Ford Island was a tiny islet half again the size of Rivet City. I didn't think the search would take us long, seeing as the island was mostly deserted, unlike the waters around Hawaii. The Seductress had to navigate a harbor choked with the wreckage of civilian and military ships. Boats of every size bobbed up and down near the dock, while large Navy ships loomed off the horizon. Zombies walked the decks of most of them, and beneath the water the ghosts of sunken ships stared at us as if we were intruders. The radio was silent, except for the message from the PWC. Mimi had expected a boat or even a helicopter to intercept our approach, but we got a big nothing burger of a reception. If there were any survivors, they'd be holed up in the island, either in the main building or farther in at a base near Honolulu. Containers, boxes, vehicles, and tents choked the docks and blocked all paths but one. Our only real way to the PWC was through an open path running left of the pier. The ersatz alleyway took us past a small bridge, connecting Ford Island to the Big Island of Hawaii. We took our time and scanned for threats, stopping to check vehicles and containers. Our boots crunched on the carpets of debris and trash that covered the road as we made our way out of the docks. Long-dried corpses draped over Jersey barriers, or slumped inside locked cars. After 15 minutes, we made it to the runway that bisected the island. We crawled through a hole in a temporary barbed wire fence. The derelict remains of military planes and helicopters lay scattered over the landing strip, left to rot in the salty air. My spidey senses tingled. I signaled Joe to stop. His ears had perked up, and the low, throaty growl that escaped him confirmed my suspicions. I called everyone into a huddle. Anyone else think this smells funny? I asked. Not funny ha-ha like a clown. Funny weird, like Travis's sock collection. Funny like the fact that we've been conveniently funneled to this spot? Answered Crystal. Yeah, like that. Reggie spit a wad of tobacco onto the ground. Jeremiah, you've got more experience with this sort of thing. What's got your panties in a bunch? Joe caught a scent, not far. It's not zombies. I looked around, but didn't see anything. Didn't mean something wasn't out there. Joe was never wrong. And you'd know this because... asked Trav. Because this is what I do. Because I'm the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. My answer was met with a chorus of groans. Seriously, none of you watched WWF? Bret the Hitman Hart? Anyone? Okay, whatever, troglodytes. Keep your peepers open. Jenny stood up.
All right, keep your powder dry. If Jay says someone's out there, then someone is out there. Let's go.
We walked up to the PWC, scanning the area with our rifles. We passed a ring of Jersey barriers and reached a wide-open gate. Joe tensed up, and I grabbed him by the harness. Hold on, everyone. Wait. The gate closed behind us. Soldiers surrounded us then, their weapons drawn. To have caught us with our pants down meant they'd been waiting for us, watching us. More men took position on the building's parapet. 2 50-cal machine guns swiveled in our direction. A middle-aged gentleman wearing navy khakis came out of the building with yet more men. Put your weapons down. You won't be harmed, but if you don't cooperate, we will use deadly force. Reggie, Crystal, and Trav put their guns down. Jenny and I kept ours, trained on the men pointing assault rifles at us. We heard your radio signal, thought we'd check it out. I'm looking for a man, a Colonel Ritchie. Is he here? The man's expression was unreadable. Everyone is welcome, as long as they turn in their weapons. I'll be happy to answer your questions once we're inside. That's swell, but maybe you don't know how things work on the outside, Sarge. Only idiots give up their guns. I made a point of shaking my head at the 3 sailors. And when I looked in the mirror this morning, I didn't notice a sign that said idiot pinned to my forehead. Jenny stifled a laugh behind me. The guy wore an expression of mild amusement mixed with exasperation. Look, put your guns down or not, I don't give a shit. But you're not stepping foot in here until you're searched, and we're not going to search you till you disarm. That's how it is. The Colonel will see you when, and only when, I'm certain you're not infected and don't pose a threat to the base. I stared at him, dumbfounded. My hands trembled. My head spun. He's here. Colonel Ritchie. Yeah, if you mean James Ritchie, Colonel, United States Army. Jenny put her hand on my arm. I lowered my rifle and took a step forward. I need to see him. My daughter. Penny, she's with him. Is she here? My heart threatened to beat out of my chest. The man frowned and exchanged words with 2 of the men around him. They shrugged and shook their heads. I don't know. We have a few hundred people in here, but if she's here, we'll find her. My knees threatened to buckle, but somehow I remained standing. The men took our weapons and led us into the building, then put us inside a locked room. It was a blur. I'm not sure how much time passed before a doctor and nurses came to check on us. Armed guards walked in with them every time. They wouldn't answer any of my questions while they scanned us with infrared cameras and looked at our teeth like we were horses at auction. They drew blood and swabbed our cheeks. It wasn't until they took Joe away that my original elation turned to righteous anger. 3 guards came to the cell and had us lined up against a wall. Then 2 orderlies used a snare at the end of a pole to take Joe away. I jumped on one of the orderlies while Joe struggled and fought to get loose. I hit him with an elbow to the face and was about to jump on the guy holding the pole when I blacked out. I'd been tasered by one of the guards. Sure, they'd searched us, taken our guns, but I'd meant it when I'd said that only an idiot gives up his weapons. I'd kept the small Gerber knife taped to my calf inside my boot. The grunt who'd patted me down hadn't found it. I palmed it when I heard the sound of footsteps outside the cell. The gray-haired guy in charge came to see us. 2 men joined him, Marines. They kept relaxed postures, even though the 5 of us didn't look like the local choir. If they'd known that Jenny had almost cut off a man's giblets with a dull knife, they might have been more alert. I'm sorry this is taking so long, Greyhair said, and I apologize about earlier, but I've asked my men not to take any chances. I'm Captain Lewis, and I handle security for the base, but I also cook a mean pot roast when it's my turn at the mess. That's tomorrow, by the by. He winked. It's also end of the month, and that means we break out a can of pudding. He was trying to be friendly, to put us at ease, but I'd had enough of their bullshit. I'd had enough of everyone's bullshit for 3 long years. I need to see the Colonel. Now. Yes, of course, and if you'll follow me, we'll head over to the dining room. He's already there, waiting for you. With Penelope. I don't think you get it. If you don't take me to see him right this... What? He smiled and stepped out of the way. A woman walked down the corridor towards us with Joe in tow. "Oh, good, you're all still here," she said. "His checkup went great, but he could use a toothbrushing every now and then." I took a tentative step outside, then another. Before I knew it, I was walking down the corridor holding Jenny's hand. A couple of turns later, we entered a dining room bathed in natural light. At a table near the center, a very dapper man in an army uniform talked with a young girl of 7 or 8. It had been so long that I wasn't sure I'd recognize her. I wasn't sure she'd recognize me. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd held. She had the same lazy curls of auburn hair as her mother, the same hazel eyes, the same freckles sprinkled about her rosy cheeks. She poked at a plate of spaghetti with cut-up hot dogs swimming in tomato sauce. It was her favorite. She bit the side of her lip the way my wife did. The man whispered something in her ear and she turned. Her face lit up and she screamed, "Daddy!" I've never heard a sweeter sound. My heart burst with the love I felt for my baby girl, unconditional and all-consuming. She ran toward me, her arms outstretched. I tried to take a step, but my legs wouldn't move. She was 10 months old, walking for the first time. She was watching cartoons in her snow-white dress, covered in spaghetti. She was 3 years old, chasing ducks in the park. She was 4, sleeping in my arms as I carried her to her room. Jenny let go of my hand. "Go to her, Jeremiah. Go hug your daughter." I dropped to my knees and spread my arms as my daughter wrapped herself around me. I held her and cried into her hair. I finished tying my shoes and stood up. Penny slept on my cot with an arm around Joe's neck. I kissed my daughter and ran my fingers through her curls. I'd stared at her for what seemed like hours. She'd fallen asleep crying after I'd told her that her mommy was in heaven, watching over us. I didn't want to leave her alone, but Joe would keep an eye on her. I stepped out of the cabin, quiet-like. Joe didn't even raise his head. Penny mumbled something and turned. I froze, but she went back to sleep. I closed the door and walked to the mess, where I grabbed a couple of cups of coffee. Dawn was still an hour away, but the deck buzzed with activity. Mimi had agreed to bring people from the PWC back with us to Westport. Some wanted to go back to their homes, if they still stood. Others wanted a fresh start. Colonel Ritchie was adamant that he needed to establish communications with the remnants of the government, and was sending a delegation along. I'd offered to guide them as far as Montana. He also hoped, at the very least, to open a link between the PWC and Westport. He was sending a platoon of Marines to bolster the ship's security and help with Westport's defenses. They even parked an attack helicopter on the ship's helipad. Mimi was smart enough to accept. They were talking amiably when I joined them. "Mimi, if you can get us these parts for the generators and purifiers, I'll rename the base after you," he said.
"That sounds nice, but I think I'd rather take gold. Or ammo."
"We have little of the former, but plenty of the latter. Plenty. So don't you worry about that." I cleared my throat and handed a mug to Mimi. She thanked me and blew air over the top before taking a sip. Colonel Ritchie shook my hand and turned back to Mimi. "Well, it looks like you're ready to push off. See you again in 4 or 5 weeks?
Maybe sooner if all goes well."
She waved a sheet of paper.
"I know how bad you need all this, so we'll shoot for a quick turnaround."
"Terrific. Okay then, I'm off. Jeremiah, mind if I say bye to the munchkin?" "Not at all, I'm sure she'd like that. You know the way to the cabin, right?" Mimi and I headed to the bridge while the colonel went below decks. Before we walked in, I saw Jenny doing inventory near the portside rail. She ticked off items on a clipboard as she inspected the many open crates around her. I had flashbacks of the first time I'd met her back in Rivet City. I excused myself to Mimi and veered off. 11, 3, 6. Divide by 2. She smiled but kept counting. "You do remember that's never worked, right?" Yeah, but it tickles me. It reminds me of this town where the number system was built solely around odd numbers. They eventually settled on an octal system because the girls couldn't even. She let out an exasperated breath.
I've lost count of how many times I've threatened to kill you. Maybe I should just do it and get it over with.
I shared my coffee with her and sat on one of the crates.
So, how are you doing? She asked.
I've been looking for her for so long. Now that it's over, I don't know what to do. I do know she's never going to be more than a few feet away from me. Ever. That ought to be fun when she starts dating. Oh, there won't be none of that. I will kill any man who looks her in the eye. Unless they're Beatles fans. Then they have my blessing to speak to her, but only through letters, and they must remain outside a perimeter of 5, no 10 miles.
That's what you say now. Just wait till she meets a cute boy who plays in a band and she tells you, "But Daddy, I love him."
She handed my coffee back and I took a sip. Thanks for being there when I told Penny about Joanna. It wasn't the easiest conversation.
I was glad to help. How is she?
I made a so-so gesture with my hand. She's about the same, but we'll be there for each other. She asked me to take her to the place where I buried her. I said yes. It would be great if you came along.
If you think that would be okay, I'd love to.
I know it will. It was her suggestion. I think she's taken a liking to you.
I like her too. It's clear she got all the charisma and good looks from her mom.
Very true, but she got her incredible comedic timing from her old man. Jenny groaned.
Well, I'm almost done here. Want to give me a hand with these crates, and then I can make us breakfast? Penny loves waffles, right?
Yeah, she does. Very much so.